The story opens at Delan Royal School. In one of the classrooms, a teacher stood at the front, speaking with real fire in his voice. Listen well, this is the age of heroes. By then, 5,000 years had already passed since the hero chronicles first appeared in the world. And over all that time, the lower realms had been transformed again and again. This year, Delan Royal School had been selected as the site of the Lumen entrance exam. So, somewhere in this room, there may already be someone who will pass that exam and enter the Hero Chronicles. The heroes of tomorrow could be sitting here right now, and if that's the future you want, then you need too, the teacher went on, getting more passionate with every word. But right in the middle of that speech, a heavy thud cut through the room. The teacher's face immediately darkened. "Pay attention," he snapped, as he turned toward a white-haired student sleeping at his desk. The sound came from that same student whose sleepy face had just dropped onto the desk. "Leo, since you clearly know everything already, answer this. What kind of rituals were used 5,000 years ago for someone to be recognized as a hero?" Leo scratched the back of his head, slowly got to his feet, and answered in a half-asleep voice. "Well, once you get famous enough, people just kind of start worshiping you." That boy was Leo Ploff, a 15-year-old from the Ploff family. The teacher looked like he was finally out of patience. Then, like this had happened many times before, he let out a long, exhausted sigh and looked around the room. Anyone else want to answer? At that, the red-haired student sitting beside Leo raised his hand. In ancient times, there was no other way to earn the gods' recognition. Heroes were chosen through sacred ceremonies. For example, the blood ritual, he said, finishing neatly. The teacher nodded at once, clearly pleased. Excellent. Just what I'd expect from the greatest young magical prodigy in our kingdom, Gulliver Tradon. After a brief pause, the teacher turned back to the class and continued. We have high hopes for this year's Lumen entrance exam. Leo ignored the murmuring around him, but after a few more questions, he was at least awake enough to focus. He opened the book on his desk and thought to himself, back then meeting the gods was actually easy. Those sacred rituals existed to honor the great heroes who fought for the world. In return, the gods granted the lower realms a miracle, the Hero Chronicles. So why is it that when it comes to me, it's like I was never there at all? With that thought hanging in his mind, Leo slowly closed the book, and the look on his face grew a little heavier. The truth was, Leo was the reincarnation of the great hero Kyle, and yet in this age, not a single person remembered him. A little later, while Leo was still caught up in his thoughts, the entire class suddenly rushed toward the windows. That finally made him glance up, confused. "They're here. Where?" "Over there. That's the Zeringer family crest." "Amazing! It's Celia Zeringer!" The students shouted like they'd just seen a celebrity. And out in the corridor, a young woman walked forward without a trace of hurry, surrounded by an escort of soldiers on all sides. Then an announcement rang through the classrooms. All students are to report to the hall immediately. No exceptions. The Zeringer family has arrived at our school. Hearing that, Leo pushed back his chair and stood up. The second Gulliver Tradon noticed. He smirked and started in on him. "Leo, what? You're going too? You really think the Zeringers would pay attention to someone like you?" Leo shot him a look that made it clear exactly how stupid he thought that question was. "I'm going, just not for the reasons you are." With that, Leo turned and walked straight out without saying anything else. Behind him, Gulliver's face went red with embarrassment and irritation. "I'm not interested either. I just want to see Celia Zeringer as a rival," he shouted. But Leo only raised a hand and waved on his way out, which almost made Gulliver lose it. "I mean it." Not long after that, the scene shifted to a training ground. Now Leo stood there with a wooden sword in hand, getting ready to train. At the very least, one thing was certain. He had never slacked off when it came to physical training. This body's definitely better than the last one, he thought. Then, all of a sudden, a voice came from beside him. "What are you thinking about so seriously?" The words had barely left her mouth when a woman stepped right in front of him and swung her sword like she was facing a real enemy. Leo reacted on instinct and brought up his own wooden sword just in time to block. He was about to say something, but the woman cut him off. "Your mother is sparring with you. You're not getting into Lumern with talent, that mediocre." "This is your final test," she said, raising her sword again before charging straight at Leo one more time. Leo gritted his teeth and took the full force of his mother's strike head-on. The moment she saw him shaking after just one hit, she looked at him coldly. "Do I need to hit harder?" And then she did. Her strikes got heavier. Her speed jumped even higher, and Leo had to force himself just to keep up. In less than a minute, Leo was already breathing hard. "Don't you think you're being a little too rough, Mom?" he said between breaths. It did not help. If anything, she pressed him even harder. "You still have time to talk during a fight?" Then she poured even more power into her next attack and lunged at a speed sharp enough to split the air. But the instant her sword came down, her expression changed. "Oh no, I put too much into that. If Leo can't dodge this..." Panic flashed through her mind, but in that critical moment, Leo calmly tilted his head to the side and slipped past the attack, avoiding it cleanly. His mother was still standing there, frozen in shock, and before she could snap out of it, Leo lifted his sword and stopped the tip right at her throat. Then Leo eased his sword down a little and asked softly, "Are you okay, Mom?" Still frozen, she could hardly make sense of what had just happened. Had she really been defeated that easily? Just how much talent was this boy hiding? She stayed there in disbelief for a moment, then straightened up, brushed the dust from her clothes, and looked back at Leo. "Are you still planning to go to Lumern?" Lumern Academy was the hero academy of the human race, one of the 4 great hero academies, and more than anywhere else. That was the place most likely to still hold some trace of what he could do. Leo gave the slightest nod. "Of course I am." Seeing that, his mother smiled. "The Zeringer family is visiting Delan, and they'll be staying at our manor." "The Zeringers are coming to our house," Leo thought. "That's right." Clearly in a good mood, she went on to say she would ask Viscount Rhys Zeringer to teach him the Zeringer aerial technique. "With that technique, you'll be strong enough to take the Lumern exam next year," she said as she reached over and ruffled Leo's hair. Leo said nothing out loud, but deep down he thought, "Mom, I'm taking it this year." As more time passed, the scene shifted to the front of the manor. Just like his mother said, the Zeringer family arrived in a sleek black carriage. As Celia stepped out, she couldn't help wondering why she had even been brought here in the first place. Why stay somewhere like this? Why not just get a hotel? "I only want to focus on the Lumern entrance exam. So why come all the way to a house this small?" The questions kept circling in her head until her uncle finally spoke. "Aren't you at least curious about Leo? I thought you said you didn't care about the Zeringer side of the family." Celia brushed her hair back and answered with calm confidence, "If someone wants to be a knight but can't even use aerial technique, then he's not worth my attention, right?" Hearing that, Riz replied quietly, "I see it a little differently." A moment later, the two of them stepped forward and greeted the owners of the manor with polite bows. "It's an honor to meet you." "Rhys Zeringer." The man introduced himself. Standing before him were Raina Plov, the lady of the Plov family, and David Plov, the head of the house. "Go on, Celia. Greet them," the Viscount said. Celia placed a hand over her chest and introduced herself in a calm voice. "I am Celia Zeringer. It's a pleasure to be under your care. I'm very glad to meet you." Raina smiled as she looked at her. "Ha, this girl really does take after her father and her uncle." But the moment Celia got a proper look at Raina, she suddenly paused. Wait, black hair and red eyes? Could she be from that family too? Almost as if he had read her thoughts, Riz gave a small nod and explained, "Raina Plov, she's your aunt." The scene then shifted to the parlor, where Riz and Reyna were chatting over tea in high spirits. Riz mentioned that they had stopped by the royal school earlier, and the place had been packed with students. But I heard Leo Plav wasn't interested in seeing you and came straight home instead. At that, Reyna laughed out loud. So that's the famous reputation of the Zeringer family? That's a little disappointing. If that offended you, then let me apologize for my son. That boy only cares about training. Now genuinely curious, Riz asked, what kind of child is Leo? Reyna answered, without even pausing, Leo had extraordinary talent. At that, Riz's expression shifted, and his tone turned more serious. Do you truly believe Leo has the right to inherit the Zeringer firebrand? Reyna answered without the slightest hesitation. Not just because he's my son. I believe in him more than that. He deserves it. Riz gave a faint smile. If that's how you feel, then I'm really looking forward to seeing it. But first, I need to judge the boy's potential with my own eyes. The scene shifted once again, this time back to Leo. He sat cross-legged without moving, still as a statue, completely locked in. A faint light flickered at his right wrist. Then Leo slowly opened his eyes and murmured, finally, the vessel that can receive everything is complete. The reason I never learned aerial technique until now is simple. The moment someone accepts an aerial field, the body naturally begins adapting to that kind of power. And once that happens, the chance to keep building mana and spiritual strength is gone. In my previous life, if I had understood their power and nature more completely, if I had done everything the right way, maybe I wouldn't have left behind those seeds of disaster. But in this life, I'm going to master everything from the very start, beginning with aerial technique. That was the promise Leo made to himself. But right then, a voice suddenly called from behind him. You're Leo Plav, right? Leo turned around at once, caught completely off guard. The one who had come to see him was none other than Celia Zeringer. With a bright, easy smile, Celia said, From what I've seen, your basics are pretty solid. I could teach you myself. What do you think? She sounded friendly on the surface, but what she really wanted was to leave a good impression on Leo's mother, Reyna. Leo didn't answer right away. He just looked at her and asked, And you are? Celia lifted her chin and introduced herself with open pride. I am Celia Zeringer, also known as the World's Sword Maiden. I see. Thanks for the offer, but I'm not interested in learning from someone weaker than me. Leo gave a small shrug as he said it. Celia's eyes widened. You're saying you're stronger than me? She asked, staring at him like she couldn't quite believe what she'd heard. Leo answered in the same calm voice. In a real fight to the death, you'd be stronger, because I don't use aerial technique. But if we're talking about swordsmanship alone, that's a different story, he said without a hint of hesitation. The second she heard that, a flicker of irritation crossed Celia's face. Her eyes shifted toward the weapons resting off to the side. Then she casually picked up a sword and threw down a challenge. Fine, if you're that confident, duel me. Inside, she let out a cold little laugh. So he thinks being able to fight without aerial technique puts him above me? Fine, I'll show him what the real world looks like. Celia laid out the terms. If I win, then for the next week while I'm staying here, you'll be my servant. Leo looked at her and asked, And if I win? Without even blinking, Celia answered, Then I'll serve you. Just like that, the bet was made. Leo bent down and quickly picked up a wooden sword from the ground. Then let's begin. Leo moved first, bursting forward with a heavy slash that seemed to rip through the air. Celia reacted just as quickly and brought her sword up to meet it. But the instant their blades crashed together, her expression shifted. Even she had to admit it. His speed was the real thing. Still, speed alone wasn't enough to decide a match. So Celia moved to take control of the exchange, and Leo moved at the same moment. This time, he was one step faster. Leo's first strike forced Celia onto defense. Then came the second, and the shock running up her arms hit like getting smashed by a carriage. "What is this strength?" she shouted inwardly, instantly jumping back to let the force pass. It was the right call, because a split second later, Leo's sword tip crashed into the ground and blew the stone floor apart. The moment Celia gave up even a little ground, Leo pushed forward, not giving her a single second to recover. Under that kind of pressure, Celia immediately realized she couldn't afford to block him head-on. Leo drove his sword straight at the Sword Maiden, only for the blow to be stopped cold by a layer of aerial field barrier. "I thought this was supposed to be a pure sword fight," Leo said, his voice turning cold. "I just reacted without thinking," Celia answered, sounding a little shaken. Leo stayed calm. "That's fine. I'm still going to win." Celia could only stare at him. "What?" Then she raised her voice and fired back. "The gap between someone with an aerial field and someone without one is the difference between heaven and earth." Leo simply asked if she wanted to feel that difference herself. Then he removed the bracelet from his wrist and tossed it to the ground. Celia recognized it immediately as a magic bracelet, and her eyes flew open. "This guy's insane." Leo didn't bother to explain. He only answered with a faint smile. Then he rushed in again and drove the wooden sword straight into Celia's aerial field barrier. The instant it landed, the barrier shattered into pieces. "What is this? It's so crude," Celia cried inwardly. "This lunatic." As more time passed, the scene shifted to Reina, walking with her brother Riss. Then the two of them spotted Leo up ahead. "Leo, come say hello. They're guests of our family." Leo stepped forward, looked at Riz, and bowed respectfully. "I am Leo Plov." Riz held out his hand and said, "I'm Riss Zeringer, your uncle. As you probably know, it's good to finally meet you." He gave Leo's hand a firm shake, while Reina asked from the side, "By the way, have you met Celia yet?" Leo glanced off awkwardly toward Celia, who was being carried away on a stretcher by a group of knights. "My lady, what happened?" the knights cried out in alarm. Everything had happened so fast. The moment Riss saw his niece unconscious, he hurried over to check on her. One of the knights quickly explained what had happened, and the more Riz heard, the harder it became for him to hide his disbelief. So the boy defeated Celia without even using an aerial field. Impressive. He openly praised Leo for it, but Leo himself didn't look especially proud. In his eyes, Celia had only lost because she underestimated him. Then Riss asked what kind of wager they had made, and Leo explained that the loser had agreed to serve the winner. "So that means Celia Zeringer will be your servant for a week." The moment those words left his mouth, Riz's expression darkened. A promise matters, and Celia is still a member of the Zeringer family. "You can't seriously expect that girl to serve as a maid. I want you to cancel that promise. I'll offer you something else instead. For example." Before he could finish, Leo cut him off. "That promise was made between Celia and me. As long as she bears the Zeringer name, she has to honor it." Riss tried again. "I could even teach you the Zeringer family's aerial field cultivation technique." Not realizing he was facing a legendary hero with countless techniques, Leo let out a quiet scoff. "One aerial field technique as compensation for your granddaughter's loss. That's not enough to make me care about learning." After repeated refusals, Riz could no longer keep the tone light. "Leo Plov, you just said a direct member of the Zeringer family would serve as your maid, and you also said our family's aerial field cultivation techniques aren't worth much, right?" Leo didn't flinch. "Yes, that's right." Then, unexpectedly, Riss laughed. "Don't you think you might have spoken a little too fast?" Leo calmly explained he never meant to insult the Zeringer family. "If you were offering your family's aerial field technique as a reward for defeating Celia, I'd gladly accept it. But that's not what this is. You're offering it just to cover up Celia's mistake. And that implies you believe if she hadn't been careless, she wouldn't have lost. But even if Celia had given it her all from the start, I still would have won." Leo said it so confidently that Riz couldn't help but smile. Truly interesting. If the Zeringer family had a child like that, he said, then gave a light wave of his hand. At that signal, the knights carried Celia off to the servants' quarters so she could fulfill the promise. Then Riz looked back at Leo. "Leo, just between us, call me uncle." "Yes, uncle," Leo replied with a nod, a response that clearly pleased Riz. After Leo left, Riz no longer felt the need to test the boy's potential. He turned to Rena. "Sister, you're planning to have him learn the family's aerial field cultivation technique, right?" "I think I'll speak with the eldest and see whether Leo can learn Phoenix Breath instead," she replied. Time passed, and by the next morning, the scene shifted to Leo's bedroom. There stood Celia in a maid outfit, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Grinding her teeth, she forced the words out. "For 1 week, I will serve as the young master's maid. I am Celia Zeringer." Leo sat reading a book. He looked up, gave her a quick once-over, nodded slightly, and said, "It actually suits you. That plain maid outfit with your elegant look, yeah, that combination really works." There was just enough of an odd tone in his voice to make Celia tense with anger. "I know I'm beautiful, but the way you said that was weird." Leo quickly backpedaled. "No, that's not what I meant. Sorry. I had a friend who always praised beauty. Maybe some of that rubbed off on me without realizing it." After saying that, Leo let out a quiet sigh, thinking of a close companion from his previous life. "When peace comes to the world, I'll spend the rest of my life spreading beauty to everyone." That was a line his teammate had repeated to him over and over. Now that she'd calmed down a little, Celia said that a friend who loved beauty that much must have been a wonderful person. Leo murmured back. The problem was he was too sincere, as an old memory resurfaced. That beauty-obsessed teammate had once asked the 2 girls in their party to model for his paintings. After all, Licina's carried herself with unmatched elegance, and Luna would do anything for the sake of art. "Could you pose nude for me?" "I even brought a sketchbook," he said, practically glowing with excitement. The answer was simple. The 2 girls immediately beat him up. Back in the present, Celia noticed the book Leo was gripping tightly. Curious, she guessed it might be some special training manual and asked, "What are you reading?" Leo glanced down at the book and answered casually, "This. I used to read it all the time when I was little. It's the hero's origin." Celia stared, surprised. She knew that book was basically a fairy tale, and Leo was already 15. She stepped closer and started looking over the shelf full of books. "You really love the hero's origin, don't you?" There were so many books that even scholars studying the great heroes might not have owned this many. Celia was genuinely impressed by Leo's collection. Leo, however, said he'd gathered them almost by accident. Celia picked up one of the books quietly. "But there's especially a lot about Kyle." A small flicker crossed Leo's face as old memories surfaced. Among the achievements credited to great heroes, some were never clearly attributed to their real owner. "I think some of those may have actually belonged to him." The moment she heard that, Celia immediately shook her head. He was probably just a fraud trying to claim other heroes' accomplishments. That's what most people believed. "Honestly, I think so too," Leo muttered, barely loud enough for Celia to hear. "What?" she asked, leaning in closer, curious. Leo clearly wasn't going to repeat himself, so he smoothly changed the subject. "Anyway, breakfast is done, training starts right after, all right?" The moment she heard that, Celia's eyes lit up. "Young master, if it's okay, may I train with you?" But behind that polite question, a single thought had already formed. "I want to know the secret behind his strength." Leo didn't hesitate. There was nothing mysterious about where his power came from. "It's going to be tough. You sure you can keep up?" That almost dismissive tone instantly rubbed Celia the wrong way. "I am Celia Zeringer." But once they actually started training, Celia quickly realized just how merciless Leo's routine really was. Before long, sweat poured down her face, and she was gasping for breath. Leo casually pointed at her as if it were obvious. Once your stamina drops, your reactions slow, your movements get sloppy, and your back leaves itself open like this. Celia stared at him, suspicious. He pushes people this far and calls it training?
Yes,
Leo said, shaking his head in mild disapproval. Kids these days are too weak. After 5,000 years of aerial field development, physical training has been completely neglected. Aerial field enhances your physical abilities, and the stronger your body, the better your control over it becomes. But no one treats physical training as if it really matters. After a short break, Celia forced herself to her feet and charged back in. "Don't underestimate me, you white-haired jerk." She lunged at Leo, but to him she looked painfully slow. Leo swung once, and that single strike sent her flying effortlessly. Celia looked like she might cry. Why can't I beat him? Leo walked over calmly. Frustrating, isn't it? Then he held something out. "Take this." The second Celia touched it. The weight drove her hands down to the ground. It was a bracelet enchanted with gravity. "Wear it during training starting tomorrow," Leo said, faintly smiling at the sight of someone willing to endure the hardship with him. Time passed, and the scene shifted to an open training field. Leo and Celia trained while Riz stood back quietly, observing. He figured this would humble Celia before entering Lumern. Knocking some pride out of her wasn't a bad thing. Thinking that, he called out to Leo. "Leo, I plan to ask the family head to let you inherit the Phoenix Breath technique." That caught Leo off guard. He'd heard of that technique before. Phoenix Breath was the origin of every aerial field technique in the Zeringer family. And from what Leo knew, only those truly acknowledged by the family were ever allowed to inherit it. Celia immediately protested. "Father won't agree to that so easily." Riz nodded slightly. "Correct. There's a condition. You have to pass this year's Lumern entrance exam," he said calmly. Celia instantly panicked for Leo. "What? The Lumern exam is live combat. You know it's far too dangerous for someone like Leo, who doesn't use aerial fields, to take part in that." Leo, however, didn't show a hint of fear. If anything, something inside him stirred. "Real combat, huh? Then this is the only path I've got." Riz looked at him. "So what do you think?" Leo nodded confidently. "My father and mother said they'd respect my decision. So yes, I'll take part," he said. That answer didn't surprise Riz. Just as expected, the boy had already decided to enter this year's exam. Now with another reason to push harder. Leo threw himself even deeper into training. "Short break's over. Back to running. Who says I can't keep up?" Celia shot back. A week later, the scene shifted back to Deland Royal School. Today was the Lumern Academy entrance exam, and from early morning, crowds were already packed into the area waiting. The moment Celia arrived, all eyes turned toward her. "Isn't that Celia Zeringer? No way. It's really the Sword Maiden. Wait, who's that guy next to her?" Whispers spread instantly. Celia glanced at Leo. "Are you nervous?" "Not at all, young master," Leo said calmly. He gave her a teasing look, clearly reminding her about the bet. "Though you might want to fix the way you talk." The comment caught Celia completely off guard. Just then, a voice called from behind them. "Miss Celia!" They turned to see their red-haired classmate, Gulliver Trayden. The second Gulliver saw Leo beside Celia. He nearly choked. "Leo? What are you doing here? You don't even know how to use aerial fields." Then he quickly hurried over to greet Celia properly. "Miss Celia, it's so good to see you. Have you been well?" Leo and Celia both looked at Gulliver like he was ridiculous, leaving him stiff and speechless. After fumbling for a moment, he introduced himself anyway. "I'm Gulliver Trayden. I greeted you when you visited the school before." "The greatest magic prodigy in Deland," Gulliver added, but Celia cut him off before he could say more. "Sorry, I don't remember you at all. Goodbye." Then she grabbed Leo's hand and pulled him along. But just then, another voice rang out, loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. "Celia, Long time no see. The speakers were a young brother and sister, both with striking silver hair. They were the Llewellyn siblings, 16-year-old Abad and his 14-year-old sister, Chelsea. "Who are they?" Leo whispered, his eyes following the two with quiet curiosity. Celia's fingers tightened before she spoke. "They're the Llewellyn siblings, part of the Llewellyn clan, a noble family of heroes from the Rodran Empire. They're taking the exam too. Losing to them would be humiliating for the Zeringers." Her eyes flashed with that competitive fire. Leo glanced at her and said calmly, "I'm from the Plov family." A moment later, the Llewellyn siblings stepped forward, greeting Celia once more.
"Long time no see, Celia."
She gave a slight nod. "It's been a while, Abad. And who's this with you?" Celia turned to Leo and introduced him plainly. "This is Leo Plov, from a marquis family in the kingdom of Delrod." Chelsea's interest immediately cooled. "So he's just a commoner," she said, her voice sharp and dismissive. Abad barely reacted. After a brief nod, he turned away. "Celia, first place is mine." "Of course, brother," Chelsea replied, falling in step behind him. Watching them walk off with that arrogance, Celia clicked her tongue. "What a headache! I'm definitely beating them." Then a loud voice cut through the tension, drawing everyone's gaze forward. A young teacher stood on the raised platform. "Looks like everyone's here. My name is Albie Geron. I'm a professor at Lumen Academy." His voice carried easily across the grounds. Celia's expression shifted immediately. "Wait, Albie, the mage with the evil eye?" Leo tilted his head. "Who is that?" Celia's shock deepened at his ignorance. "You don't know? He's a hero listed in the heroic records." Her admiration made Leo look closer at the man on the platform. So this was someone called a hero in this age. Leo noticed the swirling mana in Albie's left eye. That had to be the evil eye. Professor Albie, oblivious to Leo's thoughts, began explaining the exam. Normally, he said, students would face each challenge one by one, battling both other applicants and monsters. "What a bothersome setup," he muttered flatly. Then, with a casual flick, the papers in his hand ignited and burned to ash. He reached into his coat and pulled out a book, opening the heroic records with a wave of his power. Albie's world started to unfold around them, beginning with the Beast Forest. A massive magic circle flared beneath everyone's feet. The air vibrated with a sudden, violent surge of power. Albie's voice turned icy. "I don't tolerate delays, so I'll throw all of you in at once and get this over with." While that happened, Leo took a moment to review everything he knew about the heroic records. They weren't just a ledger. Their real value lay in preserving the trials of past heroes and recreating their worlds. Conquer a hero's world, and you could inherit the power they left behind. It was almost like a system made to raise heroes. When they blinked and looked around again, they were in a dark, oppressive forest. Albie's voice boomed from above. "This is the Beast Forest. Your test is survival. Work together if you want, or take each other out if that helps. Do whatever it takes to stay alive. If you want to quit, break the globe in your hand, and you'll be sent back."
"That's all."
And just like that, his voice was gone. While the others scrambled to comprehend what had just happened, Leo felt a flicker of recognition. This was the forest as it had been before the Beast Queen Silatuna had corrupted it. Long ago, this land had belonged to the Fairy Clan. Around him, some of the weaker students were already starting to panic. "I want to go home," one of them shouted. "It's just an illusion," another sneered. Pathetic. Leo's eyes narrowed. They had it all wrong. Even if this world was recreated from Albie's memories, everything here was real. Push someone into a deadly situation, and they could die. A green arrow of light shot out from the trees straight at Leo. He'd kept his guard up, though, and dodged just in time. Chelsea Llewellyn had fired it. Seeing Leo avoid the attack, she stepped forward. "We've met before, haven't we? Can't wait to crush someone tied to the Zeringer family." Leo looked at her and repeated, "I'm from the Plov family." "But you were with Celia earlier," Chelsea shot back. Then, without hesitation, she unleashed Wind Cut, forming a sharp, scythe-like blade of energy in her hand. Even Leo was caught off guard. That spell hadn't existed before. Still, the core principles were the same. He tightened his grip on his sword, readying himself. Chelsea frowned, noticing he hadn't flinched. "You're seriously staying calm with me right here?" She spun the wind scythe through the air, then launched it straight at him, slicing like a spinning blade. But for Leo, dodging that was almost effortless. He swung once, clean and precise, and knocked the scythe off its path without breaking a sweat. Chelsea's eyes widened. "He hasn't even used anything. I can't feel a trace of his aura." Is his aura just that hard to read? She wondered, tension creeping in. Leo met her gaze calmly. That attack was too straightforward. Why not work together instead? In a test like this, the ones who last longest usually score higher. And if you're a mage, wouldn't having a swordsman at your side make things easier? His calm smile gave nothing away. Chelsea laughed, clearly unimpressed. "Ha ha, too bad. I'm a battle mage." "And on top of that," she snapped, "you called my attack simple?" Leo didn't flinch. I did. For a wind spell, it's too one-dimensional. At least in terms of raw power. Chelsea's jaw dropped. "You're seriously trying to lecture me on magic? Me? A Llewellyn? Fine. Let's see how you handle a simple attack." She swung her staff, releasing a storm of wind blades and arrows aimed straight at him. But the moment she fired, Leo was gone from where she had expected him to be. "He's gone!" Chelsea froze, panic flashing in her eyes. "I can't sense any mana. How?" Then Leo appeared in front of her, striking her stomach with a single punch that dropped her to her knees. "In that case," he said, "I'll ask again. Will you cooperate?" A short while later, Chelsea was tied to a wooden post, and Leo had built a fire right in front of her, a faintly satisfied look on his face. Time passed in silence, neither speaking a word. By the time night fell, Chelsea Llewellyn finally stirred. The second she opened her eyes, she realized she was hanging over a roaring fire like some ritual sacrifice. "What is this?" she screamed. Seeing her awake, Leo asked calmly again, "So, are you going to cooperate with me?" Chelsea ground her teeth, her face twisting with disgust. "Never. I only need my brother and my wind blade." She shouted and tried to cast a spell to cut the ropes. But a small red sealing circle flashed on her wrist, and the spell fizzled instantly. "That's a magic sealing formation," Leo murmured. "I don't have much mana, so I can't keep it up long." Chelsea shot back immediately. "A spell like this? I can break it easily." Leo gave a cold smile. "You think I'll let you focus?" The flames crept higher, catching the hem of her dress. "Wait! Stop! It's too hot!" she screamed. Pushed to her limit, Chelsea finally gave in. "All right, I'll do it." Even then, Leo didn't untie her immediately. He made her swear on her family's honor first. "Okay, I swear on the Llewellyn family's honor that I'll cooperate. Now stop already." Her voice trembled, and tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. Inside, Leo couldn't hide a nearly maniacal grin. Too easy. She's still just a kid, he thought. Then he yanked the rope sharply, letting Chelsea drop down. Leo caught her before she hit the ground, his tone surprisingly gentle. "I look forward to working with you, Llewellyn Mage." Outside the trial, other students were scattered through the forest, struggling through their own battles. Meanwhile, teachers monitored everything on screens, scoring and evaluating each student's performance. The longer Professor Albi-Geron watched, the more irritated he became. These low-level students immediately turning on each other seemed utterly foolish. Still, 2 students caught his approval for understanding the test right away. Celia Zeringer and Abad Llewellyn. The Rodran Empire does have a promising future. Then his gaze shifted to another screen, where Leo and Chelsea fought a giant buffalo side by side. Wait, isn't that Leo Plov? His eyes narrowed. What he did at that campfire was unusual. But getting Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate with him? That's a major plus. He may not have the flashy talent of Celia or Abad, but he's a wild card you can't predict easily. Albie's focus stayed fixed on Leo's screen, clearly intrigued. Back with Leo, even though Chelsea had been forced into this alliance, she couldn't help but be impressed by what she'd seen so far. Having a knight around really is convenient, she admitted quietly. Tell me, what kind of aura are you using? I can't sense any mana from you, she asked, genuinely curious. Leo replied casually, I don't know how to use aura. Chelsea froze. What? Then how are you doing all this without aura? Leo answered, It's about the essence, not the aura. That goes for wind magic too. Tell me, what do you think wind magic really is at its core? As he spoke, Chelsea fired off a rapid chain of wind-cutting spells in response. It creates sharp blades, she said, her focus sharp. A monster sneaking up on them was sliced clean in half before it could even react.
Chelsea smirked, trying to lecture someone from the Llewellyn family about magic. Ridiculous.
Leo didn't flinch. He corrected her quietly. The power itself is impressive, but the way you're using it, it's completely wrong. He stepped forward, calm and measured, like a teacher about to give a lesson. Chelsea muttered under her breath, You really are such a... Before she could finish, Leo raised a hand. Wait, stop. In that instant, Chelsea understood why. Right in front of them lay several dried-out corpses, shriveled like mummies. Chelsea frowned immediately. I've seen something like this before. Leo studied the remains quietly. Now I understand what it takes to clear this test. But no sooner had he spoken than a sudden danger surged in, leaving no time to think. Leo lunged, grabbing Chelsea and yanking her sharply to the side. The move barely saved them from a bizarre, unseen attack that came out of nowhere. A few figures emerged from the distance. Too bad, one called out. I was hoping to take Chelsea Llewellyn down before she got eliminated. And the guy with her doesn't look like much either. The speaker was Gulliver Trayden, leading a group of students targeting the stronger competitors. All right, move in, he shouted, and the pack charged like wild dogs. The worst thing they could have done was engage Leo head-on at close range. Leo stepped forward and punched one attacker straight in the face, dropping him instantly. Seeing their ally fall in a single hit broke the group's momentum immediately. Support me, Leo said to Chelsea. Ah, okay, she replied, still shaken from barely escaping the first attack. After a brief pause, Trayden's group tried to push back in. What are you doing? Attack already. They surged forward again without thinking, unaware that Trayden, their leader, was already slipping away, muttering to himself, I can't go down here. I'll find someone else to handle this. With that, he sprinted forward, putting distance between himself and the fight. Nearby, Celia spotted him and immediately changed course. And that's how Celia and Abad Llewellyn ended up arriving where Leo was. By the time they got there, Chelsea and the group were already sprawled across the ground, defeated. Abad's face lit up the moment he saw his sister. Chelsea ran straight to him, throwing herself into his arms. He quickly tried to steady her. Chelsea, are you all right? Celia watched, a faint smile on her lips, then asked, How did you two end up together? Leo replied casually, I asked her to cooperate with me. She refused stubbornly. So I persuaded her properly. He smiled, a subtle hint that there was more to the story. Celia narrowed her eyes. What are you plotting this time? For some reason, Leo then went around helping every fallen student back to their feet. Chelsea looked at him, confused. Why are you helping them? Leo explained. "There's no point in competing anymore. We're clearing this world together. The beast forest is acting strangely.
Did you see those corpses?
All the moisture drained from their bodies. And that's not the only thing off about this forest. Have you noticed how few monsters there are?" Celia's expression shifted as she considered his words. "Now that you mention it, you're right. It's like something has been hunting them. There must be a high-level monster here, and the others are hiding out of fear." Abad gave a small nod. "I see." Professor Alby's first major feat was taking down a high-level monster. The moment he said it, a wave of lethal intent slammed down over the group. Cold sweat broke out across their bodies instantly. "Looks like it's here already," Leo muttered under his breath. Back with Gulliver Treden, he was using a light spell to scout ahead. "No matter what, Leo, I'll take you down," he muttered through gritted teeth. Then, all at once, he noticed a shadow blocking his path. Treden raised his staff slowly, leaning closer. The moment he realized it was a corpse, he jumped back, shouting, "What is this?" Out of nowhere, something sticky dripped down and splashed onto his staff. Gulliver Treden frowned and slowly lifted his head. The moment he looked up, his whole body froze. Above him loomed a giant spider, its eyes fixed on him as if he was already trapped in its web. Meanwhile, outside the giant pit, some students who had dropped out early were still chatting, acting like nothing had happened. "I got, 15? Maybe 16? A brown-haired student said, excitement in his voice. "Yeah, same here," another replied with a nod. Professor Alby Geron watched them with open disappointment. Out of roughly 500 applicants, none had impressed him yet. Another professor panicked, reminding him they still needed to select around 100 students. Unlike other regions, only 50 were left inside this test. Alby didn't flinch. "If they don't meet my standards, I'm fine with failing all of them. Callian Baden put me in charge because he knows I'll uphold the rules." His gaze shifted to Leo on the screen. A true hero only reveals himself when the situation gets serious. Leo Plav. He's probably already realized something's off in this forest. But the real question is whether he can survive it. Back with Leo's group, they quickly regained their composure and pressed forward. "Damn, it's pitch black," one long-haired student muttered. Celia, leading the group, suddenly stopped and raised a hand. "Wait, something's ahead. Be ready." She drew mana into the tip of her sword, a faint red glow crawling along the blade. A moment later, they saw Gulliver Treden's body pinned in some monstrous grasp.
"What are you?" Before anyone could finish, Abad interrupted. "The one in the back is the real threat."
He began forming a spell, but the magic hadn't fully materialized yet. Leo shouted, stopping him. "Gulliver, wake up and break the crystal now." Treden clenched his teeth and shattered the glass stone in his hand. His body turned to light and vanished from the world. The giant spider hissed in frustration as its prey slipped away at the last second. With Treden out of the way, Abad Llewellyn unleashed his magic. Wind fangs, a storm of razor-sharp wind blades tore into the spider, spraying blood everywhere. But even after such damage, its wounds began sealing instantly at an unbelievable speed. Seeing that regeneration, the entire group went pale. Even this didn't work. Leo's eyes narrowed. "Just as I thought, this is the Spider Princess Tarantula." Recognition hit him instantly. From the side, a student with an axe charged in close. "Take this!" he yelled. But before he could strike, one of the spider's legs slammed him, sending him flying across the battlefield. Celia didn't have time to check on him. Steeling herself, she said, "Then I'll end this in one strike." She began gathering an enormous amount of power at the tip of her sword. Once fully charged, she released it like a beam, punching a hole straight through the spider's head. But the creature's life force was monstrous. Seconds later, the hole in its forehead sealed as if it had never existed. Celia froze, struggling to comprehend what she was seeing. After her attack failed, Abad stepped forward, showing the sheer gap between a mage and a knight. Confident, He unleashed a massive wind blade in a powerful spell barrage. It wrapped around the spider's body, but even that wasn't enough to bring the queen down. If anything, it seemed to enrage her even more. Still, Abad had dealt the heaviest damage anyone had managed so far. And because of that, the spider's killing intent zeroed in on him. Chelsea reacted instantly, firing an attack spell to shield her brother. Even then, Abad only suffered a light wound on his arm.
"Are you all right?" Chelsea asked.
"Thanks, Chelsea," he replied.
Seeing Celia and Abad fail to bring it down, the axe-wielding student slumped in despair. What is this thing? Leo spoke, calm and precise. Its regeneration says it all. She's the daughter of Tarantula, queen of Tartarus, one of Erebus's monsters that once devastated the fairy forest. Everyone stared at Leo as if he'd gone mad, while he sifted through memories rising in his mind. The mana in Alby's left eye, it's the same as the fairy king Tarantula's. This monster once ruled the cursed wild forest and laid waste to the fairy woods. And it even devoured the fairy king's arm. In the middle of the fight, Leo suddenly realized something. He had thought Luna killed Tarantula back then, but the fairy king's right arm inside the spider's stomach had actually kept it alive. To be precise, it was the endless life force of the Ring of Life sustaining it. The whole group braced themselves instantly. If this monster is the key to passing the test, then I'll take it down. Who said that? Abad snapped, and Celia shot him a sharp glare. They kept bombarding the spider with attack after attack. But Leo already knew it wouldn't matter. "It'll just keep regenerating until you run out of mana," he said coldly. "Then what do you suggest?" Celia asked. Leo answered that this would require 2 people working together. Abad shot that down immediately. "No, I'm taking the top score, not you." "What?" Celia snapped back. Seeing them start squabbling again, Leo barked at both of them. If they failed this hero trial, every single one of them would be disqualified. That made both of them stop cold, dropping the argument instantly. Abad said that even if they cooperated, it would take time to prepare an attack strong enough to kill the monster. Until then, only he and Celia could keep it pinned. Celia went quiet, and the others could only watch in confusion. Then Leo stepped forward. "I'll do it," he said, calm and absolutely certain. "You can't be serious. That's suicide. You can't even use aura." "True," Leo said evenly, "but I can hold it off for 5 minutes." Abad frowned. "And if the attack fails," Leo answered without hesitation, "I don't think it will. Fire and wind work well together. Those 2 powers sync better than most people realize." Celia and Abad glanced at each other, the same idea clicking in both their minds at once. Before they could think further, Leo suddenly lunged straight at the spider. He grabbed the axe and drove it straight into the monster's mouth. The spider let out a sharp, piercing scream. Watching it regenerate again, Leo understood the limit of brute force without aura. To buy time, he called out to Chelsea. Chelsea used wind magic to fling every nearby weapon toward him. At the same time, Leo twisted his body and barely dodged a giant spider leg swinging toward him. Chelsea panicked when she realized his plan. "If you keep moving like that, you're going to get hurt." "No time to explain," Leo shot back. "I'll catch them, so don't worry. Just hurry." "Which weapon?" "Any of them," Chelsea asked. "Any of them," Leo replied. Chelsea immediately sent another weapon flying with her wind magic. Just from the sound, Leo could tell what was coming. A short, curved blade, or maybe a double-edged longsword. He kicked off with all his strength and launched himself into the air. Then he reached out and caught both flying weapons mid-air. Using the force of his fall, Leo unleashed a storm of slashes, cutting through one spider leg after another. But under that impact, the blades only lasted a few strikes before shattering. Leo immediately shouted for more weapons, and Chelsea responded without hesitation. One after another, she sent weapons straight to him. Leo demonstrated insane control, hammering the spider so relentlessly it could barely react. Chelsea could only stare. He's our age. But this, he looked like a god of war. Even a bad could no longer look down on him. So he's not just some worthless insect, he muttered. While keeping the spider pinned, Leo took a light cut across his cheek. The warm blood running down made a strange smile spread across his face. I'm still alive. If I can't take down a bug like this, the people in that other world would laugh at me. He grabbed another sword and poured everything into one more strike at the monster. Just like before, the blade shattered, and Leo called for the next one. Chelsea's face suddenly changed. That was the last one. Her words caught Leo off guard. Luckily, Celia had finished preparing her skill. A violent surge of energy exploded around her. "How's that, you filthy bug?" Celia shouted, swinging her sword to unleash a massive pillar of scorching flame. The spider didn't even have time to scream. In an instant, it was reduced to a roasted husk, and the moment it died, a notification from Albie's world appeared before everyone. The first chapter, Wildwood, was finally behind them. Celia collapsed onto her knees, completely spent. She let out a long, shuddering breath and whispered, "It's finally over." Then she turned to Leo, eyes wide with surprise. "You actually held that monster off for a full 5 minutes?" Chelsea jumped in, practically bouncing. "Leo, that was insane. Seriously, you were amazing. For a moment there, you really looked like one of the heroes from the old legends." Leo just let out a quiet sigh. The truth was, he hadn't just looked like a hero, he really was one. Chelsea stared at him, her gaze caught somewhere far away, before blurting out, "I want to be a battle mage, but I'm terrible up close. Please, teach me." Celia smiled quietly to herself. For rookies like them, Leo's training was going to leave a mark they'd never forget. With a teasing grin, she added, "I really hope everyone gets a chance to go through Leo's training at least once." Chelsea blinked, confused, clearly missing the meaning behind that. While the others kept chatting, Leo ignored them. He bent down, picked up the ring from the ground, and held it up, studying it quietly.
"Did this come from whatever dropped the ring?" he murmured.
Suddenly, a beam of light shot out of the ring, and a tiny winged figure appeared before him. Leo recognized it immediately. "Silrod, do you remember me?" "I'm Kyle," the little figure said. Prince Silrod offered a faint smile, like memories were stirring deep inside him. Then his form dissolved into light and slipped back into the ring. Leo watched silently, realizing Silrod now looked every bit the fairy king. And with the treasure Albie had found, Leo had also awakened the mana eye. The space around them started to fracture, and a voice echoed out, counting down their exit from the trial zone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Their reward for clearing the trial revealed itself, the Fairy King's oath. Then a shadowy figure appeared in front of Leo, whispering something he couldn't quite hear. Its face was hidden in darkness, but Leo froze, a strange certainty locking him in place. Time passed, and the story shifted to a crowded town. An old man scanned a report, muttering quietly that the exam in the Western Territory seemed to be finished. This man was Callian Baden, Master Swordsman and Headmaster of Lumen Academy. Nearby, a girl looked buried under piles of paperwork. "That one's done," she said, "but the other regions still have a long way to go." "How many students did Professor Albie pass?" Callian glanced over the report and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Albie did better than I expected. 40 students made it through." The secretary let out a weary sigh. "That's a lot." Callian laughed softly. "Don't look so tense. I thought maybe 10 at most." The secretary's curiosity got the better of her. "First place must have gone to Celia Zeringer or Abad Llewellyn, right? Who actually got it?" Callian admitted it hadn't been easy, but in the end, one student was chosen as the freshman representative. The secretary's eyes went wide. Professor Albie picked someone himself? That's unexpected. Was it Celia or Abad? Callian shook his head. It was a name he'd never even heard before. Even he hadn't expected Albie to give that student such high praise. I want to see what kind of student this really is. And that student was Leo Plov. The reason was simple. He had the makings of a hero. Soon after, the scene shifted again, landing inside a massive bathhouse. Leo, our main character, sank into the warm water, finally letting himself relax. Injuries like his needed time to heal. "This feels nice," he murmured, leaning back against the bath's edge. Then, a dark, mysterious voice echoed in his mind. "The reward for passing is the vow of the Fairy King." Leo blinked, wondering if stepping into a living hero's world was even supposed to come with a reward. Normally, it didn't. Yet somehow, he was the only one who'd received one.
"Just me," he whispered, and before he could think it through,
Raina stepped into the bath, leaving Leo frozen in shock. "Mother?"
What is it?
he asked, still staring. Her expression grew serious. "Leo, do you know why I was cast out of the Zeringer clan? When she chose to save a comrade, she lost the Zeringer flame. Still, she never once regretted that choice. Leo, I want you to use your strength and talent in the right way." Then her face softened into a warm, bright smile. "Congratulations on being accepted into Lumen Academy." Time moved on, and the scene shifted again, now to the great city of Lumen, where Lumen Academy stood proudly. Leo and the others arrived through a spatial teleportation gate. Finally, the children had reached Lumen. "Make sure you've got all your belongings before leaving the gate," a voice reminded them. Leo gazed across the river at the sprawling city and whispered, "So this is the center of Lumen, and that's Lumen Academy." Then a familiar voice called out, "Leo, how was the past month?" It was his uncle, Jis. Jis waved at him. "Congratulations on passing the entrance exam," Leo nodded. "Thanks, uncle, but what are you doing here?" Instead of answering right away, Jis asked, "Do you know why our clan has been arguing nonstop this whole past month?" Leo guessed it had something to do with deciding who would inherit the Phoenix Breath. "Exactly. Your mother may have been cast out of the clan, but you're still her son." Jiz explained that the elders had taken notice after Leo survived the brutal Western exam. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out a golden key, and pressed it into Leo's hand. "This is the key to the auxiliary space. Go on, open it." Leo turned the key through the air, as if unlocking a door that only he could sense. In an instant, a strange grimoire appeared before him, radiating an elegant, almost noble presence. Jis instructed him to place a single drop of blood onto the page. Leo bit his fingertip and let a few drops fall. The book erupted in blinding light. As strange symbols swirled across the pages, Jis said, "From now on, only you will be able to read this book. Learning the Zeringer clan's secret arts won't be easy, but something tells me you'll pick them up faster than anyone." Then Gis gave Leo a firm pat on the shoulder, his voice steady and confident. "Congratulations, you're officially part of the Zeringer clan." The scene shifted to a roadside tavern, where Leo had arranged to meet Celia. Scanning the crowd, Leo accidentally bumped into a girl around his age. The books she was carrying tumbled to the ground in a messy heap. "Sorry, I wasn't watching," Leo apologized. The girl scrambled to pick up her books, flustered before rushing off. In her hurry, she left behind her student ID. Leo picked it up and murmured the name aloud. Chloe Muller, a first-year student at Lumen Academy. For now, Leo tucked it aside and headed into the tavern. Celia was already waiting, and the moment she saw him, she started scolding. "Leo, you're seriously late. We still need uniforms, textbooks. There's a mountain of stuff left to do." Leo apologized, explaining he had to meet his uncle first. Celia leaned in, eyes wide. "So they finally decided? What happened?" Instead of answering with words, Leo demonstrated bright wings of flame spread from his back. "So this is how it works?" he said casually, as if showing off something normal. Everything in Celia's hands slipped to the floor. "No way. It took me 3 whole weeks just to sense the presence of that secret technique," she muttered, stunned. Celia could only stare, speechless. "Leo, what are you?" And honestly, you couldn't blame her. Leo was a legendary hero, someone who could grasp techniques almost the moment he saw them. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the harbor. A massive ship powered by a modern engine appeared, and the freshmen gawked openly. "Whoa, it's huge." A professor stepped forward, introducing himself. "Welcome, freshmen. I'm Professor Ain Elendu, in charge of the Novice Knights. We're leaving for Lumen now. Get on board." The crowd surged onto the ship all at once. Inside, a lavish spread of desserts was already laid out. As everyone began digging in, a voice called out to Leo and Celia, "Hey, you two over there? Got a second? My name's Carl Thomas, from the Kingdom of Moira. I deal in everything. Potions, weapons, whatever you need. Once school starts, come find me." He handed them a card, mentioning he was an alchemist carrying all kinds of goods. Celia frowned, annoyed at being mistaken for a couple with Leo, while he replied calmly, "Nice to meet you. I'm Leo Plov, from the Kingdom of Dalad." Carl blinked. "Dalad? So you passed the Western Regional exam?" "Not bad," Carl said, impressed. Leo, however, was already scanning the area, a strange look crossing his face. "Is it just me? Or does something feel off? It's too quiet. Something doesn't feel right." Celia sighed. "Isn't it normal to welcome freshmen like this after they pass the exam?" Carl nodded while shoveling cake into his mouth. "Yeah, no reason to treat students badly before they even enroll." But the instant he spoke, the ship lurched violently. A massive tentacle shot up from the sea below. It slammed into the ship, cracking the deck, and screams echoed everywhere. "Professor Ain Elendu? Help us!" But Professor Ain Elendu simply sipped his wine calmly. "Help yourselves. You are students of Lumen Academy. Hero candidates. When danger shows up, you're the ones who have to face it." He looked ahead. Rising from the sea was a colossal octopus, its mouth lined with row after row of jagged fangs. Celia snapped instantly at the sudden chaos, grinding the cake in her hand under her boot. Leo drew his sword in one smooth motion, cutting through a tentacle. "Celia, calm down," he called. She shot back without missing a beat. "Worry about yourself first." Then, with a burst of energy, she kicked off and charged, her sword blazing with light. The octopus reacted immediately, opening its mouth and blasting a stream of water straight at her. Soaked instantly, Celia glared. Leo, unbothered, said flatly, "That's normal. It sprays when it senses heat." Basic knowledge. His calm tone only fueled her anger further. Elsewhere on the ship, one unlucky student was caught in a tentacle's grip, mere seconds from being devoured. "You damn octopus!" Leo clenched his jaw and rushed forward. Together, they struck, slicing the tentacle clean off with ease. Meanwhile, Carl huddled under a table, his eyes wide as he watched Leo and Celia fight side by side. So that's Celia's real strength, the top scorer from the Western region. But then a new thought hit him. Who exactly is this Leo? Before he could dwell on it, a frozen tentacle shot at him, nearly crushing him. "Hey, watch where you're throwing that!" he shouted at the one responsible. Leo turned and instantly recognized the girl he had bumped into earlier. Her control over ice magic was sharp and precise, far beyond ordinary skill. She glared at Carl. "If you can't defend yourself, stay out of the way." Carl muttered under his breath, "Man, the strong really don't care what happens to the rest of us." And as if cursed, another severed tentacle flew straight at him. This time, Abad and Chelsea stepped in. "The competition's not over yet." "Celia Zeringer," Abad reminded her. "Same to you," Celia shot back. The students threw themselves into the battle, while Professor Ain Elendu calmly sipped his wine. The lake leading to Lumen Academy is full of monsters, he murmured, and this one serves as a fine welcome party. Watching the top students in action, his eyes narrowed slightly. Just as expected. The leaders of the strongest groups were all here. Chen Xia from the east, Celia Zeringer and Abad Llewellyn from the west, Chloe Muller from the north, Warden Tidden from the south, and Duran from the central region. This year's freshmen were clearly on another level. But the one who drew the most attention was an unknown freshman. His swordsmanship was flawless, every move precise, anticipating the Kraken's attacks like he could see into its mind. "I'll be keeping an eye on him in night class," Ain Ilendu said with an intrigued smile. With the combined efforts of the top students, the Kraken was finally defeated. Not long after, the ship reached Lumen Academy. But the moment everyone stepped off, nausea hit hard, pale-faced, miserable. Carl groaned, "At this rate, I feel like I've already burned through all my supplies." Professor Ain Ilendu jumped from the bow. "You'll be crossing that lake plenty of times. Better get used to it. Now then, we head to the enrollment hall." The scene shifted to Lumen Academy's Elekra training grounds. Freshmen gathered while onlookers lingered at the edges, clearly scouting for talent. "See? I told you none of them were ordinary. Hopefully there's someone interesting this year." Quiet whispers moved through the crowd. Setting that aside, Professor Ain Ilendu called out, "We'll begin the enrollment ceremony now. Line up by region, and the top scorer from each region stands in front. The principal will now address you." The students straightened quickly, forming neat lines. Once the lines were set, Killian Baden spoke. "You're here because you want to become heroes. Let me say a few words. If being a hero is truly your dream, put yourself first and push beyond your limits. Anyone who can't do that doesn't belong here." Fired up, he slammed his hand on the podium, shattering it instantly. The sudden smash froze the crowd. No one even thought to clap. Seeing the silence, Killian paused. Did I overdo it? Finally, the students erupted into cheers, and his face lit up immediately. Still, the applause didn't seem loud enough for him. "I can't hear you," he muttered. The professors behind him exchanged blank stares. Over time, the headmaster's grand image kept cracking. Putting that aside, the host announced the freshman representative's speech. "The representative is Leo Plov. Please come to the stage." Leo froze, glancing at Albie. The professor just smiled and gave a small nod. With no way to refuse, Leo stepped forward and began reading the prepared speech in front of the professors and incoming students. "We, the freshmen, will enroll at Lumen as proud members of this academy. Blah, blah. Thank you." The host guided him back down, nodding. "Thank you, Leo. Now then," they continued, as freshman representative, "tell us, what's your goal?" Leo caught on instantly. The academy wanted him to push buttons, provoke the students who had nearly earned that spot themselves. So the real question boiled down to one thing. Was he going to challenge them or not? "Hello, I'm Leo Plov, your freshman representative. If any of you want this position, come take it." It didn't matter who they were. The confidence in his voice made even the teachers pause for a beat. For a moment, they almost thought he might actually behave. They'd been expecting a calm, uneventful enrollment this year. As afternoon rolled on, the scene shifted to the tall dorm buildings, where guides led the freshmen inside. "You've had a long day. Starting tomorrow, you'll have a full week of exploration classes. You can pick whichever classes you want, and afterward choose 3 specialized subjects. So rest up tonight. You don't want to be late on your first day?" Just before going into his room, Carl called out, "Leo, our rooms are right next to each other. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Good night." Leo nodded slightly. "Yeah? See you then?" Inside, Leo tossed his suitcase onto the bed and collapsed without even changing. But that didn't mean he was relaxing. He closed his eyes, and his mind drifted into a space like an endless library, stretching far beyond what anyone could count. There was only one thing Leo wanted to find at Lumen. He hoped this would be the place where his story as a hero truly began. Time passed quickly, and by morning the scene shifted to the dining hall. Leo was eating alone when Carl arrived, a tray piled 3 times higher than normal. He sat beside him. "Let's eat together." Leo didn't mind and simply nodded. Sure. But trouble followed almost immediately. A tray slammed down in front of him, and someone shouted, "Freshman representative, did you really mean what you said yesterday?" It was Duran Moira, captain of the Central Region, one of the standout students Ain Ilendu had already noticed. His meal looked ordinary, aside from a hamburger with a tiny flag stuck in it. Leo kept eating as if nothing had happened. Looks like what I said yesterday hit a nerve. Then again, when a stranger walks up looking for a fight. That's not surprising, he said calmly. That only made Duran's face tighten further. Seeing Leo brush him off, he snapped, "Do you even know who I am? I'm the captain of the Central Region." But Leo and Carl, like 2 starving beasts, just kept eating, not giving him a glance. At that point, Duran looked less threatening and more like a clown begging for attention, completely ignored by both of them. Finally, Duran couldn't hold back any longer. He kicked his tray, sending Leo's flying too. But for Leo, it wasn't a problem. With absurd precision, he swept his arm and caught every piece of food, returning it to the plates as if it were nothing. Not a single bite went to waste. He even caught Carl's food for him. Then, calmly, Leo added extra ingredients to the hamburger in front of him, turning it into a perfect double cheeseburger. "Throwing away food this good," he said with a faint smile, "that's unforgivable." Watching his attempt at provocation fail completely, Duran finally lost it. "I'll drag you down from that throne right now. I can't stand someone weaker than me acting this arrogant," he growled. But before they could clash, a huge arm dropped over both their shoulders, freezing them in place. It was Professor Ain Ilendu. In a cold voice, he said, causing a disturbance. "Huh? We'll handle that." A Central Region captain and the freshman representative fighting on day 1 at Lumen. "Maybe the 2 of you are already ready for what comes next?" His tone carried enough danger to make them swallow hard. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the Night Division's exploration class. The students had been waiting, but Professor Ain Ilendu still hadn't explained anything. Finally, a brown-haired student spoke up. "Excuse me, Professor, but class is about to start." At the same time, Celia was wondering why Leo hadn't shown up yet. Then, almost as if in answer, Leo and Duran walked in, both drenched in sweat, looking like they had just run 10 laps around the courtyard. Celia hurried to Leo. "What happened? Did you get into a fight?" Leo didn't explain. He just glanced at Duran with an amused smirk. Once everyone was settled, Professor Ain Ilendu began the class. "All right, looks like everyone's here." "Welcome, freshmen. I'm Ain Ilendu, professor in charge of first-year nights." Duran continued glaring at Leo like sparks could fly from his eyes at any second. Carl noticed immediately. "Oh, day 1 and we're already in a full-on psychological war." Ain Ilendu didn't care about their little feud, so he jumped straight into the lesson. He began explaining the 3 major powers, mana, magic power, and aura. Then he asked, "Aura is the hardest to control. Anyone know why?" Celia didn't hesitate. "Because once mana becomes aura, it loses its flexibility." Ain. Ilendu nodded in approval. "Exactly. Magic and spirit power both use mana freely. Aura is different. It takes that mana and refines it, matching it to the body." He scanned the room. Now, who can explain how the aura stored in the body is actually used? Celia thought to herself, isn't it just about pushing power through and seeing what happens? When no one answered, Leo spoke up. "You use aura by burning mana?" Ain Ilendu raised an eyebrow, surprised, then nodded. "Right. And when you burn mana, what matters most?" "Endurance," Leo replied calmly. Watching Leo answer question after question, Ain Ilendu's interest clearly grew. Leo Plov, have you studied aura before? No. Leo shook his head slightly. Ain Elendu smiled faintly, and yet someone who's never been formally taught already grasps the heart of aura. He waved off the theory. Enough talking. Let's move. He gathered energy in his legs and stepped onto the air as if it were solid ground. This is the aura step. The basic idea is simple. Focus aura into your feet. Once you get that, the ways you can use it are almost limitless. The students split into groups to try the technique for themselves. It wasn't easy. Most of them struggled, failing to get it right at all, except for Celia, the genius everyone already knew about. She picked it up quickly, then looked at Leo with a smug smile. "Call me Big Sister, and maybe I'll teach you." Leo replied in his usual calm tone, "The principle behind aura isn't that different." He didn't need her help. Ain Elendu noticed Duran staring at Leo. A smile spread across the professor's face, like he'd just thought of something fun. He clapped to get everyone's attention. This morning was a bit chaotic. Chelsea Llewellyn tilted her head. "What do you mean, Professor?" Ain Elendu called Leo and Duran to the front. Then he asked, "Duran Moira, what exactly is bothering you?" Duran answered, "I'm not angry. I just can't stand looking at him." Ain Elendu seemed to understand immediately and gave them a chance to settle it. "Take it to the field. The Central Region Captain, Duran Moira, and the freshman representative, Leo Plov, will face off one-on-one in a race to decide the class representative. You may use aura freely. No restrictions." Duran stiffened at the words. The second Carl realized what was happening, he jumped at the chance to start a betting pool. "Place your bets. We've got the genius of the Moira family, born from a heroic bloodline, the master of thunder aura himself, Duran Moira. Or the dark horse from the outskirts, the mysterious freshman representative who keeps putting captains in their place, Leo Plov." Students immediately started whispering. "He's the freshman rep. He should show us something, right? But from what I saw with Celia, he doesn't even look like he can do the aura step. What have you heard about him? At lunch yesterday, I couldn't stand that guy. Not every Central Region captain is easy to beat. That freshman rep still hasn't proved anything." Ain Elendu ignored the chatter, waiting until both were ready. "Whoever reaches the finish line first wins, and no matter who wins, both of you accept it properly. That is the spirit of a knight. On your marks." Celia tried to reason it out. Logically, Leo shouldn't win. But her instincts screamed the same thing they always did. Leo always goes beyond expectations. "Go!" at the signal. Leo and Duran shot forward at full speed. With his aura advantage, Duran immediately surged ahead. "I'm taking the lead, rookie," he shouted over his shoulder, blasting forward like a rocket. His speed drew instant admiration. "Whoa, that's Duran, all right." But when everyone looked at Leo, they could only shake their heads. "He's terrible." I knew it. Making him representative is a joke. No way that's acceptable. Chelsea Llewellyn shouted from the side. "Go, Leo!" Meanwhile, Duran was already halfway through the course, moving like lightning. Carl looked worried. He's already halfway around the track. Leo saw it too. Then, approaching the turn, he suddenly stopped dead. At the same time, he focused aura into the soles of his feet. Then, without hesitation, he launched himself off the track, leaving Celia staring in confusion. What kind of insane move was Leo pulling this time? All eyes were glued to him as Leo sprang off the ground, landing on the observation platform. He held his balance there for only a heartbeat, but it was enough. His gaze locked on Duran just ahead, and then, with every ounce of power in his legs, he launched forward. The impact of that step was brutal. The ground beneath him split apart instantly. Leo shot forward like a missile fired from a cannon. As he passed Duran, he threw out a quick jab. "I'm taking this one first, slowpoke." Before Duran could even react, Leo had already crossed the finish line. And it wasn't just Duran who was stunned. The students who had been laughing moments ago were frozen, staring at him in disbelief. There was no laughing this off now. Duran, the fastest in the class, had just been beaten. And no, Leo hadn't even used aura step. The others exchanged baffled looks, trying to process what they'd just witnessed. But Celia noticed what everyone else missed. Leo hadn't used aura step. He'd executed the Phoenix step. Chelsea, Llewellyn, and Carl didn't overthink it. They were like kids at a carnival, just thrilled that Leo had won. Professor Ain Ilendu, with all his experience, saw it all clearly. Just as he suspected, Duran had cranked up his speed with his signature Thunder Aura, but Leo's control over his power was on another level entirely, even if he wasn't technically faster. He'd condensed his fire aura into his feet, turning it into an insanely forceful step. For someone his age, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Maybe a true hero was finally emerging. The thought tugged a quiet smile onto the professor's face. After the race, Leo approached Duran and extended his hand. Nice race, Duran. If it had gone longer, who knows? But Duran wasn't about to hide his bitterness. He slapped Leo's hand away, called him an arrogant loser, and stormed off. Leo didn't react. Instead, Chelsea and Llewellyn rushed over, practically buzzing with excitement. "Leo, that was amazing. You have to train with me sometime." Carl looked at Celia with a pout. "Why are you only watching him and not me? Don't you care about me too?" Celia stared like he'd lost his mind. Then Carl suggested they hit a cafe after class, adding that this time he'd pay. "Looks like that bet worked out for you today." Leo shook his head. "Sorry, everyone. I've got somewhere else to be." Carl blinked, confused. "Where are you going?" "I'm heading to a summoning lecture," Leo said simply. Carl just stared. Why would a night division student be attending a summoning class? Even Celia let out a small sigh. Honestly, she had no clue either. As Leo walked toward the lecture, one thought kept looping in his mind. Why had the Fairy King's reward come as an oath? Rewards in a hero's world usually tied directly to the ruler's power, and his reward clearly linked to summoning. But Master Alby was a pure mage, with no summoning ties at all. Normally, he'd get a spell to contract a fairy spirit, then go to the fairy realm to use it. Right now, it was basically useless, Leo thought. Then a woman's voice sliced through his thoughts. "So, you actually came to the summoning class." Leo turned to see Chen Xia, captain of the Eastern Division. She looked 17. She gave him a small nod. "Nice to meet you." Leo smiled back. "Nice to meet you, too." Xia raised her hand casually. "Just call me Xia." "I thought you were only a night division student. Didn't expect you to care about summoning." Leo shrugged. "I'm into spirit studies." Xia smiled softly. "Then I guess we'll be seeing each other a lot." Leo asked what kind of spirit she had. Xia said hers was water attribute, then tilted her head curiously. "What about you? Can I see your spirit?" Leo admitted he hadn't formed a contract yet. Xia blinked. "Really? Then if you ever need help, come find me. I can give advice on spirit contracts."
All right, I'll remember that. Leo studied her more closely. "By the way, how old are you?"
17. You're 15, right? I saw you with Celia earlier. Leo thought to himself, for 17, she looked much younger. Honestly, younger than even Chelsea. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Xia seemed to notice. "Were you just thinking something rude?" "No," Leo said immediately, glancing away. Xia smiled and let it slide. "Anyway, Leo, your match with Duran was impressive. One day, I want you to accept my challenge." Leo grinned. "Of course." Then the scene shifted to the summoning class, and the moment Leo stepped in, he froze.
That's it? Only this many people?
Xia looked a bit awkward. Summoning wasn't popular, and this class was still experimental. Leo glanced around, surprised. and they were holding the class in a meadow. Suddenly, a huge shadow swept over them. The group panicked instantly. A black dragon? Where did that come from? Move! A student yelled in terror. As the chaos swelled, a calm voice boomed from above. It's only acting like that because it likes you, kid. Nice to meet you, first years. I'm Yura Marnin. I'll be teaching your summoning class this year. The boys couldn't take their eyes off her. Her face was striking, her presence commanding. Their hearts raced, and a few of them were already thinking the same thing. I want to be the professor's familiar. Even Leo had to admit she was stunning. If Duino had been here, he probably would have lost it, making a scene like always. Once everyone calmed down, Professor Yura Marnin turned back to the group. All right, rookies, if you're standing here, that means each of you has some talent for summoning. Yes, ma'am, they answered together. Yura nodded, satisfied. Good, loud and clear. Now let's not waste any more time. Head straight to the training ground. She then called over her assistant, Carlo. A young man with white hair and glasses stepped forward, a griffin at his side. Carlo was the first-year teaching assistant for summoning. With the mounts ready, Yura gave her instructions. You'll be riding in pairs. Get on the griffins. One student hesitated, raising his voice nervously. Professor, it's our first time riding griffins. He looked to Yura, silently asking for guidance. Instead, she fixed him with a sharp glare. What, you don't want to learn? If you can't handle it, go back. With that, Yura mounted the black dragon and shot into the sky, leaving the first years behind, staring after her. Carlo motioned urgently. Come on, everyone, follow the professor. But once they climbed aboard, the students discovered riding griffins was much easier than they'd imagined. Chen Xia took the lead, pairing up with Leo. Leo, can I hold the reins? She asked, eyes bright with curiosity. He blinked, but nodded. Sure, go ahead. Once everyone settled, they surged after Yura. The cool sea breeze whipped past, and the thrill of flying finally hit them. So riding griffins is actually this amazing? Hey, switch with me. I want to turn. Voices buzzed as students shouted to swap places, laughter and excitement filling the air. Xia grinned. I was nervous, but it's way calmer than I expected. Leo leaned closer. Be careful. Griffins aren't easy for beginners to control. She tilted her head. Huh? But it's being so gentle. Leo was about to explain when Yura let out a sharp whistle. Everyone flinched, and in the next moment, the griffins' moods flipped completely. They grew aggressive, wild, and almost impossible to manage. This is bad. They won't listen anymore. Why all of a sudden? Professor, help! But Yura didn't flinch. She called down sharply. You call yourselves Lumen students and can't handle a griffin? Control them yourselves. On Leo and Xiao's griffin, the sudden shift threw Xiao off completely. Leo slipped an arm around her waist and guided her hand to the reins. Griffins are proud. Force them, and they resist harder. Leo, what are you? Xiao's cheeks flushed red. Leo ignored it, taking the reins himself. Forward. The griffin steadied instantly and surged ahead. Yura called out her praise. That's it. Very nice. Then she turned to Carlo. The first-year rep is that night division student, right? Carlo checked his notes and nodded. Yes? Yura asked. Does he raise griffins at home? Carlo shook his head. No. He's not from a noble family with griffins. Yura's eyes lit up. Raw talent. A real gem, she murmured, rubbing her chin as her interest in Leo grew. The scene shifted to Summoning Island, the training ground. Most students were collapsed on the sand, recovering from the griffin ride. Leo wandered around, taking in the area and trying to understand the space. Then something caught his eye. A fruit someone had picked, but closer inspection revealed a feather stuck inside. A feather star, he thought, frowning slightly. Xia noticed his expression. What's wrong, Leo? He shook his head. Nothing. Yura didn't give them time to linger. Stop spacing out. Pay attention. From here on, you'll be taking a practical test. The group froze, then erupted in complaints. A practical test on the first day? This is summoning class. Why are we tested already? Yura answered without missing a beat. Summoning takes far longer to master than other fields. You all know that, right? Just controlling mana isn't enough. To form a contract with a spirit, you need to be in harmony with it. And to command a summoned beast, you must first master taming it. That's why there are fewer heroes from the summoning department. But once a summoner reaches the top, they can do truly extraordinary things. Isn't that the hero you came here to be? At that moment, Eliza Hergen, the white-haired girl from the Northern Hergen clan of summoner heroes, stepped forward. So what exactly is the test? Yura explained that this island was a summoning ground, a place teeming with creatures summoned from all corners, living freely around them. And since summoned beasts were essentially a summoner's weapon, this test had one clear purpose: to see who could truly tame them. The task itself was simple on paper. Head into the forest, tame a summoned creature, and bring it back. Once a contract was formed, that creature became yours. Excitement lit up the group instantly. This was Lumen Academy at its core. Without hesitation, they dashed into the forest, each hunting for the creature they wanted. Just as Leo started walking in, Eliza's voice called out, "So the first-year representative is here too. I've been hearing rumors you beat Duran. So what should we expect from you in summoning class?" Leo answered, calm as ever, "I'll just do my best." Then he turned and continued walking. Eliza watched him leave, her brows tightening slightly, a hint of irritation crossing her face. Yura noticed the small exchange and smiled to herself. These two might turn out to be some of the most important first years of all. Before long, a few students had already managed to tame creatures. Leo, however, kept searching, still unable to find the right one. That's the first-year rep, right? But he went way too deep into the forest. Another student shrugged. Whatever. If he comes back empty-handed and loses points, he'll probably be sent back to the night division. Leo ignored the chatter and pressed deeper into the woods, making sure no one else was around. Then he pulled out the feather he'd found earlier. He raised his fire aura and set it ablaze, just as I thought. But that faint smile vanished immediately. A deafening explosion erupted behind him. Back at the campsite, Reyna suddenly looked uneasy. "Do you think Leo will be all right?" The person next to her, holding a plate of food, shook their head. "It's only been the first few days of school, Reyna. Are you already worrying this much?" She gave a small nod and took a sip of water, unaware that her son was already in serious danger. This heat, it was the power of one of the three greatest summoning masters, a phoenix. Leo froze, stunned for a moment. Then a voice spoke from in front of him. "So you're the child of Zeringer's star. I can smell Reyna's flame on you." Leo looked up, caught off guard. "You know my mother?" the voice softened. "Your mother? Then I was right. If she has a child your age, yes, of course I know your mother. I owe Reyna a great debt." The voice belonged to Firina, a phoenix and one of the three legendary spirit beasts. Her body shimmered with flame, but her eyes held warmth when they met Leo's. She introduced herself calmly. "My name is Firina," Leo replied respectfully. "I'm Reyna's son, Leo." "Phoenix Firina. My name is Leo Plov. What was your connection to my mother? You said you owed her." Firina's gaze drifted, memories surfacing. "Your mother once saved my summoner, Luna. While exploring a dungeon in Saren, Luna had lost all her companions and was facing death alone. Your mother came to rescue her, but in the process, Reyna's aura was burned away. If that hadn't happened, Reyna would have gone on to become a hero." Hearing this, Leo felt his chest tighten, but he spoke quietly. "My mother told me she never regretted that day." Firina gave a small smile. "Yes, That really is the kind of knight she is. Leo asked why she was on Summoning Island. Farina didn't answer directly. I can't tell you. Instead, she shifted the conversation. But you're a knight, aren't you? What are you doing on this island? I'm studying summoning, Leo answered simply. Farina blinked and let out an amused little snort. Interesting. So this is fate, Leo Plav. At last, I can repay the debt I owe your mother. She reached out, placing a golden egg into Leo's arms, glowing warmly. This is my son. One day, when you become a great summoner, I want you to form a contract with him. The summoner originally meant to receive him won't be so lucky. Leo looked down at the egg. Can I do it right now? Farina froze, trying to stop him. It's too soon. You could die if you do it now. But it was already too late. Oh no, that reckless way you throw yourself into things just like Reina. I wish you luck. In the next instant, Leo's consciousness sank into a dark void. Before him floated a mass of warm light. He reached out, touching it, and in that moment the flame erupted, engulfing him in a swirling vortex of fire. The heat was unbearable. This was no ordinary fire. It was the flame of a phoenix. To wield a flame like this, a phoenix had to endure this kind of agony every single day. A creature that survives by burning itself, only to rise again and again. I understand your pain, Leo whispered, and I'll carry it with you. The flames seemed to sense Leo's emotions, softening and settling into a gentle glow. Back in the real world, the eggshell cracked open, lifting from Leo's hand. It hovered there, flames being drawn inside as if pulled by an invisible current.
Did it work? Farina asked, her voice tense with anticipation. Leo's grin spread wide. Yeah, I did it.
Farina's eyes lit up, her smile radiating pure joy. You really are something else, Leo Plav. You're on your way to becoming the greatest summoner. Congratulations on forming the contract. This little one's name is Fiora. I'm placing her in your care. Farina smiled as she spoke, but there was a clear weight in her eyes. The newborn had barely felt its mother's warmth before being entrusted to someone else. Leo stared at the tiny phoenix, skepticism written all over his face. This is a phoenix. It looks exactly like a baby chick. The little bird tilted its head and chirped, only reinforcing Leo's belief that he'd just been handed a regular chick. The scene shifted back to Professor Yura Marnin. One by one, students who had successfully summoned creatures returned to report. Yura glanced at Carlo. Time? She asked. 5 minutes left, he replied. Only 4 students still out there. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered closer. A massive black bear appeared. It was Chen Jia's summoned creature. Professor, am I in time? Jia asked. Breathless and worn as if she'd just fought through a storm, Yura gave her a nod of approval. Taming a water bear as an apprentice knight? That's impressive, Yura said. Almost at the same time, Warden returned, riding a colossal bird. Its dark, swirling form marked it as a spirit beast, a creature even elite summoner families struggled to tame. Yura praised him as well. Warden explained he hadn't formed a contract yet, but Yura waved it off. It's fine. Better than coming back empty-handed. Then Eliza Hergen appeared, mounted atop a giant white serpent. The sight made everyone catch their breath. I formed a contract since my family didn't already have this one, she said, calm and composed. Yura recognized it instantly. A Gorgon snake, excellent. Carlo reminded her, Professor, class time's over. The last student is returning. All eyes turned to see Leo strolling out of the forest, casual as ever. Perched on his head was a tiny chick. The other students immediately burst into laughter. What is that? He tamed a chicken? What an idiot! He probably gave up because he couldn't summon anything real. But the moment Yura laid eyes on that round-eyed little chick, her expression froze. That little creature is a phoenix. Time passed, and the scene shifted to Yura's office. Leo had been called in for a private meeting. Outside the door, he straightened his clothes once. Then he knocked lightly. "Come in," Yura's voice called from inside. Stepping into the room, Leo asked, "I heard you wanted to see me?" Yura gestured toward the chair in front of her. "Sit." Her eyes scanned him, disbelief still lingering. "Seriously, this is the first time I've ever seen a phoenix with my own eyes. I didn't even know phoenixes lived on Summoning Island. A first year forming a contract with a phoenix that's never happened in all of Lumen's history. I know exactly what you are, Leo." Her gaze locked onto his, all seriousness. Sitting across from her, Leo swallowed hard, worried that his true identity might slip out. Even if he'd done nothing wrong, returning as a hero after 5,000 years was bound to attract attention. But he was already worrying too far ahead. The next moment, Yura Marnin pulled him into a hug, praising him as a once-in-history summoning prodigy. "I want to honor what you've accomplished, but your contract with the Phoenix has to stay secret for now. If people find out this early, it'll just stir unnecessary chaos. When the trial classes wrap up, choose the summoning department as your major. You have what it takes to become a summoner hero remembered for generations," she said, patting his shoulder with confidence. The next day arrived. In the hallway, Chloe Muller, an ice attribute mage, yawned long and wide. Leo and Carl spotted her instantly. "At this rate, your jaw's gonna crack open, Chloe."
"You look wiped out," Carl joked. Chloe gave a tired glance back. "I stayed up late reading magic books," she replied.
Leo remembered the student card. "You're Chloe Muller, right? Here, you can have your card back." Chloe recognized him immediately. "Oh, so it was you. Thanks, first-year rep." The three of them then headed to class together, in pretty good spirits. "Today's trial class is magic, right, Leo? Are you taking it too?" Carl asked, curious. "Since it's still the trial period, I want to sit in on as many classes as I can," Leo said calmly. Carl looked at him enviously. "Man, that's nice. I'm only taking this one since I'm focused on magic." Then Carl leaned closer and whispered, "That's Chloe Muller, the Ice Queen aiming to top the magic department." Leo glanced over and immediately realized Chloe's icy stare was locked on him. A shiver ran down Carl's spine and he recoiled instinctively. "It's freezing. I'm heading to the back." But before he could even take a step, a sharp pillar of ice shot up from the floor, blocking his path. Without a word, Chloe stepped forward and nudged Carl straight into the front row. "Worried you won't keep up with the lesson? Don't worry, I've got you." She grabbed him by the collar like he was some tiny stray animal. Carl looked moments away from tears, while Leo tried his best to keep a straight face and not laugh at the scene. A few moments later, the mage siblings, Abad and Chelsea, approached, greeting Leo with friendly smiles. Then, after a few more minutes, the teacher finally entered the classroom. The moment he walked in, the girls all lit up. "Wow, he's actually handsome." In a firm voice, he introduced himself. "I'm Len Horace, and I'll be teaching your magic class this year." He dropped a thick stack of test papers onto the desk. "Before we even start the trial class, you'll be taking a written exam on magic theory." Len snapped his fingers, and the papers scattered across the room, each landing neatly in a student's hands. The students froze. "We haven't even learned anything yet, and there's already a test? Wait, a test on the first day of a trial class?" Len didn't even blink. "Yes, if you can't meet the standard, you won't be joining my class. For Lumen students, this is basic." He then pointed to his assistant. "Hand your completed exams to Anna." Anna gave a small wave. "Just bring them over when you're done." Leo looked down at the questions and nearly froze. "So this is modern magic now? Why are these formulas so complicated?" All he could do was mutter to himself that he really should have studied modern magic first. Meanwhile, the other students bent their heads and got to work. quickly realizing the exam wasn't nearly as difficult as they expected. Huh, this is easier than I thought. Still, the last question tripped up almost everyone. I finished everything except that one quiet murmurs began spreading across the room. Leo, on the other hand, felt his head about to split. Out of the whole exam, he'd only solved one question. I really should have studied modern magic first. Defeated, he handed his paper to Anna. Thinking he could study magic on his own later, Leo quietly left the classroom. With only his knowledge of ancient magic, staying any longer would have just made him look foolish. Len began grading the exams right there. Over the past 100 years, magic has evolved. Before, casting a spell required full understanding. Now, most just memorize the activation conditions. But that progress has also lowered the standard for what it means to be a mage. As he spoke, a veil of light rose from his hand and spread upward. In an instant, the classroom transformed into a vast, mystical space, stretching out like the cosmos itself. The students could only stare. Len explained, "This is the essence of magic, reconstructed from the end back to the beginning. I don't want memorization. I want you to learn how to create magic of your own. This exam has 49 questions, 1 point each, just to measure memorization. But the final question is worth 51 points because it tests whether you can understand the very nature of magic itself. I hope at least one of you can solve it." Chloe glanced at her paper, a bit embarrassed, but not really surprised. The only thing she couldn't figure out was that final question. Chelsea let out a disappointed sigh. Leo already gave up. I wanted to study magic with him. At that moment, Anna leaned in quietly. Professor One student solved question 50. Len's eyes widened. A delighted grin spread across his face. "Ha! Really? Who is it?" For the first time, someone got a perfect score. "Come up here." Anna quickly corrected him. "No, Professor, that student didn't get a perfect score." But Len's excitement didn't fade. "Really? Then maybe they skipped a few and focused on the last one." "That's a shame, but still impressive. Come up here." Anna lowered her voice again. "No, that's not what happened. He only solved the last question." Len's smile vanished immediately. "What's his name?" "Leo Plove," Anna replied. Len looked toward Leo's seat, but he was already gone. Chelsea explained it. Leo left immediately after turning in his paper. Later, Leo sat with Celia, eating ice cream and recounting the test. Celia burst out laughing. "Wait, you walked out after solving only one question? First, you come back from summoning with a chick on your head, and now this. Leo, don't you think something's a little off? You're a knight major. Maybe you should stick to swordsmanship." Leo shot back immediately. "Fine. Then do you want to do endurance training with me?" Celia froze. "Well, about that." Before she could respond, a voice cut in. "So you're from the knight division?" Len Horace stood there, staring at Leo. "Leo Plov, are you looking down on my class, walking out after solving only one question?" Leo answered flatly. The rest were too easy to bother with. "Professor, I think there's been a mistake," Leo said, frowning. "I'm almost certain I didn't pass. Every question except the last one was way over my head. I couldn't figure any of them out. I've mostly learned magic from old books, so modern theory isn't really my strong suit." Len Horace's expression shifted when he heard that. But instead of scowling, his eyes sparked with excitement. He scooped Leo up like a stray kitten and lifted him off the ground. "Come with me." Before Leo could even react, Professor Len Horace was already dragging him down the hall, grinning like he'd found a brand new toy. No chance to protest, no pause, just a swift getaway. Celia could only watch, wide-eyed and speechless. "That's Professor Len Horace, Lumen Academy's magic theory professor," she whispered. "He's definitely a little unusual." Right then, an assistant came running up, panting. "Have you seen Professor Len?" she asked frantically. "Please tell me he's not causing trouble again. It was clear she'd been chasing him for a while. Celia quickly explained that Len had been there just a moment ago, then had suddenly grabbed Leo and taken off. The assistant immediately took off after them, panic written all over her face. Oh no, what is he up to this time? By now, Len had already pulled Leo into a small meeting room. He turned to the board, scribbled down a bunch of problems, and said, "Solve these for me, student Leo." Leo had no clue what was going on, but he picked up his pen and started working through the problems while Len watched him like a hawk. This was more than a test. It was a talent assessment. If Leo hadn't accidentally nailed that final question, Len suspected there was something unusual about the way he used magic. He wanted to see it firsthand. But before Len could think it through, Leo put his pen down. All done. I solved every one of them. A bead of sweat rolled down Len's forehead. You solved all of those without writing anything?
Yeah, pretty much, Leo said with a small shrug.
Len muttered under his breath, almost desperately. Finally. At that exact moment, Professor Albie Giron was walking down the hallway. Then he looked up and saw Len barreling straight toward him. Len looked like he'd just hit the jackpot. Albie immediately got a bad feeling and started to turn the other way. But Len lunged forward, clinging to Albie's ankle. "Professor Albie, thank you. Thank you so much." As a warning, Albie lifted Len into the air with magic. This wasn't new, but today Len seemed extra unhinged. Len was still buzzing with excitement. He's a magic prodigy. Leo Plav, the freshman I personally picked, is a genius. Albie just blinked at him. He's a knight. No, Len shouted. Leo has to become a mage, no matter what. Talent like that can't be wasted on swords. Sending him to the knight division would be an insult to magic itself. Just then, the assistant finally caught up. Albie released his spell and Len dropped. The assistant barely caught him in time.
"Thanks," Len said, flashing her a bright smile.
The assistant's veins practically bulged. We need to get back to class. She silently vowed that one day she'd make this madman pay. Leo stepped forward, a little unsure, and Albie gave him a small nod. Leo looked completely bewildered. Some things never changed. Mages were still out of their minds. A week later, the trial classes wrapped up. Leo lay stretched out on the rooftop, quietly reading a book. Kyle the hero, could he really be a fake? Leo slowly closed the book. He let out a long sigh. Even after going through everything, he still hadn't found anything useful. Meanwhile, in Kalian Baden's office, he was busy working when the three homeroom teachers, Magic, Night, and Summoning, burst in, carrying a petition. "Please read this." Leo had signed up for all three majors, something Lumen had never seen before. Each teacher wanted him transferred fully into their class to focus on one path. Even standing there, they were still arguing nonstop. Kalian chuckled. "Ha ha, this takes me back to a hero from an old story." Just thinking about the fifth-grade hero made Kalian laugh again. "It reminds me of that legendary hero," he said, "the only one ever said to master every class in history." Elsewhere, on the running track, Celia and Chelsea were jogging. Carl was sitting off to the side, messing around. He laughed. "Why are they training on the weekend?" Leo replied, "They're training under me." Carl frowned. "Then why are they just running? Where are their weapons?" Celia and Chelsea, panting, answered, "It's endurance training. That's essential for becoming a combat mage. Move." Chelsea waved Carl off like he was an annoying fly, then plopped down next to Leo. And the moment she sat down, her whole demeanor shifted. "Running on the weekend actually feels kinda nice." "I missed this," Chelsea said, leaning closer with a grin. "Leo, I want to run with you too." Leo blinked, a little thrown off. "Really?" The second he asked, Celia sprayed water everywhere, and Chelsea jumped back in disgust. "What's wrong with you?" Leo already knew why Celia reacted that way, so he stepped in first. "Anyway, if I'm running with you, we're doing it properly. Celia shot back immediately. I told you, I'm not running with you. Watching them, Carl tilted his head. Wait, I thought you two were dating. Celia turned to Leo. He's family. My cousin. My dad's sister's son. Leo and Chelsea's eyes widened. Part of the Zeringer family? Celia waved it off. Not really. It's complicated, so just forget it. She didn't elaborate. Maybe she didn't even know how to. Leo got to his feet. All right, enough messing around. Time to get serious. Chelsea's face lit up immediately. Okay, Carl decided to stay out of it. I'll just go explore Lumeria City. Celia quickly begged to tag along, but Leo grabbed her and dragged her off like he was carrying a chicken. Watching that, Carl couldn't help thinking Leo really had zero sense of noble manners. Then came class placement day for all the students, from first years up to fifth. The moment Carl spotted him, he waved, "Leo, over here." Leo looked back. You do know you're already a fifth year, right? Carl thumped his chest proudly. I know everything. Then Leo noticed Chelsea slumped over her desk, half asleep. Huh, Chelsea's here too. Carl narrowed his eyes. What exactly did you two get up to this weekend? Leo just said. Basic training. Chelsea silently swore she'd never go through that again. A mocking voice rang from the podium. Ah, fifth class, the class of misery. How many of you will survive the first semester? My condolences, underclassmen. Laughter followed, but no real sympathy. Then again, maybe that's not entirely right. The homeroom teacher stepped forward. Pathetic. And you two are even worse. The voice came from a man who looked almost homeless. This was Harlan Edmund, first-year, fifth-class homeroom teacher, better known as the Weeping Wall. He muttered he wanted a chair, and two upperclassmen immediately bent to make one. Harlan sat down, slowly surveying the students with a sneer. Then he greeted them like they were all trash. This is the class for failures. The worst scorers. You've heard of me, right? The Weeping Wall. And you already know why I'm in charge here. Carl raised his hand, trying to sound confident even though his voice shook. To help us raise our grades? Harlan turned slowly, contempt written all over his face. Such a tiny answer. Is there really no one here who understands what it means to be a Lumen student? Chelsea raised her hand. To conquer the hero world through practical missions. Harlan nodded slightly. Correct. But all I see are people who die the moment they step into the hero world. The ones who weigh down their teammates and die first, better to expel them now. That's exactly why I'm assigned to fifth class. And that, he said, eyes settling on Leo, is why they call me the Weeping Wall. In Harlan's mind, that one, Leo at least, might survive. The rest? Like barn chickens in a pen? So he ordered everyone to change into gym clothes and head to the training grounds. Combat class was about to start. Soon, the whole class was at the training field, changed and lined up in formation. Harlan strolled along, looking relaxed as if on a holiday. First, we're fixing those rotten mindsets you brought in with you to Lumen. In the real world, where lives vanish in an instant, what really keeps you alive? Nella Carvin from the Night Major flustered, a flicker of healing aura around her. Aren't your teammates supposed to protect you? Harlan shook his head. No. You keep yourself alive first. Only then can you protect others. So tell me, can you really protect your teammates? Ileana Layden raised her hand. I can, Professor. Harlan looked at her. Oh, then show me your Night Mage skill. Make a fireball. Without hesitation, Ileana formed a fireball in her palm. Harlan scoffed. That small fireball? You couldn't even kill an ant with it. Ileana poured more mana into it immediately. The single fireball split into two massive spheres, radiating heat so intense the nearby students instinctively stepped back. Both fireballs had grown, not shrunk. The class stared. Even Harlan looked impressed, just for a moment. All right, now try hitting that little thing over there, he said. He summoned a tiny humanoid wind sprite. It shot straight toward Ileana. The sprite tapped her on the nose, then bent over laughing. Ileana's face tightened, and she hurled both fireballs, but even then she couldn't graze the edge of its cloak. The sprite zipped back to Harlan, covering its mouth as it shook with laughter. Harlan sneered coldly. "What's the point of making your fireballs bigger if you still can't land a hit? You still don't understand how to use your abilities properly.
Train.
Push harder. This class doesn't end until someone catches that wind sprite. Show me what you've got, heirs of Lumen." Leo quietly nodded. Harlan's words were harsh, but he couldn't argue with them. Then Leo stepped forward. "Let me try." Harlan's eyes lit up with interest. "All right then, Leo Plov. Let's see if you're a fraud like that fictional hero Kyle, or the first one who can truly handle every attribute." The rest of the class charged at the sprite too, but it dodged them effortlessly, treating them like they were toys. Leo focused his aura around his body, compressing the energy into the soles of his feet. In a flash, he pushed off the ground and shot forward like a streak of light. Chelsea and Carl could only gasp, struggling to keep up. "Damn, it's way too fast. How are we supposed to catch it?" Leo activated an air step and propelled himself high into the sky. From above, he tracked the sprite while it continued its playful teasing. Then he dove down like an arrow. The sprite flinched briefly, but slipped away at the last possible moment. Leo smiled. He condensed his aura into a whip-like strand and snapped it straight toward the sprite. For a heartbeat, it looked like he had it. But then Duran Moira suddenly appeared, moving faster than the eye could follow, and snatched the capture right from under him. A homeroom teacher appeared behind Duran. He clapped once and smiled. "Looks like our first years might have some lessons for you." It was Sejin, Lumen Academy's cunning, white-haired homeroom teacher. He always ranked second in graduation popularity, while Harlan took first, so the two had a long-standing rivalry. Harlan calmly sipped his milk. "Oh, planning to teach my class now?" Sejin glared at him like he was beneath notice. Carl's eyes lit up immediately. This was a clash between two pillars of Lumen, both with over 20 years of teaching experience. Even Ain Elendu, Yura Marnan, and Len Horace had once been their students. Nella gasped. "Seriously? How do you even know that?" Carl puffed out his chest, cheeks reddening. "I'm good with information." Meanwhile, Chelsea looked like she might throw up. Sejin smiled. "Harlan, I'm not sure what your plan is for this so-called failure class, but I'll find out soon enough. Let's do this, a match between the first years and fifth class." In Bastura, Lumen's historic school sport, Harlan stood and accepted immediately. "As expected. You really are clever." Sejin replied with forced confidence. "There's no teacher better than real experience." But even he wavered when he mentioned the first years might actually win. Harlan remained unfazed. "Doesn't matter. Just teach your class." Sejin ground his teeth, and the students could only watch, pitying him. Losing those graduation poll bets had clearly been a habit. Harlan announced that fifth class would use the match as training for their Bastura skills against the first years. "And if you lose," he added without flinching, "you're all expelled." The class froze. "Teacher, are you serious?" This was their first match, and the other side already had 3 captains. Harlan didn't care about the gap in strength. If anything, that meant they needed to push even harder. "What are you panicking for?" he asked. "The first-year reps in your class will choose 6 people for the match." Then his eyes shifted toward Leo. That's when Leo finally understood. This was a test. Harlan wasn't out to punish them. After just 1 week at Lumen, many students were already losing confidence. Harlan was trying to pull up the spirits of those on the edge of giving up. Leo realized he had to boost 5th class's morale in this Bastura match. Before long, both classes had picked their representatives, with the first years naturally choosing their strongest captains. Seeing the lineup, Chelsea panicked. Expulsion was unthinkable. and she had no idea how she'd explain it to her family. Leo looked at her. "Why are you so scared?" Chelsea replied. "You've never heard of Bastura, have you? Probably because you grew up in the countryside." "Bastura is a combat sport, one of Lumen's oldest traditions." Leo tilted his head. "So it's basically just a ball game?" Carl cut in immediately. "It's not that simple. That thing is seriously dangerous." Celia covered her mouth, laughing at how rattled Leo's group looked. "Chelsea, why are you so scared?" "So what? Already giving up?" Celia shot back. Chelsea rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. "Who said I'm scared of anyone?" Chelsea snapped. "You really think I'm losing to someone from the Zeringer family?" Leo swung an arm around the group. "Relax. Our class isn't losing this." Celia clicked her tongue, giving him a warning glare. "Leo, that includes you too. Let's see what that special training of ours really did. This time, I'm not losing to you, Leo Plov." Moments later, Sejin called all the players from both classes into the arena. Leo glanced at his classmates. "Who's coming with me?" Most of them shrank back, relieved to avoid being picked. Chelsea and Ileana stepped forward first. Chelsea cracked her knuckles. "I need to teach them a lesson." Ileana had her own reason. She wanted to prove herself to Harlan. "If we lose and get expelled, I'm turning that frustration into a win." Nella Carvin stepped up too, accompanied by a nervous-looking male classmate. Finally, Leo reached into the back row and pulled Carl out himself. "Carl, you're the last one." Carl's face immediately fell. "Why me?" he protested. Leo ignored him, locked in the lineup, and called out, "Fifth class is ready, Professor." Sejin gave a slight nod, and the match began. He tossed the ball high into the air. The instant it left his hand, every student dropped low, taking their positions. Leo and Duran Moira lunged forward, both going for the opening ball. Wrapped in crackling aura and moving faster than Leo, Duran reached it first and grabbed it cleanly. "My turn," he said, voice cold. After landing, Leo turned to the blonde student beside him, Warden Tidden, and quickly asked him to explain the rules. Warden gave him the short version. "Bastura's simple. You pour your energy into the ball and send it into the goal. Hands or feet are off limits. The first team to score 11 points wins," Warden added. On the other side, Duran focused his aura, ready to strike. Someone shouted, "It's coming! Get ready!" Duran slammed the ball so hard it visibly twisted in midair, tearing toward the goal. Leo tensed at its speed and leapt aside. The ball smashed into the ground, then bounced straight toward the goal, leaving Carl frozen in place. The first years erupted instantly. "Nice shot, Duran Moira." On the fifth class side, everyone went pale. Warden's confidence wavered, now wondering if Harlan had really meant it when he said they'd be expelled. Leo stayed calm, thinking about how to control the ball. Warden explained there were 3 ways. 1. Use your opponent's force to knock it out of bounds. 2. Catch it. 3. Before he could finish, Nella suddenly shouted, "Look out!" Leo and Warden turned at the same time. They saw the ball smash into Ileana, forcing her to cry out in pain. The one behind it? "Celia, what are you two whispering about? Paying attention at all?" She laughed lightly as Leo and Warden rushed over to check on Ileana. As they moved, Warden quickly finished the explanation. "Don't charge head-on, and don't block their line directly. If a teammate gets taken out by the ball, the only way left to attack is with the ball itself." Leo immediately understood. He grabbed the ball, gave Warden a quick nod, and said, "Got it. Our turn." Even with the match leaning in their favor, Sejin didn't look relaxed. In Bastura, the fire attribute had the natural advantage, thanks to its raw, destructive power. "The Zeringer family's flame is the strongest," Sejin said to Harlan. "You agreed to this match knowing Celia Zeringer is in my class. I don't know what you're planning, but your side won't beat us easily." Harlan stayed silent for a moment, observing Sejin speaking seriously, clearly irritated. Finally, Harlan said, Sejin, don't forget who the top student was. It wasn't that Zeringer girl. Sejin gave a faint nod. Of course. I could never forget the Bastura queen. Harlan smiled. And her daughter is in 5th class. 5th class had already started at a disadvantage, and now Ileana was down with an injury. Their hope was slipping fast. Was this really how it ended? Had they come to Lumen just for it to fall apart like this? Celia glanced at Leo, worry in her eyes. So, is that it? A sudden blaze of fire erupted around Leo, and someone shouted, "Watch out!" He poured every ounce of energy into the strike, driving the ball straight toward the first year's goal. But they weren't about to let it pass. Before it could cross the line, Chloe Muller raised a wall of ice, stopping it dead in its tracks. "As long as I'm standing here, you're not scoring," she said firmly. Then, almost silently, Leo appeared beside her. "Is that what you were about to say?" Before anyone could react, he drove his power into the soles of his feet, lunged at the frozen ball, and punched it. The ice shattered, and the ball shot straight into the goal. Even Sejin had to admit it. Leo's combat instincts were on a completely different level. Harlan smiled, clearly pleased with what he saw. On the 5th class side, Nella Carvin shouted first, and the others quickly joined in. Leo Plov. With that, the class's spirit ignited again. Zejin offered a faint smile. Ah, now the real match begins. From that moment, both sides traded attacks back and forth, keeping the score neck and neck. Duran unleashed a thunderstrike, sending the ball screaming toward 5th class's goal. Carl recklessly caught it with both hands, lightning-charged aura coursing through him and making him tremble from the pain. But he held on. "Ha ha! Yeah, I'm completely out," he groaned. He passed the ball to an exhausted Leo while Ileana and Chelsea helped Carl off the field. Tension gripped 5th class. The score was tied, 10-10. One more point would decide everything. And it looked even worse. The first years had 3 standouts. 5th class had only Leo. The gap felt enormous. Chloe realized immediately. The next possession would determine the winner. "So be it. I'm going all in," she muttered, steadying herself. "Even if it wrecks my magic theory exam, I'm not losing this." With a sweep of her hand, she conjured 4 magical clones. Celia and Duran tightened their auras, bracing for Leo. "Come on, Leo," Celia shouted. Leo funneled every bit of strength into his legs. His after-images flashed past all 3 of them and vanished, leaving them frozen in shock. "He's too fast." Leo slipped past Celia, and the moment she realized, she gasped. He wasn't coming for her. He was heading straight for the point. Chloe immediately knew her illusion wasn't enough. She focused her magic, trying to pinpoint the real Leo, but every afterimage looked genuine. All Chloe could do was watch in disbelief as Leo slipped past and scored. Under her breath, she whispered, "Stellar magic. How can a human even use ancestral magic?" The referee's voice rang out, "5th class wins." The students of 5th class instantly threw themselves at each other in celebration. "Thank God we're not getting expelled. I guess I'll be heading back now." Sejin then turned to Harlan, curiosity on his face. "What was that about, getting expelled?" Harlan laughed. "Haha, call it motivation." Celia, Chloe, and Duran all buried their faces, disappointed and defeated. Zejin let out a sigh. Even frustrated by the loss, he stepped forward to encourage his students. Once a match ends, win or lose, you salute your opponent. You all did well. You gave it everything, and your class supported you every step of the way. So hold your heads high. The first years admired Sejin, but the moment lasted barely 3 seconds. Harlan sneered. "Ha ha! All right, losers, move along." Sejin looked like he was about to explode. Still, when it was Harlan's turn, he ended up praising both classes. The first years had talent, and 5th class hadn't cracked under pressure. They endured, tested their limits, pushed past them, and came out on top. So compete hard and get along. Now shake hands. The students stepped forward, exchanging handshakes. Celia smiled at Leo. You stretched that match longer than I expected. Honestly, I thought you'd lose way sooner. Chelsea shot back immediately, smirking. I was about to say the same thing. You're just as stubborn as an ink prince. Carl turned to Duran with a satisfied grin. Looks like we won this round. But Duran didn't answer. He just kept his eyes fixed on Carl, and the silence alone started to make Carl fidget. Chloe puffed out her cheeks, clearly upset, her eyes glistening like she might start crying any second. Leo reached over, his voice soft and steady. You did really well, Chloe. Just a little more practice, and you'll be amazing. Chloe lifted her head and gave him a sharp glare. Are you teasing me? Deep down, in a quiet corner of her heart, Chloe made herself a promise. Someday, she would beat Leo, and with that resolve, she gripped his hand tightly. A month later, Leo's group gathered over tea. Carl was shoveling food like he hadn't eaten in days when he suddenly paused and asked, Hey, what clubs are you guys joining? Chelsea, keeping her usual graceful composure, told him to slow down and eat properly. Then Leo casually added, I'm thinking of starting a club. Carl almost choked. Chelsea's eyes lit up instantly. If Leo's starting one, I'm in. Carl looked at him, curious. What kind of club are we talking about? Without missing a beat, Leo replied. A hero research club. I want to look into forgotten heroes and the primal hero Kyle. Carl and Chelsea exchanged flat looks. Carl chuckled and shook his head. Kyle? That's basically a legend. No one's going to join that. Chelsea, however, saw her chance to stick close to Leo and immediately raised her hand. I'm in. Before anyone could respond further, a sudden shout echoed nearby, and all eyes turned. Carl snapped his fingers. Oh, right. The fifth years are coming back today after clearing a hero dungeon. He went on, clearly excited, explaining how fragments of hero records had been restored across the world, and sometimes those fragments would spiral out of control, forming hero dungeons. At Lumen Academy, it was usually the upperclassmen who handled these dungeons, retrieving the hero record fragments. Most missions lasted about 2 weeks, though some dragged on for over a month. Leo couldn't help but think that his mom must have gone through missions like this too. Right beside him, Chloe stared wide-eyed, completely captivated. So, this is the top of Lumen. Carl began pointing out the students with pride. See that giant over there in the east? That's Zamua. And the woman from the south, that's Torua Yan. And the one in the hood? Barely visible? That's Ulta Redition. Carl scanned the area again, frowning. Huh, wait, I don't see that person. Leo looked at him, curious. Who? Carl replied, Lumen's Student Council President. But before he could say more, a hand grabbed Leo by the shoulder and yanked him away. By the time Carl turned back, Leo was gone. The one who pulled him was Celia. Seeing her rush, Leo quickly asked what was happening. Celia didn't hesitate. You need to come with me to Lumen City? The Student Council President wants to meet you. Leo blinked, caught off guard. Why would the Student Council President want to see me? Celia let out a small sigh, still looking uncertain. You really don't pay attention to anything at school. You'll understand once we get there. The scene shifted to a room with elegant Eastern-style decor. Celia looked around, clearly uneasy. Why choose a place like this for a meeting? Leo gave a small shrug. It smells nice in here. Then, finally, the Student Council President arrived. The moment Celia saw him, she darted over like a little excited cat. Her brother, Zeringer, ruffled her hair before turning to Leo. Hello, Leo. Nice to meet you, Leo Plav. I've heard a lot about you. You're aiming to become a versatile hero, right? This was Reese, head of the night department and Lumen's student council president. Before getting to the point, Reese ordered a basket of buns. "Go ahead. Try them. See if they're to your taste." Leo simply nodded. "Sure." Reese noticed Celia looking tense and asked what was wrong. She admitted, still a bit stiff, that it was her first time eating something like this, so she was nervous. Carefully, she took a bite. Her eyes immediately lit up. "It's delicious," Reese chuckled. "Ha! This is where I wanted to bring you when you first got into Lumen." Then he turned his gaze to Leo. "I didn't expect you to be that person's son." Leo caught on right away. "You knew my mother?" Reese nodded. "Yeah. Back when she was a student here, she was famous." Leo leaned in, listening closely as Reese shared stories about Raina during her school days. At one point, she decided the dorm desserts were terrible, so she rounded up the students and marched straight to the headmaster's office. Celia exclaimed in disbelief. "So she was behind that whole incident?" Riz laughed and nodded. "Exactly." Leo quietly sized up Riz. Just as expected, this guy really lived up to being Lumen's strongest student. At this point, becoming a hero felt like it was only a matter of time for him. After finishing what he needed to say, Riz stood up from his seat. Once the bill was settled, the others headed out first, leaving just Leo and Celia behind. Then, without any warning, a warm glow spread through Riz's chest. He quickly pulled out a sheet of paper that was suddenly shimmering. He stared at it, utterly baffled. "From my pocket? How did this happen?" Back in Leo's classroom, Ileana raised her hand. "Professor, why haven't we picked a class representative yet?" "The other classes have already chosen theirs," the professor replied. Harlan Edmund leaned back, kicking one foot onto the desk, and sneered. "Why are you asking such a pointless question?" Warden Tydney gave a small nod, silently agreeing. Harlan paused for a moment, then snapped his fingers. "Oh, right. Class rep. Leo, you're up." Before Leo could even respond, Ileana and Warden Tydney both jumped in. "Shouldn't we vote on this properly?" Harlan slammed a huge stack of papers onto the desk, almost half a meter tall. "The class rep's job is to carry all of this and keep it organized." The moment Ileana saw the towering pile, she immediately backed off, choosing silence over protest. Just then, an announcement echoed through the classroom. "In a moment, there will be a joint lecture on research into the 7 orders. All first-year students, prepare to head to the hall." Leo glanced at the professor. "Should we go now?" Harlan gave a lazy nod. "Handle it, class rep." The scene shifted to the auditorium, already filling with students streaming in from every direction. As Leo and Carl walked inside, they spotted Chloe looking completely drained. Leo looked at her, concerned. "You look exhausted." Chloe perked up immediately. "Do you have a recovery potion? Can you sell me one?" Carl tossed her 2 vials. "This is all I've got." Leo frowned at Chloe. "It's barely the start of the school year. Are you already pushing yourself this hard?" Chloe drank the potion and replied, "I'm fine." Carl couldn't help but respect her stubbornness. "Not bad." Chelsea added, "She's currently first in magic theory." But Chloe's worried. If Leo starts studying current magic trends, he might overtake her on the theory exam. Carl looked puzzled. "Then who's in second place?" Chelsea gave him a look that could melt steel. "Are you seriously asking me that?" "She's a tower mage. Tower mages fight the way we do, so losing first place in theory isn't the real problem. For them, magical research is the pride of the tower itself. That's why she's under so much pressure." Carl casually asked, "Wait, are you even a mage?" "Of course I am," she said, confident. "I use survival magic. That's my pride." Meanwhile, Riz noticed the paper was still glowing. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for Headmaster Kalyan Baden. After hearing everything, Kalyan's expression grew serious. The hero record fragment reacted, even though it's damaged. Can something like that really respond? He looked to Riz for confirmation. Riz nodded firmly. Yes, it's heavily damaged, so it shouldn't have reacted at all. But it did, and there weren't any relics nearby either. Kalian pressed further. Did it react a second time after that?
Riz shook his head. No, sir.
There still wasn't enough information, so Kalian couldn't draw a conclusion from the strange reaction just yet. We'll need to investigate this more carefully. Then his tone softened slightly. You must be tired after coming back. Good work. He called for his secretary, Elena. Once she arrived, he gave her an instruction. Take this to the auditorium for the first-year joint lecture. Elena nodded immediately. Understood. And then she hurried off. Alone now, Kalian fell into deep thought. A fragment that small would only react if it came into contact with the exact person recorded in the Hero Chronicle. The scene shifted to Lumen's lecture hall, where the first-year Hero Studies lecture was about to begin. Professor Archant Ubisha was teaching classes 1 through 8, but with everyone packed in, it sounded more like a bustling market than a classroom. Archant started to fluster and called out, "Please settle down." But the students kept talking, voices bouncing off each other non-stop, like a rapid-fire machine gun. Professor Archant Ubesha finally hit her limit. Out of nowhere, a unicorn appeared right behind her. In an instant, her whole demeanor snapped. "Shut your mouths, you little brats. You want to get beaten half to death? Trying to die on me?" Her voice roared through the hall. "Who's going first?" The change from her usual gentle tone was so sudden it almost felt unreal. Then, just as quickly, Archant softened again, like a switch had been flipped back. "Good. Much better. Thank you for finally calming down." No matter how many times the students had seen that side of her, it still sent a shiver down their spines. Even Leo flinched. This professor was terrifying. Then it clicked for Leo. In his past life, she had been a spiritual mage, and spiritual mages were extremely rare. Archant drew out a dagger and began the lecture. Now then, let's start first-year Hero Studies. Ever since the Hero Chronicle appeared, heroic bloodlines have begun surfacing across the world. To access a hero's world, you need objects deeply tied to that hero. And if you're a descendant, it becomes even easier. That's why Lumen preserves the chronicles and keeps close ties with heroic families. They are keys and treasures. By now you should understand why hero studies are so important. They give you clues for conquering a hero's world, and they let you understand those heroes on a deeper level. By your final year, each of you will choose a hero whose power you wish to inherit, and you will test yourself against that chronicle. Just then, Elena stepped forward with a fragment. Archant held it up so the entire room could see. This is a fragment of a hero chronicle. The students gasped the moment they realized it had just been brought back. Archant opened the box. Everyone leaned in, holding their breath, but before they could get a good look, she closed it again. "Before we begin, tell me your goal as a hero." The students slumped instantly, disappointed. Celia raised her hand first. "I want to become a knight and surpass every generation of the Zeringer family." Archant smiled. "Wonderful." Then Chloe spoke. "I want to create a spellbook of original magic to support heroes." Carl answered, blunt as always. "I want to support heroes." Archant nodded approvingly. "Excellent." Finally, Leo spoke. "My goal is to completely destroy Erebus." For 2 full seconds, the hall fell completely silent. Archant awkwardly cleared her throat. "Ah, yes. That is certainly unusual." Leo just sat back down, calm, ignoring every stare aimed at him. Some upperclassmen curled their lips, thinking he was overreaching. Harlan Edmund and Sen Lu heard him. When Sen Lu asked Leo's intentions, Harlan's grin faded, a chill creeping up his spine. He's not talking like someone chasing a fantasy. He genuinely believes Erebus, even after being sealed and shattered over thousands of years, keeps reincarnating. And if even a single fragment is reborn, the result could be total destruction. Erebus isn't just any threat. Archant continued. Today you'll read chronicle pages recovered from a dungeon. Each class will first identify the hero, then learn how that hero's world can be conquered. The professors will be watching. Don't cause any trouble. The students stiffened immediately. It was their first time handling a chronicle, and the excitement in the room only grew. Archant called each class representative forward. Leo and the other representatives hurried to the front. Archant explained 2 chronicles had been returned. One would be used for the lesson. The other was just a small fragment. She placed 2 boxes on display for everyone to see. Leo ended up holding a small piece of paper. Then, out of nowhere, an announcement rang out. The Hero Chronicle has opened Kyle's world. A massive magic circle erupted across the stage. In an instant, their bodies vanished, and the next moment, they were standing somewhere completely unfamiliar. It was a place none of them had ever laid eyes on before. The sky burned a deep, angry red, and the ground was littered with monsters, all shapes and sizes. Everything about this world felt off. One of the girls caught sight of the bodies strewn across the ground and screamed. Harlan dropped the sarcasm instantly and tried to steady the group. "Get it together! This is a hero dungeon." Sen-Lu's eyes caught something in the distance, and he pointed. "Harlan, look, there's a fortress wall over there." Everyone followed his gaze and saw the ancient citadel ahead, worn down and cracked by time. When Leo saw it, recognition hit him. The age of catastrophe, the final line of defense, the last city, Togmar and Gardaslan. "If this is that moment in time," Leo murmured. A voice cut in from behind him. "My unfinished wish? It really was foolish. But we're still going to save the world." Leo turned to see the figure behind him and whispered her name under his breath. "Lysinus." The black-haired girl offered a faint smile, then her body dissolved into light. The space around them shattered, and in the blink of an eye, they were back in the lecture hall. It all happened so fast, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. Chen Xia looked around, bewildered. "Professors, what just happened?" Harlan wasted no time. "Class dismissed. Stay calm and evacuate the lecture hall immediately." That was enough. Panic swept through the students, and they bolted for the exits. Leo kept staring at the scrap of paper in his hand. Then it clicked. This was Kyle's page, his own hero chronicle. Harlan glanced at Leo, his expression unreadable, as if he were quietly piecing something together in his mind. By 5th period, Leo's friends had gathered around, pressing him for details about what he had seen inside that hero world. After hearing his story, they just stared. "You saw the King of Wisdom? That's huge, straight out of Lysinus's chronicle." Chelsea looked genuinely impressed, while Ileana groaned, regretting giving up the class rep spot and missing it all. Carl just scoffed. "Seriously?" Ileana immediately lunged at Carl, smacking him. For Carl, it was basically a one-man disaster. He could only curl up and take it. Then Harlan appeared in the doorway, as cold as ever. "I came to whip this class back into shape. So what's it going to be? Self-study or expulsion?" He dropped the line and left just as abruptly as he appeared. Leo sank into thought. Why is my hero chronicle in such terrible shape? It's so damaged. I can't even tell whose world it's supposed to show. Did someone deliberately sabotage the chronicle meant to pass down a hero's power? And if someone really wanted to stop a new hero from being born, the only one it could be was Erebus. Leo made a quiet decision. He needed to uncover why this chronicle had been shattered into pieces. A month later, in Magic Department class, Professor Len Horace stood at the front, a glowing sigil hovering behind him. It was the mark of an original spell, unique, one of a kind, tied to a single person. Len explained that this would be their practical midterm. An original spell, he said, reveals a mage's true nature better than anything else. These days, formation activation techniques were all the rage, so most mages barely bothered to craft original spells anymore. Even so, an original spell could still be a secret ace up your sleeve when it mattered most. He gave an example. The elf star spell is just a smaller copy of an original. The real star spell belongs only to its creator, Luna. Chloe Muller glanced over at Leo. She hadn't forgotten their match, the one where Leo used the star spell to trick her. Leo noticed her looking his way. Then his eyes dropped to the magic book at her side, and a dark, unsettling energy seemed to leak from it. The moment Chloe noticed him watching, she quickly hid the book. Leo narrowed his eyes. An accursed grimoire? Len dismissed the class, and the room erupted with chatter as everyone hurried out, eager to explore their own unique spells. That's all for today. Still suspicious of the book, Leo caught up to Chloe. Wait, Chloe, you still haven't had a meal with me, right? And when Chloe tried harder to hide the book, Leo only grew more wary. Chloe refused outright. I don't have time. I'll beat you in the practical exam. Carl rushed over, barely containing his excitement. Wait, Leo, you're really gunning for the Frost Queen's top spot in magic? Chloe didn't back down. I might lose to Leo in technique, but when it comes to magical theory, I'm not letting anyone pass me. This time, I'm going to win. Leo couldn't help but smile. Chloe gave a small nod. Leo reached his hand out to her. The two of them made sure everything was prepared, down to the smallest detail. Watching them take each other's hand so naturally, Carl couldn't help but admire the sight. Later that afternoon, Leo returned to Hero Tower and started going through the records, searching for any clue he could find. Not far from there was the restricted library. As he climbed the stairs, Leo kept thinking there might be something inside connected to the missing chronicle. One female student noticed him, her face turning red as she whispered to the others, "He's a first year. What's he doing here? He's actually pretty cute." Then a voice suddenly stopped him. "So you're Leo Plov. Professor Len has mentioned you quite a bit. Nice to meet you. I'm Toruayan, a fifth year from the magic department." Leo immediately bowed his head in greeting. Torua asked what a first year was doing at Hero Tower, casually blocking his way with her foot as she spoke. Leo answered plainly without trying to hide anything. "I came to see the student council president, and I also joined the magic department." Hearing that, Toruayan stepped aside and thanked him. Just before Leo left, Toruayan reminded him that he needed to officially register the magic department as his major before the semester ended. Understood. Leo gave a nod, then stepped into the elevator. He pressed the button. Nothing happened. Why wasn't it moving? Leo pressed it a few more times. Then someone behind him spoke. "You have to pour mana into it first." "Nice to meet you, Leo Plov." The one speaking was Zamua, the famously loud fifth year from the Knights Department, who also served as the first-year representative. The first years noticed a senior standing there. They all lowered their heads respectfully. A little surprised to find Leo there, Zamua asked what had brought him to Hero Tower. Leo answered without making a secret of it. I just had a few things to discuss with the student council president." That casual reply made Rai laugh. Stroking his chin, he said it took guts for a freshman not afraid of him to walk into the president's office alone. "I wouldn't call it barging in," Leo said. But whether Ree missed the point or just didn't care, he immediately asked if Leo had any interest in joining the Knights Department. Leo could only give him a stiff smile. By now, he was already worn out. Person after person kept trying to recruit him, and he still hadn't even gotten to the real conversation yet. A little later, Leo stopped in front of the student council president's office, knocked on the door and called out, "President Reese? It's Leo Plov. May I come in?" A warm voice answered from inside. "Come in." The moment he heard that, Leo opened the door and stepped in. As soon as Reese saw him, the handsome young man got right to the point. "What is it?" Leo paused, gathered his thoughts, and finally explained why he had come. "I want access to the restricted library." The student council president's expression changed immediately. Then, with a serious look on his face, he said, "Leo, I know you're not the kind of person who would joke about something like this, but for an ordinary student, there are only 2 ways to enter the restricted library. The first is to clear a hero dungeon. By tradition, anyone who conquers one returns the pages they recover to the Hero Chronicles. As for the second way, I'll tell you after you join the student council. Reese said it with a smile, making it pretty clear the entire student council wanted Leo on their side. Before long, the story shifted back to the familiar training grounds. Today was the Knights Department practical exam, and even students from other departments had come to watch. And of course, the one most fired up by all the excitement was the guy who lived for gossip. It's finally here, the Knights' first practical exam. No wonder this many people showed up. You can't watch a match like this without popcorn. As soon as he said that, he started pushing snacks on the crowd. Watching him work the crowd, Chelsea could only let out a sigh. Carl really does take business seriously. Beside her, Ileana laughed. That's just Carl. Even without Lumen, he'd still find a way to make a fortune. Off to one side, Leo looked through the crowd and realized Chloe was nowhere in sight. Not wasting any more time, Professor Ain Elendu stepped forward and announced the first match. Hall Snafe from Class 1 and Leo Plov from Class 5. The moment their names were called, both of them started walking toward the center. At the same time, Carl spotted a promising customer in the crowd and quickly headed over to Professor Sen Lu. Want some popcorn and a soda? Carl flashed a bright smile and held the snacks right out in front of him. But the professor looked at him like he'd lost his mind. Huh? You really think I'm buying that? Sen Lu shot back. Even so, Carl still wasn't about to give up. Instead, he turned and looked at Celia standing right beside him. Celia caught on instantly. Like they'd done this plenty of times before, she put on a sweet, pleading face and looked up at the professor. Professor, could you buy us some popcorn? It looks really good. And she wasn't the only one. Right away, Carl started shouting, Sen Lu! That kicked everything off, and before long, the rest of the students were yelling along at the top of their lungs. Now that the whole crowd had joined in, his pride was on the line. So, whether he liked it or not, Sen Lu had no way out. Fine, give them one each, he said flatly. Meanwhile, Carl was grinning from ear to ear. Another sale. Back in the arena, Leo fixed his gaze on the opponent standing across from him. Then he smiled and said, Congratulations. Good luck. But the face staring back at him wasn't nearly as friendly. This was Hall Snafe of the Knights Department, heir to the Snafe hero lineage. Licking his lips, he said, You really don't care about me at all, do you? You're going to regret that. According to Carl, the way to pass the Knights' midterm practical was by winning 5 duels. Up in the stands, plenty of students had their eyes on Leo, curious what he could really do. I wonder what a first-year juggling 3 different fields is actually capable of, one student said. The person next to her, who'd already heard the rumors, replied that splitting his time across 3 specialties probably meant he'd fall behind students focused on just one. And on top of that, Halls, ranked 3rd in Class 1, right behind Celia and Duran. Hall had already decided he didn't like Leo. To him, Leo was just some arrogant guy who was always hanging around Celia. Completely unaware of what either of them was thinking, Professor Ain Elendu began explaining the rules. The winner is the one who incapacitates the other. Treat this like a real duel. The moment Leo heard that, his expression changed. He had just picked up a sinister presence coming from a nearby building. At the same time, over where Chloe was, she was still buried in her research, trying to figure out how to beat Leo. But the further she pushed, the more cornered she felt. Finally, she tore the paper in her hand and clenched her teeth. No, there's no way I can create this unique magic with the ability I have right now. Thinking that, Chloe swept her arm across the table in frustration, sending books and papers flying everywhere. Only one thought kept circling in her head. No matter what, She could not lose to Leo in this practical exam. Then, as if she had finally made up her mind, Chloe slowly turned toward that same dark magic grimoire from before, the very thing Leo had always feared, and whispered, "With this, I can win. This time, I'll definitely win." The second those words left her mouth, something in her expression started to feel off. Back at the training grounds, Leo didn't move. He stayed focused on that building, his eyes locked on the source of the dark energy. Seeing Leo stand there distracted, Hall didn't let the opening slip by once the signal was given. He tightened his grip on his spear and rushed in at blinding speed, a reckless choice. "Got you now," Hall said as he drove the tip of his spear straight at Leo's face. But with all the combat experience Leo had, he simply tilted his head and let it pass by. But Hall wasn't finished. Right after that, he activated a skill called Spear Discharge, and the tip of his weapon started to change. It twisted into something like a snake's head and shot for Leo's throat at terrifying speed. Even that didn't shake Leo. He calmly reached out with one hand and caught the spear tip dead still. The raw strength in Leo's arm made Hall freeze. He couldn't even begin to understand where that kind of power was coming from. Then Leo gave the spear a violent yank and pulled Hall's whole body off the ground. Before Hall could even react, Leo drew power into his fist and slammed a crushing punch straight into the face of the third-ranked student, sending blood spraying from Hall's mouth as he was blasted backward like a bullet. After that, Leo shook out his hand and mocked him. So who's the reckless one now? Across from him, even after taking that punch head-on, Hall still forced himself back to his feet. "Don't get cocky. The fight's only just started." As he spoke, a strange blue energy began rising from his body. Unfortunately for Hall, that aura only earned a faint look of contempt from Leo. A guy who can't even use aura properly might still have brute strength, but that won't fix his most basic weakness. "Interesting. A unique aura," Leo muttered as he watched that blue energy rush toward him. Then a blazing crimson aura flared up around him too. On the other side, Hall was still too foolish to realize just how wide the gap between them really was. He stayed completely confident. "Unless it's fire-level aura like Celia's, you're not knocking me back," he declared. But in the very next instant, Leo burst through the smoke, wrapped in crimson aura, and appeared right in front of him. "You're the one who's always reckless." Leo said it coldly, his sharp eyes crushing whatever confidence Hall had left. Up in the stands, the students were happily eating popcorn and watching the fight like it was a live-action movie. Off to one side, Duran, who had already lost to Leo once before, watched Leo's performance with a deep frown. Meanwhile, Celia Zeringer had questions of her own. "Leo, since when did your fire aura reach this level?" She kept staring at him, her eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Even Hall, dense as he was, could tell by now that Leo was operating on a completely different level. The instant he saw that blazing red aura wrap around Leo, Hall's thoughts started racing. Wait, did he just surpass Celia? How is someone juggling multiple disciplines this strong? Sweat ran down Hall's face as the pressure slammed into him. He knew there was no way he could beat Leo without using his trump card. "Leo, I've got no choice. Hall, go all out. I saved this move for Celia, but instead, I'm using it on you, Leo Plov." Power gathered in his palm, and Hall unleashed his ultimate technique, Prison Discharge. A green snake burst out and shot toward Leo at terrifying speed. In the next instant, it coiled around him, fangs bared, binding him so tightly that even Leo's flames couldn't shake it off. Leo looked at it and thought, not bad. From Hall's point of view, the moment he saw Leo pinned down, he immediately looked up towards Celia in the stands, wearing the excited expression of a kid trying to impress the girl he liked. Celia, This is the technique I made to lock down your flames. Celia noticed the look he sent her, but kept her eyes forward. Hall turned back in confusion, only to see the energy snake starting to crack apart as Leo's flames suddenly burst outward. In just 3 seconds, it vanished like it had never been there. Hall could only stare with wide eyes. His strongest technique hadn't done a thing to Leo. With no other option left, Hall clicked his tongue, clenched his teeth, grabbed 2 spears, and charged in for close combat. Leo drew his sword to meet him. The force behind that single swing was overwhelming, and in one clash, Hall's spear went flying right out of his hand. Hall fell to the ground. Leo leveled his sword at him and said, "Never let your guard down until the flames are completely out." Professor Ain Elendu announced the result. The winner is Leo Plove. Up in the stands, Chelsea, Leo's biggest fan, jumped to her feet cheering. "That's amazing. That's our Leo. I knew you could do it, Leo. You're the best." After losing, Hall had no choice but to admit it. Even in a spar, he's this strong. No wonder people put him on the same level as Celia. Celia gave a small smile. "Nice one, Hall." That one little compliment made Hall blush on the spot, and he scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Really? You thought I looked cool?" Then Professor Ain Elendu called the next match. Class 5's Ileana stepped forward, full of anticipation. "I'm excited. So who am I up against?" Then she looked over and saw Chen Xia from Class 10 walking out. Ileana froze in place. "Why do I have to fight one of the 3 strongest students in our year?" And no one had an answer for that. Chen Xia brought her hands together and said, "Go easy on me." Ileana answered right back, "You too." Ain Elendu gave a small nod, and the match began. Chen Xia immediately cast her magic, drawing swirling water around her body. Ileana tightened her grip on her sword, coated the blade in flames, and drove strength into her legs. Then she kicked off the ground and came straight at Chen Xia with a full power slash. Leo watched with concern, already feeling this was going to end badly, and just as he expected, Ileana's sword was stopped cold by Chen Xia's energy barrier. The impact sent her flying backward like a rag doll, and with that one hit, all her fighting strength was gone. Chen Xia calmly brought her hands together and saluted the crowd. Ain Elendu announced, "The winner is Chen Xia." Once Ileana came to, she waved a hand in frustration. "I'm not backing down just because it's Chen Xia." Leo felt bad seeing the match go so horribly for her, but if she could stay calm, he believed she could still do better. Next came the match between Celia from Class 1 and Duran from Class 1. Facing him, Celia smiled and said, "This should be fun." Duran said nothing. He just stood there in silence, thinking. Up in the stands, Leo grabbed some popcorn from the tub and casually said, "This one's going to be interesting." Celia and Duran drew their weapons at the same time, and powerful auras wrapped around both of them, instantly pulling everyone's attention in. Celia looked completely fired up. She wanted to find out which of them was truly the strongest knight in Class 1. The 2 of them exploded into motion, trading fierce sword strikes at blinding speed as the sound of steel crashing against steel echoed through the arena. The force of their clash sent gusts all the way into the stands, and one student blurted out, "That's top student level." Carl covered his mouth and asked Leo who he thought would win. Leo casually tossed another piece of popcorn into his mouth, watched the flow of the fight, and said, "Celia's going to lose." Carl just stared at him. That's brutally honest. But as Leo kept watching Celia's calm eyes, he started to feel like she was still hiding something that could turn the fight around. Duran burst forward with his aura and nicked Celia across the cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Then he kept pressing the attack, forcing her back one step at a time. Celia raised her sword, and a fierce blaze suddenly surged up into the sky. The stands erupted on the spot. This was no joke. Leo quietly gave her credit. Celia really does know how to fight smart. That small training ground couldn't match Duran's speed, so instead of chasing him, she reshaped the battlefield itself. She raised a dome of fire around him. The heat warped his vision, slowed his movements, and shifted the fight in her favor. Inside that blazing circle, even Duran's eyes were thrown off, and for the first time he hesitated to charge. Then, in the very next moment, Celia slipped behind him, aiming for a surprise strike. But Duran's instincts kicked in just in time, and he ducked under her attack. His sword snapped upward, crackling with lightning as it surged toward her. Celia caught the blade with her hand, holding it firm, all while smiling. "Got you." Then she drove her forehead straight into Duran's. Duran staggered back, eyes rolling before collapsing to the ground. Ain Ilendu confirmed that Duran could no longer continue and declared the winner, Celia Zeringer. The stands erupted in cheers as Celia told Duran to wake up and pull himself together. Then she reached down and helped him back to his feet. Duran took Celia's hand and stood. That little moment of sportsmanship struck some of the students right in the heart. "This is amazing. I need to save this." One boy hurriedly snapped a photo. Leo was genuinely happy for her. Celia's training had really paid off. "You're amazing," Carl praised. Then someone slowly reached over and stole some popcorn from Carl. Celia thanked them and quickly explained what had happened. The night department trials finally wrapped up. Celia ended with 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran finished the same, 4 wins and 1 loss. Chen Jia also ended with 4 wins and 1 loss. And Leo Plov stayed undefeated, winning all 5 of his matches. Time moved fast. Before anyone realized it, a full week had passed. The theory and linguistics exams were done, leaving the classroom tense. At the front, Harlan Edmond stood with a stack of papers, counting them carefully and lining them up with near-obsessive precision. Then he gave a small nod and spoke in that deep, commanding voice of his. Looking over the nervous class, he said, "You all did well. But don't get careless or you'll be expelled. Study harder." The moment he finished, he slammed the old wooden door shut. The bang cracked through the room like thunder. The whole class jumped, hearts leaping, and the second the teacher was gone, Ileana finally exploded like she'd been holding it in the entire time. "Oh my God, it's always expulsion with him." Her face was bright red as she shouted her complaint at full volume. Clearly, that exam hadn't gone well for her. Meanwhile, in another corner, 2 male students with eager eyes crept up to Chelsea, the top student. "Chelsea, let us see your answers, please." Chelsea looked down at them with the full arrogance of a queen deciding if they were even worth acknowledging. The 2 boys immediately widened their eyes and begged even harder for a peek. Then the scene shifted to the other side, where Leo was sprawled across his desk like he'd already given up on the day, hair messy and eyes half closed. A moment later, pink-haired Nella leaned toward him, curiosity in her eyes. "How was the test?" Hearing her, Leo lifted his head, ran a hand through his hair, and answered in a sleepy tone, "I don't think it went too badly." That made Nella laugh. "Hee, our class rep really does act like he can handle anything. And he still makes that face while doing it," she added. Leo blinked at her, looking dazed as if he wasn't fully awake. "Did I really?" That innocent reaction made Nella laugh even harder. Amused, she offered him a free round of healing. "If anything hurts, tell me. I'll patch you up with magic." "Right, then." Carl suddenly popped up from who knows where, sounding pitiful. "Oh, Nella, my shoulders and back are killing me. Help me out here." The second he said that, Chelsea stepped in and started pounding on his back with fierce, no-nonsense blows. The orange-haired boy nearly coughed his soul out, spraying water as his face twisted in pain. Meanwhile, Chelsea smiled brightly and asked, "See? Don't you feel better now?" Then she turned to Leo with genuine concern. "Leo, how's your summoning practice going? You barely ever show up in the summoning practice room." Leo answered calmly, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. I've been training hard in places where nobody can see me." Chelsea believed him immediately and nodded excitedly. "That sounds exactly like you, Leo. So what rank are you aiming for on the summoning test?" With a bright smile, Leo answered without hesitation. "First place." And just like that, time moved on. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to the summoning department's training arena, already buzzing with energy. Today was the summoning practical exam. Even though it belonged to the summoning department, students from every other department had packed the stands, eager to watch. As everyone waited, the announcer's voice rang out across the arena, loud and clear. "Hello, everyone. It's that time again, the biggest first semester event for the freshmen. Welcome to the summoning race. I'm Lumba Tess, a third year from the summoning department." In one corner of the stands, Celia and Reese watched the field closely. Curiously, Celia asked her brother, "So this really counts as a test?" Reese smiled and explained. "The summoning race is a long-standing tradition in our department and very popular. On top of that, it's one of the biggest interdepartment events, so everyone gets excited." And of course, Carl was doing exactly what Carl always does. The moment students gathered for an event, he turned it into a business opportunity, moving through the crowd selling popcorn and soda while his coin pouch jingled. Meanwhile, down on the field, the summoning students were already gathered, and the air was thick with tension. One summoning student turned and shot Leo a sharp glare. In a challenging tone, she said, "I heard you did incredibly well in the night department practical. So, have you actually prepared for the summoning department's practical exam?" Leo stayed calm and said he, of course, had prepared. But she still didn't look convinced, her voice sharpening. "And yet you haven't shown up to a single practice session. Do you look down on the summoning department or something?" That one line immediately stirred the other students, and tempers flared. "Yeah, exactly. If you're just going to slack off, then quit. We've never even seen you form a proper contract." Annoyed voices started piling up one after another. In the end, Tidden stepped forward and tried to calm everyone down with his deep voice. Everyone settled down. But Tidden's words barely made a dent. The anger in the air didn't calm at all. A blonde trainee, fire in his eyes, stepped forward and challenged him. "Tidden, don't cover for him just because you're classmates. That guy has zero respect for our department." Chen Xia frowned, uneasy. This tension is bad. If it keeps building before the test, before she could finish her thought, a black-haired student with neatly parted hair sneered. It was Sen Liu, another student from the eastern continent like Chen Xia. "You did well in the night department, so I guess summoning doesn't really matter to you, huh?" Chen Xia hesitated, her eyes shifting uneasily before she could respond. Tidden, broad and imposing, stepped forward, his voice booming across the field. "This is getting ridiculous. If you're going to argue and split into sides just because someone's better at taming, take it somewhere else." Sen Liu snapped like a wild dog. "What did you just say, Tidden?" Tidden looked back with open contempt. "I'm saying it's annoying listening to people act like being slightly better at riding a summoned beast makes them special." Sen Liu whipped around and suddenly pointed at Tidden, as if he'd remembered something. "Oh, so now you're acting guilty. You barely ever show up to summoning and taming practice either." The big guy let out a mocking laugh. "That's because I don't think it's worth practicing. I'm not hopeless like you. I don't need practice just to fail at taming a griffin." That did it. Sen Liu completely lost control. His fist clenched, his eyes bloodshot, and he swung at Tidden, forgetting one critical thing. Tidden was the top graduate from the southern region, a massive guy, while Sen Liu barely reached his chest. Luckily, before the punch landed, Leo moved in fast and grabbed Sen Liu's arm. His voice came out sharp and firm. "If you start fighting before the exam, you won't just get a warning, you'll lose your right to take the test." Leo's words hit Sen Liu like a bucket of cold water, but instead of backing down, he only snorted and glared, eyes burning. At the same time, Tidney stepped close to Leo and quietly warned him. There was a trace of bitterness in his eyes. In summoning, the gap between majors and non-majors is huge, and since you and I are non-summoning students, yet still near the top, the summoning students resent us for it. On top of that, you hardly ever show up for practice. Hearing that, Leo finally understood why the students had been so hostile toward him. Still, he wasn't surprised. To everyone else, it probably looks like I'm taking this lightly, he thought. But I have no intention of slacking off. Meanwhile, in another corner of the stands, a figure dressed in black stared down at Sen Liu and whispered in an icy tone, "It started." He raised a hand, opened a shimmering spatial gate, stepped through it, and vanished like a ghost. Back on Sen Liu's side, the anger inside him kept burning hotter, with nowhere to go. Grinding his teeth, he swore to himself, "Just wait, you arrogant bastard. I'll crush you." His eyes glowed red, unnatural, as if something unseen had taken hold. Time moved quickly, and soon the exam was about to begin. Lumba Tessa's voice rang out across the arena again. "Before we start, I'll explain the rules of the event. Freshmen from the summoning department are only allowed to use summoning magic during this test. Even dual discipline students cannot use aura, fields, or any other type of magic. Once the event begins, tame the griffin directly in front of you. Cross Summoning Island, circle Silent Lake, and return." So, who's going to become the star of the summoning department's midterm practical exam? We're about to find out. At that announcement, all the freshman summoning students lined up at the starting line, tense, eyes fixed forward like they were about to march into real battle. Trying not to make them any more nervous, Yura Marnin shouted across the field, "Rookies, don't tense up. Just do it the way you practiced, and if you can't handle pressure, stay behind after class." Unfortunately, that only made them more anxious. Hearts pounded faster, hands shook, and sweat formed on their foreheads despite their attempts to calm themselves. Ignoring it all, Yura declared cleanly, the contest begins. Immediately, some students who clearly had a plan exchanged looks and nodded at each other. While a few others rushed toward the Griffons, Sen Liu's group cast magic with sly smiles, aiming it straight at Leo and Tidney. That made Lumba Tess cry out in surprise. "Oh? What's this? Looks like they planned it ahead of time. They're all targeting class rep Leo Plov and the southern top student, Tidden." Elsewhere, Tidden had already mounted his griffin. The moment he saw Leo being targeted, worry flashed across his face, and he prepared to turn back and help. But Leo stopped him with one cold look. "Don't worry about me. Keep going. This is still an exam." Hearing that, Tidden could only grit his teeth in apology before steering his griffin forward, its massive wings beating hard against the air. Up in the stands, the crowd erupted. The moment they saw Sen Liu's group openly cheating, angry shouts poured down from every side. "That's dirty. Those summoning students are shameless. Fight fair. If anyone has rotten eggs, throw them down there." For Leo, being sabotaged like this was deeply unsettling. He knew they disliked him, but he hadn't expected them to team up so openly just to block him. Meanwhile, since Lumba Tess was a summoning student himself, he awkwardly tried to defend the younger students. Well, even if the boos from upperclassmen are loud, this is still part of their strategy. Right then, Tidden shattered the attack magic aimed at him. Then, steadying the griffin beneath him, Tidden shot Leo a sharp look and asked, "You okay?"
Need help?
Leo waved him off, voice steady and firm. "No, I can handle it." Seeing that, Tidney didn't waste a second. His griffin shot into the sky like an arrow, leaving a violent swirl of wind behind it. Meanwhile, Leo was still trapped in that chaotic storm of magic, eyes cold and steady. Up in the stands, Chelsea couldn't stop worrying. She bit her lip, heart pounding. In another part of the arena, Yura Marnin watched with sharp, hawk-like eyes, but concern showed on her face. The first years were more united than she expected. Were they really working together so openly just to bring Leo down? The thought made her worry deepen. Leo's main specialty was summoning, not spirit studies, and for him, this exam was going to be a real test. That was the uneasy conclusion Yura Marnin came to. But before she could even gather her thoughts, something right in front of her stole every last one away. There, in the middle of the chaos, stood Leo Plov. The crowd jeered from all directions, but he didn't flinch, not a twitch. He was calm, steady, completely unfazed. There was a quiet certainty in his eyes. Then, in a low, steady voice, he began to chant, "O spirits, release these shackles and open the road before me. Grant me nature's great mercy." The moment the words left his lips, the space in front of him began to glow. Two blinding flashes burst out at the same time. From each one, a tiny spirit emerged, one burning red like living fire, the other green, flowing like a breeze through the trees. Small as they were, it was obvious what they were, a fire spirit and a wind spirit, both pulsing with far more power than their size suggested. Professor Yura froze the second she heard him. It was flawless. Leo spoke the spirit language like it had always been second nature to him. Her heart started pounding. How could this even be happening? A first-year student doing something like this? Before she could process it fully, Leo glanced her way and flashed a playful grin, like a kid showing off after winning a bet. At that look, all the tension in Yura's body just melted away. She exhaled softly, smiling to herself. At this rate, she might have to rethink everything about summoning. This boy was the real deal. Time blurred by, and soon all eyes turned to the other students racing across the wide green plain on the backs of griffins. One of Sen Liu's lackeys curled his lip into a smug grin and started mocking Leo aloud. "Ha! Serves him right. Freshman rep, South's top student, and he can't even get moving? At this rate, he's lucky if he ends up in B class." Sen Liu gave a sly nod, then turned to the girl beside him. "So, Eliza, happy now?" Eliza, her white hair glinting in the sun, didn't answer right away. Instead, she pushed her griffin forward, catching up to Sen Liu, and fixed him with a glare sharp enough to cut. "I don't approve of this. I can beat Leo Plov, Warden, or anyone else without cheap tricks." Her words threw Sen Liu completely off balance. Then her voice dropped even colder. "Have you even thought about what this does to the summoning class's reputation?" Sen Liu just laughed harder, completely unconcerned. Who cares? Let them embarrass themselves. Eliza gave up on him entirely. All she left behind was one icy warning. Think before you act next time. She snapped the reins, sending her griffin shooting forward like an arrow, leaving Sen Liu fuming in her wake. That brat only acts superior because her family backs her up. But it won't matter. I'm still taking first place. No one here flies a beast better than me. Except maybe Eliza. This time, the top spot is mine. The smugness in his eyes deepened. But that little fantasy evaporated in seconds. A sharp voice cut through from behind. "Look back." Sen Liu turned and froze. Chen Xia balanced perfectly on her griffin's back, surfing through the air with ease. She smiled, completely relaxed, as if this were all just a game instead of a brutal exam. What kind of posture is that? Someone blurted, stunned, and just like that. Sen Liu's confidence crumbled. She isn't even using spirit power. So how is she that fast? Panic crept into his voice, and just like before he resorted to the same dirty trick. "Everyone bring her down together." An orange-haired girl with bright eyes responded immediately. "Got it! Take this!" She summoned a wind spirit and prepared to strike. But Chen Xia had already predicted the move. The moment the wind spirit appeared, she was ready. In one fluid motion, Chen Xia swung her griffin into a wide, graceful turn, heading straight back toward them. The orange-haired girl didn't even have time to react. "What?" she cried, shocked. Chen Xia didn't pause. She leapt off her griffin and drove a precise, powerful kick straight into the twin-braided girl. Before she could even scream, she was sent flying off her griffin. Her shout rang high and frantic as she fell. "That's cheating!" Chen Xia flicked the reins sharply, shrugging as if it were nothing. "Funny thing is, I don't even need aura." She urged her griffin forward, racing ahead at full speed. Pulling up beside Sen Lu, she gave a cheerful wave. Sen Lu's face twisted in fury. "You made a huge mistake picking a fight with us." Chen Xia nodded slightly, accepting that part, and shot back sharply. "Sure, I'm not the strongest here, but I'm not the only one you've angered. There are plenty of people here who are seriously mad about your stunt." No sooner had she finished speaking than a deafening blast erupted behind them. Sen Lu barely had time to register her words. Everyone spun around at once. Explosions went off near the griffins, chaos erupting as students screamed and their mounts panicked. But Chen Xia didn't flinch. She just smiled. "Yeah, that definitely sounds like something Warden would do when he wants payback." She looked over to see a burly young man charging forward at full speed. Warden had already caught up with the front group, and as soon as he spotted Sen Lu, his face burned with rage. "You piece of trash! This is what you get!" He roared like thunder, hurling a storm of blazing fireballs ahead. The explosions hit so hard and fast that Sen Lu's group struggled to control their griffins. Sweat ran down their faces. Back in the arena, Leo had already broken free from the magic holding him back. Then Lun Beites's voice rang out, excited. "Freshman Representative Leo, the student all of Lumen knows for aiming straight at the top class. And today, he looks ready to take the spotlight for himself. Is summoning really his weakness?" All eyes swung back to him. Everyone wanted to see what he'd do next. He was starting far behind the others. Leo turned his gaze back to the griffin. It didn't take him long to see the problem. A thorn had been driven deep into the griffin's wing, dark blood slowly seeping out. So it wasn't just a blocked path. Leo's anger flared. For someone claiming to be a future hero using tricks like this was shameful. He reached out and grabbed the reins near the griffin's neck. The griffin shrieked and thrashed violently, like a trapped flame. Lun Beitis shouted with excitement. Leo's trying to tame the griffin, but honestly, getting on one this worked up is risky. Up in the stands, Celia whispered under her breath, worry etched across her face. "Oh no, why is he pushing so hard?" Her brother Riz replied calmly beside her. "He must have a reason. Let's see what he does." Back with Leo, the griffin resisted, making every move harder. But he never loosened his grip. Instead, he pulled harder, his arms straining with raw force. Every muscle in his body tensed as he yanked the reins with terrifying strength. Leo shouted, his eyes sharp and cold, like steel being drawn from its sheath. The griffin shuddered under that sheer force, sensing the danger if it kept resisting. A heartbeat later, it calmed completely, lowering its head in quiet submission. The moment it settled, Leo leapt onto its back in one fluid motion, quick, light, and precise like a wildcat, and took off into the sky. Lun Beitis couldn't contain his excitement. Finally, Leo's griffin is in the race. After the worst start, he's officially moving. Even with that delay, it seemed like last place was all but guaranteed. Leo didn't let it bother him. He checked the wound on the griffin's wing, speaking softly to calm it. "This has to hurt, but you've endured it well. You're brave." He drew a deep breath, and when he spoke again, his voice became low, firm, commanding. "In the name of the one who forged the covenant, I command you, appear before me." The moment those words left his lips, a brilliant flare burst beside him, bright enough to rival the sun. From it, a tiny phoenix emerged, Fiora, her wings alive with flickering fire. In an instant, radiant phoenix flames wrapped around the griffin. The beast threw back its head and roared, surging with renewed power, as if a fresh wave had coursed through its body. Celia, watching from a distance, stared blankly. What is that fire? Riss didn't answer right away. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Is that Zeringer fire? No, it's not aura fire, then what is it? Back with Sen Liu's group, one of the girls spoke up, tension in her voice. Our injuries are getting worse. At this rate, we won't reach full speed. Another voice replied calmly. At least we won't come last. Relax. But the moment those words left her lips, something blurred past. It was Leo fast as a storm wind. He shot past them. With the phoenix flames boosting him, his griffin was like a rocket in the sky. The wind whipped around him as he narrowed his eyes. All right, time to push even harder. He spotted the group ahead, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. Then a roar ripped across the field, shaking the sky itself. A massive dragon appeared, its wings blotting out the sunlight. Leo recognized the creature instantly. It was Fafnir. To understand why Fafnir showed up here, we need to rewind a few minutes, back to when tension was already thick in the arena. After watching the burly warden charge forward like a storm, Eliza's eyes sharpened. She steered her mount straight toward him. This is where you stop, Warden. I'm not giving up first place. Warden didn't reply. He simply lifted a hand and snapped his fingers, a small gesture hiding deadly intent. A tiny spark flickered into existence beside Eliza. Then it exploded without warning. The blast hit like being struck from nowhere. Luckily, Eliza's grip was perfect. She steadied her griffin and slipped past the explosion with precise control. Even so, her guard shot up instantly. Her eyes narrowed. This wasn't normal spirit control. The combination of fire and wind made it brutal, precise, and most unsettling. She'd never known Warden could use magic. But no matter how strong the attack, it meant nothing if it didn't hit her. With that in mind, Eliza steered her griffin along a jagged, unpredictable path, slicing through the air like lightning, dodging every explosive blast Warden sent. Warden's expression darkened instantly. When he saw his attacks weren't enough, a dangerous smirk crossed his face. Let's see you dodge this. With a sweep of his hand, ice magic erupted, forming countless sharp shards in the air. The shards glinted like silver blades. Then he layered wind magic on top, driving them toward Eliza in a deadly storm. Fast, wide, overwhelming, like a blizzard descending from the sky. Even someone as skilled as Eliza couldn't dodge it all at once. But she didn't panic. She formed a hand sign and gave a sharp command. Her griffin opened its mouth and unleashed a molten stream of fire, bright as lava, straight into the incoming ice. The ice shattered midair, turning into clouds of steam. The clash was so intense, even Lun Betis couldn't hide his excitement. What a fight! Warden just used 3 spirits at once, and Eliza countered by boosting her mount. And in that exact opening, Chen Xia surged forward. Thanks, Chen Xia, the black-haired girl called out, her voice cutting through the air. Eliza wasn't letting her get away. Determination flashed in her eyes. I won't let that happen, Chen Xia. She cracked 2 strands of shining energy like whips. They wrapped around Chen Xia's neck, yanking her back sharply. At the same moment, a tiny spark flickered in front of Chen Xia, warning her. Instinct kicked in. She leapt off her mount. She moved like a gust of wind. Just as expected, an explosion erupted where the spark had been, shaking the air violently. Chen Xia didn't falter. She grabbed the energy whip with both hands and tore it apart cleanly. Then she landed lightly back on the griffin. Confidence gleamed in her eyes. Warden and Eliza were no ordinary opponents. Sweat dotted her brow, but the smile stayed. Suddenly, a roar cut across the sky, pulling every contestant's attention. Before anyone could react, Sen Liu had summoned a massive black dragon. Madness twisted his face. Its huge wings blotted out the light, and its breath carried pure destruction. Bloodshot eyes blazing, he screamed, I'll kill all of you, you bastards! Chen Xia surged forward, shouting, Sen Liu, riding anything other than a griffin is against the rules. But he didn't care. He had completely lost it. I don't care, he spat back. I'll kill every last one of you talent-born freaks. The massive creature slammed down in front of them like a mountain, instantly blocking the path ahead. Warden frowned, glancing up at it. Did he really make a covenant with a black dragon? Eliza studied the beast, her eyes narrowing. No, that's not a black dragon. Looks more like some kind of mutation. Right at that moment, Leo's griffin tore in from behind, streaking through the air like a rocket. Sen Liu's face froze in shock. Leo, how did you even catch up out here? Leo didn't give him a chance to finish. He locked eyes with Sen Liu, his stare cold and cutting. Hey, where did you get that cursed lizard? Sen Liu didn't notice the weight behind Leo's words. If anything, he puffed himself up more. What? Jealous. This is my power. I registered the covenant through summoning magic. You're just staring because you're jealous of my summoned beast, aren't you? The second Leo heard that, he knew this idiot was hopeless. He let out a sharp, mocking laugh. You really think that's a summoned beast? Don't be ridiculous. That's a mutated monster. One of the monsters from the Tartarus army, the same kind we took down during the Great Catastrophe. Where on earth did he even get something like that? The thought flashed through Leo's mind, sharpening his gaze. Before he could dwell on it, Sen Liu suddenly screamed like a man possessed. Attack! Attack! The black dragon opened its jaws wide and unleashed a blinding beam of destructive light straight at the group. Leo and the others yanked their mounts hard to the side, barely slipping out of the path of destruction in time. But Chen Xia, trailing behind, couldn't react fast enough. Seeing no chance to dodge, she raised a glowing energy shield. It wasn't nearly enough against the black dragon's raw power. The shield shattered almost instantly, and Chen Xia, with her griffin, was slammed down into the ground in a cloud of dust. Fortunately, Leo acted first. He shot forward and caught Chen Xia before she hit the ground. A quick check made him frown. She's out cold from the impact. First, we secure Chen Xia. Then he called to Warden and Eliza. Everyone land. Now, the two of them nodded immediately, their expressions hardening. The group started scanning for a safe place to land. Meanwhile, Sen Liu still had no idea how badly things had turned. He just stood on the dragon's back, grinning. So this is what it feels like to be above everyone else. Not bad. Then he guided the black dragon downward, clearly planning to chase Leo's group. Back in the arena, the broadcast showed the chaos and the crowd erupted. Loon Betis cried out, "Oh, the contestants have gone off course and out of the broadcast zone. So much is happening at once." Sen Liu summoned the black dragon and attacked the lead students. But before Loon Betis could comment further, Professor Yura stomped in, delivering a heavy kick. "Hey, idiot! How are you even doing commentary right now?" She snatched the microphone and spoke sharply. "Summoning department assistants, deploy flying beasts to that location immediately." The match was suspended instantly. At the same time, Professors Sejin and Len Horace sensed trouble and rushed into the commentary room. What's going on? Yura's expression was grim. Sen Liu formed a covenant with a high-grade magical beast instead of a normal summoned creature. He won't be able to handle that thing's influence for long. Sejin's suspicion flared immediately. You really think Sen Liu is controlling a high-grade beast by himself? Just then, the usually lazy Harlan Edmund appeared at the door, his voice low. Or is someone else controlling it? Yura gave a slow nod. I'm not sure, but it's definitely possible. As head professor, Harlan Edmund gave orders without hesitation. All right, Yura, take the summoning department assistants and stop Sen Liu. Subdue him if necessary and destroy the beast. The rest of you, spread out and protect the students. Sejin, you're with me. Sejin gave a quiet nod, his gaze sharp and cold, already anticipating the outcome. Back with Leo and the others, the group had just managed to land safely. But Sen Liu was already descending right behind them. Warden tensed, giving a brief warning. It's coming. A second later, the black dragon's massive shadow crashed in front of them like a living mountain, its breath heavy with lethal intent. Senliu looked down from the dragon's back, his voice cold. If you planned to run, you should have hidden better. Instead, all of you gathered right out here in the open. Leo shook his head slightly, his voice calm but sharp. I'm not running, and besides, the thing you're riding isn't a summoned beast, and it isn't a black dragon either. Senliu burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. Ha, I'm from the summoning department. If I say it's a black dragon, it's a black dragon. Why are you acting like you know more than I do? But before he could finish boasting, Leo said something that stunned everyone. In a voice deep and heavy like thunder, he said, "That's a demonic beast, and I'm here to destroy that filthy demonic beast." As he spoke, Leo stepped forward deliberately. There was an unwavering fire in his eyes. For a brief moment, he looked like a warrior pulled straight from an ancient battlefield, a time when the sky itself burned red with blood and fire. As for Senliu, whether from fear or total loss of control, the moment Leo called his mount a demonic beast, he erupted into a shrill, twisted laugh, like a madman. Even Eliza, standing behind Leo, could only stare, shaking her head in disbelief. Just like Eliza had warned, red veins spread across Senliu's eyes like molten cracks, and the madness twisting his face made it clear his mind was already slipping away. He let out a ragged, furious roar. "What did you just say? You think I take orders from you? Die!" At that command, the black dragon's eyes flared with fire, and a pillar of crimson energy shot from its mouth, rushing forward like molten lava, tearing through the air. But Warden reacted instantly. He slammed both hands into the ground, and magic erupted. A massive stone golem rose like a mountain, bracing itself against the dragon's assault. "He's completely lost it," Warden shouted. "Take that disgusting thing down. I've got your back, Leo." Senliu watched his attack get blocked, jaw clenched so tight his face twitched, sweat already streaming down from the effort. Then Eliza, her white hair gleaming, stepped forward with a cold snort. "You boys aren't doing this without me, but first we need to pull that idiot away from the enemy." Warden barked sharply. "The golem's about to break. Be ready." Eliza clicked her tongue and shot back. "You really can't do anything right, Warden." Hearing their bickering, Leo let a faint smile slip. For a moment it took him back, reminding him of the old days when his teammates argued like this all the time. And just like Warden said, the situation shifted fast. Cracks spider-webbed across the golem's stone arms as the dragon's fire hammered against it. Senliu's confidence surged back. He threw his head back and laughed. "Ha! Just as I thought, my summoned beast is unbeatable. Where'd all you little rats run off to now?" The moment he said it, the golem exploded into a storm of stone and dust. Senliu's eyes gleamed as he sought his next target, but Eliza moved first. She struck immediately, snapping her shining energy whip straight toward him. The whip shrieked through the air, slicing like wind itself. Senliu twisted just in time, but that one hit lit a fuse. "You dare attack me, bastard?" He immediately ordered the black dragon to gather more firepower, preparing another blast. But Warden was faster. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a burst of flame above the dragon's head, and it erupted instantly, shaking the sky. Warden muttered, signaling Leo to act while the opening lasted. Leo drove power into his legs, launching himself like an arrow straight at Senliu. The timing between the three of them was perfect. Senliu couldn't react fast enough. In the blink of an eye, Leo was in front of him, eyes cold and merciless, driving a brutal kick straight into Senliu's face. But almost immediately, Senliu's body began shaking violently, twisting unnaturally. He lifted his head slowly, his eyes crazed. When he spoke, the voice that came out wasn't even his own. "Nice try, dragging this kid away from the enemy. But this is where it ends, you brats." It became clear Senliu was being controlled by something else. Down below, Eliza watched as the black dragon carried Leo and Senliu high into the sky. Her face froze and she shouted, "Wait! Why is Leo going up there alone?"
On the dragon's back, Senliu, or whatever was controlling him, curled his lip in a sneer. Scared, little hero.
Leo didn't flinch. His eyes sharp as blades, he tested his opponent. "You're a Tartarus beast mage. Where's your real body? It can't be far from here." Surprise flickered across Senliu's face, though he covered it quickly. "So you saw through me. Interesting. Very interesting. Staying calm in a situation like this, you really do have the makings of a perfect hero." Then his voice grew cold. "Which means you need to die here." He swept out a hand, forming a massive strip of energy, and lashed it straight at Leo. The attack came too fast. Leo couldn't defend in time and was sent flying off the dragon's back. He plummeted from hundreds of meters up. For anyone else, that fall would have been certain death. But Leo was the kind of man who always found a way. "Fiora, your turn." He called out to the little phoenix, who flapped frantically to stay airborne. "I'm decent with every element, but I haven't mastered a single one yet. Aaron and Dion Den were monsters with aura. Luna reigned supreme in magic. Licinus dominated summoning. The path I chose, it's the fusion of aura and magic." Golden energy streaks poured from Leo's palms, rushing into Fiora and amplifying her power. Enveloped in roaring flames, Fiora's body expanded, transforming into a massive phoenix, wings blazing like the sun. She caught Leo in her talons, steady as stone. Now that's a real phoenix. Leo's eyes gleamed. Nearby, the black dragon roared in fury, reacting violently to the opposing aura. The Tartarus mage riding it demanded cautiously, "Phoenix contractor, who are you really?" Leo replied calmly, "Tell me where you captured Fiora, and I'll answer." The mage's killing intent only intensified. "You even know about the beasts from the catastrophe era. I can't let you live." He yanked hard on the reins, forcing the black dragon to gather energy in its mouth. Leo didn't flinch. Flames gathered at the tip of his sword as he prepared to strike with Fiora's power. Then he shouted, unleashing the Zeringer's secret sword technique, "Phoenix Breath Incantation Spark." At that moment, both sides released their attacks. The two monstrous forces collided, exploding with a deafening blast that shook the sky. It became a pure battle of endurance, but little by little, Leo began to be pushed back. Sweat ran down his face, his energy starting to run low. The Tartarus mage looked certain he had the fight in the bag, ready to finish it, until suddenly panic broke out in his voice, barking orders at someone nearby. The black dragon's attack faltered instantly, and Leo seized the opportunity. Somewhere else, the dragon's real body was under attack, its spirit energy dropping fast. This was his moment. Leo let out a roar and poured every last bit of his power into a single massive strike. A towering pillar of flame aimed straight at the black dragon's body. Golden light exploded outward in every direction, and then boom, the whole thing detonated like a skyborne bomb. A flash lit up the heavens. As for Senliu, who had been riding on its back, no one could tell if he had survived. "Nice work, Fiora. You can come back now." Leo's relieved smile didn't last long, though. In an instant, Fiora shrank back down to her tiny newborn form, leaving Leo stunned as they both began plummeting straight out of the sky. The wind screamed past their ears as they fell. Elsewhere, the Tartarus mage was still trying to control Senliu from a distance. Then, without warning, a pillar of light crashed down from above, slamming into him with such force it forced a groan from his lips. "Who are you?" the one who struck him. "Professor Sejin." Right behind, Harlan Edmund appeared, his voice low and calm. "This one's yours, Sejin." The mage recognized them and let out a mocking laugh. "Ha! So it's the two pillars of Lumen." Before he could finish, Harlan Edmund clenched his fist, driving the pillar of light down with crushing force until the mage's bones groaned. Suddenly, a dark spatial gate tore open on the ground. From behind the mage, thick smoke began rising, packed with glowing red eyes and snapping fanged mouths. What a shame! Looks like we'll have to meet again another time. The fanged creatures crushed the mage's body, then slipped into the spatial gate and vanished. Sejin let his magic fade, shaking his head in frustration. He's gone. Looks like things are moving again. Harlan Edmund gave a slow nod. Yeah, Lumen isn't safe anymore. Back with Leo, he was still plummeting through the air at terrifying speed. From that height, even he couldn't be sure he'd survive. He gently urged Fiora to return to the summoned beast realm, but her tiny wings struggled, her eyes full of reluctance. Before that feeling could fully hit him, something huge caught his cloak in its jaws, halting their fall. Then Professor Yura's voice rang out. "Are you all right, Leo? Good thing we got here in time." Some time later, the scene shifted to a dark, nameless cavern, heavy and oppressive, like something buried deep beneath the underworld. There, the Tartarus mage sat, his face swallowed in shadow, absorbing crimson energy streaming from the snarling monsters before him. His breath turned cold, and a cruel light glimmered in his eyes. A mysterious figure in a black cloak sneered. "This won't be easy. Who would have thought a mere hero candidate could get in the way?" The mage frowned, answering roughly, "He's no ordinary hero candidate. He's contracted with a phoenix." And he even saw through Fafnir's true nature. Under the hood, the cloaked figure's eyes widened slightly. He licked his lips, clearly intrigued. "Oh, that makes this much more interesting than I expected." Time passed, and back at the academy, Leo walked slowly down a quiet corridor, torchlight brushing over his thoughtful face. He replayed the recent events in his mind. The summoning department's midterm practical had been cancelled, and Sen Liu was dead. The incident left the freshman painfully aware of just how dangerous the dungeons really were. Leo let out a quiet sigh, a trace of sadness passing through his eyes. Everyone had been wondering what Fafnir really was. As for the creature Sen Liu had contracted with, the four of them had determined under Professor Yura's guidance that it was a black dragon subspecies, but they kept that secret. The scene then shifted to the magic department. Today was the practical exam. The classroom buzzed with energy and tension, and when the door swung open, every eye turned. Chloe Muller walked in, looking utterly exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. She looked like she hadn't slept in days, and her classmates immediately grew concerned. "Chloe, your hair, did you stay up all night?" "You don't look so good," someone added. Chloe didn't respond. She simply walked quietly to her seat, her expression cold and unreadable. From the corner, Leo watched her silently, clearly lost in thought. Once everyone was gathered, Professor Len Horace spoke, stern and commanding. "Good. Everyone's here. Listen carefully. I trust you prepared original spells that reflect your individuality. It would be a waste if only I saw them. So I invited 3 special guests to judge." Curiosity rippled through the classroom. Len Horace continued, "They're graduates from Lumen's magic department 3 years ago, your seniors. Today, they'll serve as judges." 3 figures entered. First, a sharp, black-haired girl with glasses, Rilda Fedney. Next, a stern, green-haired young man exuding a cold aura, Fidman Slack. And last, a pale blonde girl, bright and cheerful as sunlight, Shin Hughes. Together, they greeted the class. "Nice to meet you, juniors." Leo muttered quietly to himself, Is this really supposed to be easy? Hard to say." The moment passed, and Professor Len Horace lowered his gaze to the list in his hands. Then he called out, "Ilyana, come forward." The second her name was spoken, Ilyana hurried to the podium, eyes bright, standing tall with unmistakable confidence. In a clear, steady voice, she introduced herself. "Seniors, I'm Ilyana, a first-year student. It's an honor to meet you all." Her confidence drew every gaze in the room, yet she didn't show a trace of nervousness. Then she began. Light erupted from her palms, shooting into the air and exploding like fireworks, flooding the room with brilliance. Clearly thrilled, she started explaining how her magic worked. My main element is light. When I combine it with fire attributes, I can produce a high-powered heat spell. A small flame appeared in her hands, merging with the light and swelling into a fierce blaze that wrapped around her, radiating a powerful presence. From across the room, Shin Hughes suddenly spoke up, his voice sharp with surprise. "Wait, isn't that basically the same as existing laser-type spells?"
The comment hit Ileana hard. Her smile faltered, stiffening into something awkward.
The three seniors quickly scribbled their notes and passed their evaluations to Professor Len. The results were not encouraging. 2 B minuses and 1 B. Len's expression didn't change at all. In a cold, measured tone, he said, "Next." A few students at the back shivered, whispering to each other, "They're grading this harshly at this rate. We're all doomed." As the presentations continued, most students hovered around B- to B. Soon, a heavy, tense mood settled over the classroom. Things only lightened when Carl Thomas stepped up, earning a B+ for his presentation. Then Chelsea followed, delivering a polished performance that earned her an A. The two of them shared a quick celebration, grinning as they slapped hands together. Even then, the seniors weren't entirely satisfied. Quietly, they murmured that the performances were solid, but still lacking something. Professor Len commented, "These scholarship candidates are clearly above average, but so far none of them have shown anything truly exceptional. Let's see what the rest of you can do." Fidman glanced down at the list and exhaled. "Ah, this group looks pretty average too." Then Len's voice echoed through the room. "Abad, step forward." Abad walked up calmly, his handsome face composed from start to finish. The girls in class couldn't help whispering excitedly, "Wow, he's so handsome." You can already tell he's getting an A. Abad didn't even glance at them. He turned and wrote his spell formula on the board. In a deep, confident voice, he said, "The advanced spell I'll be demonstrating is called Tempest. When fully unleashed, its danger level reaches the maximum. For safety, the demonstration had to be moved outside. In a space sealed off by protective barriers, Abad began his casting. Every eye stayed fixed on him as he gathered his mana. Soon, his body lifted off the ground, enveloped in a greenish glow. Then he shouted the incantation from above. A violent whirlwind tore down, slamming into the barrier with a deafening roar, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. Nearby, a curious deer got caught in the vortex and was swept into the air. Abad's eyes widened. He canceled the spell instantly and rushed forward to catch the deer. With a gentle smile, he asked, "You okay?" Then, calm as ever, he continued, "This spell is designed to maximize the power of wind. Looks simple, but the formula-based magic behind it is incredibly complex." The three seniors were clearly impressed, each awarding Abad an A+. Chelsea cheered from the side, proud. "That's my brother." Professor Len's eyes lit up as he called out the next name. Leo Plov. Leo stepped forward, expression firm, voice steady and clear. "The signature spell I'm presenting is based on a non-elemental magic system." The class stirred immediately. Curious eyes turned toward him, eager to see what this hero candidate had prepared. The seniors' reactions were immediate. "What?" they exclaimed in unison. Shin Hughes narrowed his eyes, pressing him. "I've never heard of anything like that. Explain." Leo didn't answer right away. Instead, with a faint, calm smile, he asked, "Everyone knows basic spells rely on an underlying element, right?" Shin Hughes replied without hesitation, "Of course, that's the foundation of every spell." Leo nodded slightly, that same unreadable smile on his face. "My advanced system will simplify that entire incantation process." The room went silent, stunned. Even the slowest students understood the magnitude of what Leo was suggesting, and disbelief spread quickly. Whispers moved through the class, eyes filled with doubt. Fidman's jaw dropped, and the green-haired student shook his head, scoffing. Has this kid lost his mind? Wanting confirmation, Shin Hughes leaned in, eyes sharp. You're saying you'll create an entirely new incantation system? Leo nodded, calm and certain. Exactly. Off to the side, unnoticed by anyone else, Professor Len Horace watched him with flushed excitement, eyes sparkling like he'd just uncovered a treasure. He muttered under his breath, "This boy will become a great mage." Meanwhile, Fidman remained unconvinced. Shaking his head, open disdain on his face, he said, "Leo, we're not here for fantasies." Before Fidman could finish, Professor Len Horace cut him off, a spark of excitement in his voice. "I want to see it. Write the spell down." Beside him, Rilda Fedney leaned forward, her sharp features focused. "Yes, show us." Leo didn't hesitate. He picked up the chalk and began writing across the board, each line deliberate, each stroke steady. As the formula took shape, Rilda spoke again, her voice low, almost a whisper. She said, "Kid, in all of history, only one mage ever created a completely different incantation system for advanced magic." Leo paused for a heartbeat, then answered calmly, "Yes, that was the star poet Luna." Rilda's eyes narrowed. Seeing him so confident, knowing exactly who she meant, her expression tightened. "You're trying to put yourself on her level? Do you really think you can compare to the star poet?" Leo smiled, calm but resolute. "Of course not. I can't compare myself to Luna." Shin Hughes, cold and sharp, added, "Archmage Luna was a legend. Kids these days have no sense of respect." For a moment, Leo's mind drifted to his old friend, the one the world now only remembered as a legend. In a quieter voice, he said, "Yes, Archmage Luna was legendary. But you don't have to be a genius like her to create an incantation system." With that, Leo finished the formula on the board and faced the room again. The seniors stared at the writing, eyes wide, like they were looking at something impossible. Under his breath, Fidman muttered, a hint of disbelief shaking his voice, "This kid, he's not bluffing. Based on this structure, it can cast any spell without being bound by elemental attributes." Rilda's eyes widened, disbelief and awe mixing in her gaze. Chelsea whispered nearby, puzzled, "I can't even tell how this is built." Carl Thomas let out a dry laugh. "I stopped trying to figure it out a while ago." Not far away, Chloe Muller was studying the formula too. For a brief second, a complex expression crossed her eyes. The seniors dropped their previous scorn, turning fully serious. Fidman's deep voice broke the silence. "Leo Plove, why did you create this system?" Leo answered plainly, "So I can freely use every type of magic that exists." That answer immediately caught Fidman's attention. Inside, he thought, "This kid's insane. No wonder this year's students are different." Fidman asked one more question. "What are you going to call it?" Leo gathered his mana, a white sphere of light flaring to life above his palm. Then he said quietly, "Bible." Shin Hughes drew in a sharp breath, realization dawning. Her voice trembled as she repeated it. "Bible. There's only one person in history who ever used that name. It belonged to the magic system of the legendary figure Kyle." For a moment, a thought struck her. Could Leo really be proof that Kyle had existed? Shin quickly scribbled her score and handed it to Professor Len. As expected, Leo received an A+ for his presentation. Stepping back, Leo thought to himself, when he had been Kyle, this system had never been completed. This time, it would be different. His gaze shifted to Chloe Muller. She looked pale, and his expression flickered with concern. "You okay?" he asked softly. Chloe acted as if she hadn't heard. Then Professor Len called the final name. Quietly, she stepped forward. Chloe Muller. The seniors had high expectations for Chloe, the top magic student. Rilda leaned in, curious. "I heard you're the top student. What will you show us today?" Chloe met their eyes without hesitation. "My advanced art is the undying flame, Instantly, a blazing red fire appeared in her hand, burning fiercely. The spell radiated an intense aura. Chelsea whispered under her breath, confused. An undying flame? But Chloe usually uses ice. Why go for the opposite? The seniors watched carefully, brows knitting. At first glance, it seemed ordinary. To Fidman, it looked nothing special. He had expected something on the level of Leo or Abad Llewellyn and was ready to mark it down. Under his breath, he muttered, "If that's all it does, there's nothing to see here." Chloe's voice cut through sharply. "From here on, I'll show you its true power." She conjured a massive sphere of water above herself, letting it crash down over her body. And somehow the flame in her hand didn't even flicker. Chelsea and Leo reacted at the same time. Chelsea gasped. "It didn't go out." "Did she make it eternal?" Leo asked. Chloe gave a small nod. "Yes, unless I extinguish it myself, this flame will never die." She closed her hand and snuffed the flame herself, eyes calm and steady. Fidman stood frozen. He thought every spell needed constant mana to stay active. Yet Chloe had broken that rule. How was that even possible? The more he tried to understand, the less sense it made. Meanwhile, Chloe continued, voice bright and composed. "My advanced magic is the eternal flame." Without hesitation, all three seniors gave her an A+. Leo kept his eyes on Chloe, unease growing. Creating an undying flame was something even Luna had failed at. There had only ever been one person who had done it, Erebus. That memory took Leo back to the time he had sought Chloe to ask about it.
"Call Chloe out here," he said. Celia Zeringer shook her head.
"She's asleep. Chloe said she'd been studying nonstop, so she went to bed early tonight." Leo let out a soft breath and turned away. "That's too bad. I'll head off then." Celia caught the tone in his voice and asked, "Has Chloe been acting differently lately? She's been more sensitive than usual. She's even had arguments with some classmates. I've also heard rumors she's been spending time with some unusual magic students. But Chloe's not normally like that." At that moment, a small flame flickered to life beside Leo. The little phoenix Fiora fluttered out, and Leo teased her gently. "So, how's everything going?" Then a familiar voice answered, "You called for me?" It was Farina, Fiora's mother. Leo's lips curved into a sharp smile. "You're the one who entrusted this little one to me." Farina's eyes cooled, her expression serious. "All right, why did you summon me through Fiora?" Leo gently set the tiny phoenix down and spoke in a low voice. "I want to know why you're still in Lumen." He thought briefly about how phoenixes and magical beasts were natural enemies. If she was still here, there had to be a reason. Farina's face hardened at his question, as though an old wound had been touched. Quietly, she said, 5 years ago, Lumen was attacked. 2 students and 3 staff members were killed. The one responsible was never identified. Kalian Baden asked me to investigate. Since then, I've followed every lead I could find." Leo nodded slightly, then asked, "Did you hear about the summoned beasts during the summoning exam?" Farina nodded faintly. "I heard a student died." Leo asked carefully, "Do you think Tartarus is behind this?" Farina paused, eyes dark with thought. "For now, it's just a suspicion. I can't say more than that." Seeing her hesitation, Leo didn't press further. Instead, he said, "Then pass this to Kalian Baden. Sen Lu may not be the only student Tartarus has approached." Farina's eyes sharpened instantly, clearly struck by the weight of that information. Time moved on, and soon it was the day of the interdepartmental field exam between hero studies and combat studies. The ever-lazy Professor Harlan Edmund leaned back in his chair and called Class 5 together. Once everyone was gathered, he said the class president would explain the exam details. Leo stepped forward, speaking clearly. For this interdepartmental exam, each team has to work together to clear a hero world. This time, the scenario is the Chadmore incident. The moment he said it, Alarm flickered across the entire class's faces. Only Eliana Layden asked innocently, "What's the Chadmore incident?" Nella Carvin beside her stared like she couldn't believe it. "Ilyana, you seriously don't know? This was even in the exam material." Before anyone could continue, Harlan barked for silence, and the class president resumed. Leo read from the paper aloud. 30 years ago, 5 first-year Lumen students carried out a mission in the dead forest in the central region. They were ambushed by Tartarus and Professor Albi Geron. Then the second-year rescue team was nearly wiped out as well. The objective this time, rescue the wounded and eliminate magical beasts. We'll be assisting Professor Albi. Harlan warned sternly, "This isn't an ordinary exam. It's meant to sharpen your combat awareness. Total focus is required. Anyone showing no potential will be expelled immediately." The class tensed instantly, faces darkening. Then Harlan chuckled, easing the pressure just a little. "Have some faith in yourselves. You're grown now." The students were so moved that Ilyana even asked for his autograph. Harlan waved her off immediately. "Shut up." Professor Archant Ubesh's voice rang out. "I'll announce the team lists, starting with Class 1.
Chelsea looked surprised. "Wait, the teams aren't being made within the same class?" Carl Thomas clicked his tongue. "Damn, so we're taking the exam with strangers." One by one, students stepped forward and drew lots from a large urn. Leo drew ball number 11. That placed him in the last group. Once the teams were set, Albi confirmed the assignments were complete. Group 1 stepped onto the summoning formation. Chelsea Llewellyn walked forward alongside Celia Zeringer. Seeing Celia beside her, Chelsea visibly relaxed. Being teamed with the Zeringer princess gave her confidence. Celia smiled. "Let's show them the strength of the Rodran Empire." Albi activated the magic circle, and dazzling light spilled out in every direction. The screen announced the opening of Professor Albi's Hero Chronicle world, signaling the start of the Chadmore incident event. In the next instant, Chelsea and Celia were teleported inside. The professors watched everything unfold through the simulation screen. Sejun looked pleased. They're moving incredibly fast. With Celia on that team, they'll definitely finish near the top. Harlan Edmund let out a low sigh. "I think Chelsea stands out more." Sejun's brow immediately furrowed, clearly annoyed. Before either of them could argue further, a voice cut through the room, making them both snap their heads around. "The first group cleared it that fast? Those first years are showing real promise," the voice added. It was Kalian Baden. Sejun and Harlan almost spoke at the same time. "Principal?" They quickly stepped aside, offering him the center seat. Sejun asked, "What brings you here?" Kalian gave a small, composed smile. "I wanted to see how the first years are progressing." Then he turned toward Albi, pausing for a moment. "Professor Albi, I'm sorry we have to dredge up these painful memories every year." Albi's voice was cold and measured. "I don't forget. Remembering is a kindness in my view." With that, everyone's attention shifted back to the exam. On the screen, Celia and Chelsea had just taken down an orc. A system announcement rang through the room. Group 1 has completed the mission. The audience erupted into applause. Kalian noted aloud that, even though the Llewellyn and Zeringer houses often clashed, they still fought for the same empire, and that, he said, was something to admire. Next, Group 3, featuring Abad Llewellyn and Duran Moira, cleared their missions smoothly, with minimal issues. Kalian's eyes lit up. The 2 strongest members moved forward while the others covered them. Risky, but I like that approach. Then Group 4, with Nella Carvin and Chen Xia, finished without taking a single scratch. Kalian praised Nella's extraordinary healing aura, and Chen Xia's fluid, precise movements caught his eye immediately. Group 7, which included Warden Tidden, alongside Aaron and Ilyana, also delivered a flawless performance. Kalian looked pleased, but his thoughts wandered to Leo Plov. "That kid, he reminds me of myself at that age," he mused. Then Albi called for Group 11.
Leo and Chloe Muller stepped forward. Albie eyed them both. Ready? They nodded, no hesitation. Albie activated the spell formation, but almost instantly black smoke erupted from it, carrying a menacing demonic energy. Leo's expression sharpened immediately. Something was off. It wasn't just him. The other students felt the violent surge in magic too. "What's happening?" someone shouted. But just as quickly as it appeared, after Leo and Chloe were teleported away, the formation calmed as if nothing had happened. The students froze. Everything on the surface looked normal again. "But where are Leo and Chloe?" Sejun jumped to his feet, his voice sharp. "What is going on here?" Kalian turned to Albie, eyes hard. "Professor, what exactly is happening?" Albie opened his book with a tense expression, revealing an image of a skull tangled in roots. "Principal, the exam has to stop immediately." Kalian's face darkened. Struggling for words, he asked, "Don't tell me?" Albie nodded gravely. "Yes, this is a hero dungeon." Meanwhile, Leo and Chloe arrived at their destination, only to see a glaring red warning flash across their screens. Yet there was no clear objective listed anywhere. That only made Leo more cautious. Normally, the mission notice would appear immediately, he said as much aloud, while Chloe panicked, shouting, "Wait, this is a hero dungeon? How is that even possible? This isn't a lost page. I've never seen a page in the Hero Chronicles go rogue like this." Leo quickly tried contacting the professors. "Professor, I can't locate the other team members. What should we do?" He sent the message, but there was no reply. A few seconds later, he shook his head. "No one's answering." Chloe's panic grew. She bit her nail and whispered, "No, they'll have to end the test and pull us out soon." Leo shook his head at that hope. "If they could do that, they would have already stopped the exam. A hero-level dungeon has formed." "Looks like it's just the two of us, then," he said. Chloe's eyes widened. "Are you serious? Even with all 10 team members, getting through this place would be tough." 30 years ago, people died here," Leo said firmly. "If we want out, there's no other way, Chloe." Chloe understood, but picturing the enemies ahead, dread began to close in. Tartarus caused the Chadmore incident. From the start, they were hunting rookie hero cadets like us. This entire forest is a trap. The more she thought about it, the heavier it felt, until her knees buckled beneath her. She pressed her face into her hands as sweat poured down. Leo quietly sat in front of her, trying to calm her down. "Chloe, you're the strongest freshman, right? If we work together, we can get through this." He offered a steady hand and a confident, easy grin. Chloe paused, surprised at his calm. For a moment, she remembered thinking she had finally caught up to him. That thought sparked a flicker of determination inside her. She didn't want to seem weak in front of Leo, so she pushed herself up. "Do you have a plan?" she asked. Leo answered without hesitation. "To clear the Chadmore incident, we need 2 things. First, we rescue the first-year students. Second, we make sure they survive. As for how we do that, we'll need reinforcements first." Leo drew a diagram in the dirt with his finger as he spoke. Chloe looked at the sketch and gave a doubtful shrug. "But how? Outsiders can't enter this dungeon." Leo gave a calm smile, pointed at the circle on the ground, and said, "Remember, we're not the only Lumen students out here." Hearing that, Chloe's eyes widened with understanding. "The students who were supposed to die, they're still alive, right?" After a brief pause, she asked, "So what's your plan?" Leo didn't hesitate. "Hop on my back, now." Chloe's face turned bright red, clearly embarrassed. "Why?" she asked awkwardly. Leo answered matter-of-factly, "We can't let that female student reach Tartarus first. You're a mage, slower than me. Just get on." Chloe made a face at the blunt reasoning, but eventually climbed onto Leo's back. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a 2-horned demon watched the Lumen students through a screen. It was Chubarin of Tartarus, he muttered under his breath. It's begun. Seeing Leo sprint through the forest with Chloe on his back, he assumed they were part of a rescue team. But with only 2 of them, he barely thought twice. A rescue team? Forget it. The real targets are the future hero cadets who could become dangerous. The rest are irrelevant. At first, that was his thought. Then, a second later, his gaze shifted back to Leo. An order echoed through the demon's mind. Wipe out the monster pack with his skill. Use your skills. Kill the monsters. A surge of brutal intent exploded from Chubarin, his whole body radiating menace. He roared, "Move out." Meanwhile, Leo had no idea he was being tracked. He scanned the forest left and right, thinking ahead. As the canopy thickened and darkness crept closer, the deeper they went. Should I borrow Aaron's skill? He thought. If I push my aura and sharpen my senses, I can see beyond normal limits. Focusing his aura into his eyes, the world snapped into sharper focus, every detail cutting through the dim forest light. He spotted movement ahead and warned Chloe, "Get ready," orcs up front. She hadn't sensed a thing but nodded quickly. "Got it." Sure enough, a few dozen seconds later, they ran straight into a group of orcs. The moment he saw them, Leo gave the signal. Chloe reacted instantly. She channeled mana into her staff and swung it forward, launching razor-sharp ice shards that pierced the orcs from all angles. They barely had a chance to react before falling where they stood. One orc was still alive, lifting a horn to alert its comrades. Chloe's eyes widened. No, if that horn blows, the whole horde will come. Leo saw it too. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and split the green fiend clean in half before it could sound the alarm. The horn shattered along with its body. Chloe stood frozen, her mind repeating the same thought. Am I ever going to surpass Leo? Shoving that aside, they pressed on and soon reached the Lumen students, only to find them surrounded by demons. A strange, oppressive aura radiated from the creatures. Chloe whispered, confused, "Are those demons?" Before she could get an answer, Leo moved. "Cover me. Now." Chloe snapped to attention, casting a magic circle beneath his feet. Leo used it as a springboard, channeling power into his legs and launching forward. One of the trapped students shouted a warning. "Get ready! They're coming!" At her words, a demon lunged at the 4 students, roaring, "Die!" Before it could strike, Leo appeared, swinging his sword in a single clean motion and slicing the demon in half. Everyone froze, stunned. The demon's body dissolved into black smoke, vanishing instantly. Caught off guard by Leo's sudden arrival, the demon gave a quick nod in acknowledgement. That's right. Another demon witnessed its ally's defeat and ground its teeth in rage. It conjured an intricate black magic circle and roared, "Die!" Grave leech, with that razor-toothed leeches shot from the circle like bullets. Still, Leo pressed forward, wrapping his sword in blazing aura and sweeping a fiery wave that wiped everything out. Incredible. A male student whispered in shock. The brown-haired girl jumped on the chance. "Now!" she shouted. She began chanting a spell, casting arc of radiance, streams of pure light blasting toward the demons. The moment the spell hit, the demons went down like coals thrown into water. Only a single weak cry escaped before they crumbled into ash. Chloe froze, watching the spell. Stellar magic? Could this girl really be? Chloe wondered, stunned. Once the chaos settled, the brown-haired girl turned and gave Leo a thankful nod. "Thank you so much for saving us," someone gasped, relief washing over their face. "We were completely overwhelmed when those demons attacked. Seeing help arrive now, it's a huge relief." Before anyone could respond, Chloe stepped forward from the side. "Sorry," she said, "but I need a word with my teammate alone for a second." She pulled Leo aside and dropped her voice low. "Leo, that girl over there, that's Alia Giron. She's Professor Alby's younger sister. Chubarin killed her right here in this forest 30 years ago. You knew that too, didn't you?" she asked quietly. But we can't save Alia Duran's team from the Chad murderers incident, she added, her voice heavy. Of all the teams we could have run into, it had to be hers. Chuberin is a necromancer knight from Tartarus, and his squad. They were notorious for making Alia's team their very first target. From the beginning, Tartarus set up the Chad murderers incident for one reason, to take out the prodigy mage, Alia Geron. She was such a remarkable hero candidate that her name was recorded in the Hero Chronicles. Chloe rubbed her chin, thinking, with what we can do right now, there's no way to save them. The only option is to find another team fast and clear the condition that way. Leo frowned. So that's it? We just leave them behind? Chloe answered right away. It's not that I don't want to help, but Leo, this is the world of heroes. The truth is, they already died 30 years ago. Her voice wavered at the end, and the grief on her face said the rest. Leo finally broke the silence. I know they died, but that doesn't mean we can just leave them. The moment he spoke, Chloe snapped. She clenched her teeth and shouted, Get a grip. You're amazing, Leo. I know how strong you are, I really do. But even so, this isn't the time to act recklessly. Don't go playing hero again, she said, then abruptly stopped herself. Her voice trailed off, and a faint glimmer appeared in the corners of her eyes, like she realized she'd gone too far. Leo stepped closer, gently patting her small head, and whispered, Don't throw around words like acting like a hero so casually, Chloe. You're a hero candidate, too. We're not pretending to be heroes. This is just part of the road that leads us there. Those words seemed to steady Chloe. She lifted her teary eyes to meet his, waiting for what he'd say next. Leo scanned the area and said, History's already changed. Chloe blinked. What do you mean?
Look around, Chloe, he said calmly. By the time we found Alia's team, the forest was already swallowed in darkness.
If things had gone as they originally did, Chuberin would have killed them long before we even arrived. Chloe froze. That's when she realized something inside this hero dungeon wasn't right. This is crazy, she muttered, then turned to Leo. Fine, I'll leave the choice to you. Leo nodded slightly, making the call. All right, we're retreating with Alia's team. Behind him, Chloe stared at his steady back. You're really moving forward without me again, aren't you? Am I really still myself? That thought flickered through her mind as the dark grimoire in her bag began leaking a strange, demonic aura unnoticed. Meanwhile, Alia's group had their own murmurs. A first-year mage, Tead, spoke softly. Doesn't it feel a little strange? The rescue team only sent 2 people. Dina, a first-year knight, nodded immediately. Yeah, and they look about our age, too. Then Belak voiced what everyone was thinking. Could this be a trap from Tartarus? But Alia shook her head quickly. What are you talking about? If they were enemies, they wouldn't have fought the demons alongside us. And he's kind of cool, she added, her cheeks warming slightly. The others just stared. Are you serious, Alia? Right now, and that's what you notice? Dina shouted. Alia puffed her cheeks. What's wrong with saying that? No, it's just I thought Professor Albee was more your type, Dina mumbled, scratching the back of her head. Before the banter could continue, Leo stepped forward. Listen carefully. We're leaving this forest as fast as we can. Tead stood up, frowning. Do we really have to rush? If reinforcements are coming, shouldn't we move carefully and deal with monsters as we go? Leo shut him down immediately. No, we can't. A knight-ranked demon is coming after you. The moment they heard that, every face went pale. They all knew the kind of power a knight-rank demon held, enough to take on an entire army. Someone swallowed hard, muttering in disbelief. Leo simply nodded firmly. That's right. Which is exactly why we're not fighting it head-on. The only thing that matters now is getting out alive. Everyone ready? Good. Then move. The group broke into a run, racing against the clock before Chuberin could appear. As they ran, Alia glanced back at Leo and at that same moment caught the conflicted look on Chloe's face. Alia's eyes narrowed slightly. Something about it just didn't feel right. As time went on, the scene shifted to Lumen Academy's library, now in complete chaos after the Hero Dungeon incident. Staff darted through the stacks of records, searching frantically while Professor Sejin barked orders. Check every case where a dungeon turned into a hero dungeon. We don't have a second to lose. Move. Nearby, Kalyan Baden turned to Professor Albee with a cautious question. Shouldn't we take that as a good sign? The handsome professor gave a firm nod. Yes. No one can enter a hero dungeon while those already inside are trapped, which meant the two students were still alive. But even so, 3 full hours had already passed since they entered, and night had fallen in that hero world. Hearing this, the old principal asked, Albee, 30 years ago, when did you defeat Chubarin? Albee replied calmly, around midnight. Kalyan Baden let out a tired sigh. So in the end, all we can do is trust our past selves? At that moment, a female staff member hurried in, breathless. Principal, we've identified the one who sold the beast summoning catalyst to student Sen Lu. But just as she began to explain the connection to Tartarus, she froze. Professor Albee's face had gone icy, and an overwhelming power was radiating from him. Even Kalyan Baden was caught off guard, quickly reaching out to steady him. Calm down, Albee, he said. The principal's sharp voice finally pulled the blonde professor back from the edge, though Albee still looked barely in control. He turned away, muttering, I'm going outside for some air. With that, he walked off. Only after he was gone did the female staff member exhale and comment to the old principal. That's exactly what you'd expect from someone who became a hero, fueled by hatred for the demon race. Kalyan Baden's expression grew heavy. It's understandable. 30 years ago, they couldn't even recover his sister's keepsake, let alone her body. He looked up and added, All right, so who sold the beast-summoning catalyst to Sen Liu? The staff member explained it was a black market dealer operating in the alleys of Lumen City. The seller had apparently become well known among this year's first years. She handed Kalyan Baden a notebook as she spoke. Flipping through it, he asked, Are you telling me a Tartarus spy slipped into Lumen City? She shook her head. No, not directly tied to Tartarus, but they definitely funneled some of Tartarus's items through them. Kalyan Baden rubbed his chin, quietly trying to figure out their real objective. Turning another page, his eyes caught a line that made him freeze. Chloe Muller, Dark Magic. The principal snapped the notebook shut and ordered, Alina, go get Professor Len. Yes, understood, she replied, rushing off. That left the old principal standing alone. He lowered his gaze to his scarred hands, feeling a warning pulse through his chest. The instincts he'd honed through countless near-death battles screamed that danger was already close. After a while, the story shifted back to Leo's group. By now, night had fully claimed the hero dungeon. Monsters crashed into them in relentless waves, giving no time to catch their breath. In the middle of the chaos, Leo swung his sword casually, cutting down a goblin. Then he looked at the rest of his group and realized he'd been relying on his sixth sense for too long. Everyone else had already reached their limit. Seeing that, Leo called for a short break so they could catch their breath. Off to the side, Tayad and Belak stared at him in disbelief. How is he not tired at all? He's insanely strong, they thought, simultaneously. Eventually, they found a clear stretch of ground and paused to rest. During the break, Chloe quietly pulled out her dark grimoire and began reading when Alia suddenly called out, Hey, Chloe! Startled, Chloe snapped the book shut, shoved it back into her bag, and said awkwardly, Alia? What is it? Alia smiled. I wanted to ask what's going on between you and Leo, Chloe. Are you two dating? Chloe froze, completely off guard, and quickly denied it. Alia, seeing her reaction, gave a knowing nod. Okay, definitely not, judging by that. Chloe let out a long, tired sigh, realizing Alia had come all this way just to ask. Then she studied Alia and felt a flicker of familiarity. Even if Alia was technically a senior from 30 years ago, here she was just a first year. Not so different from Chloe's own classmates. With that thought, Chloe blurted out, "Why are you asking? Do you like Leo?" Alia turned her head toward Leo, resting against a tree, and blushed faintly. "Well, my heart's been racing the whole time." Chloe blinked. So this was love at first sight? Somehow, she felt a little impressed. This was the genius female mage people still talked about 30 years later. Could Leo really look that special to her? Completely unaware of Chloe's thoughts, Alia brushed a strand of hair back. "Honestly, I don't even know if it's love. My heart just keeps pounding. It's kind of like when my brother does something stupid, or when I manage to pull something off myself." "Second she said that." Chloe's eyes went wide. "Wait, that guy with the nasty stare, his eyes really are that bad?" Alia tilted her head in confusion. "What? Which eyes?" Realizing her mistake, Chloe panicked and quickly corrected herself. No, I meant Albie." Chloe realized she'd said too much and quickly backpedaled, while Alia explained why she felt that way. Leo was just the kind of person who constantly reached for things no one else dared to. Chloe's expression softened. "So that's it. He's someone who never stops chasing the impossible." Alia added quietly, "Leo's like that too. At first, we were just classmates, but somewhere along the way, I started catching myself feeling jealous of him." Across from her, Alia's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "Then maybe we really are alike." "Chloe, honestly, I used to be angry at my brother. I was jealous of him too. It sounds silly now, but back then, I truly believed no matter what he did, he'd never amount to anything. Between us, the foundation of my magic actually comes from him. I'm fine using existing spells, but creating new ones? I was hopeless. I even failed the Lumen Academy entrance exam twice. At one point, I looked down on him. I really thought I was better. But slowly, that jealousy turned into admiration." Chloe listened, wide-eyed. She hadn't expected Alia to have gone through the same struggles. But before they could go further, the moment was broken. Leo suddenly sensed something and jumped to his feet, shouting to the group, "Everyone, get ready! Plans have changed. We can't keep retreating." Seeing the determination in his eyes, the others instinctively gripped their weapons tighter and braced themselves for whatever was about to emerge from the shadows. Feeling the tension ripple through the group, Leo raised his voice. "Don't panic. Every one of you has what it takes to become a hero." His words steadied them. Just enough. Teeth gritted. They focused on the direction of the roar. They didn't have to wait long. Chuberin stomped into view, each step cracking the ground beneath him. "Found you," he growled. "The one I hate, the seed of a great hero." With that, he raised his weapon and slammed it down toward Leo, the impact detonating through the ground. Leo leapt aside easily, but Chuberin's words lingered. During the Chad murderers' massacre, wasn't he supposed to kill every promising hero? So why focus on me calling me the seed of a great hero? The thought unsettled Leo, but before he could dwell on it, Chuberin unleashed a wave of bloodlust. Sweat beaded on Leo's forehead as he shouted, "Everyone, it's coming fast." Leo didn't have to repeat himself. Chloe moved instantly, casting a spell that spread a massive blue magic circle across the ground. Right then, Chuberin hurled his axe violently forward, but a towering pillar of ice shot up from Chloe's spell, stopping it dead in its tracks. At the same time, Leo enveloped his sword in a medicinal flame aura. He channeled power into his legs and launched himself high into the air. From above, it looked like he was about to crush the demon with a single, devastating strike. But in the next instant, he twisted mid-air, dropped low, and slashed clean across Chuberin's throat. A spray of hot blood arced through the air. Everyone shouted at once. He got him, but the excitement vanished in an instant. Right before their eyes, Chubaren's neck healed itself, completely, without a single scar. One of the group stammered. His neck, it just healed itself. From the front line, Leo called out, "Stay sharp. Keep your distance from Chubaren." That's a dispel ability. Attacks act like they never even landed. Leo's words left Tead and Alia frozen, faces pale. Then what do we do? Is there really no way to kill it? Leo tried to calm them, explaining the dispel had limits. Chubaren couldn't use it endlessly. Across from them, Chubaren pulled his axe back and sneered. "You really think you can win, remnant of a great hero?" Leo shot back. "You're just scared of a new hero being born, aren't you?" Then, without another word, Leo, Dina, and Belak charged in together, attacking from 3 directions at once. From the rear, Alia supported them with magic. She cast Circle of Light, sending wave after wave of energy crashing toward the demon. Each blast struck Chubaren's massive frame, burning the flesh wherever it landed. "So this is the light magic I hate," he muttered, echoing Lord Silatuna. "They all need to die here." Chubaren continued swinging his axe at anyone nearby, muttering under his breath. Then he let out a furious roar, throwing one arm high into the air. Even Leo felt a chill run down his spine as he yelled, "Dodge!" The warning barely left his lips before Chubaren's axe crashed into the ground with earth-shattering force. The impact was brutal. Stone and chunks of earth flew like a hail of bullets. Leo moved fast, slicing through the debris with ease. Dina and Belak weren't so lucky. A sharp shard tore across Dina's shoulder, and Belak took it even worse. A jagged rock embedded itself deep in his abdomen. Leo's eyes went wide the instant he saw it. He rushed forward without a second thought. He lifted Belak's massive body and dragged him behind the ice pillar Chloe had raised. Alia came running up too, worry etched across her face. "Are you both okay?" she called. Dina forced a grim reply. "I can still fight a bit, but Belak." She trailed off, and Leo cut in calmly. "Don't worry, it missed his organs. First things first, stop the bleeding." Then he turned to Chloe. "We need one clean hit to finish this." She nodded quickly. "Got it. Just buy me a little time." Leo left the wounded behind, created 2 clones of himself, and sent them charging at Chubaren to keep him occupied. Meanwhile, Chloe's mind raced. She needed the right spell, something faster, something strong enough to pierce that dispel. Muttering under her breath, she pulled out her dark grimoire and flipped through the pages. Her eyes landed on one spell, and she murmured quietly, "If I use this, back on the battlefield, the fight between Leo and Chubaren only intensified." Each clash shook the ground beneath them, leaving the others frozen in stunned silence. Leo commanded his clones from every angle, keeping relentless pressure on Chubaren. But the dispel ability nullified every strike. Barely slowed, Chubaren lunged at Leo like a raging beast. Still, he wasn't catching Leo that easily. In a flash, Leo vanished and reappeared at Chubaren's side, slashing deep into his flank. The demon howled in pain. Nearby, Tead watched awestruck. "Do you think we could ever fight like that?" he asked Dina. She shook her head with a bitter smile. "Honestly, I don't know." Elia, however, recognized the clone spell immediately. Inwardly, she froze. "That's definitely star magic. Who is he?" But before she could dwell on it, a cold, sinister pressure spread across the area, making her flinch. She turned sharply and saw Chloe had finished her spell. Above them, a dark purple magic circle opened in the sky, an ominous aura cascading downward. The sight alone made everyone tense. Chloe smiled strangely. "I'm going to kill you, filthy demons." Then she shouted toward Leo, "Move! It's dangerous now! If you get caught in it and die, that's not my problem. Die." With that, Chloe unleashed the spell. A pillar of destructive fire shot forward, exploding across the ground when it hit Chubaren. Leo frowned. Why would Chloe, an ice mage, use fire like this? As the pillar engulfed Shuburen, the demon screamed like his entire body was ablaze. Chloe smiled, almost intoxicated by the sight. This is the eternal flame. It can't be stopped. Burn to death and suffer forever. The flames wrapped around Shuburen and began turning black right before their eyes. Dread washed over Leo. Chloe, stop the spell, now! But she didn't respond. Her grip on the staff was so tight that cracks started forming along its surface. "You'll suffer," she said, her voice feverish, keeping the spell going. Leo knew instantly something was seriously wrong. He didn't hesitate. He rushed forward and swung hard, knocking the dark grimoire from her hands. At the same time, the eternal flame she'd sustained collapsed. Leo caught Chloe by the waist and landed safely. She looked dazed, still half lost in a haze. He looked at her and asked gently, "Tell me the truth. Was that inextinguishable fire really your spell?" Chloe couldn't hide it anymore. With a sad look, she admitted, "No. Actually, it was a spell I found in an ancient grimoire," she confessed. Leo exhaled quietly. So it really was the fire of Erebus. Understanding that, he turned to her and said plainly, "Listen to me, Chloe. That spell was dark magic." For a moment, Chloe just stared blankly. "What do you mean, dark magic?" Leo nodded slightly. "Yes, that grimoire, it's a demon artifact." Suddenly, Chloe fully grasped the danger of what she'd done. "What have I done?" Tears rose in her voice. "Leo, I don't deserve to be a hero." Leo smacked her shoulder hard, trying to bring her back to focus. "Get it together. Listen, Shuburen doesn't have any records of resisting magic. That means he already burned through that resistance fighting Alia's team. Understand this. 30 years ago, even in fear, none of them gave up. They fought to the very end, even when it seemed impossible." Leo stared at Chloe. "What's the teaching of Lumen Academy?" Chloe hesitated, then answered, "To surpass all limits." Leo nodded approvingly. Slowly, Chloe's mind began to clear. In that moment, Chloe finally understood, so this was it. All this time she'd been admiring him from afar, but now Leo had pulled so far ahead that jealousy didn't even fit anymore. At the same time, Alia stepped forward, holding out Chloe's staff. "Here, take it, Chloe, please." And with that, the focus shifted back to Leo. With Chloe calm again, Leo lifted his gaze toward the towering Shuburen. Thanks to Chloe's spell, the demon's magic resistance was gone. Now it was time to finish this. Just as Leo prepared to rush in, Chloe's voice began chanting beside him. "I, Chloe Muller, will go beyond my limits, so I never have to bow my head before those who believed in me." She repeated the words carefully, syllable by syllable. Almost instantly, a magic circle opened in the sky above them. Leo couldn't help but smile. This was it, the pure, clean, arcane language of a true mage. Just hearing it made him feel at ease. For a brief moment, it reminded him of the comrades he'd fought alongside in the old days at Lumen. Back then, he'd felt this same kind of trust. Shuburen, meanwhile, realized his dispel ability was gone. He didn't wait for them to finish their spell. He grabbed his weapon and charged straight at the group. As soon as he closed the distance, he swung overhead in a savage strike. Leo had no choice but to raise his sword and meet it head-on. But Shuburen was completely unhinged, eyes locked solely on Leo. As if he wouldn't stop until Leo was dead, he roared, "Die," and swung again. The blow was so powerful that even with Leo's parry, the ground beneath him cracked, throwing him off balance and forcing him back several steps. Seeing the opening, Shuburen lunged forward. He drew back his left fist and fired a brutal punch, tearing through the air with terrifying speed. Leo barely raised his sword in time, but the force still sent him flying backward like a cannonball. Blood rose in his throat, and he coughed. tasting it as Chubaren's mocking voice echoed. Is that all seed of a great hero? Leo forced himself to his feet, and at that moment, a single snowflake drifted down in front of him. A cold wave swept across the battlefield, leaving a thin layer of frost everywhere. That was all Leo needed. Chloe's spell was ready. Looking up, he saw a 5-pointed star form inside the massive magic circle in the sky. Inside her mind, Chloe whispered to herself, and at the same moment, countless sharp ice pillars shot up from the ground. Faced with Chloe's overwhelming frost magic, the Tartarus demon had no answer. Chubarin froze solid, becoming a colossal statue of ice. Leo stepped forward calmly. He tapped the massive block of ice lightly with a finger, and cracks raced through it instantly. A moment later, the ice shattered completely. Leo sensed dark energy still leaking from Chloe's grimoire beneath the ground. Without hesitation, he wrapped his sword in a blazing red aura and drove it straight down into the book. At that moment, a system message appeared. Achievement unlocked. Saved a first year from mortal danger. Rewards granted. Multiple achievements unlocked. Chubarin subdued. Ignoring the notifications, Leo turned to the shaken Chloe. Your magic is incredible. If I could use field magic like that, I'd feel like a completely different person, he added. Chloe couldn't meet his eyes. She looked away. Leo, I'm going to tell the Academy everything. I might get expelled. Her face was tight with worry, but Leo reassured her immediately. No way. A future hero like you isn't getting expelled. You'll become a hero, I'm sure of it. Once the fight ended, Aaliyah's teammates ran over shouting, You two were amazing. You actually looked like real heroes out there. Leo nodded. Everyone did their part. Everyone fought hard. He began returning the staff to Alia. We put it to good use. That's how we beat him. Elia smiled and nudged it back toward Chloe. You should keep it. Bilak nodded as well. Yeah, thanks to you, we all made it out alive. He handed Leo his sword. Then they gave Leo and Chloe a necklace and a pair of gloves as well. Just then a voice called from afar, Over here! Finally, another survivor arrived. Professor Albee came running, sweat pouring, showing just how hard he'd sprinted. Seeing how young he looked, Chloe exclaimed, That's Professor Albee. He looks our age. Leo quickly replied, This is from 30 years ago. Albee grabbed his sister by the shoulders. Alia, are you hurt? She smiled. The rescue team got here. I'm fine. Oh, and I met someone who looks exactly like you. At the same time, Leo's group received a strategic completion notice. Albee's World, prelude to the Chad murderers incident. Seeing the siblings reunited at last, Chloe felt a rush of genuine happiness for them. Quietly, she gave thanks that everyone had made it out unharmed. But before she could linger on that thought, a sudden flash of light swallowed the two of them, whisking them away. Alia didn't even get the chance to say goodbye before they vanished. Chloe's gaze swept around, and that's when she noticed cracks crawling through the very fabric of the space. It hit her all at once. The hero world was collapsing. Back with Leo, a notification suddenly blinked into view in front of him. Strategic reward gifts. Even Professor Albee, normally unshakable, couldn't hold back tears once he saw his sister was safe. Sometime later, Leo opened his eyes again and found himself lying in the infirmary. The moment he stirred, that familiar, composed voice reached him.
You're awake, Leo.
Thank you for saving that girl. And tell Chloe I'm thankful to her as well. With that, Albee turned away, his expression cold again, and walked out of the room. At the same moment, Headmaster Kalian Baden stepped in. Seeing him, Leo tried to sit up, but the old man raised a hand. Don't push yourself. Just lie back and rest. How are you feeling? Leo brushed it off. I'm fine. Really, I'm okay. Kalian Baden took a seat, cutting straight to the chase. So what exactly happened in there? Does it have anything to do with that dark grimoire Chloe brought in? Leo blinked. How did you know that? The headmaster explained they had traced where Sen Liu bought the summoning catalyst, and it led back to the same place Chloe got that dark grimoire. So our suspicion was right. That grimoire really is a magical artifact. Leo fell silent for a moment, the weight of it sinking in. A magical artifact, a fragment of Erebus itself, in the hands of demons, a weapon. For ordinary people, it gnawed at the mind, slowly eating away at sanity. Then he began recounting everything he'd gone through inside the hero dungeon. When the story was finished, Headmaster Kalian Baden let out a low sigh. I see. If what you're saying is true, Leo, then that artifact must have been disrupting the hero world, right? Leo nodded without hesitation. Once we got rid of it, the hero dungeon returned to normal immediately. That has to be it. Just then, Chloe stirred awake. She spotted the old man beside her and let out a startled yelp. Kalian Baden quickly raised a hand. Easy now. Since both of you are awake, there's something I need to ask. At that moment, Secretary Alina entered, carrying a large bundle wrapped in cloth. She carefully unfolded it, revealing the items they'd brought back, the gifts Alia's group had left before departing. Chloe's eyes went wide when she saw the staff. This is Alia's staff? Kalian Baden's expression turned serious. Explain this. A reward like this shouldn't exist? How did it end up in your hands? Watching Chloe's reaction, Leo frowned. It was clear she hadn't received any reward herself. Just like during the entrance exam and the Chad murderers incident, no proper reward had come from the living hero world, and the reward system linked to its owner was clearly broken. But why? And even if the reward was the Fairy King's oath, why was it given to him? That question twisted in Leo's mind, but he couldn't say it aloud. Instead, he quickly came up with an excuse. It was a strategic reward. Both Kalian Baden and Chloe turned to him, shocked. So there really was a reward in Professor Alby's hero world. Leo answered cautiously. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I think something unusual happened when the hero world was restored, he added, deciding to stick to that story and keep the truth hidden. Even after his explanation, Kalian Baden didn't look fully convinced. Chloe doesn't seem to know anything about this. Then why did only you receive it, Leo? Before he could press further, Chloe quickly jumped in. Maybe Leo contributed the most to the strategy. I've heard rewards can depend heavily on how much someone actually did. Kalian Baden didn't push it after that. He stood slowly and gave a small nod. All right, I understand. We'll investigate quietly. Once the inspection is done, the relic will be returned to the family. And neither of you is to say a word about the magical artifact. Chloe's surprise showed immediately, and she turned to ask a question. But Kalian Baden just smiled. The enemy isn't only outside. You two did well. Get some proper rest. With that, he left the room quickly with Alina. Once the room was quiet again, Chloe looked over at Leo, speaking hesitantly. Leo, there's something I want to tell you. Her face flushed slightly, but before she could continue, their friends, Chelsea, Celia, and Carl, suddenly burst in. Chelsea, the young sorceress, even had tears welling in her eyes. Then, for some reason, Headmaster Kalian Baden turned back and called out to them. Oh, right, hero candidates. There's a party tomorrow night. If you don't have anything formal, head into Lumen City early and get it sorted. The old man shook his head slightly. Youth really is wasted on the young. Leo and Chloe exchanged confused glances. Judging by their expressions, this was the first either of them had heard about the party. Time moved forward, and soon the welcome party for the new students was in full swing. A voice boomed across the grand hall. Welcome, everyone, to the celebration for the students who passed their first midterm at Lumen Academy. And first, let's give a round of applause to the heroes who fought their way through it. So tell me, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to be the brightest star in the room tonight? Off to one side, Warden Tidden and Carl Thomas leaned back in their seats, hair slicked, clearly enjoying the moment. Carl chuckled. Man, surviving that midterm felt easier than expected. They laughed and sank into their chairs, the table in front of them already piled with food. Even while eating, Carl spoke up. Is it just me, or is everyone from our class still missing? Warden Tidney muttered as he scanned the room, and Carl quickly nodded. You know, Lumen Academy doesn't let people stroll in late. Then the host's voice cut through the chatter again, drawing everyone's eyes to the entrance. Now entering from Year 5, Nella Carvin and Ileana Layden. As the two girls stepped in, every head turned. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Wow, they look incredible, someone whispered. Warden Tidneen and Carl froze mid-bite, stunned. Carl even spit out his drink in shock. They look amazing, Warden Tidden murmured, still staring as if he hadn't fully processed it. Nella laughed at their reactions. Seriously? Did you two borrow your dad's suits or something? Warden Tidden let out a dramatic sigh, while Carl nodded awkwardly, too embarrassed to argue. The host moved on to the next introduction. The pride of the Rodran Empire. The Llewellyn siblings entered side by side, graceful and composed. Girls in the crowd lost their minds. Oh my God, I want to be his servant, one shouted. Another yelled, fan club member 94,348, and proud of it. Even Carl couldn't look away. She looked like a real princess standing there with Rodran's elite, and he was the real deal too. Finally, the host made one last announcement. A true pair, Celia Zeringer of House Zeringer and Leo Plov. Their entrance wasn't smooth. Celia clicked her tongue, muttering, Seriously? My debut has to get overshadowed by you? Leo just shrugged. It's not that serious. As Leo stepped in, cheers erupted. There he is, our class president. The pride of Leo's year, our class rep is the best. His classmates swarmed around him, lighting up the room. But the excitement was cut short by the sharp voice of a white-haired professor. A ghostly image of a monstrous beast floated above her, and her voice boomed through the hall. So, is everyone enjoying the party? Every face tightened, but no one dared hesitate. Yeah, of course, we're having a great time. Ha ha! Inside, each student thought the same thing. Better keep smiling or she'll snap. From the professor's perspective, though, the students really did seem to be enjoying themselves, and a small smile formed. I'm glad to hear that. Since everyone's in high spirits, let's keep it going with the midterm combat results. At Leo's table, the mood instantly dropped. How are we supposed to enjoy the party after that? Warden Tidden muttered. The professor ignored the complaints. I expected that reaction. So tonight we'll announce only the top 3 students from each department. The rest will get their scores tomorrow from your homeroom teachers. Relax, don't stress. Now I'll leave the rest to the department heads. Ain Ilendu stepped forward. A fire magic student, Liana, nearly jumped from her seat. Oh my God, it's him. Ain Ilendu, the Frost Knight, she shouted, while the calm professor began. You all did well in the midterms. I will announce the top students from each department. The lights dimmed, and a giant screen displayed the rankings. Celia took first place, followed by Duran Moira and Chen Xia. Professor Ain called out each name clearly. Celia glanced at the screen, puzzled. Runia isn't in the top 3, she thought. Next, Professor Len Horace announced the magic department. First, Abad Llewellyn. Second, Chelsea Llewellyn. Third, Imio Luchan. Chelsea frowned. She looked at Leo. Why isn't your name up there, Leo? Leo stayed calm. Sometimes it just works out that way. Meanwhile, Carl scratched his head, confused. Okay, I get why Leo's not on there. But Chloe's name isn't either. Hearing that, Celia turned toward Chloe. Chloe gave only an awkward little smile. From Professor Len Horace's view, it was simple. Chloe had used forbidden magic, so her practical score was 0. Even so, her dedication to magic was remarkable. Suddenly, Professor Sejin jumped up. As far as I'm concerned, the real top student in the magic department is Chloe. The laid-back Professor Harlan Edmund chuckled. Sit down already, will you? Celia quietly reached over and patted Chloe on the shoulder. With the room settling and a few laughs lingering, Yura Marnin stepped forward, smiling. All right, summoners, do better next time, okay? She read from her list. Top summoning students, first Warden Tidne, then Eliza Hergen, and Jordan Lawson in third. At Leo's table, people started noticing something odd. Several departments had announced their top students, yet Leo's name hadn't appeared even once. Sensing the confusion rippling through the room, the petite professor stepped forward again, her gaze sweeping the crowd. Everyone's having a good time, right? And now it's finally time to announce the Academy's top student and this year's freshman representative. She flashed a radiant smile before making it official. The highest score of this midterm and the official representative of the first years is Leo Plov. Instantly, the hall erupted in shock. Gasps echoed from every corner, and murmurs of disbelief spread like wildfire. But just as the excitement hit a peak, a hand shot up. I object. How can someone like Leo Plov, who didn't place in the top 3 of any department, be named valedictorian and class representative? The voice belonged to Emil Luchin, the student who had ranked 3rd in the magic department. Even Leo paused. The same thought had crossed his mind. Wait, how did I end up as the representative? Emil's protest sparked a ripple of whispers across the hall, and the sudden commotion clearly unsettled the white-haired professor. She looked flustered, her composure faltering as the tension mounted. Then, in an instant, she slammed a hand onto the podium. All right, all of you, listen carefully. I'm only explaining this once, so don't miss it. Her voice boomed through the hall, silencing everyone instantly. First, students with dual specialties are not ranked within a single department. Why? Because standard metrics can't measure them fairly. For example, a magic swordsman might not outscore a pure mage in raw magic output, but once those abilities are combined, the result can be far stronger. Got it? She raised a finger for emphasis. Second, Leo Plov earned the highest total score among all freshmen in the combined evaluation of spirit theory and actual combat. Down in the crowd, Emio's confidence started to falter. His face tightened, but he forced out one last objection. But didn't someone else get a perfect combat score? Before anyone could respond, a voice rang across the hall like a cannon. Leo exceeded the expected limits inside the Hero World simulation. He defeated Chubarin. At that, the entire hall inhaled sharply. Every eye snapped toward Leo in stunned disbelief. Even Leo felt the weight of all that attention crashing down on him at once. You actually defeated Chubarin? Just the two of you? You and Chloe? The group staring at him looked like they could barely process what they'd just heard. Leo gave a small, understated nod. That part was true. At the front, Professor Archant Ubesha, still a little flustered, began to explain. The reason Leo achieved the highest score in the midterm is, but before she could finish, Professor Sejin stepped in with a bright smile. That's enough. I think the students understand now. Professor Ubesha, let's stop the announcements here and enjoy the rest of the party. Just like that. The tension broke. Cheers rose up. The celebration resumed, and the camera shifted over to the professor's table. While eating, Yura Marnin turned to Len Horace. If dual specialty students are ranked across departments like this, what happens to the standings? Ain Elendu glanced over. It'll shake up the magic department. A lot of students are going to drop in rank. Yura blinked. Wait, don't tell me the real top student in the magic department is. before she could finish. Archant Ubesha nodded. Yes, it's Leo, Yura blurted. And the summoning department too? He beat all of them? Beside her, the usually calm Ain Elendu added, the night department as well. Leo Plav is ahead of everyone. Yura could only stare in shock. My goodness, that boy is dominating every department. Ain Elendu just shrugged. At this point, that's no longer an impossible dream. Across the table, two professors slammed their hands down, arguing loudly. No, Leo should be raised as a top mage. His magical talent is too great. Before Len Horace could respond, Yura Marnin interjected coldly. Please, do you really think talent in summoning like that comes around every day? Ain Elendu sighed, clearly tired of the debate. Leo is most suited for the sword. That's final. And just like that, the three began arguing loudly, enough for the entire table to notice. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the fifth-year classroom the next day. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, but Carl was already slumped over his desk, groaning from last night's party. Man, I think I drank too much yesterday. Beside him, Chelsea Llewellyn shot him a glare. You're literally the only person I've ever seen get carried away after drinking 2 liters of orange juice. Just then, the lazy homeroom teacher Harlan Edmund finally walked in, waving for everyone to settle down. All right, quiet down. I've got an announcement about the school trip. As you know, this time we're heading to the Fey territories. He pinned a large map onto the board. The moment he mentioned a trip, the class lit up, especially Ileana Layden and Carl, bouncing in their seats. We heard every class gets to choose where they go, Ileana cried. Carl jumped in right after. Then we should pick Duin Forest. The wormwood there is famous for its sweet fruit. But before they could dream too long, Harlan Edmund pointed to one spot on the map. We're going to El Silvikia. The red-haired mage Eliana blinked, clearly puzzled. She had no idea where that was. Warden Tyden, ever studious, quickly flipped through a textbook. El Silvikia is a small country far to the north, inside the Fey territories, frozen all year round. The two excited students looked ready to cry. What are we supposed to do there? This is the worst. Ignoring the complaints, Harlan Edmund casually picked at his ear. Take it up with your class representative, he pointed. Every eye immediately turned to Leo, full of confusion and curiosity, but he didn't bother explaining. Instead, he calmly reminded them, better get everything you need here in Lumen before we leave. Ileana Layden sniffled, still crushed. I guess I should start by buying gloves. Meanwhile, Chelsea, an ice mage, grinned. Finally, the perfect excuse to show off her winter outfits. From Leo's perspective, though, he wasn't the type to choose a place randomly. El Silvikia might seem brutal to humans, but it's sacred ground for the fairies. Silrod was there. Leo quietly wondered how he was doing. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a quiet square surrounding a fountain. Leo turned to Nella, giving her a steady look. I'll handle the food and other supplies. You take care of the medicine. Nella gave a firm nod, understanding her role. Once they finished putting the list together, Leo headed out, ready to start shopping. But then, he froze mid-step. His eyes narrowed, and he slowly glanced back over his shoulder, as if sensing something off. Kiyorazu 13th Street. This has to be it, he muttered. He made his way toward a tiny shop, tucked away in a shadowy corner. The sign above read, Lutek. This was the very place where Sen Liu and Chloe had bought the cursed artifact. Leo set his bag down outside the door and stepped inside. The interior was a mess. Dust everywhere, broken clutter scattered about, decay seeping into every corner. But Leo didn't let the mess fool him. The Lumen Academy investigation team had already combed through this place. Nothing should have been left. So why was there still a teddy bear sitting here? Leo froze, staring at the doll. Wait, everything in this shop should have been taken for the investigation. That thing, it shouldn't be here. His gaze sharpened. The moment he stepped in, the door slammed shut behind him. Could this be a curse messing with perception? And just as he feared, the teddy bear slowly turned to face him. Then, thick, black fluid like ink erupted from its button eyes. Leo was ready, sliding to the side just in time. The black substance twisted and swelled, reshaping itself into a grotesque monster, every inch of its body covered in eyes. Leo realized instantly this was no ordinary demon. He leapt back toward the exit, trying to put distance between them. It wasn't just dulling his senses, it was flinging curses at anything nearby, trying to wear him down. The creature shifted again, stretching into a serpentine form before it spoke, its voice cold and cutting. "Oh, smart little brat. So you noticed my curse." Hearing that, Leo knew exactly who he was dealing with. It was Silituna, the demon queen, one of the commanders his group had failed to kill 5,000 years ago. This wasn't her real body, just a cursed replica conjured by magic. Not realizing Leo had figured her out, Silituna continued. "A magic swordsman, huh? That's rare. But those sharp senses of yours? Exactly what's going to get you killed." In an instant, countless tentacles shot from her body, lashing toward Leo. He barely managed to pull back in time. Still, one strike grazed his arm, tearing open a painful wound. "I can't beat this thing head on. I need to get out," he thought. With Leo cornered, Silituna let out a delighted hiss. "Thanks for the meal, seed of a hero." Her massive jaws opened wide, ready to swallow him whole. But Leo just smiled, calm as ever, not a hint of panic in his eyes. Exactly as he expected, backup arrived at the perfect moment, a cold voice slicing through the tension. A giant spear crashed down from above, pinning the monster to the floor. The one behind the strike, Professor Albee. The moment the demon saw him, it panicked and shrieked. A mage with demon eyes, far more terrifying than anything else in the room. It roared furiously, hurling its mangled limbs at Leo, trying to drag him down, but Albee wasn't about to let that happen. In an instant, he formed a defensive magic circle, and the creature's limbs exploded the moment they struck it. "Filthy demon trash," Albee spat, his voice dripping with disgust. On the other side, Silituna's replica howled like a rabid beast. "Those filthy goblins, one day I'll tear out their eyes and devour every last one of them." Still screaming, it lashed all its tentacles at both of them at once. But the attack barely registered. In a cold voice, Albee said, "I have no interest in a cheap imitation. Die." Then he thrust his hand forward, releasing a devastating beam of destructive magic. In an instant, Silituna's body shattered into countless fragments. Watching that, Leo thought to himself, Albee Geron, the demon-eyed mage known as Tartarus the Destroyer. Rumor had it he became a professor at Lumen Academy for one reason only, so he could cross borders freely while hunting his prey. "I owe a debt to the heroes of this age," Leo murmured quietly, but he pushed the thought away almost as soon as it surfaced. Then Albee turned to Leo. "You, Leo Plov? What happened here?" Leo bent down, picking up the teddy bear's head, and answered. "It appeared while I was investigating. That bear carries a curse that warps perception." Albee stepped forward, taking the bear's head from him. "The Lumen Academy investigation team will handle the rest. I'll overlook that you came here alone this time. But next time, if you need anything, come to me first." "I'm grateful for what you did before." With that, the professor vanished from the room, slipping away with magic. Leo stepped outside and picked up his bag, letting his thoughts drift. The Geron family, one of the 3 great houses that held sway over Lumen Academy. If Albee was backing him, maybe, just maybe, getting into the Forbidden Library wasn't a distant dream anymore. Not long after, Leo returned to meet up with his friend. "Nella, I'm back. Got all the supplies," he said, a light smile tugging at his lips. The moment Nella saw the cut on his arm, she rushed over, hands glowing as she healed it with magic. "Leo, what happened?" she asked. He just shook his head. "Nothing serious, thanks." Still,
Silatuna's presence lingered in his mind, leaving a twinge of unease. So she was behind the beast controller and that dark spell book, but their true goal remained a mystery. Time moved on. A week later, the scene shifted to the teleport gate, where everyone had gathered for the journey to El Selvikia. Before they left, Leo double-checked that everyone had packed enough supplies. Ileana and Nella nodded together. "Yeah, we've got everything ready." Celia called out, "Hey, Leo, why El Selvikia? It's freezing over there." He shrugged casually. "It's hot right now. Going there feels more like summer vacation." Celia waved as she spoke. "Sure, but it's freezing at night. Have a good trip." Then she told Leo to take care and saw them off. Leo turned to his class. "Class 5, get ready. We're heading to El Selvikia together, the land of the Fae." With that, the whole group stepped quickly into the teleport gate. The scene shifted to Sirun Academy, the Fae's military hero school. Near a fountain, a young couple had cornered someone. "What kind of pathetic outfit is that? You're Fae, and you got into prestigious Sirun Academy dressed like that? Don't act proud of some worthless heritage." The white-haired boy trembled, words failing him, silence his only reply. But another voice cut through, sharp and clear. "Don't bully your classmate. Act like proper descendants of Sirun." It was Runia El Rundoa, a red-haired noble girl from House Rundoa, one of the Fae's most prestigious families and the first-year class representative. Instead of backing down, the young couple fired back. "Seriously? You don't care a half-blood got in? Just having him here is humiliating. Look at those savage clothes." Hearing that, Runia dropped all pretenses, flaring up like an angry guard dog. "Here we go again. If his clothes bother you that much, strip yours off and give them to him. And if you can't help, then keep your mouth shut." The couple froze at her fierce response. "Runia, you're from a noble house. Watch your manners. What's wrong with you?" Runia rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach them a lesson herself. "Aren't you embarrassed? Ganging up on one person? If you've got a problem, fight me." Seeing she was serious, the two of them turned and ran without another word, shouting as they fled. Ignoring their attitude, Runia looked back at the boy. "Why are you dressed so lightly? You're making me want to look after you forever." She gently removed her scarf and draped it over his shoulders. The boy grinned. "Great! Someone stole my stuff." That boy was Iran Urzar, 3rd place in the first-year entrance exam and a half-blood. Runia noticed him standing there without a scarf, her irritation rising again, but then she suddenly sneezed, and Iran immediately worried. "Runia, you should take the scarf back. It's cold." She shook her head, brushing it off. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Iran noticed how unusually cheerful she seemed and asked, "Runia, you look really happy today." Runia cleared her throat, smiling faintly. "Ha-ha, my phoenix egg finally hatched." Iran smiled warmly at his friend. "Congratulations, Runia. That's amazing. Well, I'm heading out now." Later, back at home, the red-haired girl hurried straight to her father's office. "Father, my phoenix hatched, right?" Inside, a brown-haired man smiled and reminded her, "Runia, I told you to call me Professor when we're at school." This was Ellen Lunda, head of the prestigious Lunda House, one of the heroic families bound by Farina's oath. He answered her question. Ellen nodded awkwardly. "Yes, looks like Farina's offspring has finally hatched." Runia trembled with excitement. "I knew it. So when do I get to meet it?" Her father sighed. "There's just one problem. Runia, your phoenix seems to have linked its memories with someone else. I'll need to check the details." Before he could say more, the mention of Farina made Runia's fiery temper flare. She slammed her hands on the table. "Who stole my phoenix?" The scene shifted to Velkia, the capital of El Selvikia, where Leo's group had just arrived through the teleport gate. The freezing air hit them all at once. Everyone shivered, especially Carl, who was shaking so badly he could barely speak. "I'd rather die than deal with this.
What's wrong with me? Harlan Edmund, meanwhile, pulled his scarf tighter, told them to quit whining, and kept moving forward. This is the capital of Elselvikia. Does anyone know its history? Chelsea eagerly raised her hand, ready to share what she knew. Velkia was founded and named after Velkia Ursar, a Fey knight and one of Luna's disciples, she explained. Her words stirred a memory in Leo. Velkia had been a disciple of both Luna and Aaron. A name once casually spoken now honored as one of the Fey's great knights. Harlan Edmund nodded. That's right. House Ursar descends from the Fey Knights. They hold the highest authority here. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead, turning everyone's attention. Snow whipped through the air, making it hard to see who was coming. Carl nervously blurted out, "Wait, there are thieves in Fey territory too?" Harlan Edmund just shrugged. "Bad people exist everywhere." Then a voice called from the front. "How have you been lately, Professor Harlan?" A striking Fey man stepped forward, flanked by a line of guards who followed his every move. The moment he appeared, the girls nearby practically melted, eyes wide, hearts racing, and a few even whispering in awe. Then the Fey leader spoke, his voice smooth and commanding. "Greetings, Professor Harlan." This was Lun Ursar, the spokesperson of Elselvikia and head of House Ursar. The ever-lazy Professor Harlan barely lifted his gaze, giving a small nod. "You really haven't changed." Off to the side, Ileana Ladin was still in a daze, brushing drool from her lips as she muttered, "I think I just found my destiny." Even Nella, standing next to her, gave an awkward cough, clearly wishing she hadn't said it out loud. But Leo couldn't let the fantasy stand. He stepped in and asked bluntly, "Does his age not bother you?" Ileana leaned closer, nudging Leo with her elbow, teasing him. "What, class rep? Don't tell me you're jealous." Leo didn't miss a beat. "Don't be ridiculous. You do realize Fey live a very long time and barely age, right?" The next question slipped out, and Ileana instantly stiffened. "So how old do you think he really is?" Lun noticed the shift in mood and let a faint smile cross his face. "There are quite a few passionate students here," he remarked lightly. "Unfortunately," he added, "the students Professor Harlan brings are always very well behaved." Harlan shook his head. "They're just first years, still immature, kids poking around, curious about everything." Ileana stepped forward, her curiosity brimming. "Sir, may I ask your name and your age?" Lun turned toward her, bowing slightly. "My apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner. I'm Lun Ursar, and I am 97 years old." The fire mage froze mid-breath, completely speechless. At that moment, Carl Thomas rushed forward, pushing Ileana gently aside. "So, you're the one guiding us." Lun smiled warmly. "I am the head of House Ursar and the spokesperson of Elselvikia." Carl nearly melted inside, fumbling with a weak handshake. "It's an honor to meet you." Nearby, Professor Harlan shot him a look. "Carl Thomas, you and I are having a private chat later." Soon, the group arrived at their field trip lodging. And honestly, after years of neglect, it was a disaster. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and rats scurried across the floor. Students went pale. "We really have to stay here?" "No way. I can't do this." Leo crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, really? Then I guess you'll all be sleeping outside." Ileana's eyes sparkled. "I knew it, class rep. You prepared something better, didn't you? I knew I could count on you." Instead of the comfort she expected, Leo just pointed toward a tent outside. "I figured you'd say that. So here's your sleeping spot."
Want to sleep under the stars?
Carl squinted at the blizzard raging outside and quickly spun back to the group. "Why are you all just staring? Unpack already." "This is our resting place. Honestly, it's kind of artistic. Have you seen how it looks out there? Step outside for a second and you'll turn into a snowman." Meanwhile, Carl had already started sneaking up to the second floor. He and Leo wore the same sly grin, like foxes stalking prey. "Hey, you know the best part of this trip? Sneaking into the girls' dorm. This is what we've been waiting for." But before they could reach the stairs, Chelsea Llewellyn shot them a disgusted glare and unleashed a spell. Wind ring. Screams echoed through the hall immediately. Leo heard the commotion, gave a small nod, and remarked casually, "Sounds like everyone's having fun. Maybe I should see for myself." He pushed the door open. Outside stood a golden-haired Fey girl waiting patiently. "Class rep, the head of the house wants to see you." With her leading, Leo was guided straight to Loon's office. Loon looked at him, a touch awkward, and said, "Welcome, Leo. Sorry for calling you in so suddenly. There's an urgent matter." "Could you wait a moment?" Leo replied. "No problem. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. Mind if I take a look around?" Leo asked casually. "Of course," Loon replied. As Leo scanned the walls covered with weapons and relics, he immediately recognized their age. Then one dagger caught his attention. "Without thinking," he murmured, "Urquint." Loon's eyes widened slightly. "How do you know about Urquint? Its history is reserved only for the head of House Urzar." Leo hesitated for just a moment, then recovered smoothly. "I read about Urquint in some ancient records at the Great Library of Lumen Academy." Loon didn't question him. "Makes sense. Lumen Academy really does have everything." Leo reached out, letting his fingers brush the dagger, feeling a star-like power within, though he knew this wasn't the original. In that instant, memories rushed back, taking him to a time when a teammate had first shown him this dagger. The dagger had once belonged to Luna, and she had later passed it down to her disciple. But before the final expedition against Tartarus, that disciple had lost it too. Loon, ready to continue, stepped closer to Leo and lowered his voice. "Urquint is an ancestral reward we received after conquering Velkia's hero realm. Unfortunately, relics taken from a hero realm can only be wielded by those who claim them." Then he straightened, gesturing, "All right, have a seat. I've heard you attend every class and serve as the freshman representative at Lumen Academy. I know this is sudden, especially right after meeting for the first time. But would you be willing to meet my granddaughter, just once?" She was a first-year student at Seren Academy. Talented, top of her class, but the world outside school, way bigger than she ever imagined. Not long after starting, she ran into her limits and her motivation began to fade. So I figured maybe someone her own age from outside her little bubble could spark a bit of inspiration. Following Loon down the hall, Leo glanced at the key in his hand and muttered, "Is it really okay to hand your granddaughter's room key to a total stranger?" He knocked once. The door creaked open on its own. Inside, chaos reigned, books and clothes scattered everywhere. Dust hung thick in the air, and Leo started coughing the moment he stepped in. His eyes caught a wall filled with pictures of a hero party from 5,000 years ago. Clearly, the girl living here was a serious fan of legendary heroes, Leo thought. People collect this stuff, sure, but this? This is next level. Wait, are those actually Seren Academy uniforms? A sleepy voice called from deeper inside. The girl caught sight of Leo and screamed, diving under the blanket, while he calmly introduced himself. "I was sent here at your grandfather's request." Still hiding under the blanket, Iran stayed tense, unsure how to respond. Leo tried to lighten the mood. "Your collection is almost on par with my Kyle books. Now I'm curious, how's he described from the Fey side? The northern mountain beast uprising? Kyle gets credit for that too." He glanced around, adding, "Honestly, your room's pretty impressive." Iran peeked out, finally, asking if he liked Kyle as well. Leo stepped further inside, slowly taking in the room. His gaze settled on something, and he murmured, "So it's here." Then, the Battle of Darno, the one that mentioned Kyle. Wasn't that the battle where the loudmouth mentioned Tyburka leading the Tartarus army in linked formation? The same battle where the great heroes truly fought side by side for the first time. Iran's eyes lit up. Then you know where Commander Zergo was defeated? Leo nodded. That's where Luna first tested her causality magic. She beamed, clasping her hands. Yes, that part of hero history is so overlooked. Even academics barely mention it. In that moment, Leo practically became her idol. She bowed slightly, apologizing. I'm Iran Urzar. I talk too much, especially when we just met, don't I? Leo just smiled. Not at all. If someone still cares about the heroes, I'm glad to listen. Iran continued. Just my opinion. But even though history mentions 4 great heroes, I think there might have been a 5th. Leo picked up her thought. Kyle? I believe he existed. When I get back, I plan to join a research group tracking traces of him. Iran squealed with excitement. That's amazing. Then she lowered her voice, murmuring quietly. School, huh? Leo caught it and thought. Shy, withdrawn, but not closed off. He asked, Iran, why aren't you going to school? She blushed. It's just I don't think Seiren's the right place for me. Her gaze drifted to a corner. Everyone there trains so hard to be heroes. But me, I just dream about being a hero in a more childish way. Leo noticed her uniform tucked neatly in the wardrobe, proof she hadn't fully given up. He turned to her. You're not the only outsider from El Solvicia here. My whole class is on this field trip. If they hear your story, they'll want to meet you. She froze. Huh, Leo stood adding. You do know there are hero training schools like Seiren in the human world, right? Her eyes lit up instantly. Leo started toward the door, calling back, curious about students from Lumen Academy. Come see them yourself. As Leo stepped out, Loon was already waiting, his expression full of expectation, and when he saw Leo, he practically jumped, crying out. He hurried closer, whispering, Don't tell me you really got Aaron talking that fast? Leo nodded. Yeah, I did. Loon was so overjoyed, he almost cried. Dabbing at his eyes, he said, It's been ages since she's talked this much with anyone. He smiled, resting a hand on Leo's shoulder. Looks like she really opened up to you. I want to repay you somehow. How about a magic item? Might come in handy. Leo's heart raced inside, but outwardly he just muttered that refusing would be rude. After a short walk, they reached the Ursar family treasure room. Piles of gold, jewels, and priceless ornaments filled the space, leaving anyone speechless. Loon looked at Leo. Take whatever you want. Leo stepped further in, scanning the room slowly. His eyes landed on one item, and he froze. This is... He pointed immediately. I'll take this. Loon stroked his chin. That's a gem holding the power of a fairy, taken from Velkia by our ancestors. The carving is beautifully done, too. Before Loon could continue, Leo cut him off. It's fine, Loon just smiled, as long as you like it. Holding the gem, Leo murmured. No way, this is real. A real fairy. After the students finished setting up, Harlan gathered them. All right, quiet down. Here's the schedule. Starting tomorrow, wake up at 6. Morning, individual training in the fairy forest near Vin City, afternoon. Mission practice. Ileana raised her hand. Wait, haven't we done enough training already, even on a field trip? Harlan answered firmly. This trip focuses on what you still lack. Nobody came here to play. Then Leo made it crystal clear. I'll be honest, your class representative put together this entire schedule. The moment those words hit, Warden Tyden snapped from the corner. That bastard! Chelsea spun toward Leo, frowning. Why would you do that? Leo's lips curved into a faint smile. The fairy forest is full of monsters perfect for real combat training, so push yourselves until you collapse. First one to give up loses. Ileana chimed in beside him. The class rep has his reasons. If we truly want to become heroes, this is something we need to do. After covering a few more details, Harlan wrapped things up. Enjoy yourselves while you can. This is your last free time for a while. Later, Leo returned to his room. He held the gem in his palm, staring at it quietly. The sealing magic of the Fairy King. He thought no wonder Lunarzar dismissed it as just a statue. After the era of calamity, the creators vanished and no one in the fairy clan had seen this magic in ages. But Leo recognized it instantly. This was Silrod's magic. Slowly, he began channeling a stream of golden yellow mana into the gem. Carefully holding it, he thought, so the time has finally come to use the oath the Fairy King once gave me. Wave after wave of magical energy poured into the gem. After absorbing enough, cracks started to form on its surface, and bright beams of light began breaking through. Suddenly, the glow exploded outward, illuminating the entire room deep into the night. And there, perched in Leo's hand, appeared a tiny spirit. He whispered softly, "Father, the seal is finally broken." The little spirit blinked up at him, confused. Why is a human standing in front of me? How strange. Leo stepped closer. Who are you? The spirit's face twitched with anger. How dare you call me you? He puffed out his chest, pride in his voice. I am the eldest son of the great golden fairy king Silrod, heir to the royal throne. Before you stands Prince Kiran, the silver fairy. Kiran was just getting started, but Leo calmly reached out and flicked him on the forehead. Kiran yelped. Rubbing his forehead, Kiran glared. Who do you think you are? How dare you? Leo's eyes went cold. In a low, measured tone, he said, What kind of attitude is that? Even your father treated me with respect. So who exactly do you think you are, brat? Kiran's anger flared. How rude you dare insult King Silrod! Before he could continue, Leo flicked his forehead again. Kiran shouted, You insolent! Another flick, and again this went on for 15 full minutes. By the end, Kiran's tone had softened. While Leo casually blew on his finger, Kiran muttered awkwardly, On second thought, forming a covenant with a lowly human like you may not be so bad. Leo pressed a finger to Kiran's head. Considering how kind Silrod is, the fact that he still tore back all 6 of your wings and sealed you tells me one thing. You must have been a serious problem, Prince Kiran. That hit Kiran hard. Stroking his chin, he said, You even know that? Then you really are the chosen one. Leo let out a quiet sigh. Fine, then go to the fairy realm and summon Silrod for me. Kiran crossed his arms, sighing in return. I can't. I won't be able to return until I recover all 6 of my wings. Leo asked, Then where's the first wing? Kiran replied, I believe it's in the fairy forest, our old homeland. A faint smile crossed Leo's face. Fate had just handed him Silrod's son, but the moment Kiran started getting full of himself again, Leo flicked his forehead one more time. Watch how you talk to me. A few days passed, and just like that, the group began their training inside the fairy forest. Amid the snow-covered trees, something happened that left everyone wide-eyed. Only Instructor Harlan stayed calm, unfazed by what was unfolding. The reason was simple. Chelsea was sitting on the ground, annoyed, complaining. No way, he beat that with just wind magic? Then suddenly a hand appeared before her, and her face flushed. It was Leo. He stepped over with a warm smile. Looks like you need a little training, too. A few minutes earlier, Ileana had approached him. Class rep, you said my swordsmanship and magic don't sync well. So what does that make me? She clenched her hands lightly, sighed in frustration, half annoyed, half embarrassed. So that's why you had me train separately today. Leo didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted toward someone else nearby. Carl and Warden Tyden tensed. Warden spoke first. What I lack is control over creatures summoning. Carl immediately protested. Hey, alchemy is the one thing I actually have confidence in. I even made that clear during the entrance exam, didn't I, Leo? Footsteps echoed from farther away. A voice said, I'm not very familiar with wind magic. Leo turned. It was Chelsea. She tightened her grip on her weapon. Then show me. Leo gave a slight smile, one hand slipping into his pocket. All right then. Chelsea muttered to herself. Everything he'd shown so far had already surpassed expectations. Who knew what else he was hiding? Her eyes narrowed. No time to hesitate. I'm going all in. She swung her staff with full force, whipping up a massive whirlwind. Leo didn't even flinch. He murmured, "Tempest." Then he thrust his hand forward, summoning a cyclone to meet Chelsea's head-on. The two storms collided with a thunderous clash. The impact shrieked through the forest, making everyone nearby tense. Ileana, watching from the side, had to shield her face from the raging wind. Wind speed isn't even Chelsea's strong point, and he's already countering faster than she can. Without hesitating, Chelsea shouted, "Chain gale!" In the next instant, chains erupted from behind her, shooting straight toward Leo. Leo stayed completely calm. "Chelsea, I told you from day one, that's not how you use wind magic." Red gusts swirled around him, rushing forward to intercept her attack. In a single moment, Leo's cyclone tore her chains to pieces. Before she could react, he raised a hand and formed another spell in the air. A wind arrow materialized, aimed directly at Chelsea. She froze, caught off guard. The aftershock made the forest tremble, and a few loose snowflakes drifted down onto her head. By then, Leo's sword was already resting at her throat. She frowned, unable to do anything but look up at him. The confidence radiating from him made the distance between them feel impossible to bridge. After a long moment staring at him, Chelsea quietly whispered to herself, "So this is wind magic." Without another word, Leo reached down and helped her to her feet. Watching from the side, Ileana let out a long sigh. "I seriously can't believe our class rep is this much of a monster," Carl added. "I never thought Chelsea would lose at the one thing she's best at." Harlan explained, "As a pure mage, Chelsea isn't weaker than Leo. The difference came from their understanding of wind magic and how they chose to apply it. That's what decided the outcome. As you grow stronger, you'll learn new techniques. But first, you need to master the power you already have." Now, standing beside Leo, Chelsea looked embarrassed, while he casually reached over and ruffled her hair. Harlan continued, "For now, focus on the basics under the class rep's guidance, and get ready for mission training this afternoon." The group responded in one miserable chorus, "Yes, sir." They were already shivering from the cold and starving from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Leo ventured deeper into the forest alone. This time, his task was to gather herbs. As he walked, he remembered everyone collapsed from exhaustion, while Carl covered his mouth, looking ready to vomit, begging, "Please, I'll train later." Leo gave a faint smile. Now they're finally taking this seriously. A clear voice rang out. "Leo, look! I already gathered this much." It was Kiran collecting herbs for him. Leo took the herbs and smiled. "Impressive. Very fairy-like." Kiran puffed up proudly. "Well, I'm not just some ordinary fairy." Once they confirmed they had enough, Leo stored the pouch in his pocket dimension. Then he turned to Kiran. "Let's keep moving." Together they headed deeper into the forest. After a while, Leo suddenly stopped. Kiran glanced at him, confused. Leo calmly stared at the invisible wall forming ahead. "That's an illusion," Kiran added. "Fairy King magic? But it doesn't feel like my father's spell." Leo murmured that it was Silrod's magic, cast by a fairy from the Cataclysm era, though the spell had only been activated about 100 years ago. Judging by the timing, it must have reacted to Kiran's wings. An ancient barrier tied to the Fairy King's son's wings could only mean one thing. Something extremely important was sealed inside. From within that hidden space, a pair of icy feet stepped forward. Kiran pinched his nose and shouted, "Ah!" The figure looked at Leo. "How is there a human in fairyland?" Leo didn't flinch. "What's stranger is seeing an immortal like you here." It was a skeleton. Its dry voice echoed. "This place has long since fallen under their influence." "Tartarus." Kiran immediately shouted back. This is our fairy sanctuary. What nonsense are you talking about? The skeleton's tone was icy. Fairies? A lowly creature like you dares call itself a fairy? Kiran exploded. What did you just say? Blue energy began swirling around him. He lunged forward, fists clenched. You bastard. The skeleton didn't even move, standing there like the attack was nothing. Kiran punched straight into its chest, shattering its ribcage. Its body began to collapse to the ground. Landing lightly, Kiran snorted. Ha! Big talk for someone that weak. Leo mocked him instantly. And you still call yourself a fairy? You rushed in like a street thug. Kiran stretched, finally loosening up after days of inactivity. Who cares as long as it worked? Fairy power and immortal power are natural opposites. Then his eyes widened. What is this? The immortal's body slowly regenerated. I see. Lowly as you are still a fairy. Catching the rotten stench, Kiran covered his nose. Gross! Stubborn and disgusting too. This guy probably hasn't bathed in thousands of years. The immortal gripped its sword, unleashing a massive surge of energy. Kiran charged without hesitation. I'll smash you to the bone. Just as he closed in, Leo's eyes widened. Kiran, move! At that moment, the immortal slammed its sword into the ground. A wave of red mana erupted around it like an unyielding curtain of defense. The second Kiran laid eyes on that terrifying barrier. His eyes flew wide. He jerked away on instinct and veered off in another direction. But he was going way too fast, and in the very next instant he slammed straight into Leo. He cried out, "Ow, what was that?" Leo didn't lose his composure for a second. Calm as ever, he casually lifted Kiran onto his shoulder and spoke. "That's a monster from Tartarus. It's been around for a very long time." Then the skeleton opened its mouth. "I am a death knight. My name is Kargor, a knight who serves the Lich King." And the moment those words left him, he swung his sword and rushed Leo head on. Leo pulled his blade without hesitation and met the charge with a slash of his own. Kargor came at him from every angle, then said in a low, freezing voice, "I am the one who will lead you to death." Just hearing it was enough to make the air feel heavy with killing intent, and Leo looked up at him with his heart hammering under that crushing pressure. Before Leo could fully recover, Kargor brought down another savage blow, like judgment dropping from above. Even the air let out a shriek under the force of it. Leo's eyes sharpened. In one motion, he threw up a glowing blue magic shield to catch the attack. He blocked it, but the impact still shoved him backward. His legs shook, sweat ran down his face, and he had to strain with everything he had just to stay upright. Kargor stepped in closer, a crooked grin spreading across his face, his gaze sharp as a blade. Then he gave a mocking laugh, pulling out light energy that fast. Not bad. Right after that, he tightened his grip and charged Leo again like a storm, battle lust burning in his eyes. The instant he got within range, he lifted his sword high and hacked down with a vicious slash that ripped through the air. Leo was already close to his limit, but he still managed to react. Even so, his body was clearly slowing, and just blocking that monstrous strike took everything he had left. The two locked against each other, teeth clenched, neither willing to give an inch. Then Kargor let out a smug laugh. "All your resistance is meaningless. Ha 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 ha." Seeing Leo getting pushed back, Kiran jumped in from behind and shouted, "Leo, I'm helping!" He swung with all his strength at Kargor, but the skeleton's body was nothing but solid bone. Kiran bounced right off, hit the ground, and a red lump popped up on his forehead almost instantly. Holding his head, he groaned, "Ah, I really tried. If only I had wings." Even exhausted, Leo gritted his teeth and kept that fierce look in his eyes. In a low, steady voice he said, "By the name of the one bound by covenant, answer my summons." The second the words were spoken, bright sparks burst around him. Even Kargor flinched and stepped back. As the incantation came to an end, Leo's whole body exploded with blazing light, sparks rising around him like fire from hell. Then a magnificent pair of phoenix wings burst from his back, and the heat pouring off them was so intense even the air started trembling. Leo tightened his hold on his sword and stared straight at Kargor, cold and fearless. Kargor froze in place, then stammered, "This is—" Down on the ground, Kiran looked up in shock and muttered, "What? There's another covenant bearer besides me." Leo didn't pause for even a moment. He swung his sword, and the strike twisted into the shape of a blazing phoenix head that shot toward Kargor at terrifying speed. The instant the flames hit, a massive explosion erupted and split Kargor's body clean in two. Then, out of the flames, a tiny phoenix fluttered free and landed on Leo's shoulder, chirping like a harmless little chick. Kiran hopped closer and stared at the tiny bird in disbelief. "Is that a phoenix?" The little phoenix shot him a look dripping with contempt, and Kiran could only scratch his head with an awkward smile. But Kargor still wasn't finished. Snarling with rage, he roared, "A phoenix and a fairy. I won't let either of them live." Then he drove his cursed sword straight into the ground. Bright red blood burst out around him like a flood as he shouted, "Death Army, devour these creatures." His voice rolled across the land of death, and the skeletons answered at once, surging forward in one massive wave. Leo looked ahead and muttered under his breath, a curse that keeps summoning the undead. Behind him, Kiran nervously blurted out, Don't tell me you've given up. You're out of light energy." At that, Leo only gave a faint smile, and a quiet confidence flickered in his eyes. He lowered his stance and answered firmly, "Of course not." As he moved forward, he murmured to himself, "Could this be Kyle's mana? It's been a long time since I used it." Then he activated an earthquake skill. A huge wave of mana poured from his hands into the ground, splitting the earth apart and stopping the undead charge in its tracks. Even from a distance, Kargor couldn't hide how shaken he was by Leo's attack. Leo didn't give him any time to recover and shot straight toward him. As he closed the distance, he swung his sword and unleashed a whirlwind technique that blasted every undead in his way aside. Watching Leo tear through his minions, Kargor shouted in fury, "Stop right there! If you call yourself a knight, then face me honorably, Leo." Leo kept moving, his voice cold. "You're the one hiding behind a swarm of minions, and you want to talk about honor?" With that, he gathered power into his legs. He kicked off the ground, cleared the undead in a single leap, and soared high into the air. Kargor thought he was retreating and roared that Leo was running away. While moving, Leo turned to Kiran and said in a low, gentle voice, "Little guy, stop fighting. Both of you get inside." After putting some distance between them, Leo finally came to a stop. He let out a breath and murmured, "This should be safe enough." But right then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed in from far away. Leo glanced over and saw an undead creature making its way toward him with a snarl. Without stopping for even a moment, Leo drew his sword, immediately noticing that one undead had split off from the others. His blade flashed once, and the undead was cut down on the spot. But right after that, another sword came flying straight at him. A voice rang out. "Did you summon it? Human?" Leo answered right away. "No, I'm Lumen's student. I have nothing to do with those undead." As Leo's eyes moved over the other person's clothes, he muttered under his breath, "The uniform of a Seren trainee." But the attacker ignored him completely and came in with another slash, shouting, "What a pathetic excuse! Die, necromancer!" Leo turned cleanly to the side and slipped past the strike. Then he drove the pommel of his sword hard into the man's stomach, and the guy doubled over with a cry of pain. Then a calm voice cut through the darkness. "That's enough." A red-haired girl stepped forward and looked at Leo with clear, earnest eyes. "I'm sorry for how rude he was earlier. I'm Runia Elrundoa, a first-year Seren trainee. Please don't think every Seren student is like him." Hearing how sincere she was, Leo gave a small nod. "All right, apology accepted. What brings you here from Seren?" Runia stepped closer and held out her hand. "I'm doing field training in Berkia," Leo answered. "I'm here on an expedition. Then I should report back to my professor." With that, he turned to leave. Runia stayed where she was and quietly said, "May the Berkia forest protect you, Leo." As he walked away, Leo murmured to himself, "Runia El Rundoa. Why does that name sound so familiar?" Meanwhile, somewhere else, Runia was scolding the young man, snapping that he was the worst student in the senior class, always stirring up trouble and showing off like an idiot. Honestly, it was embarrassing. That kind of thing seemed pretty normal in Berkia County. Then the scene shifts to Leo walking with Professor Herod to meet Loon. After hearing what happened, Loon started wondering why a Death Knight had appeared inside the sanctuary. Was it tied to some old disaster? Or to monsters that had shown up there long ago? The contamination level didn't seem all that serious. Herod went on to say that Leo wasn't the kind of student who would lie. Loon replied that misunderstandings born from ignorance could still become lies. Right then, something caught Leo's attention. A man stepped in and announced, "A first-year aspiring hero claims she encountered a Death Knight. It was Herdium Wintel, the homeroom teacher of Seren's Senior Class 1. Then he added, most likely she just mistook it for a skeleton knight. I don't believe a first-year student could survive a Death Knight." Then he glanced over at Leo. "You're only a first year yourself, after all." He turned toward Herod and asked, "Professor Herod, do you really believe this student's story?" Herod answered immediately, "Of course. She represents the entire faculty." Herdium paused, clearly caught off guard. If that was true, it might broaden the perspective of Seren's students, but even then, he still seemed to have trouble accepting the whole Death Knight story. He continued, "If she represents the faculty, then she must be confident in her magic. I propose a joint class between Seren Senior Class 1 and Lumen." The scene shifts to evening, inside a grand hall that looked almost like a marble palace, where a lavish social gala was already underway. Carl and Chelsea walked in with bright smiles. Carl blurted out that if they were really throwing an exchange event this extravagant, then this really was a rich school. Chelsea tugged on his sleeve and added that it looked fit for an emperor's banquet. Ileana said cheerfully, "I heard tomorrow we get to experience Seren's teaching style." Nella let out an excited little laugh and said, "I can't wait." At the dining table, Herod and Herdium spoke quietly to each other. Leo glanced over and thought that Herdium had probably proposed the joint class because he wanted to see the truth for himself. Then, all of a sudden, a voice called out. "Haven't we met before?" Startled, Leo turned around. He saw Runia walking up with a smile. "Dance with me, will you?" Under stage lights that shimmered like a dream, Leo and Runia moved together across the dance floor. She looked at him and asked, "Do you know the LF dance?" Leo nodded. "Yeah, I learned it a long time ago." Runia grew a little shy and thought to herself that she still didn't know his name. What was she supposed to call him? Leo answered, "I'm Leo Plove. Just call me Leo." The second she heard that name, Runia froze for a few beats. Then, without warning, she grabbed Leo by the collar and shouted, "So you're the Covenant thief who stole someone else's bond." The sudden move left Leo completely stunned. Runia leaned in close and growled, "I'll kill you." As Leo remembered the trembling, regret-filled words of Fiora's mother, his chest tightened. Reyna was the original Covenant bearer, and she was also the one who had saved Runia El Rundoa's life. I'm sorry for the child who was supposed to be the original Covenant bearer. Just thinking about those words left Leo numb, like a cold wind had passed straight through him. And in that moment he realized with a jolt that this girl was supposed to have been Fiora's original Covenant bearer. Runia was still right in front of him, her face flushed red with anger, and her eyes burning like they could scorch him on the spot. Through clenched teeth she spat, "You filthy covenant thief." Leo looked her in the eye, let out a quiet sigh, and gave her a gentle smile. "Fiora is doing fine." Those unexpected words made Runia go completely still, her eyes widening in surprise. But then she bit down hard, and all that anger came rushing right back.
Go die!
She screamed, lunging at Leo at terrifying speed and leaving everyone around them frozen in shock. A few minutes passed, and the grand hall was still heavy with tension. Leo walked beside Professor Harrod, while Runia kept her head low, her voice trembling as she said, "I'm sorry, Leo. Please forgive how rude I was just now." She sounded sincere, but her tightly clenched hands betrayed that the anger inside her hadn't fully faded. Leo offered a gentle smile. "It's fine." Still, he couldn't help thinking how exhausting it must have been for her to keep herself composed like this. Once things had settled, Herod announced that the misunderstanding was cleared up and that they would be taking their leave. The two turned and walked away. Pushing up his glasses, Herdium stared at Runia with a stern look. "Runia, don't make that mistake again. Remember your position as Saren's first-year representative." Runia's expression darkened. She gave a small nod and quietly replied, "Yes, I understand." Herdium continued firmly, "Then tomorrow in the joint class we'll need to prove it." He stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder, his eyes burning with confidence that Saren would one day surpass Lumen. Then he laughed, correcting himself mid-thought. "No, not just Lumen. We'll surpass every Hero Academy." His fiery declaration made Runia tremble, not from fear, but from anger. In her eyes, those Lumen commoners didn't even deserve respect. After that bold statement, Herdium stroked his chin, briefly wondering if he might be putting too much pressure on her. Then he cleared his throat and started again, a hymn from now on. But before he could finish, Runia clenched both fists and shouted, "I will never lose to that bastard again. I'll crush him."
Don't worry. For Saren's honor, even Herdium was caught off guard by her intensity. For a moment, the fire in her eyes genuinely startled him.
The next day, the scene shifted to a large lecture hall. Students from both classes sat facing each other, and the room buzzed with anticipation. Standing at the podium, Herod greeted them warmly. "It's a pleasure to meet the first-year students of Saren. I'm Professor Herod, a lecturer from Lumen. Today, you'll be watching a model lesson from Lumen." The moment he said this, the Saren students stirred, curiosity lighting up their faces. Herod continued, "Ileana, Carl, Warden, please come forward. You'll be leading this lesson." All three froze briefly, clearly surprised to hear their names. Then he added, "You're the outstanding students representing Lumen. Show them what you've learned." The praise was hard to ignore. Ileana, Carl, and Warden all flushed slightly, trying to stay humble, even as their eyes sparkled with pride. Sitting beside Leo, Chelsea said cheerfully, "Oh, so they picked one student from each department, right?" Leo frowned slightly, thinking the teacher was probably just being lazy and picking people at random. Then the demonstration began. Ileana stepped up first, casting fire magic that filled the air with dancing flames. Carl went next, shaping metal into intricate forms right in front of everyone's eyes. Then Warden summoned a set of mysterious creatures, and the whole lecture hall watched in awe. The students immediately perked up and hurried to jot down everything. Herdium stood with his arms crossed, smiling to himself. From another angle, this could open the door to a whole new teaching approach. But then his expression shifted slightly as his eyes drifted toward Leo. Strangely, the class president hadn't really reacted. Leo sat quietly, distracted, thinking about the chair Carl had thrown earlier. Across from him, Runia watched with cold, furious eyes. Seeing their side perform so well, Chelsea cheered, "Nice job, everyone." The three students bowed and returned to their seats. After Lumen's demonstration, Herdium stepped up to the podium and praised them. That was a very interesting lesson from Lumen's students. I can clearly see that each of you has built strong ability in your own field. He picked up a piece of chalk and started drawing the elemental attributes on the board as he explained. He explained that Seren Academy followed a completely different path from Lumen. At Seren, every student learned magic as a foundation, aiming for a balanced style of training instead of specializing too narrowly. Sitting below, Leo frowned. Calling it balanced seemed almost laughable. Sure, they taught many things, but the theory still felt more like flashy showmanship than real substance. Leo let out a long, bored yawn, startling those around him. Herdium turned and kept going, and that is how we arrive at the final answer. He shot Leo a glance, thinking, what is this brat's problem? First, he's running around talking about a death knight, and now he acts like this in class. Then he raised his voice. Enough with theory. Raising one hand, he formed a brilliant golden block of crystal in front of his chest. Let me show you the true essence of Seren, he said. By nature, we are a race of magic. He poured mana into the crystal and launched it upward. As it rose, countless smaller crystal fragments split away. They flooded the lecture hall with dazzling light, drawing gasps from the students. Then he continued. This is spirit art, the primordial magic passed down from our ancestors. This is our true essence, our spirit magic. Pointing at the board, he said, this formula is the legacy left by the goddess Luna. It is the foundation of all spirit art. The spells we use today are just one branch among countless variations from that formula, aren't they? At that moment, a hand went up from the audience. It was Leo. Herdium looked directly at him. The class president. Leo let out a small sigh and smiled. He wasn't particularly interested in spirit art, but he cut straight in. That explanation is wrong. The second those words left his mouth, Herod and Runia froze. Every eye in the room snapped to him. Herdium frowned, fixing his gaze on Leo. What did you just say? Leo replied calmly, explaining that the magic couldn't actually be activated. That one remark sent a ripple through the room. Instantly, the entire class began buzzing with whispers. Herdium thumped a hand against his chest and said, Of course, that spell is incomplete. It can't be cast. Our ancestors deciphered Luna's legacy and restored it into the form we use today. Leo thought to himself. Even so, much of it had been lost. It wasn't surprising that Herdium didn't know. After all, this magic had originally been created by Luna just for Kyle. Herdium's eyes turned cold. You seem to know a lot about spirit art. If our explanation is wrong, then show us your version. Seeing where this was going, Herod let out a quiet sigh, preparing to step in. But he froze when Leo rose from his seat without the slightest hesitation. Leo walked up to the podium thinking to himself that their so-called ancient magic was nothing more than an imitation. He was the one who had received the complete form from Luna but had died before he could pass it on. Perhaps, in the end, this confrontation had been inevitable. Watching Leo step forward, Herod felt a headache coming on. Spirit art was a source of pride, part of the founder's legacy. If this continued, it could stir trouble across the whole academy. Leo approached the table. Then, with just his fingertips, he began adjusting the flow of mana. One student couldn't contain their curiosity and blurted out, "What kind of technique is that?" "It looks like spirit art, but I've never seen a formula like that before." When he finished, Leo turned back to Herdium. "I'm done, sir." As Herdium watched that flawless flow of mana, tears slowly began to well in his eyes. His whole body trembled, and when he tried to speak, the words barely came out. "What? Is this magic? Have you used it before?" In that instant, it was like the scene rewound. Back when Luna first cast the spell, Kyle had asked the same thing. What is this magic? Luna had cut him off, proud. "Look, I finally completed it. I'm only teaching this to you, Kyle. This is the blooming transference spell. At that same moment in the present, a golden flower appeared in Leo's hand, shining brilliantly as if Luna's miracle had bloomed again. The entire class could only stare, wide-eyed, mouths agape. Ileana, sitting below, couldn't hide her amazement. Class president, that was incredible, right? Nella nodded, smiling proudly. Meanwhile, Runia, already irritated by everything Leo was doing, blinked in shock. What is this? Why is the professor reacting like that? She glanced secretly at Professor Herdium and saw him down on both knees, tears streaming as he gazed at the spell. His eyes shimmered, voice trembling with awe. Incredible! So many elemental branches can come from this. Don't tell me this spell was really made just to make flowers bloom. Standing nearby, Leo smiled calmly, speaking in a steady, almost gentle voice. It's not that simple. During the calamity, flowers nearly vanished. His words seemed to quiet the whole room. And to Luna, weren't flowers something truly special? Back in the memory, Kyle lightly touched the glowing golden flower. Doubtful. What kind of magic is this? It's useless in a fight, isn't it? Luna, standing beside him, gazed at him like the stars themselves. Her voice was soft, filled with feeling. Do you know how beautiful flowers are one day? I want to see a world filled with them. Back in the present, Professor Herdium kept staring at the magnificent flower, murmuring in amazement. So, this is it. The founder really did leave the truth inside it. Once he snapped back to reality, he turned and asked, "Who is this student? How does he know all of this?" Leo casually stepped closer and said near his ear, "I'm Leo Plov. I studied the essence of magic on my own through ancient texts. I work across multiple disciplines, and I happen to be a naturally gifted mage." That modest, confident introduction left Herdium stunned. Eyes wide, he stammered, "Could your family be related to the elves?" Leo shook his head with a faint smile. Then Professor Harrod approached, looking embarrassed. Sighing, he said, "My student has gone too far. I'm sorry, let's end the lesson here." He turned to Professor Herdium seriously. "For now, it's best not to make any official judgment on this matter." Still dazed, Herdium stammered, "Ah, Professor Harrod, perhaps I was being a little presumptuous." Then suddenly he stepped forward, grabbed Harrod's hand with both of his, and asked with excitement, "But could we discuss transferring the student Leo to our school?" The proposal came so suddenly that Professor Harrod blurted out, "What?" After class, the group returned to their lodgings, the atmosphere livelier than ever. Ileana and Chelsea, full of energy, began showing off their cooking. Chelsea proudly brought out a pot of deep purple fish that smelled so pungent nobody wanted to go near it. Ta-da! The Llewellyn family specialty. Not wanting to be outdone, Ileana set down a strangely shaped salad she had been hiding. Smiling brightly, she said, "And here's my deadly risotto." So good, only one person will survive. The moment they saw the dishes, Leo, Warden, and Nella all froze in panic. Leo leaned toward Warden, whispering shakily, "This is the true nightmare of joining Lumen." Warden went pale. "Do we even have another option?" Behind them, Nella frowned. "I think I still have some elf bread left from before." Before anyone could stop her, Ileana moved in a flash, stuffing a spoonful into Carl's mouth with a bright grin. "Try it! Try it!" The instant it hit his throat, Carl's whole body shook. Sweat poured off him, panic filling his eyes. Seeing his hesitation, Ileana frowned. "What are you doing, idiot?" Off to the side, Loon laughed, watching the students fool around. "It's wonderful seeing all of you this happy." Beside him, Professor Harrod scratched his head and muttered quietly. "Class president," like he already knew what was coming. Leo immediately turned to the others, but just as he was about to step away, Loon called out, "Wait." In a serious tone, he continued, "You need to know this. The El Salvija Assembly has already made a decision regarding the Death Knight forces." Leo flinched just a little, his heartbeat quickening. Loon went on. Simply put, we've confirmed that multiple Wraiths and Death Knight units have appeared in the Fairy Forest region. So Lumen and Saren will be working together to investigate whatever abnormality is spreading through the forest. But first-year students don't have enough experience yet, which makes this mission extremely dangerous. Hearing that, Ileana, Chelsea, and Nella, who were outside the door, lit up instantly. Their cheeks flushed, and they looked like they were about to bounce with excitement. Inside the room, Loon continued, that's why we propose that when the mission begins, our students investigate alongside Saren's first years. Leo asked immediately, did the council leadership really come all this way just for that? Loon shook his head, smiling mysteriously. No, actually, I came because of you, Leo. At that moment, Eran peeked shyly from the doorway, her cheeks faintly pink. The second Leo saw her. He stepped outside with a friendly smile. Hey, Eran, how have you been? She stumbled over her words. I said I'd come, so I used that privilege. Chelsea spotted her and blurted out, she's so cute. The girls immediately swarmed Eran, chattering nonstop. Chelsea asked her name and why she hadn't joined the exchange event, while Ileana turned to Leo, curiosity in her eyes. Class president, how do you know her? Nella smiled softly and whispered, so adorable. The sudden attention made Eran blush all the way to her ears, as if she wanted to vanish. Her eyes started spinning under the flood of questions. Eventually, she muttered a quick apology and hurried upstairs. Chelsea and Ileana stared after her, confused. Chelsea frowned. Did we do something wrong? Ileana scratched her head. She's just super shy, huh? Watching all this, Loon turned to Leo quietly. Leo, I'm counting on you. Leo gave a small nod, then let his gaze drift to the balcony where Eran sat alone, silent. A moment later, a coat was gently draped over her shoulders. Eran jolted in surprise. Leo had stepped out onto the balcony, smiling as warmly as sunlight. Eran looked up shyly. Aren't you cold, Leo? He replied confidently. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Then, more quietly, he asked, so why did you run away from Saren Academy? The question caught Eran off guard. Her gaze drifted slowly into the distance. After a pause, she muttered, because I'm not fit to be a hero. Leo looked surprised. Why would you think that? Eran's voice was soft, but emotion ran beneath it. She explained that life at Saren had become overwhelming. I met someone like Sunshine, Runia. She's confident, kind, everything a real hero should be. I admired her. I wanted to walk the same path she did. So I tried to move up into an advanced first-year class. But during the evaluation match, I made a huge mistake. And after that, I thought Runia would hate me. Leo looked quietly at the small girl in front of him. She's not the kind of person who deserves to be hated, and Runia doesn't seem like the type to hold on to something that small, does she? Then he smiled and asked, do you like the story of Versha? Eran's eyes lit up immediately. She nodded, eagerly. Yes, that's the tale of our ancestors. Leo kept speaking in that same warm tone. Then, you know, Vershia admired great heroes and chose to follow them. That's how she became a hero too, right? Don't let other people's eyes decide your path. Follow the one you want. His words seemed to reach her. Eran brightened, a little light returning to her eyes. Then Leo gently held out his hand. Come on back down. My class is a lot of fun. The next day, Professors Herdium and Harrod led both classes into a snow-blanketed forest. With flames flickering behind her, Runia turned to Leo. How exactly did you convince Eran? Leo answered calmly. I told her she didn't need to be afraid of you. Runia blinked, caught off guard. Afraid of me? Why would she be? Leo explained. She said you looked terrifying during the evaluation match, so she convinced herself you hated her. Runia paused, then mumbled, oh, that's only because Eran is strong. I had to stay focused. Leo smiled. Take good care of her. She needs you. Not far away, Professor Herdium looked out and called cheerfully, "They're here." A group of students appeared, led by a calm young man with purple hair. It was Lauter Algra, Saren Academy's third-year representative. He stepped forward, shaking Herdium's hand politely. Herdium smiled. "Lauter? Your recent thesis was very interesting." Leo's eyes flicked to the ring on Lauter's hand, curiosity sparking. He turned to Runia. "Who's that?" she replied. "That's Senior Lauter, representative of the third years." He didn't stand out until second year, but then he suddenly rose and became one of the biggest names of the term. Leo muttered quietly, thinking about that sudden rise. Once everyone had gathered, Professor Harrod spoke. "Now that we're all here, we'll begin the group mission. Each team will have 2 or 3 first years and 1 third year." Holding a list, Professor Herdium read aloud. Group 1, Leo, Runia, and Lauter. The moment Leo saw that list, he froze. Quietly, almost to himself, he muttered, "No way, this can't just be a coincidence." Carefully, he guided the group deeper into the forest. Thick, gnarled branches swallowed the light, leaving the place feeling heavy, shadowed, and off. Leo stayed at the front, moving steadily, eyes flicking over every brush and every faint sound. The deeper they went, the more a tight pressure pressed at his chest, like the forest itself was trying to warn him. Behind him, Runia's mood was entirely different. Her lips were pressed into a thin line as she muttered under her breath, "Seriously, this is so annoying." She couldn't shake the sting of Professor Herdium's smug tone, as if he were waiting for them to fail and admit they didn't belong here. That thought only made her temper flare. She narrowed her eyes and snapped, "Why did I have to get stuck with a thief in the first place?" Leo glanced back at her, expression unreadable, a faint, crooked smile tugging at his lips. "You're still hung up on that?" he asked, calm, teasing enough to get under her skin. Runia's fists clenched, her cheeks flushing. Obviously, she shot back, "I still don't accept you as Fiora's contractor." Leo shrugged lightly and kept moving, completely unbothered. Then, in a low voice, he replied, but there was something in the tone that made Runia pause. "To make it easier to follow, here's how each survey team was stationed throughout the forest." Leo and Runia's team had gone deep into the woods, near the giant octopus habitat. Chelsea's group worked in the damp, fishy air. At the rare herb patch, Ilyana's team carefully collected samples, one by one. The ancient cypress zone was Nella's team's assignment, while Warden Tidney stayed at the forest entrance, keeping watch. Runia scanned the area and frowned. "Senior, where did Lauter go off to? Weren't we supposed to stick together?" At the same moment, Leo crouched and ran his hand over the snow, searching for a trace of something. Remembering Lauter's earlier words, "I'll be on my own for a bit." "Meet me in the middle of the forest," Leo murmured. He probably had something personal to handle. His hand brushed over a thick patch of snow, and a strange purple manna oozed out. The instant he touched it, he knew something ancient and dangerous was hidden beneath. Behind him, Runia was still scanning, confused. "But we're this far in, and there aren't any immortals," she said. "Last time, there were supposed to be a lot." Leo stayed quiet for a moment, then murmured, "It looks like last time. But if you look closer," his mind flickered back to the invisible barrier he had touched earlier. Kiran, standing beside him then, had said, "This is an illusion. Fairy king magic, but it's different from my father's." That's when Leo realized something had changed here. The land was cursed now, a curse that hadn't been here before, a death curse, the kind only a survivor of that calamity would recognize. Without thinking, Leo's mind went to Tartarus, Erebus's loyal commander, a survivor of the disaster tied to the Hell Kaiser kingdom. Tartarus wouldn't be acting alone, Leo thought. Kargor, the Death Knight, was usually right by his side. Then, in an instant, Leo shot up, eyes narrowing as he sensed something close. "There's something over there," he muttered, shifting his gaze toward the fairy-protected land under Silrod's watch. Runia noticed the change in his expression and tilted her head. "What is it? Did you sense something?" Before he could answer, the sound of quick footsteps ripped through the forest from deeper inside, making him whip his head around.
"Something's coming!" he shouted.
He drew his glowing sword, bracing for action. Then a warm, low voice cut through the tension. "Phew! How's the investigation going?" It was Lauter, stepping out from the shadows with a relaxed smile. Both Leo and Runia blurted out at once, "Senior Lauter." Still smiling, he walked over. "So, found any immortals?" Runia exhaled, shaking her head. "You scared me! No, nothing!" Leo slid his sword away, but his eyes never left Lauter. Then Leo extended his hand for a shake. The moment their hands met, he felt a strange energy coming from the black ring on Lauter's finger. That ring, Leo thought, but before he could speak, Lauter said, "Sorry, you're mistaken." He smiled, though there was something unusual beneath it. "There isn't a single immortal here, let alone a death knight, but that's fine. Freshmen do have a habit of getting carried away." Then, in that same calm tone, he added, "Do you know what happens to high-level immortals like death knights when the summoning mage doesn't have enough mana to sustain them? They disappear. So if a death knight shows up somewhere, that means a summoning demon has to be nearby too." Runia frowned, clearly confused. "Are you saying there are demons in this forest? But this is Berkia, the capital of El Selvikia, right?" Lauter stepped closer, raising a finger with a smile. "Students from Seirun should know about the stellar magic around Berkia, right?" Runia nodded quickly. "It's the barrier spell Grandmaster Luna created. Demons can't get through." Leo cut in, voice firm and steady. "There's no rule saying the summoner has to be a demon. Other races can use dark power too. Even fairies." The words left his mouth, and both of the others froze. A slight smirk touched Lauter's face, like Leo had genuinely amused him. Interesting thought. "You probably don't understand just how proud the Alliance really is." Then he turned and walked away, leaving them with one last instruction. "Finish your investigation. Meet me at the forest entrance afterward." Leo said nothing. He just watched Lauter walk off. He's looking for something, Leo thought. Beside him, Runia seemed to sense it too. Under her breath, she muttered, "That guy definitely knows something." That night, back in the dorms, dim yellow light spilled over a small circle of tense faces. Warden Tyden broke the silence first. "Your team didn't see the Death Knight either." Across from him, Carl sighed quietly, disappointed. "Forget the Death Knight. We didn't even see a single immortal." Chelsea, impulsive as ever, slammed her hand on the table and jumped up. Her eyes shone with suspicion and excitement. "That makes it even more suspicious," she exclaimed. "The president said immortals appeared here, but the second we started investigating, they vanished. Something's definitely off." Carl just gave a faint smile and shook his head. "I'm going to bed," completely wiped. But Chelsea wasn't about to let him get away that easily. She dashed over, grabbed his tie, and yanked him back. "Hey, hold on a second." By then, Leo had already slipped quietly out the dorm window, landing as silently as a shadow. From there, he headed straight for the Sirun Academy Hotel. A thin line of moonlight cut through the window of one room, casting a pale glow. Leo eased the door open and stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room in a single sweep. They stopped at the table where Lauter's notebook had been left behind. So he really had left first, Leo thought. Then something else on the table caught his attention. It was a map, marked with a red dot at the entrance to the Phalans. "Didn't see that coming, did you?" a voice said behind him. Leo spun around. It was Runia, appearing without warning, eyes full of curiosity and suspicion. "What are you doing here?" Leo turned, sliding a hand over her mouth in one smooth motion. "Quiet," he whispered. Once they settled, Runia frowned. "You were acting strange earlier. What's going on here?" Lowering his voice, Leo explained. "I came to check on Lauter, but he's already moved. He's heading straight toward the fairy forest." Footsteps and voices sounded outside. "But didn't you say he was asleep?" Another voice answered, "I thought I heard something." Leo and Runia exchanged a glance and instantly understood. Without hesitation, Leo wrapped an arm around Runia's shoulders. Then he lifted her and leapt straight out the window. They vanished in a blur, leaving Runia too stunned to speak. At the same time, in Aaron's room, she had been reading quietly under the dim light when a sudden noise made her look up. Aaron got out of bed and moved toward the window. The moment she looked down, she froze. Leo was there, carrying Runia in his arms. "Leo and Runia too," she whispered, hands trembling enough for her book to slip from her fingers. Her imagination immediately ran wild. She pictured an even more handsome Leo looking at Runia with gentle eyes, saying, "Let me join your honorary rescue team." Then she saw Runia gazing back softly, the two of them drifting into some perfect romantic moment. Aaron's face flushed bright red as she clutched her cheeks, a secret date right in front of her. Meanwhile, deep in the fairy forest, Leo and Runia pushed further into the cold, shadowed woods. Runia trailed behind, throwing annoyed glances his way. "So you're really going to follow me all the way out here?" Leo said, sounding mildly irritated. "Just go back to the dorm." Runia frowned. "You still think Senior Lauter is involved? He only arrived this morning. The Death Knight was found days ago." Before she could say more, a voice cut through sharply. "Stop!" Aaron appeared before them, bent over and panting, hands braced on her knees. Runia blinked, surprised. "Aaron? When did you get here?" Aaron's face immediately turned red. Clenching her fists, she blurted out, "Good heavens! Students should not be sneaking around in improper romantic situations. Boys and girls should be kept apart from age 3. Runia froze. "Huh? What?" Leo looked equally confused, rubbing his forehead. "What are you talking about?" But Aaron doubled down. "I saw everything. You two sneaking out together." She paused, thrown off by her own imagination. "How strange. Well, Runia really is beautiful, and Leo really is handsome." That comment short-circuited Runia completely. Her face heated up so fast it looked like steam could rise from her. Leo, meanwhile, fought to stay composed. He turned to Runia. "Runia, say something." "Flustered," she stammered. "And no, it's not like that." Then the mood shifted instantly. Leo's expression hardened as a bitter, freezing wind swept past them. The next second, an immortal arm burst up from the ground right beneath them. Immediately after, a wave of reanimated corpses clawed their way out, their red eyes glowing in the dark. The immortals had arrived. Leo shouted, drew his sword, and braced for battle. Then, from deep in the forest, a low, chilling voice echoed through the trees. "Welcome to the Fey Woods." The group tensed as the undead clawed from the earth, ember-red eyes cutting through the darkness. Leo tightened his grip, the moonlight glinting off his blade. "All high-level skeletal undead," he shouted beside him. Runia stiffened, fists pale and lips pressed tight, glancing at him with a shaky voice. Where did all these things come from so suddenly? Leo shot her a sharp look, something daring in his eyes. "Ready?" he asked, hand still firm on the hilt. Runia didn't hesitate. She planted her feet and dropped into a fighting stance on the frozen ground. Then she lowered a hand to the earth, fingers tracing invisible ancient runes across it. A brilliant crimson magic circle flared open around her, flames erupting as if to devour the darkness itself. Runia lifted her head, eyes bright, pride flickering. "Of course," she said, voice edged with steel. As soon as she spoke, she raised her hand and summoned the fire octet. A massive blaze ignited. It tore through the skeletal undead like a raging fire dragon, swallowing them whole and reducing them to ash in a single sweep. Runia kept the flames dancing with one hand, then turned to Leo with a sly little grin. "Well, what do you think?" Leo started to smile back, ready to answer. But before he could, Iran's sharp shout cut through the air. "Runia, watch out!" That warning made Leo snap his head around instantly. A skeletal soldier was barreling straight at Runia, sword rusted and raised high. But Erin was faster. She raised her shield just in time to block the strike. The crown on her head glinted, spilling an eerie, otherworldly light across the forest floor. Leo's eyes widened. "That's Berkia's animus armor." Erin didn't hesitate for a second. She stepped in, swinging her sword down with clean, decisive force. One sharp strike, and the skeleton's head flew off. Its body crumbled into dust, and for a brief moment, the forest went quiet again. Runia, still catching her breath, turned to Eran with a bright, impressed smile. "You're really good," she said. Eran scratched her head, cheeks pinking. "Ha ha, it's nothing," she said, but her satisfied look betrayed her modesty. Her eyes flicked between Leo and Runia, curiosity sparking again. "But why are you two out here so late?" Leo exhaled, shaking his head. "Iran, Runia, and I aren't that kind of couple." Runia let out a sharp exhale, still annoyed. "Exactly. We only came by Senior Lauder's room to investigate." Erin frowned, unconvinced. "Really?" Runia pointed at Leo without hesitation. "Yes. Do you really think I'd let romance get in the way of studying? That would just make life easier for you. Fewer rivals. So why are you trying to stop it?" Erin blinked, caught off guard, then shook her head quickly. "No, that's not what I meant. Runia, you're the top student. I want you to stay that way. You're going to become a hero." Those honest words made Runia pause. Her eyes widened, heart skipping a beat. "So that's how she sees me." The thought warmed her chest with a strange mix of surprise and comfort. Zering's first-year advanced combat evaluation. The arena was charged with tension. Erin gripped her shield tightly, sweat beading her forehead, sword raised, eyes unwavering despite fatigue. Across from her, Runia stood tall, fists clenched, cold determination in her eyes. "Just as I thought," she told herself. "Out of all the first years, Iran's the only one who can really match me." A knowing smile tugged at the corner of Runia's mouth. Then she summoned a blazing fireball, bright enough to light up the entire arena. "All right, I'm going all out," she thought, sending the fireball straight at Eran. The explosion rocked the arena, filling the air with smoke and flying dust. Even in the face of that overwhelming blast, Eran lifted her shield and held firm, determination burning in her eyes. Seeing that look, Runia suddenly understood. So that's what it was, she thought, a weight settling in her chest. But then, why did Eran stop coming to class after that? Back in the present, Runia stepped forward. She took Eran's hand, speaking sincerely. "I want you to keep coming to school. You're my friend." Eran froze. "Wait, Lady Runia, we're friends. I thought you hated me." Runia laughed, a rare, radiant sound. "We're friends, didn't you know? As a friend and as a rival, I want you to keep standing against me." Eran's eyes lit up at that. A friend and a rival. She whispered the words to herself, heart pounding. Then she looked at them suspiciously again. "So you two really aren't dating?" Runia shook with frustration. "We told you we're not." Leo, standing beside them, just sighed, rubbing his forehead. Kids really do grow through arguments, he thought, a small smile tugging at his lips. Deep in the fairy forest, the air grew heavy and bleak, black crows crying across the darkened sky. In the middle of a clearing stood a lone undead figure, red eyes glowing, speaking to someone hidden in the shadows. "Looks like you were surrounded by mages," it growled. A figure stepped forward, pulling back a dark cloak. It was Lauder, smiling, but warmth didn't reach his eyes. "Is that so, warrior Kargor?" Kargor muttered a curse under his breath. "You bastard." "The king ordered me to control the immortal warriors," Lauder said. You really think you can treat me like some underling? Lauder didn't flinch. He raised the hand with the black ring, a dangerous light flashing from it. Seems you've forgotten something, he said, calm and commanding. The king chose me. Then he turned to leave, tossing a final warning over his shoulder. Once the summoning circle is complete, I won't need Tartarus anymore. Until then, I'll be relying on you. In the shadows, Kargor's lips curled into a wicked smile, eyes gleaming with calculation. Of course, he muttered. Meanwhile, Leo's group pushed deeper into the forest. The cold pressed in harder. Eran rubbed her hands for warmth. Do you really think Senior Lauder is involved in all this? She asked, uncertain. Runia pointed at Leo. That's just his guess. Don't take it too seriously, Eran. Still, Eran couldn't shake the feeling. Doesn't this forest feel colder than usual? Berkia's always chilly, sure, but this feels different. Runia nodded, thinking it over. Now that you mention it, maybe? Leo's expression darkened. I can feel a curse here. He raised his hand, and 2 magic circles flared to life in front of them, their light pushing back the shadows. Stay alert, he warned. It's only going to get more dangerous from here. Then Kiran stepped out from one of the circles, a mischievous grin on his face. Right beside him, the little chick Fiora shimmered like living fire, feathers glowing brilliantly. The moment Runia spotted Fiora, her face darkened, a flash of pure jealousy crossing her features. She rushed forward, eyes wide. How is a chicken this cute? She blurted, leaning closer. Fiora, do you remember Sister Runia? Off to the side, Eran tilted her head, confused. Leo, what exactly are these summons? Leo puffed out his chest proudly and pointed to the tiny bird perched on his head. This is Fiora, a baby phoenix. Then he gestured to the one beside him. And this is Prince Kiran of the fairies. Eran froze, eyes lighting up instantly. A fairy spirit? That's incredible. Leo cut the moment short, his voice dropping serious. Enough chatter. We're heading deeper into the forest. Things are only going to get worse from here. The 3 pressed on, moving deeper as wave after wave of skeletal undead surged toward them. Leo's sword sliced through the air, each strike turning enemies to ash, before they could even touch the ground. Runia responded in kind, launching fireballs that incinerated the undead almost as soon as they appeared. But still, the undead kept coming. They crawled endlessly from the ground, relentless and unyielding. Iran panted mid-fight. There are too many. There has to be a powerful necromancer nearby. Leo's sword flared with fire, cutting down 3 skeletal warriors in a single swing. No, he said firmly. There isn't any powerful necromancer here. Runia frowned, glancing at him. Then what are they, Leo? Leo's expression darkened. This is a death curse. Both girls froze. Runia clenched her fists, voice sharp. A death curse? I've never even heard of that. Iran pieced it together aloud. So it keeps summoning undead around it, turning this whole place into a land of death. And the one who cast it, Leo finished, his stare icy, Commander Kargor of the Hell Kaiser Kingdom. Runia's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Kaiser? So Kargor is planning to attack El Selvikia's capital. We need to alert the professors immediately. Before they could move, a violent gust tore through the forest, whipping snow into their faces and blotting out their vision. From the swirling blizzard, a shadow slowly took shape, and a cold, cutting voice echoed, "Greetings, aspiring heroes. Welcome to the land of death." It was Kargor, the steel of his sword gleaming menacingly. He charged, roaring, "None of you leave here alive today." Leo met him head-on, sword raised, eyes steady, not a flicker of fear. Standing on the line between life and death, Leo faced Kargor without flinching, his grip tightened, blade catching the pale moonlight. Kargor's blood-red eyes blazed as he shouted, "Despair! Tremble! I'll make you regret ever stepping into this forest." Around them, skeletal warriors clawed from the ground, moaning as they closed in. Runia and Aaron held their ground, hearts racing, refusing to step back. Leo stayed unnervingly calm. "I'll handle the Death Knight," he shouted.
Iran, take care of the undead. Runia, unleash your strongest attack. Both girls answered in unison. Got it.
Kargor's lips twisted into a cruel grin. "Oh? So this time you'll face me head-on?" he mocked. Leo's eyes cut sharp as blades. "This time, I'm taking the front." Kargor snarled, veins standing out on his face. "You foolish kids, do you really think I'll let you act freely?" He swung his jet-black sword with terrifying force, the air itself shuddering. Feeling the pressure, Leo shouted, "Be swallowed by darkness." In that instant, he unleashed Gis Zeringer's secret technique. A massive fireball erupted above him, sparks spiraling like a storm. Leo raised his hand, firing a pillar of flame straight at Kargor. The Death Knight dodged, but not fast enough. The strike sheared one of his horns clean off. Kargor staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief. A fire phoenix. Leo didn't give him a moment to recover. He stomped forward, sword ablaze. With a confident grin, he said, "It's not just a fire phoenix. It's fused with Zeringer's fire spirit." Kargor froze, panic flashing in his eyes as his own sword began to melt under the heat. "He's overpowering me with pure combat skill. How can a first year possibly fight like this?" Kargor thought. Leo's gaze locked on him again, making Kargor shudder. It was cold, steady, and sharp, cutting through every trick he had. Leo swung again, flames twisting into a vortex overhead, making the air itself quake. Behind him, Runia raised her hand, summoning a pillar of fire. Above the skeletal horde, a massive fireball formed, burning through the darkness. She smiled, eyes blazing. "Burn, you damned undead." The towering flames crashed down, obliterating the skeletal troops in an instant, blackening the ground, smoke rolling across the battlefield. Runia brushed back her hair, a smug smile tugging at her lips. "That's what happens when you disturb me." Iran could only watch, wide-eyed, as Runia's fire tore through the forest. Stunned, she murmured, "Is she really an elf? Why is she this terrifying?" Even Prince Kirin, standing beside them, was speechless. "She's way too strong." Leo's gaze swept deeper into the forest, voice low and steady. "This isn't over. We're going after them." Suddenly, countless eerie purple eyes blinked open in the darkness all around them. Runia flinched. "What is that?" she shouted. Iran clenched her fists and spoke without hesitation. "It's a death curse." Runia stared into the darkness, her voice trembling slightly. This thing is way stronger than I imagined." Then a sharp, commanding voice rang out from deeper in the forest. "First years, who gave you permission to roam the forest at night? And with a Lumen first-year representative here, no less. What a disgrace to discipline." Louder stepped from the shadows, eyes cold and piercing. Runia frowned, locking eyes with him. "Senior Lauter, what are you doing here?" In his usual even tone, he replied, "Corpses have been appearing in this forest. I'm here to find out why." Runia's fist tightened. "The cause is a curse, ancient and terrifyingly powerful." Lauter raised an eyebrow at her. "A curse? You mean there's an active curse here?" His casual tone threw Runia for a second, as if he didn't grasp just how serious this really was. Beside them, Leo's voice cut cold and steady. "Some Lumen first years stumbled across artifacts left by Tartarus." Lauter paused just barely before masking it. Leo lifted his hand, and a blinding light exploded outward, flooding the forest in brilliance. They touched dark power without even knowing it. His eyes never left Lauter as he spoke. Then, suddenly, the space around them began to tremble. Magic circles etched with strange runes appeared all around Lauter. Violent waves of mana pulsed outward, and Leo shouted, "And you You worked with Tartarus on purpose. Only black magic and dark arts use blood and monster organs as catalysts, he added, the air around them crackling. In that eerie glow, Lauder clenched a fist over part of his face, a twisted smile spreading slowly. Worked with them, he growled. You two really are idiots. This place is the resting ground of the hero Luna. But the councils in El Selvikia? They know nothing. So why not use Tartarus to protect what should be mine? Iran balled her hands, shouting, That legacy belongs to a great hero. How dare you claim it for yourself? Runia narrowed her eyes, knuckles cracking as she readied herself. Then she snapped at Leo. Leo, hit him! Wipe that smug look off his face and drag him to the teachers. Leo nodded slightly, voice low and steady. Aaron, Runia, from here on out, fight like you mean to kill him. Both girls gasped in unison. What? Crackling with arcs of magic, Lauter raised his hand and sent a sphere of purple mana hurtling straight at Leo. The force shoved Leo back several steps, but he countered immediately with a defensive spell. The two attacks collided with a thunderous impact, shaking the ground and throwing dust into the air. Leo stared at Lauder without blinking. Wake up! This is what it means to stand with Tartarus, he warned. Lauder stroked his chin, a sly smile curling his lips. A human-wielding, primal constellation magic. What exactly are you? Inside, though, he was tense. Leo casts and cancels spells with lightning speed, instincts honed beyond normal limits. If those two girls joined in, things could get seriously messy. Lauder lifted his hand high, dark mana spilling from the black ring, twisting into a storm of energy. Leo dropped low, shouting as he braced himself. A violent explosion erupted. It slammed Runia and Aaron off their feet. Runia scrambled upright, frowning. No way that much power from a basic spell. She looked up and flinched as Lauter closed in on Leo. 3 pale purple orbs hovered over his hand. Runia shouted to Aaron, Help him! Aaron nodded, drawing her sword and shield. I've got this. But before they could move, a skeletal warrior appeared, blocking their path. Gripping its sword tight, it roared, This is as far as you go, aspiring heroes. Runia clenched her fist and fired back. Keep dreaming. Then she turned to Iran. Buy me sometime. Iran's determined gaze met hers, ready to face the skeleton head-on. On the other side, Lauter looked down at Leo with a cold, confident smile. Any last words before you die? Leo only smiled back, calm as ever. Senior, you're way too confident. Then, in a flash, a small figure darted past. Chiron, the fairy prince, zipped forward like lightning, detonating all 3 of Lauder's magic orbs. Lauder was thrown off balance, shouting in shock. Leo's eyes glowed red as he gripped his sword tighter and charged. Wounded. Lauder cursed under his breath. Damn it! He looked up in panic, face paling. It can't be him. Could it really be him? With one swift slash, Leo decapitated Lauter. Beside him, Chiron pumped his fist. Yes, that crazy elf is finished. Now let's take down that damn skeleton too. Then, without a single warning, a blinding purple light exploded from behind them. It struck Chiron square in the chest, ripping a scream of pain from him. Lauder slowly tilted his head back into place, straightening up with a twisted grin. One of his eyes was already pitch black, and then he fixed his gaze on Leo Plov, the half-faced summoner. A chilling laugh escaped him, thick with pure malice. He said he was glad because Leo would be the one he killed with his own hands. He went on, claiming the Death King's power was already formidable, but with Luna's ancestral strength added on top, it would become unstoppable. He paused, arrogance gleaming in his eyes. With absolute confidence, he declared that anyone who relied on talent alone would be crushed and kneel before him. Leo watched him closely, noticing that his darkened eyes seemed to be consumed by a demonic energy. Then a strange black aura began radiating from Lauder's body. He thrust one hand toward Leo and yelled for him to die. Instantly, a magic sphere materialized and shot straight at him. Leo gripped his sword tighter, bracing to meet the attack head-on. His eyes narrowed. Lauder hadn't fully mastered the demonic aura yet. Leo didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, swinging his sword cleanly, and Lauder's right arm was gone in an instant. The severed hand hit the ground with a sharp, dry crack. Lauder gritted his teeth and howled, clutching at the wound as blood poured out. Leo kept advancing, his voice icy as he said those who chase power shortcuts usually lack real combat experience. He told Lauder he could regenerate all he wanted, because he would keep cutting him down until every last drop of mana was gone. At that, Lauder slowly looked up, teeth grinding in anger. Then a voice echoed from deep inside him, warning that the mage in front of him wasn't the real target. The voice continued, saying he needed to hurry and complete the summoning formation to awaken the dormant power buried in the land. Lauder gave a slight nod, muttering that once that power was his. Leo didn't even flinch at whatever plans were running through Lauder's mind. He shifted to the side, focusing on Iran's group instead. He called out that they were holding their ground. Iran trembled against a powerful foe, while Runia kept a sharp, steady expression, waiting for any small opening. Leo glanced back at Lauder, already knowing he had to be taken down first. Meanwhile, Lauder bent over, tears streaming down his face as he stared at his right arm, unable to understand why it wasn't regenerating. Perched on Leo's shoulder, Kiran pointed forward urgently, shouting for him to look. A grotesque magic circle had spread beneath Lauder's severed arm, and Leo froze for just a moment. Lauder coughed up blood, then let out a massive surge of mana, shouting that it was already too late. As that terrifying power burst out, Iran and Runia both frowned in shock. The magic circle kept spreading wider, drawing Kargor's attention, even from across the battlefield where he was still fighting. The moment Lauder unleashed that overwhelming energy, Leo jumped back, putting distance between them. Then the ground began shaking violently. A massive hand burst up from the earth, and everyone froze in place. Kiran stared, disbelief in his eyes. "What the hell is that thing?" he blurted out. Leo looked up at the towering skeleton before him and knew immediately. It was a Bone King, a colossal skeleton wielding a sword far larger than its own body. One glance told him it was among the strongest of undead. "My arm, it's finally starting to regenerate." Lauder laughed, claiming he could feel power flooding back. So this was the strength his ancestors had left behind. Leo didn't hesitate. As the skeleton moved to strike, he charged, realizing that once the summoning formation was complete, Lauder had fully surrendered to dark magic. He planted his foot into the ground and leapt high into the air. With his sword aimed straight at Lauder, he shouted that something this filthy could never be called Luna's power. Lauder gave a faint smile, asking casually if that's really how Leo saw it. Right after, the Bone King swung from the side, smashing its massive arm toward Leo. Leo flinched, kicking backward just in time to avoid the strike. His face was completely tense. Looking down at him, Lauder sneered, saying he didn't care if it was the Death King's power or anything else. Now it belonged to him. Beside him, Kiran lowered his voice, asking Leo if they should retreat for now. He warned the skeleton was too strong, but Leo refused. He told Kiran to take a closer look. The Bone King hadn't been summoned normally. Kiran looked puzzled and asked what he meant. At the same time, the Bone King swung its enormous sword toward Leo. Leo dodged the slash with pure speed, realizing Lauder had forced the Bone King out through a pact with the Hell Kaiser. He had barely met the requirements to summon it, meaning it couldn't last long. The most basic rule of any summon: you need enough mana to keep it sustained. So now, all they had to do was hang on until the mana keeping that skeleton alive finally ran out. Kiran nodded quickly. "All right, let's do this." Leo turned toward him, calling for backup. Kiran blinked once, then grinned confidently. "Leave it to me." With Kiran covering him, Leo thrust his hand forward and unleashed a blazing sigil straight at the skeleton's head, triggering a violent explosion. But even that direct hit barely made a dent in the Bone King. Its eyes glowed with a cold, eerie red. Then it tightened its grip on the sword and brought it crashing down toward Leo. It moved slowly, though, so Leo leapt aside with ease. Just as he suspected, the power gap was massive, but their goal wasn't to overpower it. They just had to survive. Above them, Lauder looked down with a smug smile. Then he shouted, "Resurnia!" In the next instant, a storm of magic bolts tore through the air toward Leo, making him widen his eyes as he cursed under his breath. Before they could strike, a clear voice rang out from the side. Runia stepped in front, intercepting the attack with her own spell. She told Leo to stay focused on the Bone King and leave the crazed senior to her. Leo quickly asked if that meant Iran was alone against the Death Knight. Runia smiled and shot back, asking if he really had so little faith in Iran. After all, it was Iran who had chosen to take on Kargor solo. Across the battlefield, Kargor swung his sword straight down toward her head. Iran raised her shield instantly, taking the strike head-on. The impact pushed her back several meters. Kargor grinned triumphantly, laughing at her arrogance. He mocked her for thinking she could face him alone. And the moment those words left his lips, he came at her with another slash. Despite his swagger, Iran asked herself quietly, could she really pull this off? And she steadied herself. If she fell here, everyone else would be in danger. That thought alone made her swing, driving her sword straight at him, but it passed right through Kargor's body. Her eyes went wide. Kargor only smiled wider and drove his other hand straight into her chest. The hit sent her flying backward, skidding hard across the ground. Rolling over, she thought. She'd never wanted to be a hero, but she refused to be dead weight for anyone. Kargor approached, smashing her shield to pieces, sneering that compared to the other two, she was just a rookie. Iran forced herself up, met his gaze, and said that yes, one day those two would walk the path of great heroes. Of that she had no doubt. Kargor said he'd take her head first, then deal with the summoner. But Iran cut him off. Didn't he know that great heroes always have disciples walking beside them? She reminded him that her ancestor, Lord Berkia, had followed great heroes, swearing never to doubt them. No matter what happened, she would trust them too. As she spoke, the hand gripping her sword began to shine with a pure, dazzling light. Kargor stared at the glow, wondering if this was spirit power. Iran didn't let the moment pass. She tightened her grip and charged straight at him, shouting at the arrogant bastard. Her eyes burned with determination as she called on the Spirit Knight's ancestral legacy, the eternal force that drives out lingering death. Then she pulled the sword back behind her. A terrifying pressure radiated from the blade, making the air itself feel heavy. Before anyone could react, Iran's sword rose and flashed in the pale moonlight, cutting clean through Kargor's body. A silver arc tore through the air, splitting him in two. His body jerked violently, then thick black smoke poured out, mixing with dust as his form crumbled into ash and shadow. He stammered in disbelief, saying he'd been beaten by a brat again. His eyes widened in frustration, and then his body turned to thin smoke, scattering across the battlefield until nothing remained. After that strike, Iran was almost spent. The heavy sword shook in her hands, and she had to drive the tip into the gravel just to stay upright. Her whole body trembled, sweat pouring off her, soaking through her silver armor now stained with blood. She gasped for air, each breath scraping painfully across her chest, and whispered through dry lips that she had to hurry and help them. She had to save them. But her vision blurred, and consciousness started slipping. Everything ahead sank behind a fog, leaving only vague shapes. Across the battlefield, Runia still held firm against Lauder's relentless assault. Through shattered flames and broken magic, she stood like a wall, her crimson hair whipping in the wind. Lauter curled his lips into a nasty smile, mocking her. Still breathing, freshman representative? He thrust forward, dark mana surging into an invisible blade, declaring calmly that this was where it ended. But Runia shouted, "Fire shell!" A thick red shield erupted in front of her, glowing like metal fresh from a forge. Lauter's attack slammed into it with a deafening blast. But it stopped dead. His eyes went wide as he realized it had reflected. Before he could react, the shield hurled the attack back, turning it into a razor-sharp magic blade that pierced straight through his chest. A scream of pain ripped through the air as fresh blood sprayed across the ground. Runia smiled, patting the giant fire turtle beside her, its body blazing like a tiny volcano. Then she asked confidently if he really thought she'd just stand there. This was Fire Shell, a fire-type defensive summon. Then her voice hardened. "Try surviving this next." At her feet, a golden magic circle spread out, shining like the sun. A tiny spark flared right in front of Lauter, and for the first time, he flinched. Then, in the next instant, that tiny spark erupted. A massive wave of red fire engulfed the entire area, and Lauter, standing right at the center, vanished into the blaze. When the flames finally faded, his body was charred black. He collapsed to the ground, smoke curling up from his burnt frame. Runia stepped forward without hesitation, looking down at him and dismissing him coldly as nothing remarkable. But then her eyes widened. Lauter, who should have been finished, slowly raised a hand. His eyes glowed a vicious red, and with a twisted grin he unleashed a storm of razor-sharp magic blades straight at her. Blade after blade tore through the air, slicing across Runia's body, spraying fresh blood and staining her armor crimson. Leo saw it happen, clenched his fist, and shouted, but at that same moment his body froze. A terrifying pressure slammed into him from behind. The Bone King's massive hands, cold and heavy with the stench of death, had already reached him. Caught by the force, Leo was sent flying, his body streaking across the ground like an arrow, carving a deep trench behind him. He slammed into the trunk of an ancient tree hard enough to shatter it, then skidded through the wreckage before finally stopping. Leo grabbed at his battered body, blood soaking his armor, sitting in silence as he struggled to breathe. Chiron rushed over, eyes wide with worry. "Are you okay?" he asked. Leo clutched his left arm, throbbing and bleeding from the impact, and gasped weakly. "My arm," Chiron seized the moment to scold him, telling him not to die and not to overpush himself. Then the Bone King let out a miserable roar, like 1,000 trapped souls screaming at once. The sound rattled the air, and crushing pressure spread across the battlefield. Leo gripped his head in pain, muttering that at a moment like this, it was the worst kind of curse. Wasting no time, he called out to his little chick, "Fiora, charge!" The little chick answered with a determined chirp, her body igniting as streams of crimson energy flowed outward, like flames climbing through darkness. That energy spread and wrapped around everyone nearby. Iran and Runia felt it immediately. Their wounds began to close, strength returning as they realized they were being healed. With determination blazing in his eyes, Leo commanded again. Fiora, manifestation. Instantly, he and Fiora became one, his body blazing with a brilliant, endless flame. The sword in his hand ignited, spilling red fire across the battlefield. The Bone King didn't hesitate. It lifted its massive sword and swung straight down at Leo's head. But Leo moved with precise, nimble speed, leaping high and dodging the strike perfectly. Wrapped in that brilliant firelight, he looked almost like the sun itself, bright, impossible to break. Runia froze for a moment, watching Leo face death without fear. He looked every bit like a true hero. She turned to Fire Shell, and softly told it had done enough, and should retreat to rest. The turtle vanished in a flash of golden light. But when Runia looked up, Lauter, who should have been defeated, was slowly rising again, hatred burning in his eyes, ready to strike. Runia gave him no opening. A bright flame appeared in her hand, striking hard at Lauter's right arm. He barely glanced at her, snorting mockingly. He taunted her, saying the flame everyone had once feared had already faded. Then he sneered, asking what she planned to do with a weak little ember like that. Runia shut him down immediately, her voice cold and steady. Did he really think this was a fading flame? This was the fire of the Lunda clan, the family that had kept the Phoenix Oath. Their first ancestor had vowed that if necessary, he would burn himself to turn all of Tartarus into ash. Lauter gave her a wicked smile, mocking her. What act was she putting on now? Had she finally given up? But as he looked at the flame burning on his arm, doubt crept in. Why hadn't it gone out? Runia stepped closer, seizing his burning arm with both intent and force, shouting that as long as their ancestors' will burned, they remained the heirs to the Phoenix's oath. She declared that this fire would never die until every demon was reduced to ash. Moving closer, she pointed out that his left eye was clearly a demon eye, wasn't it? Her words hit so close to home that Lauter actually trembled. She clenched her fist and called out the name of the move. Phoenix Blaze. Flames erupted, forming a real phoenix wings blazing across the battlefield. In a firm voice, she explained that this was a forbidden Lunda family art, one that burned the caster too. Shaken by the recklessness, Lauter stammered that she was insane. Runia's face hardened. She swore she wouldn't let him get away. But suddenly, the eternal flame vanished into thin air, leaving both of them stunned. Lauter looked at her with a crooked smile, mocking her again. Still planning to keep going? Then he added, "The fire's been sucked into this ring, hasn't it?" A magic circle flashed from the ring on his hand, catching even Lauter off guard. Runia pulled back sharply, gasping. What the hell is going on? The magic circle began draining Lauter's life. Panic set in immediately, and he screamed for it to stop. He kept screaming, but within seconds, his body was absorbed into the ring, leaving only a pile of ash drifting to the ground. Runia watched the ring roll across the ground, her face darkening. It absorbed its own master too, she muttered, trying to make sense of it. The summoner was dead. That should have cut off the energy feeding the Bone King. So why was the Bone King still standing? Then, suddenly, a beam of energy shot from the ring straight toward the Bone King. Sensing that horrifying power, the Bone King's eyes flared an even deeper blood red. Leo saw it happen and realized quietly, so that was it. The power of Hell Kaiser, deep in hell itself, on a cold throne far below, a towering figure sat in silence. Its eyes snapped open at once, glowing a terrifying red. Then a low, rumbling voice echoed as if rising from the very depths of the abyss. It commanded the Bone King directly, ordering it to move forward and finish the task it had been given. The Bone King responded with a deafening roar, and a fresh surge of power radiated from its massive frame. Leo tightened his grip on his sword, thinking to himself that he had been right all along. This really was the power of Hell Kaiser. It was channeling energy through necromantic aura, just as underhanded as he'd expected. He turned to Kiran and called for support. Kiran didn't hesitate, immediately pouring his power into Leo. Leo shot straight toward the Bone King, his sword blazing in his hand. The Bone King didn't hold back either, swinging its colossal sword straight at him. The two attacks collided with a metallic shriek so sharp it felt like it ripped through the very air. Leo's body trembled under the crushing blow. One thought crossed his mind. The barrier was about to break. And just like that, the barrier he had raised shattered under the Bone King's force. Leo's body was launched like an arrow, slamming into a ruined structure in the distance before vanishing into smoke and dust. When the dust settled, Leo was nowhere to be seen. No one knew what had happened. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. A strange stillness spread through the fairy realm, where twisted, ancient branches stretched under the cold silver moon, making the entire place feel empty and desolate. Then, all at once, A gentle, steady voice reached Leo's ears, calling his name over and over, like wind whispering through a deep forest. It was the warmth of Kieran and Fiora's energy flowing together and back into his body. That warmth pulled him out of the haze. Leo jolted upright, sweat streaming down his face. He looked down at his trembling, scarred arm and muttered under his breath. He had completely run out of mana and aura. Then his gaze fell on a giant stone gate in the distance, weathered by moss and age. In a quiet, almost regretful voice, he whispered that this was the fairy realm. He could hardly believe it had fallen so far into ruin. Slowly, he stepped forward, each footfall stirring dust into the damp air. Suddenly, his eyes caught a sword resting quietly on an ancient stone table nearby. The blade gave off a faint silver glow in the dim light, as if carrying a story from 1,000 years ago. Leo's eyes widened, a breath slipping out in shock. Then the memories flooded back. In the distant past, Berkia had stared at the sword with curiosity, asking if Kyle was really going to throw it away. Kyle had calmly said yes, and that Berkia could keep it. Standing beside him, the kid had examined the sword and asked what was wrong with it, puffing his lips a little. In a dissatisfied voice, he said it looked cool, but seemed useless. Kyle had instantly flustered, snapping back. Did the kid have any idea how many life-or-death battles that weapon had survived? Then voices called from beyond the gate. Kyle flinched slightly and turned toward his companions, then glanced back at Berkia. He ruffled the boy's hair, said goodbye, and told him he was heading out. He left with the others, while Berkia stayed behind, alone, his small figure swallowed by the strange space of the fairy realm. Leo stepped closer, hand trembling as he reached for the sword, murmuring quietly about that arrogant kid. He lifted the sword, exhaling, and recalled how the kid had insisted he didn't need it back then. Then the sword trembled. Mana surged from within, wrapping the blade like flowing ribbons of light. A blinding flash burst from the sword, and Leo's eyes widened in shock. A powerful stream of mana poured into him, shaking his entire body violently. He threw his head back and shouted, voice echoing through the empty ruins. As the power surged, Leo realized the truth. The magic sealed in this sword for thousands of years had finally responded to its true owner. That owner was him. A smile spread across his face, his eyes hardening with resolve. With this much magic in his hands, the only question left was, what spell should he use first? Across from him, the Bone King raised its massive sword, those blood-red eyes fixed on delivering a killing blow. Then a violent explosion erupted behind it. Runia, her crimson hair whipping in the wind, slammed an attack straight into the Bone King's head, sending a thick column of smoke rising. Leo gave a faint smile, thinking to himself, those brats. In that case, even though exhausted, Runia and Aaron forced themselves up, continuing attack after attack. Runia shouted angrily for that pile of dry bones to stop. Aaron quickly corrected her, saying the real threat was over there. Then she felt a horrifying surge of demonic power and murmured quietly about the absurd amount of mana. The silence over the ruined citadel shattered as a massive pillar of mana exploded skyward, blinding light radiating and the pressure shaking the ground itself. Runia frowned slightly, noting that if he was the one who made a pact with the Phoenix, this power made sense. Maybe not equal to the original, but for kids like them, even this was an unbelievable gift. Then Leo appeared, wrapped in overwhelming mana, shining like an undying flame, almost godlike, as he descended onto the battlefield. All around him, the world seemed to shimmer with a dreamlike glow, as if draped in a veil of soft light. Countless stars sparkled in the sky, casting their glow over the ruined land below. Runia and Aaron both looked up, wide-eyed, murmuring at the same time. They had read about this somewhere, an ancient stellar spell that bathes the world in the light of the stars. Aaron's eyes widened further. This is the strongest spell, she breathed. Then, in an instant, countless stars fell like arrows of light, raining straight down onto the Bone King. Each strike hit like a tiny explosion, shaking the air around it. After that relentless barrage, the Bone King's massive form finally dissolved into smoke and mist, leaving the two girls staring in disbelief. Leo calmly stepped out of the fairy realm, lifted a hand, and called for Chiron. Chiron appeared instantly, clenching his fists, shouting that he was going to finish the Bone King. But Leo cut him off. "It's already over?" he said. Chiron blinked. "Wait, since when?" Leo didn't answer. He just told Chiron to find his wings first. At that, Chiron's eyes lit up, and he zipped off, yelling that he'd almost forgotten about them. Leo turned back to the girls and asked if they were okay. Runia looked at him, surprised. "You're worried about us when you're clearly the one in worse shape?" Aran gave a small, encouraging smile, saying she had believed they'd make it through. Runia's expression turned serious. "What was that spell just now?" she asked. It had felt like witnessing a legend come to life. Holding the sword, Leo said he could feel the power coming from the sealing magic inside it. It had to be connected to some great hero. Iran asked if it was a relic left by a great hero. Runia frowned, wondering if Tartarus had targeted this place just to seize it. After searching for a while, Chiron returned, holding something in his hands. Excitedly, he bragged to Leo that he'd found the wings his father had hidden for him. The little guy climbed onto Leo's lap, wrestling with the cloth wrapped around the wings, yelling for help. Leo smiled and said, "All right," while Runia watched, curious. Then she paused, asking if that was a fragment of a hero's memory. Her words left Leo and Chiron stunned. As the cloth came off, a dazzling golden light burst from the wings. A system announcement rang out. The World Chapter Hero record was opening. In the next second, all three were pulled into a completely different space, where brilliant flowers bloomed everywhere, filling the air with fragrance as if stepping into a fairy tale. Runia looked around, astonished. "What is this place?" she asked. Then a clear voice called from deep within the forest, asking if they planned to defeat Erebus. Leo froze. That familiar voice stopped his heart for a moment. The voice continued teasing if they were crazy, then saying that was exactly why she liked it. A pair of small feet appeared from the woods, her hair glowing like moonlight. She spoke on, saying that hunting Erebus sounded like a beautiful kind of madness, and she liked that target. Then she said she had warned them all along and now finally understood what Tartarus had truly been seeking. She introduced herself as Luna, saying she would shine like the stars in the night sky. They should feel honored to have her in the group. Seeing that old friend again, Leo froze, his emotions tangled. The present Leo overlapped with Kyle's memories from long ago, as if this fragment of Hero Kyle's past had just happened. Meanwhile, Hark and Herdium hurried deeper into the forest, panting. Herdium called for student Runia and student Iran. Behind them, Loon's people rushed forward as well. Nearby, the three with Leo were safe. As the crowd approached, Runia called out to Professor Herdium. She stepped forward, holding out a sheet of paper. "Look at this. It's the Founding Heroes Chronicle," she said. Herdium stared at the paper, stunned. "This is," he began, unable to finish. Hark came over, patted him on the shoulder, praising them for doing well, then asked if everyone who left the dorm had been accounted for. The answer came. One person was still missing. Iran ran to Hark. "It's Senior Louder," she called. Before she could say more, Hark told her to calm down, they'd handle it. After that, everyone headed back to the academy together. As they left, Leo glanced back at the crumbling space behind them, quietly saying Luna's name. On the last day of the field trip, everyone gathered in front of the teleport gate. The two professors greeted each other warmly. Herdium said the trip had taught the students a lot. Hark smiled, replying that he was truly grateful. Runia turned to Leo, excited. "Next time we meet, I'll be stronger than you." Leo smiled. "We'll see. I'll be waiting." While they talked, Irin came running from a distance, calling Leo's name. She declared firmly that she would return to Sirun Academy. Hearing that made Leo genuinely happy. A deep sense of satisfaction quietly settled over him. He stepped forward, patted her on the head, and said, "All right, see you later." After their goodbyes, the group stepped into the teleport gate. Back at the academy, a loud laugh echoed through the dorm. Kiran shouted that he finally had his wings back. So thrilled to fly again, he immediately started calling for the red monster to take his best punch. He was just goofing around with Fiora. Nothing serious. Fiora was absolutely fuming, but all she could do was chirp and dart out of the way. When Kiran saw her slip past that last strike, his eyes narrowed. "Oh, so you can dodge that?" Fiora shot him a cheeky little grin, clearly teasing him. Kiran shifted his stance and charged again. "Who cares if you can't fly? I'll show you what real fairy magic looks like." But in the middle of their scuffle, a hand suddenly shot in, grabbing Kiran by the wings and freezing him mid-motion. It was Leo. He had just finished his training. Frowning as he held the struggling boy, he muttered, "Do you start causing trouble every time I leave? Should I just take those wings off?" Kiran shook his head so fast it was almost frantic. "No, no, these are the only wings I have. Please, don't." Then someone called Leo's name, and he immediately turned. Standing there was Fiora, now in the form of a little girl, around 5 or 6. She bowed properly and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Phoenix Fiora." The scene had a strangely familiar feeling. Leo glanced at Kiran and asked, "Kiran, what exactly are you doing?" Puffing out his chest, Kiran replied proudly, "Well, isn't my power amazing?" Leo looked back at the little girl. "You don't need to introduce yourself, Fiora." But she stayed formal and said, "My mother told me to be polite to those who form pacts." Suddenly, Kiran lunged, grabbed her hair, and yelled, "Ha! Let's see you dodge this one." But this time, it didn't go his way. He froze as Fiora simply reached out and gripped him tight. Without even glancing at his struggles, she turned to Leo and said, "The portal's just big enough for us to get through." Fiora stepped through immediately. Kiran still dangled from her hand, flailing wildly as he shouted, "Hey, wait, wait!" The moment he spoke, they were teleported away, and the gate vanished with them. Once the kids were gone, Leo let out a long sigh. Finally, some peace and quiet. He sank onto the bed and started reviewing everything that had happened recently. The Hero Chronicle and the dagger found in Burga Tiun were already with Saran for safekeeping. In Lumen, there was the Monster Queen, Silatuna, and in Seren, the mastermind was the Puppet King, Hell Kaiser. Looking at the bigger picture, the answer was clear. Tartarus had erased the records of the great heroes to hide the enemies mixed among them. Dirty tricks were their method. And that wasn't new. Even now, Tartarus agents were still hiding in Lumen. Saren had traitors openly working, like Lauder. If that was happening there, then Lumen must have its own traitor. I need to find them fast. There's a traitor somewhere in this academy. The next day, in Lumen Academy's main auditorium, the first years lined up neatly divided by faculty. From above, Professor Ain Elendu called out, "First-year students, line up by faculty." The headmaster will arrive shortly. A quiet wave of confusion ran through the students. Why line up by faculty instead of class? Then the headmaster stepped forward. Did everyone enjoy the field trip? "The reason I gathered you all today," he continued, "is to prepare you for an upcoming event between faculties, the Inter-Faculty Tournament." Chloe spoke up. "A tournament between faculties." Chen Xia quickly added, "So that's why we were lined up by faculty." Chelsea knew that Lumen picked the top faculty in each grade every year, and this tournament was a big deal, putting each faculty's pride on the line. The headmaster continued, "To prepare you, your professors will guide you, and special instructors have also been invited for intensive training." Chelsea's eyes lit up at the mention of special instructors. Meanwhile, Carl beside her yawned and muttered, Am I the only one who's totally exhausted? Just then, someone stepped forward from the distance. I've read your report on alchemy using qualitative magic. Carl Thomas. Carl jumped and turned instantly at the unexpected voice. A dark-skinned girl approached, her tone sharp and dripping with sarcasm. That report? Terrible. Carl stiffened and stammered, Senior Torua Yan. Torua Yan introduced herself flatly. Hello, first years. I'll be blunt. As mages, you're all pathetic. She was a fifth-year student at Lumen Academy's mage faculty. I've read every one of your midterm essays, she continued. Most of them were formulaic, lacking any real creativity. The first years just froze, taking it all in. One student raised his hand. You actually read every paper? It was Imio Luchin from the mage faculty. Then he challenged her. What about the paper on converting fire-attributed mana into light-attributed mana efficiently? That was mine. Torua Yan didn't hesitate. Ah, the 17-page one? Mediocre. Just focused on boosting output through thermal energy. Magic demands creativity and individuality, and those are rare in today's teaching. The first years stiffened at the blunt truth. As the weight of her words settled, a handsome young man stepped forward, smiling. Nice to meet you. I'm Ri Zamua, a fifth-year knight student here at Lumen. He held up his knight emblem with confidence. A knight overcomes hardship and crisis with physical strength. Building your body is the foundation of being a knight. I'll be training with you until the tournament, and honestly, I'm looking forward to it. His words earned a chorus of raised hands from the students below. Yes, senior. Then another blonde student stepped forward. What do you think is the most important quality for a summoner? He was Alta Rigdician, a fifth-year summoning student, Eliza answered first. The ability to control spirit beasts. Ulta immediately shut her down. Wrong. Warden Tidney, standing nearby, added, Then is it sheer strength? Ulta answered just as fast. No. Then he revealed what mattered most. It's love. That painfully simple answer made everyone pause for a beat. Then the headmaster spoke again. All right, the top fifth-year students will now act as instructors for the first years. Then his gaze shifted to Leo, still off to the side, lost in thought. Leo, why are you standing over there? That spot didn't belong to any faculty. Leo stood there alone, completely outside the lines where the other students had gathered. Instantly, every head in the room turned toward him. Without hesitation, Leo said, This is the interfaculty section. Before anyone could even process his words, Torua Yan shot back. What do you mean, the interfaculty section? Then she snapped, Have you lost your mind? Can't you see how many students are standing here? This is a tournament between faculties. Every eye in the room was locked on him. Celia was the first to call out. Hurry up and get back to the night faculty. Chelsea quickly followed. Leo, you're part of the mage faculty, remember? The headmaster stroked his chin for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha, the interfaculty section. You're not wrong, Leo. But being trained by a fifth-year student? That's a rare chance. You're not seriously thinking of giving it up, are you? Leo didn't flinch. I'm not saying I don't need guidance from the seniors. I just plan to attend every class like I always have. That answer only made the headmaster chuckle more. Ha ha, good. Then let me ask you one more thing. His tone sharpened instantly. If you really refuse to change your mind, you understand you'll be facing all of them on your own, right? Leo's voice stayed calm. Of course. Down below, students started whispering, each trying to figure out which faculty they should pick for training. Torua Yan turned to Len beside her. He should focus on magic. Didn't he analyze a spell left by the founder during the field trip? Len smiled and nodded. Clearly the mage faculty. Ri Zamua glanced at Leo, his interest piqued. Standing tall, he muttered under his breath, this kid really could become a true knight. At the same moment, Yura Marnin grabbed Ulta by the collar and scolded him. You're a fifth year. Take training the juniors seriously." Even that small reprimand made the students flinch. Then the headmaster spoke again, and the entire room went silent. "I've decided that this year's inter-faculty event for first years will be a survival tournament." Later, in the headmaster's office, one of the professors frowned. "I don't understand this decision. I thought the tournament was meant to build unity between faculties and help students grow through competition. But a survival tournament? That's purely individual. Nothing like it has ever been done." The headmaster replied, "As you know, we have one very unusual student this year." Ain Elendu interrupted immediately. "You mean Leo Plov?" The headmaster nodded. "Exactly. Leo Plov. At first, we all assumed he'd eventually hit a wall, right? But instead, he's stayed near the top in almost every area, and the Academy Council has started watching him more closely. Their revelation caught all three off guard. Ain Elendu spoke first. They want Leo Plov entered into the Hero Chronicle as an all-faculty student. The headmaster confirmed it. Exactly. The founding families supporting him are Jaron, Rigard, and Tertia of Lumen Academy." Hearing that, Len clenched his fists, excitement barely contained. If that happens, future generations could inherit abilities like Leo's and create an entirely new type of student. The headmaster raised a hand, cutting him off. Of course, in the end, he still has to choose a single faculty. The next day, at the Academy Stadium, 8 students faced a massive wall of ice. They shivered, complaining, "Why is it so cold? Feels like we're standing in a giant freezer. What even is that thing?" While they murmured, Ain Elendu spoke up, drawing their focus. "I created this wall of ice to teach you Kai techniques for both the interfaculty tournament and mastering the hero world." Then he turned to Celia. "Celia, draw your sword. Do you think your fire can break this wall?" Celia tightened her grip on the hilt. Aura spread across her body and along the blade. Then, with full confidence, she said, "Easy." A moment later, she swung a cross-shaped slash straight into the ice wall. The impact cracked through the air with a loud crash, sending a thick cloud of ice dust flying. From the back, Leo watched without taking his eyes off her attack for even a second. But when the dust settled, everyone froze. The wall of ice was still standing. Not a single crack. Celia's face tightened. She clicked her tongue in frustration. "This thing's hard as stone." The professor was quiet for a beat, then finally spoke. "The technique we're teaching today is called the Breath of Heroes. It's based on a unique beastfolk breathing method adapted to work with human life force." Then he stepped forward, passing right by Celia. He drew his sword, tightened his grip, and bright flames surged along the blade. Without pause, he unleashed a massive slash straight at the ice wall. The strike hit with overwhelming force. Duran narrowed his eyes. That power, it's unbelievable. So that's what the breathing method does. It lets Kai unleash that kind of force. The other students could only stare, stunned, wondering how he was producing flames. After all, Professor Ain Elendu was supposed to be ice-type. Duran realized that Ain had once conquered dungeons himself, so having a hero ability like fire wasn't too surprising. Ain Elendu gave a small nod. Duran's right. Since it wasn't my natural Kai, it should have been weaker than Celia's. But once the breath of heroes kicked in, that power surged beyond limits. After explaining that, he told the students to start training and turned his gaze to Leo. Leo froze for a moment, murmuring under his breath, "Isn't that Ardian Mir's technique?" Without wasting another second, the students threw themselves into practice. Some kept failing over and over. Others gradually got the rhythm, but the one who improved the most was Celia. Ileana stuck out her tongue, panting, then collapsed where she stood. She groaned that she was totally exhausted, but at least it was finally over. Someone approached and handed her a towel. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. "Thanks." She laughed, bragging that even the head of the Eastern Department had noticed her talent now. Ha ha. Ileana and Chen Jia turned to look at Leo, still standing frozen like a statue. Ileana muttered, "Wait, the class rep is still just standing there?" Sweat ran down Leo's face. His fists clenched so tight they shook, and his whole body trembled like he was holding something back. Watching from a distance, Ain Elendu murmured in surprise, "I didn't expect this." Leo was the only one still unfinished. For a moment, it seemed like this might push him more toward swordsmanship. But then Ain Elendu noticed something. Wait, that breathing pattern? He focused on Leo and asked, "Who taught you that Kai technique?" Leo snapped back, "What?" Ain Elendu stepped closer. The breath of heroes originally comes from the beast folk of Asnia Academy. We adapted it so humans could use it too. But the way you're breathing it's much closer to the real beast folk style. Leo thought of Ardian Mir, then said, "That's right, it's not human." Ain Elendu nodded. "Try shifting where your Kai starts. Begin from the source of your breathing. Use the method I taught you, but imagine yourself as an actual beast folk." Leo followed the advice, and instantly, a massive surge of fire Kai exploded from him. Duran's eyes went wide on the spot. When the smoke cleared, students were buzzing. What was that? How did he do that? Even Ain Elendu looked genuinely thrilled. He laughed out loud. "Leo Plove, you really are something else." Leo looked down at his glowing hands, grinning. "Thank you, Senior. I did it." Around the same time, Chloe walked alone down the academy hallway, balancing a stack of books. From behind, Leo called out, "Is that heavy?" She flinched and turned. Leo asked, "Are you heading to magic practice? Come with me." She nodded quietly. "Yeah, thanks." Her eyes were shy, and she couldn't explain why it felt so hard to meet his gaze. Then, farther down the hall, Toruayan approached with a teasing smile. "Wow, you two look close." Then she called out, "Hey, Chloe!" Caught off guard, Chloe asked, "You know me?" Toruayan nodded. "Of course, I really liked your presentation on Northern magic." Chloe's face brightened. "It's an honor." Toruayan then looked at Leo. "So when are you transferring to the magic faculty?" Leo replied, "Senior, forcing someone to switch faculties is against the rules." A little farther down, they spotted Albi Geron standing before a group of first years. Toruayan froze for a moment, then shouted, "Professor Albi, why are you in the first-year lecture hall?" He turned and answered, "At Professor Ren's request, I'll be teaching a special session for first-year magic faculty students starting today." Toruayan's face tightened in disbelief. "What?" Toruayan immediately protested. "Professor Albi, that's not fair. We've asked for special lessons countless times, and you never agreed, not even after we became seniors." He smiled. "Ha ha, I've been busy." Carl and Chelsea were equally stunned. They were actually getting into Professor Albi's class. Professor Albi was a rare mage, able to channel spirit magic through the human body itself. Any student would jump at the chance to be in his class. Len stepped up from behind. "Senior, you're here." Then he turned to the group. "Attention. This is Professor Albi, personally invited to teach you first years. Consider it an honor." Then he noticed Toruayan had sneaked into the line, clapping along. His expression darkened. Did some impure element slip in here? He strode over, grabbed Toruayan by the collar, and pulled her from the line. "Come on. We still have materials to prepare for the interfaculty tournament." Toruayan was furious. "I'm a fifth year. I want to attend Professor Albi's special class too." Once the line was straightened, Albi Geron addressed them. "All right then, let's begin the special session. As most of you know, my nickname is the Demon Eye Mage. Some call me the Tartarus Slayer. Those titles alone show how many battles I've been through. So let me ask you, what matters most in a magic duel?" One student raised a hand. Mana capacity, sir. Albigeron shook his head. Wrong. Next, Chelsea raised her hand. Casting speed. Albigeron glanced past her at the others. Next, Carl raised his hand too. Is it the number of spells a person can use? Albigeron shook his head immediately. Next. Then his gaze shifted to Leo. Leo, your turn. What matters most in a magic duel? Leo raised his hand and answered without hesitation. Mobility. Albigeron nodded, satisfied. Finally, someone got it right. That's the correct answer. Off to the side, Torua, Yan, and Len were organizing the lesson materials. Under her breath, she muttered, I knew that too. Len noticed and casually changed the subject. Then, hurry up and cast your spells. From the group, Emio Luchin spoke up. Professor, I don't understand. Mobility matters? Yes, but is it really the deciding factor in modern magic combat? Isn't that problem already solved by magic itself? Albigeron looked back at him. You mean flying wings magic? Emio nodded. Yes, sir. Carl turned to Chelsea. So if we already have flying wings magic, isn't that enough? Chelsea nodded. That's true. Carl's flying wings spell was a levitation-type magic, developed about 10 years ago. It was easier to learn than traditional teleportation spells. It was faster, too, and it could even lift objects into the air. To demonstrate, Albigeron called Leo and Emio to the front. The two stepped forward. Emio shot Leo an annoyed glare, clearly irritated that someone outside the magic faculty was involved. Leo just wondered quietly if he'd been going about school life all wrong. Albigeron asked Leo, Do you agree with Emio's view? Leo replied flatly. No, that answer shocked Emio, who immediately snapped. What? Albigeron continued. Good. Then the two of you will test your mobility. We'll see who's right. Do both of you have magic gear for flying wings? Emio nodded. I do. Leo shook his head. I don't. That only made Albigeron more interested. Then use whatever means you have. Leo smiled. Yes, sir. Albigeron explained the rules. The turning point is Beast Square. Whoever gets there first wins. Emio's face lit up. Really? Then get ready to become my subordinate, he declared. Magic surged beneath his feet, lifting the board into the air. He shot forward, shouting, Let's go. As he sped off, he glanced back at Leo with a sneer, ready to mock the guy without magic gear. But before he could, a storm of lightning struck right where Emio was flying. He yelled in panic. What the hell is that? Carl jumped. Leo, what are you even doing? Leo turned. This contest is meant to show why mobility matters for mages. Cutting off your opponent's movement is the obvious play, right? Albigeron smiled. Of course. Immediately, Leo formed a ring of fire beneath his feet. Then he stomped down hard, using the force step by step to launch himself into the air. Carl's eyes went wide. That's aura? Wait, is he actually allowed to use that in magic class? Albigeron replied, Carl, think about the opponents you'll face in the interfaculty tournament. They're monsters from every other faculty. Carl went blank for a moment. Emio was still racing on his floating board, but after Leo's attack, smoke began rising from it. He looked down, cursed under his breath. Damn it, you lunatic! This thing cost a fortune. You hit me out of nowhere and expect me to just take it? The moment he finished speaking, violent ripples spread through the air behind him. He glanced back, and there was Leo, right on his tail. Emio shouted, You caught up to me? By then, Leo's eyes were sharp. He lunged forward without hesitation. Emio froze for a moment, then snapped back. Ice arrows. A barrage of icy arrows shot at Leo, but he deflected them with ease and slammed a heavy blow into Emio. The hit split the hoverboard in half, sending Emio plummeting toward the sea. Leo didn't just watch. He immediately summoned a pair of phoenix wings. Then he dove and caught Emio's arm before he hit the water. The speed left the other students stunned. Albi-Jaran explained, "As you saw, Emio lost even though he relied on flying wings magic. The moment his device broke, he lost mobility. Meanwhile, Leo crossed the lake using the most basic form of flight magic, the natural extension of wing-based movement. But because that magic focused too much on convenience, it lacked precise control. From here on, you need to train flight magic. Understood?" The students answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Then everyone dove into practice. Most improved a little, but Carl couldn't even get basic movement and somehow ended up hanging upside down midair. All he could do was laugh awkwardly. "Ha, ha, now I'm the one hanging upside down." Albi-Jaran looked over the class. "A first year who can already use flight magic this well? I honestly don't know what else I can teach. Any questions?" Leo stepped forward. "Professor, may I enter the Academy's restricted library?" The request clearly surprised Albi-Jaran. "What? Access to Lumen's restricted library is beyond a teacher's authority," Leo quickly added. "I'm not asking as a student, I'm asking as a member of the Jaran family." Albi-Jaran asked why. Leo replied, "I need to find a document, a historical record about a hero no one remembers." Hearing that, Albi-Jaran summoned a letter. "Then I'll write you a letter of introduction." Even with that letter, getting into the library still required approval from the head of the Jaran clan, Leo's older brother, Altek-Jaran. Quietly, he repeated the name to himself. Altek-Jaran. He was known as the Infinite Mage, a man rumored to cast magic without end. Still, it wasn't that simple. Albi-Jaran explained that the clan head was currently stationed on Tartarus's southern front, so Leo would have to meet with his representative instead. Leo asked, "His representative?" Albi-Jaran replied, "You'll meet them here at the Academy, one of my seniors." Now curious, Leo pressed, "Who is it, Professor?" Albi-Jaran let out a small sigh, nudged his glasses up, and said, "It's my niece, Elena Jaran, a third-year student." The scene shifted to Phantom Beast Island. The students had already reached the shore, and chatter buzzed around them. One said, "I heard the night and magic faculties already started their special training." Another added, "I heard Professor Albi is teaching the magic faculty too." Off to the side, Leo stood quietly, lost in thought. His gaze drifted toward the horizon. Then he remembered what Carl and Chelsea had told him earlier. Carl asked, "Wait, you seriously don't know Senior Elena?" Chelsea said, "Honestly, it'd be weirder if you didn't." Leo just stared at them. Is she really that famous? Sitting across from him, the two kept eating, and Chelsea replied excitedly, "Famous doesn't even begin to cover it. She's the third-year class president. Elena Jaran, 18, ranked second overall in the magic faculty. Even as a third year, only Senior Torua Yan was above her." Carl added she was unbelievably beautiful, and so many admirers had started calling her the Queen. Even as a third year, she was already a top candidate for Student Council President. Back in the present, Leo thought, admirers, how am I supposed to get close to her? While he was lost in thought, Yura Marnin called out behind him, clearly annoyed, "Where is that person?" One of the lecturers replied, "They should be here any moment." A student asked, "Professor, who are we waiting for?" Yura answered Alta. The moment they heard that, the students lit up, thrilled to get special training from Senior Alta, bearer of the Pegasus Oath. But then someone started to speak. But that senior, right then, a figure stepped out from the forest. "Sorry, I'm late." The instant Yura heard that voice, she stiffened and turned. Ulta Reddition appeared carrying a bundle of insect-catching nets. With a bright smile, she greeted them. "Hello, first-year students." The first-years just stared, completely confused. One muttered under his breath that she really was as eccentric as everyone said. The second she appeared, Ulta grabbed one of the nets and started swinging it wildly. Beside her, Yura finally snapped. "What is with that ridiculous behavior? Ulta answered like it was normal. It's a butterfly net, Professor. Haven't you heard? Fairies have appeared on Phantom Beast Island. The students blinked in confusion. Fairies? Leo pictured something tiny, like Kiran, and narrowed his eyes. No way. Ulta's words made Yura even angrier. She stepped closer and snapped. So you're planning to make the first years go catch fairies? Ulta answered cheerfully, exactly. That was the last straw. Yura remembered the maddening days she'd had training Ulta herself. Just thinking about it made her stomach twist. She exploded. The problem is your head, you maniac. How long are you going to keep acting stupid? We're buried in prep for the interfaculty tournament, and this is what you bring me. Seeing her lose it, a nearby lecturer rushed over. Please, calm down. But Yura was still furious. Trusting you with these sessions was a mistake. Ulta, acting like she hadn't heard a word, turned to the first years. As summoners, you all dream of meeting the 3 great blood-bound beasts, right? Do you want to meet them? The students shouted in unison. We do, Yura barked back. Don't fill their heads with baseless nonsense. Then she forced herself to calm down and reminded Ulta, the tournament is coming soon. You're not seriously planning to go hunting fairies, are you? Ulta smiled confidently. Of course not. Cut to a few days earlier. Ulta stood before the students, who remembers what I said was the core philosophy of a summoner. Eliza answered, tolerance. Ulta shook her head. No, it's love. Not just for the spirit beasts you already contracted with. You have to love all summoned beings. Become one with the spirit beast, humans and spirits living in harmony with nature. That is the true love of a summoner. Some students leaned in, drawn by the lecture, while others already looked exhausted. Leo watched Ulta and let out a quiet breath. Eccentric or not, she really understands the heart of summoning. Yura summed it up. We need to train compatibility so you can communicate even with spirits you haven't contracted. Ulta nodded. It might be early for first years, but that's the approach we'll take anyway. Yura continued, you'll be staying on Phantom Beast Island for 3 days as part of this special class. Ulta added excitedly, I've submitted your dorm leave, so no problems there. The sudden announcement stunned the students. What? No way. We were supposed to go to Lumeria City. How do we survive out here for 3 whole days? Eliza, on the other hand, sounded excited. 3 days living with phantom beasts doesn't sound so bad. Ulta stepped forward and handed each student a net. The students stared in confusion. Ulta explained that during these 3 days, summons were forbidden, aura was off limits, and magic was banned. They'd have to survive in the forest using only their own strength. The students panicked. What the hell? Ulta paid no attention. She turned and waved as she headed into the forest. See you in 3 days. Try catching fairies with your nets. Back on Emerald Isle, the students immediately began nervous chatter about the wild beasts and spirits in the forest. Warden Tyden tried to speak, but Yura cut in. I told you from the start, we're not like other faculty's students. We summoners communicate with beings carrying the power of nature. We have to adapt to nature and command it at the same time. That's why Senior Ulta talked about tolerance. So tell me, how many of you have seen a spirit beast's true nature with your own eyes? How many formed a pact on your own? Most of you inherited yours from family or got them through class, right? Then she smiled. See you in 3 days. What followed was each student's own experience in the forest. And for every one of them, that journey turned out differently. All around, students were busy testing the bonds they had with the spirit beasts nearby, each one trying to figure out exactly what they had. Leo glanced down at the handful of red berries he was holding and muttered that they were just wild fruit, completely harmless. The summoning department definitely didn't make things easy for anyone. Then, out of nowhere, a piercing scream tore through the air. A fairy! A fairy! Leo whipped his head toward the sound without a second thought. What he saw made him freeze. A student trapped inside a giant flower. halfway swallowed, thrashing wildly but completely stuck. Nearby, another student laughed and sneered, mocking him for charging in without even realizing it was a plant monster. Kieran let out a tired sigh, cursing himself for rushing in. But then, Leo noticed something about the monster. It was Kieran. He'd gone off running again, and this ridiculous prank was clearly his doing. Leo felt his irritation spike. This guy really needed to learn a lesson. Meanwhile, Kieran was having the time of his life. He darted through the forest in every direction, buzzing with excitement, trying to decide who to mess with next. But just as he was getting into it, a net suddenly dropped from above, catching him, and standing there holding it was Leo. Kieran froze. Wait, what? Seriously? A butterfly net? Leo approached, his expression cold. I told you to behave. He grabbed Kieran, hoisting him up, and demanded, What are you doing? Did you come here just to cause trouble? Terrified, Kieran tried to explain. No, you've got it all wrong. I was checking out the weird stuff happening on this island. Leo narrowed his eyes. Weird stuff? Kieran nodded quickly. Yeah, something's really off here. After listening, Leo finally pieced it together. So the spirit beasts have been unusually aggressive. And you were trying to figure out why, right? Then Kieran's eyes landed on the meat skewer in Leo's hand, lighting up instantly. Exactly. He added that his prank had been meant as harmless fun, but it had gotten out of control. Leo shot him a sharp look. And I'm supposed to believe that. This is Farina's territory. There's no way she wouldn't notice this. Kieran gritted his teeth. She wouldn't. Fiora's not on the island right now. I'm serious. Leo stopped dead. What? Kieran explained that it was already like this when they arrived. In the letter left behind for Fiora, it said, If you're reading this, then you've already returned to Phantom Isle. Fiora's mother went to meet the Oathbound for a while, Kieran said. All she left was that note. He let out a little disappointed sneer. I thought we'd finally see the phoenix mature. Guess not. Fiora ignored him. Her eyes scanned the forest, noting that the beasts were all acting strangely. Then she spotted a pair of glowing red eyes staring back. The instant she sensed danger, she let Kieran go. Something's definitely wrong here. We need to check it out. Afraid she'd leave him behind. Kieran ran after her. Hey, wait for me! After hearing everything, Leo thought to himself that Fiora, Farina's daughter and the second strongest spirit beast on the island, should have noticed something was off right away. And all of this had started right when Farina left. Was that really just a coincidence? Leo reached out to Fiora through their mental link. If you can hear me, respond. Silence. Under his breath, he guessed she might be too focused on something else. Then he felt it, and his hand slowly curled into a fist. He slung Kieran over his shoulder. Let's go find Fiora. I can sense an aura coming from the west side of the island. Kieran groaned, annoyed that his break had just turned into work. Why me? The scene shifted to the lake on the island's western side, beneath the clear water. Countless glowing stones rested on the lakebed. Their light spread across the water, making the entire lake look almost unreal. Fiora picked one up and couldn't help blurting out how beautiful it was. Under the starry sky, she stared in awe, so pretty, oh my God. Then, without hesitation, she popped the mana stone into her mouth. She chewed happily, hands pressed to her cheeks, when a voice called out, What are you doing here? Fiora glanced up and huffed. Leo, this place is basically a buffet. Ha! Leo approached and asked if she had really been sitting there the whole time, just eating mana stones. Looking out over the lake, Leo remembered that areas where spirits and spirit beasts gathered naturally produced mana stones once enough energy built up. Young beasts used them to grow, which was why this area was supposed to be off limits. Fiora hesitated, admitting that when she was little, she'd been told eating more would help her grow faster. Kieran immediately jumped in, mocking her. High-level beings like you don't even need mana stones to grow. Leo explained that even if people treated them like a delicacy, they were basically just dessert. Then he warned Fiora not to claim she'd chased away the other beasts just to keep the area for herself. Fiora flushed. Not that much. I was going to share some with them. Kiran didn't let up. What are you, a phoenix or a pig? You chased everyone off just to eat alone, Fiora snapped. Did you just call me a pig? Watching the two bicker, Leo cut in. Enough. Then he turned to Fiora. Has anything unusual been happening in the forest? She nodded. She'd been sensing a very unpleasant energy spreading across the island. A sudden gust swept through, and Leo lifted his eyes to the sky. A chill ran down his spine. In that moment, he realized the energy might belong to the same beast-eater they'd faced before. Leo drew his sword, took his stance, and called out, Kiran, Fiora, get ready. He fixed his gaze on the lake, focusing, and shouted, It's coming. In the next instant, a massive monster with an enormous mouth erupted from the lake and lunged straight at him. But Leo was ready. He pushed off the ground and leapt back, putting distance between himself and the monster. The dark mage glanced at him, muttering that he'd been wondering why the number of beasts had suddenly dropped, so it really had been that phoenix from before. So we really do still have unfinished business. Leo Plav. The moment Leo saw that familiar face, he lowered into a fighting stance, a faint smile crossing his lips. Looks like the grudge from our past lives never went away. The dark mage struck first, launching a mass of tentacles that whipped forward. Then I'll end this here, he shouted. Leo twisted to the side, slipping cleanly past the attack. It looked simple, but the strike smashed straight through an ancient tree behind him. The dark mage sneered, I'll crush you where you stand. Then suddenly, Leo felt the tide shift. Two tentacles shot up from underground, wrapping tightly around his legs. He flinched. Was there a spirit beast hiding below him? It had stayed buried the whole time, completely undetected. Acting on instinct, Leo conjured a magic barrier around himself. The dark mage swung his arm down and roared, Die! Leo's eyes narrowed, calm and decisive. A moment later, several magic missiles appeared, spinning around him like orbiting blades. Then, fire energy erupted from his body in a single, violent burst, sending a massive wave of power outward. The blast cut through every tentacle binding his legs instantly. But even as they fell apart, the tentacles began regenerating almost immediately. Leo couldn't help but acknowledge how insane the regeneration was. Free again, he fixed his gaze on the dark mage. Let me ask you something. These tentacles, they feel just like Agon's snakes, the ones that hide knowledge. Don't tell me this is some kind of chimera hybrid. The dark mage sneered mockingly. You're just a first year, yet you speak as if you know everything. Who are you, Leo Plav? Leo didn't answer. He sank lower into his stance. Beside him, Fiora awakened her bloodline, transforming into a mature phoenix. Without looking away from the enemy, he said, Listen closely. I'm a first-year hero candidate. The moment he finished, Fiora spread her wings wide and slammed them down. Leo gave the signal, and Fiora shot forward like an arrow. She didn't slow for a second, flying straight at the enemy. The collision triggered a massive explosion. Kiran crossed his arms, chuckling. Not bad for a little chick. Fiora shrank back to her chick form and landed on Leo's shoulder. Leo stared into the smoke, voice cold. It's not over. As the smoke cleared, the dark mage stepped forward. His body was covered in tentacles. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Every one of my spirit beasts has been destroyed. I'll make you pay for that. A magic orb formed in his hand. He slammed it into the ground. Rise, death slime! Thick green sludge burst from the earth, swelling fast. Kiran and Fiora pinched their noses at the stench. What is that smell? Kiran yelled. Leo summoned a gust of wind to push the stink away. Then he studied the creature, high-grade slime, no doubt. The dark mage laughed. You won't dodge this one. Before he could strike again, a voice rang out. "What do you think you're doing to my respected elder?" Dark clouds rolled in, and a massive bolt of lightning smashed the slime, turning it to smoke in a single strike. Leo froze for a moment. The newcomer was Ulta Rigdishan, riding a Keelin. The beast bellowed, "You beast-summoning mage, what do you think you're doing?" Watching his summoned creature vanish in one hit, the dark mage ground his teeth, realizing this really was Lumen's top summoning student. Ulta stayed airborne, his mount circling gracefully above. Kiran frowned, confused. What's that winged horse even saying? Land first. Then, looking up, he muttered, "That's a Pegasus, a spirit beast on the same level as you." Ulta looked down with disdain. "This swarm of monsters is disgusting." He turned to Arya. "Destroy that abomination that stained this world." The dark mage clenched his teeth, knowing he needed time to let his tentacles regenerate. He summoned the death slime again, and the vile creature lunged at Ulta. Another lightning bolt struck it squarely, and the slime vanished into smoke once more. Below, Kiran turned to Leo. "That thing's supposed to be on our level?" Leo explained it wasn't just the Pegasus's strength, it was amplified by the summoner's domain. With a single flash of light, the entire threat was handled cleanly. From below, the dark mage spat through clenched teeth. He'd been waiting for this moment, and now things were finally getting interesting. "And what about this?" he shouted, as a blazing red magic circle spread beneath his feet. Then another unexpected figure appeared. Uramarnen stepped forward, fixing the dark mage with a cold glare. "Interesting. You're about to die." She raised her voice, snapping, "How dare you use spirit beasts to create a chimera?" He ignored the warning like it didn't matter and kept the summoning ritual going. Moments later, a massive creature slowly rose from the magic circle. Grinning, he shouted, "Come forth. Appear, Cyclops." Once the summoning was complete, he threw his head back and laughed at Leo. "Ha! So what kind of spirit beast do you have?" "No matter what it is, my Cyclops isn't going down that easily, Professor Ura." He looked over at the spirit beast Ura had summoned, and Kiran blinked, disbelief written all over his face. "Wait, that's just a rat? You've got to be joking." Leo explained it was an omnivorous rat. It seemed harmless, even kind of cute, but in truth it was deadly. Then one magic circle after another began to appear. Rats poured out from each one, first hundreds, then thousands. With absolute authority, the command was clear: devour everything. Leave not a single bone. Watching it, Leo realized this was truly a tiny monster in the most terrifying sense. The swarm surged at the dark mage like a living tide of ants. They swarmed over the Cyclops, tearing into it until the creature screamed in pain. The dark mage beside it panicked. He snatched his teleportation scroll, fearing that every beast he'd prepared could be wiped out. More lightning crashed down from the sky, sending bolts of pain through his body. Still reeling, he fumbled with the scroll, struggling to open it. Then, without a second thought, he tore the scroll in two. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished, teleported away. From above, Ulta let out a disappointed sigh. So he got away. After that brutal clash, the forest fell silent. Slowly, the two of them walked toward Leo. Ura strode up and barked, "You brat! Why did you go into the forbidden area, Leo?" Before he could answer, Fiora stepped in. She explained it was because she had been eating mana stones by the lake. The professor's attitude softened instantly. Her face lit up in a bright smile. "For our Fiora, how adorable." Ulta looked genuinely moved, stepping forward to remark that Leo had entered the forbidden area out of love for his summoned beast. Leo just thought to himself the pressure here was getting ridiculous. Once everything settled, Ura climbed back onto her mount. She noted the beast's summoner had likely been trying to corrupt the mana stones.
"I'll report this to Kallian Baden immediately," she said, taking off into the air.
Before leaving, she gave one last order. "Ulta, Stay safe and keep up the special training." He nodded. "Yes." Then he turned to Leo. "Leo, you're the one contracted with the Phoenix, right?" He glanced at Kieran beside him and added, "And on top of that." Kieran nodded. "Yeah, that's right." Leo noticed the horse behind Ulta and asked if it was his senior's Pegasus. Proudly, Ulta said, "Iria, introduce yourself to Leo." Iria stepped forward and spoke gently. "I am Iria. Nice to meet you, binder of the Phoenix." Leo smiled, stepped closer, and lightly patted the Pegasus on the head. "Nice to meet you, too. I'm Leo Plov." Seeing Iria's delighted reaction, Ulta remarked in surprise that Pegasuses usually hated being touched by strangers. Then he asked, "Leo, have you ever ridden a Pegasus before?" Leo answered simply, "Never." But deep down, old memories stirred. Back when he was Kyle, his contracted beast had been a Pegasus. Ulta noted that Leo didn't seem too badly hurt and should return to special training. As for Leo using that supernatural power during the battle, Ulta said he'd let it slide this time. Leo responded with a relaxed smile. "Yes, understood. Regarding the strength of that earlier beast summoner, the enemy inside Lumen Academy clearly wasn't a student. There was a very high chance that person had already reached master level." A few days later, at the training grounds, one student remarked that this was the first time everyone had gathered since the entrance ceremony. Around here, peace was rare. Off to the side, Carl looked at his friend lying there, drained like a corpse, and asked how the special summoning training had gone. Through tears, the boy weakly answered that he was completely exhausted and hadn't even had time to wash. Ileana scanned the area as if searching for someone, then asked, "Hey, where's the class rep?" Carl let out a sigh. "You mean the summon block representative? Talk about rotten luck." The second he sounded smug, Ileana spun around and smacked Carl repeatedly, making him cry out in pain. The scene then shifted to a tent, where Leo stepped inside. The moment he entered, someone called out, "There you are, Leo." Another voice followed. "Now all the class representatives are finally here." A pale, blue-haired girl gazed at him with admiration, thinking the so-called all-round genius was even more impressive in person. For a moment, she felt tempted to do more than just heal. This was Lil Luce, second-year summoning department representative at Lumen Academy. The young man on the sickbed was Hark Legard, fourth-year night department representative. He ignored everyone else, glancing around as if searching for someone. Where is that person? A girl approached, lightly touching his cheek, smiling. "Oh, how cute!" It was Elena Giron, the very person he'd been looking for. She turned to Leo. "So, you're the famous first-year rep who can open Lumen's forbidden library?" Then, without warning, she made an offer. "Want to be my boyfriend?" Caught completely off guard, Leo froze for a moment before gently replying, "I'll have to decline." She leaned in closer, running a hand through his hair as she asked why. She even added that she could spoil him however he wanted. Leo's answer hit like a splash of cold water. He said she was too old, and her eyes went wide instantly. Then she burst out laughing, brushing the awkward moment aside. "You really are an interesting boy." Watching from outside, Lil Luce was stunned. Leo didn't flinch, not even in front of senior Elena. The first-year rep really was on another level. But at the same time, she was desperate to shut this whole scene down. Just then, a handsome young man stepped in from outside, smiling brightly. "Long time no see, Elena. How's the mission going?" Elena let out a tired sigh, irritation clear in her voice. He laughed. "Ha! I told you so." Then he walked over to the young man lying on the bed. "Time to get up, Hark." At the sound of his name, Hark jolted awake, shooting straight up. He immediately blurted out, "Senior, let's fight right now." The other man just smiled. "Another time." "I'll fight you later." Watching nearby, Elena's eyes went wide. You just woke up and already want to fight? That's insane. Hark let out a mocking scoff. Someone like you, always dragging petty followers along, wouldn't understand what a real battle looks like, Elena Giron. Her eyes narrowed. So you're saying I'm not the real deal? He answered without hesitation. Do you see another Elena Giron standing here? Seeing the tension rise, Lil Luce started trembling. If the seniors start fighting here, it'll be a disaster. Someone could actually die. Elsewhere, the senior turned to Leo. So, what do you think after meeting all the department representatives? Leo forced a smile. Haha, everybody seems a little too close, don't they? After a while, the group was brought before the principal. He looked at them and said, "It's good to see everyone gathered here like this. I'll keep this brief and explain why I called each department's representative here. Starting today, every student and teacher at Lumen Academy will have all outside communication cut off until the freshman interdepartment dueling competition is over. With that, the lockdown is officially in effect." In that moment, Leo understood exactly what this was. It was designed to flush out the traitor. One suspicious name after another popped into his mind. Back in the classroom, Ileana said gloomily that she didn't even care about the duel. She just wanted the lockdown to end. How are we supposed to go to Lumeria and buy sweets like this? Chelsea chimed in. Exactly. Studying without snacks doesn't even count as studying. Fed up with the girls' chatter about food, someone muttered. You gluttons. Then a student burst in from outside, panting. Big news. The duel location's been decided. The second she heard it, Chelsea asked, Where is it? He answered, Nigrang. Chelsea's eyes went wide. Nigrang? Isn't that a forbidden area? Carl started piecing it together. Nigrang was a city in the southeast, famously destroyed in a single morning by a hero's dungeon eruption. The dungeon was conquered later, but the devastation left the area cursed, uninhabitable for humans. The pink-haired girl asked nervously if holding the duel there was safe. Chelsea answered confidently that, despite being forbidden, it wasn't actually that dangerous. She explained that only low and mid-grade monsters appeared there, curse or not. The blond boy started sweating. That sounds dangerous enough. How are you saying that so casually? For Leo, the name rang a strange bell. He started looking into it. This was the very place where, back when he was Lycinus, he first defeated the squad leader. Now he was in the library, searching the records. The city of Nigrang had 5 large lakes in total. One of them was Lake Erdia. Some of these places had long faded from memory, meaning Lycinus's great spirit of light, Luminous, might still be resting there. Time flew by, and before long, the day of the interdepartment competition arrived. Parents had come early, buzzing with excitement to witness the first steps of future heroes. Judging by the crowd, there were plenty of promising candidates here. One worried mother sighed, looking down anxiously. The competition hasn't started yet? Beside her, her husband reassured her calmly that their daughter would be fine. From the top of Hero Tower, Kalian Baden and Yura Marnin looked down over the scene. Yura worried that with so many people allowed in, an intruder might slip in again. She suggested maybe keeping the lockdown longer, but Kalian Baden was confident. What happened last time wouldn't happen again. He was referring to the fire phoenix Farina, Fiora's mother. Yura thought to herself shyly that with Farina backing them, she could finally feel safe. At last, the chosen hour arrived. In the center of the square, a voice rang out. Welcome, honored guests. I am Sejin, presiding over today's interdepartment competition. As already announced, this interdepartment competition is a battle to the death. Show your strength, your strategy, and your ability to survive. If you want to be the last one standing and claim the glory, this competition will decide it. And in the end, whichever department still has students standing will be declared the winner. The wristbands on your arms, They're artifacts designed to track your condition. If one of them detects your life is in danger, it'll instantly teleport you back here. Built-in safety settings and all. There was one more rule. This competition, it also counts as your final practical exam. The moment the professor said it, the students froze, eyes wide, shouting in disbelief. What? The professor went on. Surviving is the goal of the competition, but it isn't the goal of the exam. If you spend the whole time running just to stay alive, you could still end up with the lowest grade. Every move would be recorded in detail by the wristbands. That meant even a student eliminated early could score higher than someone who survived longer from this point. Every single action counted. Hearing that, Leo let out a faint smile, sighing. Clever. If someone sacrificed their own standing just to help their department, their exam grade would take the hit instead. After laying out the rules, the professor declared the competition had begun. Magic circles lit up beneath every student's feet the instant he finished speaking. A blinding flash of light erupted, and a few seconds later everyone had been transported somewhere else. When Carl opened his eyes, the sight in front of him left him stunned again. His voice dropped before he shouted, "What is this place?" Every student hovered midair, panic spreading instantly. Screams echoed as everyone scrambled to use magic. Chen Xia stayed calm, thinking fast. The entire city was wrapped in all kinds of curses. Now she understood why this land had been abandoned. The curses flickered on and off at irregular intervals. The only place untouched, the ancient city ruins. Most people would probably head there first, thinking that she closed her eyes, focusing on the ruins below. But first, she needed to locate Lake Erdia. Meanwhile, Elena rode atop her summoned beast. Beside her, Duran shot forward with explosive speed. As they faced each other, she thought, third place in the night department, Prince Duran. On his side, he muttered quietly. Second place in the summoning department, Elena. Both had already settled into fighting stances. Neither gave any sign of holding back. Just as they were about to clash, Leo appeared behind them, exhaling lightly, rockets forming in his hand. In the next instant, he shot past both at blinding speed. Elena jerked in surprise, shouting, "Huh? What?" Then she gritted her teeth. "You again?"
Duran reacted similarly, grinding his teeth. "That damn Leo Plove?"
Meanwhile, Leo casually rubbed his ear, muttering, "Man, my ear's been itching like crazy." After just a few minutes of movement, he landed in a certain area, estimating it would take about 10 more minutes to head west from there. Lysinus had sealed himself away before being destroyed. Was he still there? Leo glanced at the map in his hand, piecing it together. Then he looked toward the ruined citadel ahead and flinched slightly. Chaotic sensory residue. He was used to it, but most people would struggle with that. As he stood deep in thought, Chen Xia suddenly rushed over, calling out, "Master Leo!" A little surprised, Leo folded the map and turned toward her. "But the ancient ruins are in the opposite direction." "Are you following me?" Chen Xia said she had something to do. Leo asked, "Something to do? What is it?" She thrust a hand forward, then lowered into an attack stance. "Fight me!" The sudden challenge clearly caught Leo off guard, but he began gathering energy, asking why this was happening all of a sudden. Chen Xia explained that from the moment they met, she'd wanted to see how far ahead Master Leo really was. The instant she finished, she vanished and dove down from above. Her fist shot straight at him, moving with real speed. Leo reacted just as fast, raising a layer of magic protection to block the blow head-on. After dispelling the protective magic, he let out a cold snort. Chen Xia didn't stop. Another magic circle formed beneath her feet as she praised him. "Just as I expected, Master Leo, you instantly used a flame armor aura to cancel my water aura." She stepped back 1 foot, preparing her next move. That motion alone made Leo stiffen for a moment. Then she called forth a high-level water spirit, summoning it immediately. With a strong swing of her arm, she sent it straight at Leo. On his side, magic began gathering in his palm. He raised a wall of fire, blocking the attack she had just launched. At the same time, Leo realized her true intention. The whole exchange had been a feint. But the real attack never came from the front. The moment his defensive spell went up, Chen Jia darted in from the side, fists clenched, aiming straight to break through. Boom! Their powers collided with a force that made the air itself shudder. Dust and smoke burst outward, the ground cracked beneath them, and shards of stone flew in every direction. Chen Jia was thrown back across the ground. She clutched her arm, eyes locked on him, realizing even that tiny opening could be enough to strike back. But sneaking in a cheap shot now? That wasn't going to work. Leo glanced at her, calm and steady. "You're not fighting like yourself," he said. "Water flows with the current," he continued. "Right now, you're too tense, too stiff." His voice sharpened, cold as ice. Then he gripped his sword tighter and shot forward in a blur. Chen Xia's teeth clenched the instant she sensed the danger. Meeting that head-on, it was risky. There was nowhere to dodge. Without hesitation, she raised her defensive spell, bracing for the strike. Seconds later, cracks spidered across her barrier. Her eyes went wide. The words slipped out before she could stop them. "This still isn't enough." Before that thought even finished forming, Leo was already behind her. "I already told you," he said. "You're too rigid." A fireball sparked in his hand as he spoke, and then it exploded. As the smoke cleared, Leo stepped forward, his sword back in hand. "You lost," he said simply. Chen Xia let out a long breath. "Master Leo, you're really only 16?" she asked. "You feel more like a battle-hardened uncle who's seen every war." Leo cut her off immediately. "Stop talking nonsense," he said, "and get back to the ancient ruins." She blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, you're not eliminating me? Is this pity?" Leo turned and walked away. "This is a fight to the death. What I do with the loser is my choice." Without looking back, he added, "Handle the people chasing us." Before Chen Xia could process that, two massive waves of energy tore in from behind. She sucked in a sharp breath. "Huh? Who's that?" The presences belonged to none other than Duran, Moira, and Eliza. Seeing them, all she could do was give a bitter smile. Eliza blocked the way, shouting, "He's my target, move." Duran Moira just smiled crookedly. "Don't be ridiculous. Leo Plov is mine." Neither willing to back down. Chen Xia raised her voice. "Eliza, Duran, the ancient ruins are that way. Why are you here?" Duran stepped closer. "So you're after Leo Plov too. He beat you, didn't he? Where did he go?" Chen Xia didn't dodge the question. "Yes, I lost." Then she added, "Duran, I'm hurt. Can you take me to Nella?" He sighed, irritated. "Why should I?" With a faint smile, she replied, "This is the inter-department competition, and we're on the same team. Are you seriously leaving a teammate behind over a grudge?" That hit exactly where it needed to. Duran's expression stiffened, just a little. Then Chen Xia turned to Eliza. "I can't walk properly. Can you carry me for a while?" Eliza puffed her cheeks. "If you were in the summoning department, maybe, but right now, we're enemies, remember?" Chen Xia let out a soft "oh" and began digging into their shared past. "I always help you study," she reminded her. She recalled how Eliza had said she asked questions not because she couldn't solve them, but to see if Chen Xia had been paying attention. Eliza had even promised to repay her for lending notes. Chen Xia had said, "I'll be waiting." Back in the present, she added, "You promised to repay me every day after borrowing my notes." Eliza froze, caught in her own words. Her fist clenched. "Fine, I'll repay you, but it doesn't have to be right now." Chen Xia just looked at her, bright eyes shining. That one look left them both speechless. Eliza could only shout in frustration, Chen Xia only wanted to travel together for now. She made it clear they'd stick together until they reached the center of the ruins. Then they could go back to being enemies. With that, she jumped decisively onto Eliza's back. The two took off in a blur. Chen Xia glanced back. "I don't know why you haven't reached the center yet, Master Leo, but you'd better hurry." Meanwhile, another group of students was running in full panic. Leading them was Juridan Lucin, an orange-haired boy from the summoning department, excitement written all over his face. "Once we get inside the city, we can escape the curse, right?" But just as they pressed forward, a fireball shot straight at them. The group jumped back in shock. Then a pair of slender legs appeared behind them, and a cold voice cut through the air. "What exactly are you staring at?" It was Celia Zeringer, one of the students guarding the north gate. Juridan's group spun around and ran the other way. Inside, he cursed their luck. They'd been so close. With no choice, he ordered everyone to head for a different gate. Their next stop was the west gate. But Chloe Muller was already there, staff raised, ready to strike the moment she saw them. Juridan muttered under his breath, frustrated. They pushed on. Only the south and east gates remained. With Eliza chasing Leo Plov, all they could do was hope Warden Tyden had secured one of the gates so they could reach the city before the curse hit full force. As they rushed forward, a massive dark shadow suddenly swept across the sky above. Every student instinctively looked up. One of the students at the back, soaked in sweat, blurted out, "A black wyvern." Juridan shook his head. "No, that's a spirit beast from the summoning department." "It's the variant Sen Liu was riding." Confusion rippled through the others. "Why is it here all of a sudden?" The scene shifted to the central plaza, where all eyes were still on the interdepartment matches. Zira stood on the observation platform, arms crossed, watching. Celia was holding her own, but Sen Liu, he should have reached the ancient ruins by now. The screen changed again, now showing Chelsea Llewellyn. The moment someone spotted him, a voice shouted, "There he is!" Watching his granddaughter fight with such control, Rogers could hardly believe his eyes from above. She had grown into a battle mage worthy of the Llewellyn name, Rogers Llewellyn, Chelsea's uncle. And one of the Rodran Empire's royal mages stood there, clearly moved. Beside him, Zira chuckled. The ruler of Rodran would be thrilled to see this. Roger's eyes glistened, emotion breaking through. "She's grown up so fast," he whispered. In his heart, Chelsea was still that tiny one-year-old girl from years ago. Then Zira's eyes snapped sharp. "Wait, what's that?" On the screen, a massive ox came charging into view. Its roar so powerful the air seemed to tremble. He stared, stunned. "Isn't that a ghost beast?" Elsewhere, two professors noticed the anomaly and raced to the central control room, demanding answers. Why was a ghost beast on campus? One of the professors already inside turned grim. "It's serious. We've completely lost contact with the other control room." Harlan Edmund realized the situation was slipping. He turned to his colleague. "We need to pull the students back immediately." The other professor nodded without hesitation. He rushed to the teleportation circle, eyes locked on the mana stone, pouring power into it. The stone flared for a brief second, then went dark. Harlan froze. "Teleportation isn't working?" "What? What's happening?" No time to ponder. He spun around, running out while telling the other professor to keep trying, to restore contact and find a way to bring the students back. "I'm going to see Callie and Baden." Then the scene shifted back to the competition grounds, where the interdepartment battles still raged. The brown-haired boy muttered through gritted teeth, frustration clear. "Damn it, these things aren't normal. We need to wipe out that magic department team fast before the monster notices this area." He glanced upward. Not far away, Warden Tyden stood perfectly calm, still guarding the south gate. Then a chilling screech split the air from far off. A dragon appeared above, jaws wide, charging up a deadly attack. As the charge finished, It lowered its head and fired straight at the unsuspecting students. The moment Warden Tidney realized things had gone wrong, he blinked forward, appearing directly in front of them. He thrust one hand out and raised a barrier. The students froze. One shouted, "Hey, Warden, why are you helping us?" But Warden Tidden didn't answer. He coldly ordered them to open the city gates and let everyone inside. One student snapped immediately. "What are you doing?" "They're from another department, and why should we listen to you?" His words cut off as Warden Tidney was suddenly in front of him, hand gripping his throat. The message was clear. When it was over, Tidney's cold gaze swept over the others. "No time to explain," he said. Then he made it even clearer. "Get yourselves together. I'm in charge now." His voice dropped lower. "Open the city gates now." Meanwhile, Leo was still searching. After checking several places with no luck, he let out a frustrated sigh. Nothing here either. So the lake in the ancient ruins is the only place left? By now, the fighting should have already started over there. Should I head that way too? Moving through the forest at an easy pace, his eyes narrowed. Something felt off. He looked up. Something was wrong. Could this be the Wideria curse? Not the lingering Nigrang curse, but a newly cast one, the curse of isolation, the kind Tartarus uses in large-scale battles. The moment Leo realized the threat, he shot forward like an arrow. As he ran, he muttered under his breath, "The spell doesn't hurt people directly, but that's not the real danger. Its true effect? Cutting this entire area off from the outside world. A barrier strong enough to trap a whole region. Has the traitor inside Lumen finally made a move?" They needed to regroup with the others immediately. At the center of the ruins, everyone was just catching their breath after a brutal fight. A pink-haired girl tended to Carl Thomas, urging him to hold on a little longer. Elsewhere, a young man gripped his sword so hard his whole body shook. Why won't it activate? Why? At the east gate, Chelsea Llewellyn kept unleashing attack after attack at the monster, but none of them even left a mark. The creature roared, swinging its arm down, aiming directly at her. Just before impact, a voice called from afar, "Break the barrier." In the next instant, a shield rose, blocking the strike. Chelsea collapsed to the ground, trembling so badly she could barely stand. Then Abad Llewellyn stepped forward, scolding her for forgetting her multi-incantation training. Seeing him, Chelsea finally steadied herself and cried out, "Brother!" Still shaken, she asked what was happening. Wasn't this supposed to be just the inter-department competition? Before she could finish, cries and wails echoed in the distance, pulling their attention away. Abad tightened his grip on his staff. "The inter-department competition is over. Something's happened here. From now on, everyone stands together." He raised his staff, forming a glowing sphere of magic high in the air. Its light spread across the entire cathedral. If that's the case, the faster ones should head for the main city. As for us, our priority right now is defending this place. The instant Eliza Fawong spotted the signal, her eyes shot up to the sky. Right behind her, Chen Sha pointed upward. "Looks like some kind of rally signal," she said. Eliza didn't hesitate. "I don't know exactly what's happening, but something's definitely off here." Duran Moira clenched his fist, his voice cold. "I'm heading straight in to back up, go." The moment the words left his mouth, he shot forward like lightning, slipping past two orcs in an instant. A few minutes later, they reached the entrance to the central ancient city. Students on the gate spotted them and shouted that the last group had arrived. The gates needed to be opened immediately. As soon as the gate cracked open, the three of them rushed inside without a second thought. Once they were finally out of immediate danger, Chen Shay let out a breath. "We actually made it back alive." Celia Zeringer leapt down from the wall and strode over. "Where's Leo?" she asked. Chen Jia explained that Master Leo had gone toward the outer area. Abad Llewellyn stepped forward as well, asking why Leo would head that way. Eliza shrugged. He probably has his own reasons. None of them knew what he was thinking, but one thing was clear: he wasn't going down easily. Chelsea Llewellyn tried to calm everyone. "Leo'll be fine." Celia added that they first needed to share information and figure out exactly what they were dealing with. She looked down at the bracelet on her wrist. "First issue. This isn't working. If someone's badly injured, they can't be teleported out." Abad pointed out that spirit beasts weren't just appearing outside the city anymore. They were showing up inside as well. Chen Xia offered her theory. On top of the original Nigrang curse, fresh curses might have been layered on, ones that block communication. Chelsea nodded. "That makes sense." Eliza summed it up. "So basically, we're trapped inside Nigrang and cut off from the outside world? And on top of that, monsters and spirit beasts are attacking from within. The smartest move is to use the walls and hold the line." But just as she finished, a voice came from afar, challenging her. "No, now's the time to attack. This could be a surprise event set up by the school." It was Emio Luchin from the magic department, ranked third on the midterm exam. He argued that taking the offensive would impress the spectators outside, and hiding behind defenses would be a wasted opportunity. Celia stepped forward to oppose him. "This isn't a simple surprise event. Some of the wounded are critical. Without Nella's healing magic, several of them would already be dead." Nearby, Nella Carvin was treating Carl Thomas. He muttered weakly that maybe a deep wound to the stomach was the only thing that could really wake him up. Seeing him stir, Nella quickly told him not to talk. Faced with everyone pushing back, Emio's face twisted, teeth grinding in frustration. Then he snapped, pointing at them. "This might be exactly what the professors intended. If I fail the final exam because of you, will you take responsibility?" In his eyes, going on the offensive and wiping out the monsters was far better than sitting behind walls. Duran Moira cut in sharply. "Throwing away the advantage of the walls before understanding the situation won't earn you any points at all." After being shut down repeatedly, Emio's clenched fist trembled. He stepped forward, muttering he would go kill the spirit beasts himself, and they'd better not regret it later. But before he could move, a heavy thud slammed down right in front of him. He jumped. "What is that?" Looking closer, they saw a severed monster head. Warden Tidden had landed right in front of Emio. Tidden looked up, his voice cold, quiet. "Protect the inner city." Celia didn't hesitate. Pointing ahead, she said they would commit to a defensive stance, splitting into 5 teams to guard the gates and walls. At the gate, the front line was suddenly smashed open by a minotaur. One student shouted, "The line's been breached." In the next instant, Duran Moira came flying in from behind like a thunderclap and took the beast down effortlessly. The mages in the rear followed with a flurry of spells, quickly finishing it off. Up on the wall, a wave of orcs charged. One student shouted to take the first orc down before it reached the gate. A mage gripped his staff tight. "Ice spear?" The spell erupted, countless ice spears forming in the air and raining down on the orcs below. But even that wasn't enough. The orcs kept advancing, stones in hand, marching straight for the wall. The mage cursed under his breath. Then, suddenly, something shot up into the sky from behind them. A massive pillar of flame burst upward. Celia Zeringer was behind it. She tightened her grip on her sword, activated flame mewing, and prepared to strike. Outside, seniors and instructors watching on the screens tensed, though some still cheered, praising the juniors for holding on this long. One admitted relief. "I was worried at first. This is a relief." The blonde person beside him frowned. "A relief? Do you really think this ends here? If the enemy caused this big an incident during an official Lumen event, then simple isolation can't be the only goal. In the worst case, everyone could die. The pressure wasn't only on the proctors. Parents watching were shaken too." Then someone suddenly pointed at the screen. "Look! It's starting." In the middle of the battle, a magical vortex opened in the sky. A giant arm reached down and grabbed one of the orcs, freezing everyone in place. Ileana Layden's eyes went wide. "Ah," she cried. A memory from a professor's lecture flashed through her mind. During a lesson on the heroic chronicle, she hadn't been paying attention. She asked the pink-haired girl next to her, "What page?" Nella said, "Page 157. The professor explained that during the common night of Hermelin, in the Battle of the Biren Fields, a spirit beast nearly 15 meters tall had appeared. A titan. The students panicked. Impossible! The boy beside them trembled, begging it not to look their way. The titan slammed one massive foot into the ground, then charged straight at the students without slowing down. But the instant it moved, jagged waves of freezing air shot up from beneath the earth. Seconds later, towering pillars of ice erupted one after another, piercing through the creature's massive body. From the rear, Chloe Muller shouted, trying to snap everyone out of their fear. "What are you all doing? Get ready to fight!" Then she told the frozen students to look again. "That titan isn't even fully grown yet." One student turned back, panic clear. "How are we supposed to beat that thing? We should run." Another nodded frantically, suggesting they split up and wait for reinforcements. Chloe's body shook with anger, but her voice remained steady. "Do you really think running will keep you alive? I'm scared too." At that moment, the titan slowly turned its blood-red eyes toward the students. Ignoring the ice still embedded in its body, it swung both massive arms straight at the wall where the students were standing. Right before them, the ice spears piercing the titan began to melt. One student shouted in disbelief. Its wounds were healing. Their attacks weren't working. Panic spread and everyone started yelling to run. But Chloe stayed rooted, coldly reminding them, "Someone once told me a hero faces danger head-on, even in the worst moments." No matter how hopeless it looked, she was going to fight. As she said it, multiple magic circles began unfolding around her. Pillar after pillar of radiant light shot up, blocking the titan's attack. Chloe looked up, determination in her eyes. Even under the pressure, her voice didn't waver. But in a brief lapse, the monster swung directly at her. And Chloe remained standing. Celia Zeringer rushed forward, shouting for Chloe to dodge. Chloe, still trapped in that moment, only whispered, "I'm not afraid." Then, without warning, countless slashes tore across the sky. Cutting the titan's arm clean off in a single instant, the creature howled in pain. Celia ran to Chloe's side, asking if she was okay. Chloe, nearly drained of energy, looked up and murmured about that slash just now. Celia understood immediately. Yes, that was Leo. He had arrived at the perfect moment, standing tall with his eyes locked on the monster. His timing couldn't have been better. Facing the titan head-on, he dropped from the city wall, and Chiron cried out, shocked at his recklessness. "Leo, the healing power of fairy spirit magic isn't unlimited. Once your body hits its limit, it won't work anymore." With Chiron still nagging, Leo pulled him close. "Stop talking. It's dangerous here. I need to fall back." Then Leo leapt straight toward the two girls, still dazed from the fight. He approached with a smile, telling Chloe she looked pretty capable out there. Chloe blushed immediately. Leo added that she really had looked like a hero. Flustered, she admitted softly that she'd only been copying someone a little. As the crowd saw him return with the two girls, voices erupted all at once. "Leo! Master Leo!" Leo turned to Carl Thomas and asked about the situation. Carl explained that since entering the city, no one had been critically injured. Everyone had just frozen in fear because of the monster. Celia added that the Titan had just taken a heavy blow from Leo, so it probably wouldn't attack again immediately. After a moment's thought, Leo looked to the sky. The plan was simple. They needed to join forces and bring the Titan down. He turned back, confidence radiating, and asked why everyone looked so shocked. "If you want to be heroes, this is exactly the kind of moment you need. Ileana Layden immediately spoke up. Fighting that monster is impossible. Leo calmly told everyone he would take command. He was confident he could beat that monster.
Off to the side, Eliza watched him and thought, "There he goes again, acting like he's always right." Then Leo asked who said nobody would follow his orders, and Warden Tidney calmly said he'd be counting on Leo's leadership. That clearly caught Eliza off guard.
She turned sharply to Warden Tidden. Why would someone as prideful as him follow anyone? He answered simply. Everyone already knew that monster had to be taken down. Then a soft voice joined in. If someone's confident they can beat it, following their lead makes sense. It was Chen Jia. She stepped forward, tugging Eliza's sleeve. Trying out Master Leo's command actually sounds kind of interesting. As the others began to agree, Eliza frowned but gave in. Fine, since I was planning to do it anyway. Nearby, Abad Llewellyn thought about how Leo had been just like this during the entrance exam, throwing himself into impossible fights without hesitation. He admitted aloud that he thought he'd closed the gap a little, but it still wasn't enough. Celia snapped at him to shut up and stop rambling. Next, Leo turned to Duran Moira. "Will you lend me a hand?" Duran glanced at his arm, then lightly bumped Leo with his shoulder. "I'll be the one to land the finishing hit on that monster." Leo took that as a yes. Good enough. Outside onlookers couldn't hide their excitement. Those first years are incredible. That formation might actually be enough to beat it. A blue-haired girl looked at Elena's darkened expression. "Are you okay?" she asked nervously. Elena didn't answer immediately. She thought quietly. The moment that boy appeared, the entire atmosphere shifted. There are plenty of outstanding heroes in this world, but that boy operates on a completely different level. He can turn despair into hope, becoming a light when everything else goes dark. It's true. He really deserves to be called a great hero. Then the scene cut back to the melee fighter. After taking blow after blow from the monsters, he gasped for breath and reached toward his wound, trying to staunch the bleeding. Eliza and Abad came in from above, swooping through the air as they closed in on the monster. The second Abad saw it starting to lose ground. His face brightened. Amazing! But Eliza kept her eyes locked on the creature and answered in a cold, steady voice, "Not yet." Right then, the monster threw its jaws open and fired a blast of energy straight at them. But Eliza guided her summoned beast into a sharp turn and slipped past it cleanly. The moment they got behind the monster, Abad tightened his grip on the staff and readied another strike. As soon as the gap opened, he unleashed a storm technique. In the next instant, a massive storm tore across the monster's body and blew its head clean off. But almost immediately, another head grew back in its place. Eliza's eyes widened. Impossible. How are we supposed to kill that thing? High above them, Celia tipped forward into a dive and shouted, "Moo!" Abad quickly reached a hand toward her. "Over here!" But Celia shut that down without missing a beat. "No thanks." Then she dropped straight in and wrapped both arms around Eliza. "Sorry, I'm not letting that Llewellyn hold you." Caught off guard for a second, Eliza snapped, "Wait, if 3 or more people are on it, the wind dragon won't be able to move properly." Celia stayed completely calm. "Leo told us to gather here. Before the spell is done, we hit that big thing with everything we've got." Once Abad understood what Leo was setting up, he leaned toward Celia and said, "I see. Fire and wind really do pair well." Eliza ignored the two of them and shouted back, "I don't know what you're planning, but tell me when to move." Down below, Chloe stood at the top of the wall with her eyes fixed on the monster. Under her breath, she kept quietly reciting the incantation. With attacks pouring in from all directions, the monster let out a furious roar. The instant Chloe finished the spell, countless razor-sharp ice spikes filled the sky and rained down on the monster. Elsewhere, Duran and Chen Xia were getting ready to strike too. Duran glanced at her and asked, "You ready?" Chen Xia answered with a bright smile, "Of course." Then she stepped out first and called, "I'll open the way." At once her water spirit rushed toward the monster and coiled tightly around both of its legs. The moment its legs were bound, Duran started gathering power until his whole body blazed with light. "I'm going." Then he became a streak of lightning and shot forward along the path the water had opened. Water and lightning fused together, taking the shape of a giant sea dragon that wrapped around the monster's body. Its entire body jerked violently under the shock. As the monster screamed, countless chains burst up from below and locked hard around its neck. The one forcing it in place was Warden Tyden, his whole body trembling as he fought against the monster's strength. Up in the sky, Abad kept pressing the attack. Blow after blow crashed into the monster, and each hit pulled another pained roar from its throat. Leo turned to Chelsea and asked, "Ready?" She gave him a quick nod. "Yes." At that same moment, the monster formed another sphere of magic inside its mouth, getting ready to fire back. Once the attack finished charging, it blasted straight toward the fortress, and Leo knew this was the moment. Chelsea sent a tornado roaring straight at the monster, then called out, "Leo!" Just like they planned, Leo used the wind Chelsea had sent him. With that boost carrying him, he leapt up with ease and rushed straight toward the monster. His hand locked around the sword hilt. His eyes turned cold, and he unleashed his technique. Luru Whirlwind, Phoenix's Breath. Spinning through the air, he drove his blade down into the monster and tore a howl of pain out of it. As Leo's strike ended, Chloe drew in a deep breath and called out, "World of Ice." In an instant, the monster was sealed inside a massive frozen statue.
The creature fought against the ice with all its strength, and cracks began racing across the surface.
Then the ice shattered, and at that exact same moment, the monster's body dissolved into mist. The students froze for a beat, then burst into cheers. "We won! We really destroyed it." Hearing that, Chloe finally dropped back down and let out a long breath. Then, all of a sudden, an arm appeared beside her, holding a vial right up near her face. "Chloe, you really do look like a hero out of legend. Marvelous." The unexpected praise brought a faint blush to Chloe's face, and she answered softly, "Thank you." She closed her hand around the vial and looked off into the distance, thinking, where did Leo go? By then, Leo had already reached a place so quiet it almost felt unreal. He slowly reached down, touched the water, and felt around beneath the surface. When he saw the three lights in front of him, he smiled. Long time no see, luminous, deep inside the magical lair. A pair of eyes slowly opened. A white-haired woman appeared in front of him, staring at him with open suspicion. The one Leo had called out to was Luminous. The moment she heard her name, Luminous frowned. "Who are you? And how did you wake me?" He looked her straight in the eyes and answered, "It's me, Kyle." The second she heard that name, recognition flashed across her face. Then she quickly asked, "I don't know if she's here, but where is Licinus?" His answer came right away, flat and direct. "Licinus is dead." At those words, she went completely still. She stayed quiet for a long moment before finally speaking. A sky this blue during an age of calamity, that would have been impossible. How long was I asleep? He gave her the answer plainly. About 5,000 years. She jolted and repeated it back. 5,000? Then she let out a small breath. Maybe it was better that I never woke during all that time. At least I was able to grant that child's wish. Listeners, thank you for bringing the light back to this world. But then her voice shifted. Even so, I can still feel darkness hanging over this land. After saying that, she looked at him and asked, "Will you fight this time?" He met her gaze with a faint smile. "Of course, I can't let this peace be stolen from us." Then his eyes moved to the countless tiny swallows fluttering in front of him as they slowly gathered into the shape of a spirit. Looking at it, he asked, "What is this?" She answered, This is the jewel passed down through generations among the great light spirits. It doesn't hold any special power, but if you carry it, the light spirits will treat you as one of the great spirits." He took the jewel, studied it for a moment, and smiled. "I'll keep it safe." Then Luminous lifted her eyes toward the sky and quietly said, "The sky is beautiful." As soon as those words left her lips, her form dissolved into the air and faded into the deep blue sky above. Then the scene shifted back to the academy. Looking over the student files spread across the table, Killian Baden asked, "Is that the full list of suspects?" Sejin answered, "For now, yes." Killian Baden continued, "Quite a few of these names were recommended by the board." Then he rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Starting in the second term, we may need to bring the vice principal back." That caught both professors completely off guard, and they both blurted out, "The vice principal?" Then the scene moved to the classrooms, where students started shouting the second they saw their exam results, the noise almost shaking the whole academy. Carl grabbed his grade sheet with trembling hands and cried out in relief, "I survived." Right beside him, his friend Tidney looked just as thrilled. "Me too." Harlan Edmund glanced at Carl and let out a tired sigh. Almost getting expelled really does suit you. The moment Carl heard that, he dropped his head and stammered, "P, please forgive me." Then Harlan Edmund gave him one last warning, "Don't cause trouble during break. I'll see you in the second term." With that, he turned and walked away. The fact that he got off without any punishment left Carl standing there in a daze. Then he spun around in pure relief, while the two girls beside him could only stare. Ileana Layden could barely hold herself back. The second the teacher left, she shouted, "So that's really how the first term ends. That's so, Professor Harlan." Nella asked the class leader, "Are you going back to the Rodran Empire for break?" Then Chelsea added, "Leo's from the Kingdom of Delan." That unfamiliar name immediately caught Nella's attention. "Where's that? I've never even heard of it," Leo explained. "It's a kingdom on the western border." Chelsea looked oddly pleased as she said, "Then I'll have to visit Leo during break." Leo gave a faint smile and thought to himself, "It really has been a long time since I went home." But the second he got there, a huge banner suddenly unfurled right in front of him, catching him completely off guard. "So I really do have a place to come back to. I just didn't expect it to be this flashy." His mother and the others had already come ahead of time to welcome him. The moment she saw him, she smiled and said, "Welcome home, my son." The instant he stepped back into that place, a strange feeling washed over him. Only then did he finally let himself relax. At dinner, after hearing everything that had happened, his father praised him. "I never imagined you'd show talent in every field." Leo answered, "I didn't realize it either until I got to school, Father." His father went on, "Even though you're my son, I still have no idea how someone this exceptional came from me." His mother immediately changed the subject. "Is Professor Harlan doing well?" Leo let out a small sigh. "He's still teaching." Then she said, "I heard Lumine's homeroom teachers will be visiting during break. Professor Harlan is one of them, so this time I'll be meeting him as a parent." At that exact moment, Harlan Edmund's ear suddenly twitched for no reason. While the family was still eating, a maid walked in awkwardly and said, "Madam, young master, there are visitors." The moment she realized who it might be, Leo's mother frowned and said to her husband, "The demon clan again? What a nuisance." Then she told the maid, "Send them back." The maid hesitated for a moment before replying. They said they came from Azonia Academy. The instant Leo heard the academy's name, he stiffened and repeated it in his head. Azonia Academy. Before anyone else could even react, the mysterious visitor had already stepped into the dining room. Looking around, he asked, "Is Mrs. Raina Zeringer here?" "Greetings. I am Azonia's messenger spirit." Then he stepped forward and handed Leo a letter, catching him slightly by surprise. His mother clicked her tongue and said, "What a hassle. Just let him take it. Leo opened the letter and read it. Congratulations. You have been selected as an admission candidate by Azonia. That only left Leo even more confused. Selected? Then the scene cuts to Osrek City, the city of the Beastkin. Now he stood there, letting out a tired breath, as he muttered, "The Beastkin's heroic military academy. Azonia Academy." Unlike the other schools, Azonia holds its entrance ceremony in the summer, and it's known as the harshest academy of them all. As he stood there, he remembered what his mother had told him. "Back when I was young, I once helped some students from Azonia. To repay me, they gave me a free admission pass to Azonia Academy. They even sent over a recommendation letter for your enrollment. I think I may have signed some kind of contract too." Leo let out a long sigh. He really shouldn't have let that contract get signed so easily. As he walked through the streets, his mind wandered back to what his mother had said. From the sound of it, the entrance test here was like running a desert marathon, and Azonia was the kind of Beastkin academy that worshipped strength above all and followed pure instinct. That only made him more curious about the kind of hero candidates Azonia had gathered here. At the moment, he was disguised as a proper Beastkin, complete with rabbit ears perched on his head. One of Kiran's tricks, making him look like some kind of hybrid Beastkin. As he scanned the letter, he finally found the test location. The entrance exam would be held at the Azrek Coliseum. Then suddenly, a statue up ahead caught his eye. Carved into it were the words, "In memory of Aaron, the warrior of indomitable courage." Leo stared at it for a moment and muttered, "Aaron?" Then he looked up at the statue dryly. "Indomitable courage, my foot." That guy used to shake in fear every time he fought. Still, after a brief pause, he added, "Though the statue does look pretty impressive." Then the scene shifted to the Colosseum, where Leo now stood inside the massive arena. Out of nowhere, a pair of sharp-clawed hands appeared beside him, along with a grin that was way too excited. Leo kept surveying the arena, quietly thinking, so these are the contestants. From not too far away, someone stepped forward, a sneer already set on his face. "Hey, mongrel, you really expect us to believe someone like you is an Azonia candidate?" Another voice added, "At least get rid of that mongrel smell first." Leo blinked, unsure what they meant, and pointed at himself. "You mean me?" the red-haired guy snapped. "Who else? You hybrid rabbit acting all high and mighty." Leo didn't even bother with them. He started walking off. "You're not even Azonia students yet, and you're already acting tough. You just showed up, and you're already full of yourselves." That one line set the red-haired guy off instantly. He grabbed Leo by the shoulder and barked, "You dare look down on an Azonia candidate? I can't stand weaklings like you." Seeing the guy practically begging for it, Leo glanced over his shoulder. Then, without a second thought, he spun around and slammed him straight into the ground. With Beastkin-level strength behind it, the impact cracked the floor instantly. Pain shot through the guy's entire body, making him tremble violently. The young man beside him rushed over. "Durkin, what's wrong?" "Were you holding back?" Durkin clenched his fists, frustrated. "No, absolutely not." Leo didn't even look at them again. He just waved slightly and started walking away. "See you at the entrance ceremony." But on the other side, Durkin suddenly jumped back to his feet, eyes practically shining. That guy is incredible. Seriously strong. Then he started yelling like a madman, running through the city looking for Leo. Listening to the distant shouts, Leo thought among Beastkin, strength really is worshipped. What a strange culture. Meanwhile, everything Leo had just done had already caught the attention of another Beastkin. Watching with clear interest, he muttered, "I was worried this place would be full of boring people. But now there's someone interesting." Elsewhere in the square, a fierce match had just ended. A young man stepped up and reported, "The penance was completed in 36 minutes. Every result rated excellent, Sir Examiner." The other man answered coldly, "Still not good enough. Excellent at that level isn't acceptable." The blond man blinked, surprised. Huh. That's already a pretty impressive result. But the other man fired back immediately. Haven't you heard about the new first years at Lumine? Our incoming class needs real standouts too. This was Bergaton, one of Azonia Academy's examiners. The younger man protested. Sure, Lumine seems strong, but our candidates are impressive too. Bergaton looked down calmly. Especially since my daughter is participating this time. He was talking about Ardian Mir of the Tun clan, one of the candidates nominated for admission into Azonia. At that, Bergaton ground his teeth confidently. My daughter Archian can easily take the class representative spot. But then something suddenly caught his eye. His gaze shifted to Leo, and he thought, that child looks strangely familiar. Then he asked, Deputy Examiner, do you know anything about that rabbit beastkin at the end of the line? The blond man paused, flipped through his notes, and said, first time I've seen that face, he's not on the watch list. Bergaton kept staring, puzzled. So, he's a nominated candidate? The man nodded. Yes, that's right. He was admitted by nomination. Even after hearing that, Bergaton's eyes stayed on Leo, still thinking, that look, it's exactly like J.A.'s. Then a loudspeaker boomed from the upper stands. Group D of Part 1 of the Beast Festival has entered the arena. Around the same time, someone remarked, there's a notable candidate in Group D, right? The heir of the Toon clan, Archian. Right after that, she confidently stepped into the arena, drawing greetings from the spectators in the stands. The others turned their eyes toward her and thought, if she really is the hope of these strength-worshipping beastkin, can she inherit Artian's techniques? Leo looked off to the side and muttered, wait, I thought Azonia's entrance ceremony was supposed to be a desert marathon. So what is this beast festival? He turned and asked the girl next to him, is this part of the entrance ceremony too? She looked at him, surprised. You don't know about the beast festival? Leo gave an awkward smile. I'm a hybrid, so I'm not really familiar with beastkin culture. She explained, Azonia's entrance isn't just a ceremony, it's one of the biggest festivals we have. The Beast Festival is meant to entertain the visitors, but for us, students, it's also a ritual. After hearing that, Leo repeated, a ritual. She nodded and continued, with the Tartarus threat still looming, this is how we declare to our people that we've arrived. So fight well, like you did earlier, Black Rabbit. Leo gave a bitter little smile and murmured, we've arrived. The second those words left his mouth, a massive gate swung open, and a monstrous figure burst out, screaming in sheer terror. Its gaze locked on Leo immediately, charging straight at him without hesitation. But then a sharp swish cut through the air, making the monster flinch mid-charge. Arshan and a few other beastkin had rushed in together, striking in perfect coordination. The sudden assault widened the monster's eyes in shock. It immediately redirected its focus toward Archian and lunged at her instead. In the very next instant, a streak of light sliced through the air. Arshan had already leapt high above the creature. She drew in a sharp breath, then dropped straight down, unleashing a flurry of slashes across the monster's body. Every strike landed in a blindingly fast instant. After the assault, she landed lightly. But the moment she saw Leo still standing unmoving, she jerked and shouted, "Pay attention!" At that exact moment, another attack from the monster hurtled straight toward him. Leo tightened his arm and drove it forward. Fist collided with fist, compressing the air between them in a violent shock. The monster's eyes turned savage instantly. But Leo overwhelmed it in a single fluid motion, bringing it down effortlessly. His gaze never wavered, calm and cold, steady like a true predator. The crowd in the stands nearly erupted. "Amazing, Black Rabbit. You're number one in my heart." Watching him, Ardian narrowed her eyes. No doubt about it. That Black Rabbit just used bestialization? The thought sharpened her suspicion instantly. When the moon rises, that's when beast instincts awaken inside beastkin. Their ancestors studied bestialization, but no one ever learned to control it freely. Except for one person, the hero Aaron, and the monster Leo just defeated was the last of its kind. Then the loudspeaker boomed. The Beast Festival ends here. Later, back in the changing room, Artian approached from a distance, curiosity written all over her face. "Hey, Black Rabbit, I want to ask you something." Before she could finish, another voice cut in with a grin. "Hey, not bad, huh?"
A young man stepped forward. "I'm Dion Den, a wolf beastkin, one of Azonia's nominated admission candidates."
Leo answered flatly. "Kai?" Dion Den exhaled and repeated it. "Kai, huh? I was worried this place would be full of weaklings. Seeing someone at your level makes me feel a lot better." Arshin's mood immediately soured at the interruption. She stepped forward, clenched her fist, and muttered, "That muscle-brained idiot is running his mouth again." Dion Den casually turned to greet her, but Artian ignored him completely. She leaned toward Leo. "Black Rabbit, talk to me for a minute. I have a question." Leo froze for a moment. "Me?" Then all three of them noticed something happening outside. A pair of feet stepped into the room, and a calm voice said, "Too noisy." It was Bergeton. He looked at them and said, "You all did well in the Beast Festival?" The moment Leo saw him, he thought, "Hero Bergeton looks even cooler up close." Bergeton stepped forward and continued, "As you already know, tomorrow's test will be a crossing of the Great Azrek Desert. The rules are simple. Start at Azrek, cross the Great Desert, and reach Azonia. But the Great Azrek Desert is one of the harshest places on the continent, so here's my one piece of advice. Don't confuse recklessness with bravery." The deputy examiner then stepped in. "The nominated students haven't attended the free classes over the past half year. Since you're not familiar with the other students, step forward and introduce yourselves. For context, to enroll in Azonia, most students attend free classes first and earn a nomination letter. Nominated students, however, are judged talented enough to skip the free classes entirely." Leo turned to Artian. "Why didn't you take the free classes?" she exhaled confidently. "Didn't need them. I'm already strong enough." Then another girl stepped forward. "I'm Stea Rual. I specialize in magic. Nice to meet everyone." Next, a short-haired girl introduced herself. "I'm Rate Vega. I'm a spirit mage." Then it was Artian's turn. "I'm Artian. Let's all do our best together." Leo kept his calm expression and gave a brief reply. "Kai, nice to meet you." Bergeton watched closely, noting every word and reaction. Then Dion Den stepped forward. "I'm Dion Den." But immediately his tone turned cold. "If you're weak, don't get in the way. You should quit now." Seeing tensions rise, the deputy examiner quickly intervened. "Go outside, check the dorm assignment board, then come back." Everyone headed out. Leo walked out with the others, but a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, stopping him. It was Bergeton looking at him. He said, "Stay behind. I want to speak with you privately for a moment." Once the room had cleared and only the two of them remained, Bergeton finally spoke. "Kai, there's something I need to confirm." Leo gave a small nod in response. Then Bergeton asked, "You're Reyna's son, aren't you?" The question hit Leo like a sudden jolt, making his eyes widen. He thought to himself, "He knows my mother?" After a brief pause, Leo replied, "Yes, that's right. Do you know my mother?" Hearing that, Bergeton laughed warmly. "So you really are Reyna's son. I'm an old friend of your mother's. Back then, we used to represent Lumine and Azonia in competitions. I'm sure she's told you plenty about me. Bergeton, right?" Leo answered bluntly, "No, sir. My mother never mentioned any of that." The corner of Bergeton's mouth twitched. "No way Reyna and I were that close." Leo explained, "My mother doesn't really talk much about her school days." Bergeton exhaled. "Yeah, that does sound like her." Then his arm tensed slightly as memories from the past began to resurface. grinding his teeth, he muttered in frustration. If it weren't for that idiot, by now you'd have... Leo cut him off before he could finish. Even if she never talks about the past, my mother has never regretted the choice she made. Birgiton went quiet for a few seconds, absorbing that. Then he slowly nodded. Yeah, that sounds right. That woman really is worthy of the name Zeringer Bloom. Still beautiful, still dignified. Hearing someone speak of his mother like that made Leo frown slightly. Mother a Bloom? This guy's kind of... Then Birgiton changed the subject. All right, I saw your performance in the Beast Festival. I'll be looking forward to your entrance test tomorrow. Leo nodded. Yes, sir. After a long day, Leo finally returned to his room. He looked around, headed into the bathroom, and when he came back out, he couldn't help but say, "These dorms are even better than Lumine's." Then, suddenly, his eyes flicked toward a sound outside the window. The next second, the window flew open and Arshan appeared. "Black Rabbit, I came here to expose your secret." But the instant she saw him standing there completely naked, she turned bright red and covered her eyes. "Why are you changing like that?" Leo answered flatly. "Because this is my room." A little later, after getting dressed, Leo sat down on the bed. "All right, I'm dressed. You can open your eyes now. So what secret were you talking about?" Arshan turned toward him. "Back at the Beast Festival, I saw what you did." "You can use bestialization whenever you want, can't you?" Since she clearly wanted proof, Leo shifted into his beastkin form. Like this, Ardian's eyes widened. No way it's real. Looking at his current form, Leo thought, strange. In this transformed beastkin state, using the hero's breath triggers bestialization. Of course, if I push it too long, the after effects will be serious. She stared at him openly, admiration in her eyes. How is that even possible? In all of history, the only one who could use bestialization freely was Lord Aaron. Then Leo offered, "Want me to teach you?" The moment she heard that, her eyes lit up and she stammered, "R? Really?" Meanwhile, Leo thought, I need someone to inherit Artian's path. When the coming battle with Tartarus arrives, I'm going to need more strength on our side. Maybe that's why I was reincarnated in this era. After thinking it through, he added one condition. Then you'll need to prove something first. She blinked. "Prove what?" Leo answered. "Prove whether you have what it takes to become a hero." That one sentence sent her mind racing. She kept thinking, this guy's looking down on me. He's on a completely different level. Then his easy smile returned. "I'll be waiting, Artian." By the next day, the loudspeaker announced that the second day of the entrance ceremony had begun. Students were now lining up for the aptitude test, the one where they had to cross the Great Azraq Desert. Holding the registration list, Yura Marnin said in surprise, "From Tun to Den, Ruel to Vega too. Our kids have gotten seriously talented. But Azonia's nominated candidates this year are no joke either. Too bad I didn't get to see the Beast Festival." Beside her, Len Horace let out a real sigh. "Yeah, that really is a shame." Yura Marnin added, "Hey, there's a student here with a strange name, Kai, right?" Len Horace smiled. "The name of the great hero, huh? Makes you wonder if this Kai is bluffing or actually connected to the primordial hero Kai. Honestly, he reminds me so much of that kid Leo. He really does remind them of Leo." Then their eyes shifted downward. At that moment, Ardian was walking forward, clearly sulking. Len Horace muttered, "Isn't that Ardian?" Yura Marnin added. "Has that beastkin competitive streak flared up again? Look at her. She's definitely heading over to challenge somebody." She strode straight up to Leo, more than a little annoyed. "Black Rabbit, you didn't forget your promise from yesterday, did you? I'm definitely going to make you acknowledge me. I was so fired up I couldn't sleep all night. So, during today's test, don't miss a second of what I do." Leo let out a small sigh. "All right." Watching from above, Amy Lendu said with interest, "This is getting fun. Is the one she's targeting that student named Kai?" Beside him, Yura Marnin laughed softly. A student who gets people this curious really is something. But then her expression suddenly stiffened. Len Horace reacted the same way. Both had recognized who that person really was, and they blurted out, "Why is he here?" Now the 5 students stood in the middle of the square. Bergeton looked toward the nominated candidates, and the loudspeaker rang out in a serious tone. Before the entrance ceremony begins, the candidates will now take the oath. Up in the stands, Yura Marnin and Len Horace were still staring in disbelief. What the hell is he doing here? Then the loudspeaker continued. The 5 nominated candidates, place your hands on Lord Aaron's hero records. The moment that name hit his ears, one thought shot through his mind. So this is Arton's hero record. He never imagined seeing it like this. The announcements rolled on, each person stepping up in turn to recite the oath. Arton went first. She placed her hand on the hero record and spoke clearly. "First, for the honor of the great hero, I will never act like a coward." He watched from below, preparing himself, his gaze distant and thoughtful. Then it was his turn. He stepped forward, laid his hand on the hero record, and began the oath. "Second, for the honor of the great hero." Before he could finish, the hero record suddenly flared to life. In an instant, a massive pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. Everyone around could only freeze and stare. From the stands, Yura Marnin spun around in shock. Senior, could it really be? Aintz's expression told the same story. He was thinking it too. Even Bergeton's usual composure faltered at the sight before him. The beam kept spreading, growing wider and brighter, until slowly the glow began to fade. High above, a single book hovered in the air. It was the hero record. Then, as if moved by some invisible hand, the book opened on its own, landing on the very first page of Arton's chapter. The brilliant light spilled out around them, and the deputy examiner stammered to Bergeton. What is this? Could this really be the hero's world?" Bergeton replied calmly, without missing a beat. "Yes, Lord Aaron's hero world has opened." The blond man's body trembled. Wow, so the hero world can actually overload like this. On the outside, he looked composed, but inside his thoughts were racing. A page of Lord Arton's had appeared that had never opened before. Even if it turned into a dungeon because of the overload, clearing it might be their chance to inherit Lord Arton's power. The only question now, could these kids actually conquer Lord Arton's world? Moments later, the two of them were pulled into an entirely different space. It felt like stepping back into a distant era, into a bleak world where darkness had already swallowed everything. When they came to, they quickly scanned their surroundings. Arton let out a sharp, alarmed shout. "What the hell just happened?" She turned to him immediately. "Black Rabbit, you saw that too, right?" "The hero record, it definitely opened just now," he answered evenly. "Look up." Above them, the sky was nothing but dull gray. Arton froze. "What is that?" The entire sky stretched gray, silent and heavy. Voices echoed through the space. "A hero has appeared. A hero who will bring light. A hero who will bring the future." Hearing that, he realized this was probably 5,000 years before Arton's time, back in an age swallowed by despair. The voices repeated over and over, ringing through the empty world. "Please save us. Be careful not to be eaten by Jaboaks." She looked around, trying to piece it together. "Is this the world where the false hero Aaron once lived?" He gave a brief nod. "Yeah. Looks like the refuge city of Risar." Arton pressed him further. "Then why did the hero world activate all of a sudden? There's never been a record of Lord Aaron's page opening in all these years." He didn't have a clear answer. Back in class, and even in Berkia, whenever I touched my own record page, my hero world would open. But those were my own pages. This time, anyone could see that it was Aaron's page. Right then, a system message appeared. Mission objective: search for Aaron in Risar. He glanced at the notice, frowning. If the goal was just to find someone, maybe this wasn't a hero dungeon after all. Then a thought struck him. If this world had opened normally, Why couldn't it connect to the outside? A moment later, he noticed Arten trembling beside him. "Arten, you okay?" But there was no fear in her expression. If anything, she looked thrilled. "It says the mission is to find Lord Aaron. Does that mean we might actually get to see him again?" Finding Lord Aaron should be easy if he's really that famous. He could only manage a bitter smile. "Yeah, you'd think so." That only made her more eager. "Then let's start asking people right now." He let out a soft sigh. People from this era would naturally think that way. The recorded history later would paint a different picture. Meanwhile, she was already rushing ahead. "Black Rabbit, come on!" He kept wondering what Aaron had been like in this period. Then an irritated voice cut through his thoughts. "I'm telling you, I've never heard the name Aaron or anything like that." The man waved them off like they were nothing, leaving them frozen for a moment. Arten stared, stunned. How is that possible? Nobody knows Aaron? She quickly turned to someone else. "Hey, Beast Man, have you ever heard the name Aaron?" The other shook his head. Not once. After a brief pause, another voice suddenly called out, "Ha, you little beastkin brats! If you've got nowhere to sleep, come, stay in my room." Now, looking slightly uneasy, she muttered, "The mood here is getting really strange." He replied immediately, "Before it gets dark, we need to find a place to stay." As he ran through the possibilities, one idea began to make sense. Maybe this was the year 1462 on the Altegra calendar, 20 years after the calamity began. And if that was true, wandering around blindly to find Aaron wouldn't help. There was someone else they needed first. With that in mind, the two of them moved into a nearby area, ready to start their search. He kept telling himself they must be close. Arten hurried to catch up, calling out, "Wait, Black Rabbit? Where are you going? You're the one leading us." She glanced around and muttered, frustrated. There wasn't even a proper inn in sight. Her voice shifted, wary. Then, without warning, she spun and kicked behind her, but a stranger caught it instantly. Arten gritted her teeth, ready to strike again, but Leo stepped forward quickly. "Wait, Arten, don't fight." The man's grip tightened on her arm, and in the next instant his hand shot up to her throat, taking her completely by surprise. Struggling for air, she forced the words out. "Black Rabbit, run." The man turned to Leo, his eyes cold. "Why did you come here? Tell me the truth, or I'll kill this beast man." This legendary hero, tied to Aaron's world, paused before speaking again. "Who are you? There's a baby Jabberwock outside, so watch yourself." Leo replied calmly, "We came because we heard this place was worth seeing." The man narrowed his eyes, pressing further. "Who told you that? This isn't a place people are allowed to enter." Leo met his gaze. "That coward Aaron told us. That's why we came." At the sound of that name, the man finally loosened his grip. He let Arten drop to the ground and turned away, saying only, "Follow me." Before long, they were given a place to stay. The man said they could spend the night and come see him again in the morning. Once outside, Leo looked up at the sky and thought, no matter how many times I see this cursed sky, I can't get used to it. It was just as grim and unwelcoming as ever. Beyond Riasar, the world vanished into fog, which meant this might be the only area they could actually explore. That strange voice echoed on. "Both of our fragile climbing roofs are steered by small hands." During the midterm exam, the conquest objective doesn't appear until the Jabok is defeated. If that's true, then this probably isn't a control failure. But why can't anyone outside control the hero world? His thoughts drifted back to the mission notice. Search for Aaron in Rysar. Usually, the key to opening a hero world is either the owner or an item deeply tied to them. But what if there's another kind of key? Someone who shares a deep connection. Of course, he knew it could all just be speculation. But if Aaron's world opened because of me, that would explain why no one outside can control it. Was it really just a coincidence that I was reborn and still remembered everything? If a hero's record page was meant to prepare for that hero's rebirth and let their power be inherited again, the voice continued. Little Rabbit, a childish story. Then maybe completely destroying Erebus isn't impossible after all. He kept staring at the distant sky, thoughts piling up in his head. Then a loud voice suddenly cut through. Wake up, Black Rabbit! It had all been a dream. Arten was shaking him awake. He slowly sat up and stretched as she asked if he was finally awake. Then she brought up the man from yesterday, saying he had been insanely strong, and asked if Leo was hurt. A moment later, she grinned, claiming her own body was tough, and quickly asked what had really happened yesterday. Leo explained that the man had probably mistaken them for intruders, and he had calmed things down by talking. Arten looked at him, impressed. He's surprisingly polite. Meanwhile, Leo thought to himself that yesterday's blow had been serious, but this beastkin descendant was absurdly tough. Just then the man returned to check on them. The two early risers had already recovered. This was Aegon, the sky god, a hero from the Calamity era. He approached Arten, remarking that even for a beastkin, her toughness was surprising. Surprised by what exactly? She shot back. Aegon let out a small sigh, admitting she was younger than he expected. Then he apologized for yesterday and offered to make it up by taking them along and buying breakfast. Arten still looked a little unsure and quietly told Leo, maybe this guy wasn't so bad after all. Leo nodded slightly, especially if he's buying breakfast. So they went with him. After walking a while, Arten's suspicion returned. You're not leading us into a trap, right? Where are we going? Leo let out a soft sigh. I don't know, but he doesn't seem like a bad person. As they walked, Leo thought about Aegon. The sky god had been active during the Calamity era, like Yura Marnin's father. Originally, he had been someone their team wanted to recruit, but by the time they met him in the early encounters, his spirit was already broken. So what had happened over this past month? Then the scene ahead made Arten stop dead. What? What is this? Ahead of them, countless children ran toward Aegon. One little girl shouted happily, Uncle Aegon, it's breakfast time. Then the kids noticed the strangers and asked who the big sister and big brother were. Aegon told them they were guests and added that his share could go to them instead. Arten suddenly stomped the ground, grinning. Uncle, I totally misjudged you. You're actually really good. She walked over and ruffled the little girl's hair happily. A moment later, Leo's eyes fell on a single figure sitting alone in a corner. The instant he recognized them, his eyes went wide. He thought to himself, so after all this time, we're really meeting again. And just like that, memories from ages past came rushing back. He went still inside. The great dark spirit, Elsie. That strange voice echoed again, followed by the man's words. Little Rabbit, why don't you go with that shadow? The scene shifted 5,000 years into the past. Kyle and two others approached a lone figure in a graveyard. Licinus spoke first. I heard a plague is spreading here. What a miserable place. Then she turned to Aegon. Are you the sky god? He lifted his head slowly. Who are you? The woman standing with Kyle added, We've come to ask you to join the expedition. Luna chimed in, We need someone with the power of a hero like you. But Aegon lowered his head again, his voice heavy. Go back. I won't join any expedition. Luna pressed a little further. But if you truly carry the title of Sky God, before she could finish, Kyle stepped forward. That's enough, Luna. He rested a hand on her shoulder. His spirit is already broken. But Luna refused to back down. Even a broken spirit can burn again. It would be a waste to give up on someone like him. The black-haired woman turned away. Luna, a lost will can return. But someone feeding hatred can't save the world. Let's find someone else. Finally, Aegon spoke. I can point you to someone. Go find Aeron. The three of them left, and Luna muttered, Aaron? But in a place this huge, how are we supposed to find him? If you're going to recommend someone, at least do it properly. Kyle exhaled slowly. There's still time. We can take it slow. If the sky god recommended him, he's probably not just some ordinary person. Then he added, turning to Luna, and stop charging ahead like that. She snapped instantly. What? You trying to get yourself killed? Just then, the black-haired woman noticed someone nearby. The dark spirit, she called out brightly. Oh, hey, it's the dark spirit. Back in the present, Leo stood holding a bowl, thinking, I never thought I'd run into Elsie here. The last time they met was when gathering members for the expedition. Still, this wasn't the right moment to speak to her. After all, it would be another year before he or Kyle met Elsie again. He carried 2 trays of food, and Arton called out eagerly from across the way, Uncle, come eat with us. Agon nodded lightly. Sure, I'm the master of that useless brat, after all. A noble, great, fearless hero who fought disasters, and you call someone like that useless? Arton exhaled. Maybe being too modest isn't always the best. Agon clearly had no idea what she meant. This girl seems to have the wrong idea. My disciple isn't noble, great, or brave. Sure, for his age, he has incredible power. But that kid is a coward who never deserved that power. Aaron left Resar because he was too scared to fight. Those words shattered the image Arton had of him. She grabbed her hair and cried, No, that can't be true. It can't be like that, Lord Aaron. Agon flinched at her reaction and turned to Leo. What's wrong with your friend? Leo explained that she really admired Aaron. Then, in the next second, Arton ran off in tears, shouting that Lord Aaron couldn't be a coward, that everything she believed about him was falling apart, and she couldn't accept it. Leo quietly closed his eyes. An Aaron fangirl. I can't believe this, he continued. It's because your disciple saved her, and yes, Aaron really was a coward. But in ways you never saw, he saved a lot of people. Long ago, when darkness covered the world, I was one of the people he saved, too. So you can be proud of your disciple. Those words clearly caught Agon off guard. That kid, has he really grown that much in just half a year? Off to the side, Arton sat crying, still struggling to accept that Aaron had once been a coward. Leo walked over to calm her. What's so shocking about Aaron being a coward? Through her tears, she said, Aaron is the one who gave me courage. When I was little, I was scared of everything. I was shy, too. Every time training got hard, I wanted to quit. But my father told me I was named after Lord Aaron. So I decided I would be brave like Lord Aaron, someone who never backs down. But now you're telling me he was a coward? Leo stepped closer, gently patting her head. That coward saved the whole world. When everything was collapsing and no one had hope left, that coward stood up braver than anyone else. That's why the gods called him a hero. Doesn't that make him even more worthy of respect? The words sank deep, and slowly she began to calm down. Then she suddenly popped back up, smiling brightly. Hearing it like that just makes me like Lord Aaron even more. Leo shook his head. That's just pure hero worship. By the time our group arrived, everyone in this area had already fallen to the plague. Everyone except Agon. But wait, if that's the case, then everyone here is doomed within the month, all because of that disease. Then, out of nowhere, a voice rang out from the distance. This camp is as filthy as ever. He turned to see who was coming and immediately recognized Levite, the vassal of Lord Resar. Back in the Calamity era, not everyone fighting evil shared the same side. The world was divided, and sometimes the worst enemy was the one standing in your own camp. Levite walked straight up to Agon, sky god Agon. Agon's voice was cold and flat. What do you want? Levite sneered. A great hero like you, rotting away here while the world crumbles. Even the gods who abandoned this earth wouldn't approve of such pathetic inaction. So how about it? End this little hiding act and join the Legion of Heroes. Agon shoved him back immediately. I already told you last time, if your lord can guarantee these children's safety, then I'll consider it. Then his gaze fell. He looked at the nearby children, all trembling in fear. Levite nodded slightly. I understand. I'll report that the sky god still isn't ready. But even so, I was given strict orders to seize the darkness-devouring sword Shaitan, no matter what it takes. Leo, sitting nearby, froze. Shaitan? Isn't that one of the strongest swords from the Calamity era? Agon has it. Aaron never mentioned that. If Agon really had it, he should have given it to Aaron before he left. Agon exhaled sharply. How many times do I have to say it? Shaitan was destroyed in battle 10 years ago. Levite waved it off. So the great sky god plans to disobey the Lord's orders out of greed? Why else lie? Agon's voice turned ice cold. Why would I lie? And even if I did, what could you do about it? The killing intent behind his words was so strong that everyone tensed visibly. Levite ground his teeth in frustration. Then he turned and walked away. I'll back off for today, but the Lord will come for you himself soon. As long as you stay in Raisar, you won't escape. Once they left, Agon came over. We ended up witnessing an ugly little scene. Leo shrugged. Nothing. We're used to people like that, Arten muttered under her breath. Cowards. Leo asked about the Legion of Heroes. Agon explained that, just as Levite said, it was a force gathered to fight Erebus. A flicker of unease crossed Artan's eyes. So, joining the Legion of Heroes is supposed to be a good thing, right? Agon shook his head. I can't do that. If I leave to join them, there'll be no one left to look after these children. Arten quickly said the state would obviously take care of them. But Agon cut her off. Reasar would never protect these children. If anything, they'd throw them away. They'd sacrifice the few for the many. Arten jumped to her feet. Abandon them? How can people who call themselves heroes think like that? Agon gave a faint smile. That's strange. Are you really kids born in the Calamity era? I didn't expect kids from this age to speak about ideals so lofty as if reality has nothing to do with them. Leo stepped forward. And what's wrong with lofty ideals? If something is right, then choosing the right path should come naturally. That's exactly why you're protecting these children too, isn't it, Agon? Agon stared at him, thinking, just a kid. 15, maybe 16. After hearing their names, he rubbed his chin. Kyle, huh, that's rough. Sharing a name with the surviving hero, bad luck. Arten went stiff. Huh? Kyle is a real person? She jolted upright, shocked. The surviving hero. Not wanting her to say another word, Leo grabbed her tail. He yanked it lightly, and everyone froze for a second. When Agon asked what was wrong, Leo calmly replied nothing. Then, he warned her, if she kept saying pointless things, the whole conquest plan could fall apart. Flustered, she shot back that grabbing a lady's tail like that was completely out of line. Across from them, Agon let out a long sigh. If something is right, taking the righteous path should be natural. Yeah, that's true. I've forgotten that simple truth for far too long. Then he looked at Leo. Why did you come to Raisar? Leo answered, to meet Aaron. Agon rose to his feet. Stay here until Aaron returns, though there had been no word from him in half a year. Still, this was Aaron's home, so sooner or later he would come back. After saying that, Agon turned and walked away. The moment he left, a system notification appeared in front of them, making Arten flinch in surprise. Conquest objective. Meet Aaron when he returns home in 3 days. Arten suddenly sprang up and ran after Agon, shouting over her shoulder. Black Rabbit! I'm gonna ask Uncle Agon more about Lord Aaron. All Leo could do was call after her, warning her not to do anything reckless. Then, out of nowhere, a system screen flickered into view right in front of him, making him pause. Hidden conquest objective. Save the sky god Agon. Staring at it, he thought, a hidden objective. And I'm the only one who can see this. Back when he'd been here as Kyle, Aegon's spirit was already shattered. So if this objective is about saving him, it means stopping Aegon before he breaks any further. And if Aaron's coming back in 3 days, whatever has to happen before then. Did I miss something? Then a voice whispered right by his ear. Hey, you know I'm not human, right? He turned and saw Elsie. Yes, he replied, that she was a spirit. With a bright smile, she said, I'm a great spirit mage. Watching her, he thought, Elsie can smile like this too. She feels completely different. Then her eyes narrowed, just a little. And you're all class too, so you really are the surviving hero, Kyle. Leo quickly tried to explain, but she stopped him. There's no point trying to fool me anymore. Someone who's all class and carrying the light gem, that idiot can only be a comrade of Lycina's. Realizing what was happening, Leo thought, I never expected Elsie to mistake me for Kyle because of that gem. She went on saying she'd heard rumors that Lycinas led his team out of Guardstrand to march against Erebus, so she'd been planning to find him. Leo asked, curious, why? She smiled, like it was obvious. To help save this world, of course. Looking at her, Leo felt helpless. This can't be the same great dark spirit Elsie, the one who would later make a pact with him. She's way too different. He asked why she wanted to save the world. Elsie said she was a spirit born in the Calamity era, and more than anything, she wanted to see the stars at night. She'd heard they were so beautiful they could almost blind you. Leo kept asking questions, finally asking where Lycinas was. Elsie said he was still on the road to Rysar and would take a while to arrive. She added cheerfully that it was good she hadn't gone searching for him herself. At least this way, she wouldn't get lost. Leo then asked why she wanted to make a pact with Lycinas. She replied that she'd heard he defeated Legion Commander Yamangard. In a time like this, someone bold enough to claim that and march out to conquer Erebus was worthy of her pact. Leo could only feel helpless. She was just too different. He still couldn't get used to it. But in the end, the one Elsie chose as her pact master was me, and I never heard a reason like that. Then she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. She leaned close and whispered in his ear, keep this a secret from Aegon. The darkness-devouring sword, Shaitan, that's actually me. The scene shifted to Lord Rysar's castle. After hearing the report, Lord Rodion asked if Aegon had refused his invitation. Levite answered, yes, my lord. Rodion continued, saying Aegon was needed for Rysar's defense, and power like his would be invaluable. Then he asked what in the world Aegon was still doing out there. Levite pressed further, saying Aegon seemed hung up on the orphaned children in that cursed land. Rodion slammed his hand on the armrest in anger. Just because he wants to protect a bunch of worthless things, he's refusing to serve the greater cause? Levite casually added that according to rumors spreading, that cursed land had already been hit by disease. That made the Lord even angrier. Disease? What now? If it spreads among the refugees, the whole city will descend into chaos. Levite suggested taking it out at the root before it spreads. He even put on a fake tone of regret, saying it would pain him to eliminate those orphaned children with nowhere else to go. Rodion hesitated, worried Aegon would never allow it. But Levite calmly reassured him that the disease rumors had already spread. Stopping the plague was exactly what the people wanted, even if Aegon was stubborn. He wouldn't do something foolish that risked a crowded city. Rodion exhaled. Having Levite by his side truly was a blessing. He gave Levite full authority over Rysar's security. Levite bowed, promising he would do everything to repay the Lord's trust and recover Shaitan. Outside, the mood had shifted, and fear buzzed through the crowd. One person shouted, "That cursed land? Are you insane?" Another said, "It's disease." Someone else warned to stay away unless they wanted to get infected. Leo looked at the children in front of him. He thought, right after Levite visited Aegon's shelter, the disease rumors suddenly spread everywhere. And that reminded him of an old conversation with Elsie. Back then, He'd told her there was no need to point out the obvious. She had turned to him. "Do you really think this world is worth saving?" That caught him off guard, and he asked what she meant. Elsie continued, making it even clearer. "In other words, does this world even deserve to exist?" Seeing her like this, his mind drifted back thousands of years. Memories crashed in all at once. The Elsie he would meet a year later had already given up on everything. Back then, there was none of the light she carried now. Even Aegon looked hollow and drained, as if the very weight of the world had already worn him down, and one thing was painfully clear: those children hadn't died from any sickness. From a short distance away, R2 approached the Black Rabbit. "Where have you been? I've been searching everywhere for you. Come on, help me get dinner ready." Then he paused and asked, "Wait, where's Uncle Aegon?" She hesitated for a moment. Uncle Aegon? Someone came by earlier and said the Lord was calling him, so he left. Just then, a squad of soldiers stormed in from outside, by order of Lord Rhysar. From this moment, the operation to purge the disease nest will commence. A blonde girl rushed forward. "Sir's Uncle Aegon only just left for the Lord's castle a short while ago." The soldier didn't even glance at her. He raised his sword and barked, "You filthy, infected brat, move!" The blade came down in a flash, and she flinched. But before it could strike, R2 leapt forward, caught her, and yanked her out of harm's way. She glared up at him. "Are you out of your mind?" He stepped forward, his face hardening. "R2, get the children somewhere safe first." The soldier's anger twisted at the words. Then a woman stepped out from behind them, introducing herself. His grip tightened on his sword. So this was Levite's order, not the Lord's. They were using the disease as an excuse to slaughter the children, and once that was done, they planned to take Shaitan. Killing intent flared in his eyes. "If you want to call yourself a hero, at least learn where the line is. Otherwise, you're just insulting the ones who are actually risking their lives to save this world." That was all it took for Jalen to snap. She lunged forward. "You fake little bastard, acting like some hero." He blocked her strike without a pause. "With skills like that, you still call yourself a Legion hero? You're not real heroes, just pampered knights who've never seen the real world." Then a red aura burst from his body, and Jelen's eyes went wide. Fire-attributed aura, a special trait. In the next instant, he charged straight into the restricted zone and attacked. She raised her shield immediately. "Flames like that won't touch my aura shield." But moments later, his sword burned right through it, and her expression shifted instantly. Then a massive explosion ripped through the area. Now he stood over her, the tip of his sword pressed to the trembling girl, a cold sneer on his face. "Your strength is rough, and your gear not much better." At the same time, R2 surged forward like a gust of wind. Without a second thought, one soldier spotted her and froze in place. Her kick slammed into his face, twisting it sideways, and he collapsed hard. She landed lightly, then bounced back up, launching herself into the air for another strike. Kick after kick smashed into the soldiers' faces so fast they couldn't even react. When she finally touched down, she let out a cold snort. "You call yourselves heroes, and you're this weak?" Watching her fight, he asked. "Elastic aura, right?" She nodded quickly. "Yeah, and yours is flame ember aura, isn't it?" She smiled. "If we ever went at it, that'd probably be a lot of fun." Jalen forced herself to her feet, trembling. "You idiots!" Clutching her face, she shouted. "The director has already joined our hero legion. The House of Levite won't let this go. You made Rhysar your enemy over those filthy orphan kids. I'll make sure you pay for it." R2 paused for a moment, then she shot back coldly. "You really want me to hit you again that badly?" He stepped beside her. "R2, take the children somewhere safe. I've got a score to settle with this one. I'm trusting them to you." She gave a small nod. "Ah, okay." As she led the kids away, she glanced over her shoulder. The air behind them bristled with danger. But she met the children's eyes and said, "Everyone, let's get out of here for a bit." "Back in the fight," Jalen shouted. "What? Now you want mercy. You just don't want the children seeing what's coming, huh? Makes it easier for you to go too far." Then a voice cut through. "Looks like he got the wrong idea. The little black rabbits dancing." Dancing? He hadn't sent them away for mercy. It was easier to fight without holding back. The tension made Jelen panic. Don't come any closer." But it was already too late. He struck her down in one blow. The voice continued, "Oh my gods, you really are a March rabbit, aren't you?" After toppling the leader, he walked calmly toward the remaining soldiers, who trembled on the ground. No hesitation at all. The voice shouted, "The black March rabbit just killed a knight. Did you see that? Not a hint of hesitation." He turned and said, "I'm used to it. Taking out trash like this." Elsie stepped forward. "Did they really try to kill your friends just to take Shaitan back?" He looked at her, memories stirring. Back then, Elsie was still young, still a great spirit, but barely knew the world. This may have been the first time she truly saw how cruel people could be. And in the end, Elsie died trying to save that same world. In that memory, her figure filled the air before him, and a faint regret rose in his chest. Then she spoke, as bright as ever. "That's exactly why this world still needs saving. I just want to see the stars that once filled the night sky before the age of calamity." He told himself, "Once we save this world, Elsie, I know it." The stars waiting for her then would shine even brighter than she could imagine. That alone was reason enough to keep fighting. He stepped closer, resting a gentle hand on her head to calm her. She looked up and smiled brightly. "Yeah." Then she added, "I want to become a guiding star for all the lost little stars out there. But for now, goodbye, good night. I'll see you again when a new dawn comes." He stared at the massive fire ahead, but his thoughts wouldn't settle. The mission wasn't finished yet. That meant Agon's refuge still wasn't truly safe. Agon had gone to the Lord's castle, and Elsie was still here. Even alone, Elsie should have been enough to handle Levite's men. So if the children still died at the orphanage, then something far worse must have been at play. Something even a great spirit couldn't stop. And if that was true, then right now, there was no real guarantee the children would survive. Right in the middle of that thought, someone called his name. Someone was coming. Elsie vanished instantly. He turned, warning, "Even stronger people than the ones we just faced are on their way." That made her flinch. "What?" he explained. "Because we interfered with what they came here to do." She didn't hesitate. "Even so, if the Black Rabbit and I fight together." He cut her off. "This isn't just a fight. Holding them off while keeping the children safe won't be easy," she stammered. "That," he said, "there's one way." She perked up immediately. "What is it?" "Go find Aaron." The moment she heard that name, her expression hardened. She clenched her fists, then hesitated. "But Lord Aaron isn't supposed to reach Rysar for another 3 days," he said. "Aran is already in Rysar. Last night I confirmed the hero world's boundary has already shrunk all the way to Rysar." Her eyes lit up. "Really? Then you're right. Lord Aaron has to already be here." He stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder to steady her. "We've already done what we came here to do. No reason for you to push yourself this far." A faint, satisfied smile curved her lips. "You say that, but you're not planning to walk away from this either, are you?" He answered, "This could get seriously dangerous." Still, she looked completely certain. "I admire the brave Aran. That's why I wanted to become a hero in the first place. So, how could I run away like a coward? Besides, if you handle this alone, won't Lord Aaron end up favoring only you later?" His brow twitched. "What?" she pressed on. "Anyway, you already know how to find Aaron, right?" He let out a quiet sigh. "Yeah," she said. "Then go bring him back. Until then, I'll protect this place." Scenes from the past flashed through his mind. A voice echoed, Oran, you're this strong even in Rhaesar. Didn't you ever think about facing Tartarus? Aran replied, because I'm actually terrified of the demon race. The other voice asked, but you still wanted to fight, right? Aran nodded. Yeah. So I went somewhere I could see all of Rhaesar at once just to force myself to gather some courage. The other voice blinked. Huh, but you're scared of heights, Aaron said, because I really wanted to protect that city. And if you wanted to see all of Rhaesar in one glance, there was only one place to go. The moment he reached it, a voice called down, "Who's there?" He looked up at the man standing above and thought out of all the great heroes born during the Age of Calamity. This one was the biggest coward of them all, and at the same time, someone whose courage barely made sense. He lifted his head and said, "I came to bring you back." Caught off guard that the stranger knew his name, Aaron asked, "You know who I am?" He nodded. "Of course, your brothers and sisters at Aegon Orphanage are in danger." Aaron froze. "What?" The other continued. "They could all die tonight. If we're going to save those kids, we need your power." Without hesitation, Aaron summoned a pale violet power around his body, which quickly shifted into a golden yellow aura covering him head to toe. Then Aaron turned, confused. "Have we met somewhere before?" He replied calmly, "In a future not far from now. But there's no time to explain." The moment he finished speaking, Aaron shot forward like the wind. Watching him, he thought, when it comes to running for the people he cares about, that part of him hasn't changed. So let every lost star in this land hear this. I will be the guiding star in the night, and together we'll light the road ahead. The scene cut back to R2, where the battle had already erupted. A voice roared, "You worthless trash! You really made me step in myself." But R2 moved like air, slipping past the attack with ease. His counters weren't just strong, they were sharp, precise, and almost annoyingly simple. Feeling humiliated, the man spun around and swung again, harder this time. This strike carried magic, and R2's eyes narrowed slightly. Magic? She threw him a mocking grin. A mage pretending to be a warrior? Aren't you embarrassed? He ground his teeth, anger surging. So this brat really wiped out my entire night squad. I thought keeping Aaron pinned would be enough. He lunged forward, shouting, "Pathetic. You're just borrowing power from a magic tool. Alone, you're nothing." But R2 shot forward like a gust of wind, driving a kick straight into his face. He screamed as his body flew backward and slammed hard into the wall beside him. She let out a breath. "We're not done. Get up." Then a soft, eerie voice drifted in. "Not bad. Weren't you supposed to be something special?" So my mother's warning was right. Fighting surface heroes is dangerous. The woman standing there was the demon Talatunia Tartarus, daughter of the beast queen Silatuna. The second R2 saw her, she bared her teeth. "So you're still alive." She kicked off the ground, shouting, "I'll erase you right now." But Talatunia brushed the attack aside like it was nothing. Covering her mouth, she giggled lightly. "Oh my, you actually managed it, little kitten. You're lucky I didn't eat you." R2 noticed the wounds on Talatunia's body knitting back together. Her expression tightened. A demon? How was this possible? There wasn't even a trace of demonic scent. Talatunia smiled. "That's because I chewed up and devoured the Moon Prince's arm. See? I didn't come here for dull beast folk like you. So just die." The moment she spoke, her arm came down to strike. But before it could land, something stopped it. Talatunia's eyes lit up with delight. "So you finally came out, Shaitan." Elsie's voice was cold and flat. "My name is Elsie. Shaitan is only the sword I dwell in." Talatunia just smiled. Names don't matter anymore. As long as the dark great spirit, before she could finish, Elsie's magic threads snapped around her, freezing her in place. The girl raised a single hand, her gaze steady and unwavering. Talatunia looked down at her frozen legs and blinked. "Oh dear, my body's moving on its own." A second later, control slipped completely. She turned her own power on herself, finishing herself off while staring in disbelief. Looking down at the collapsed body, Elsie said, "Compared to 10 years ago, when Aegon and I defeated you, you really haven't changed at all." Watching from behind Elsie, the Spider Princess could only stare in awe. "Amazing, so you're a great spirit," Elsie answered shyly. "It's only a small talent." But while no one noticed, one of Talatunia's legs twitched. Suddenly it shot forward, piercing straight through Elsie's chest. Her eyes went wide in shock. R2 was hit too and thrown backward. Then a voice rang out, laughing with open delight. "Ha ha, fascinating. Really fascinating. Do it again. Show me more." Without hesitation, Elsie unleashed a storm of attacks straight at her. R2 rushed from behind, calling out, "Are you okay?" Even with half her face gone, Talatunia kept speaking. "You look completely different from 10 years ago. A great spirit with no contract, claiming she can take the Beast Queen's daughter all on her own, me. Now then, what do you think a great spirit tastes like? Let me have a bite." The moment R2 saw that grotesque mouth, she lunged forward, slamming a kick into it, shouting, "No!" But the blow didn't land. Then that warped voice hissed back, "You little kitten?" Fear shot straight into her eyes the moment she heard it. Then she remembered what he had told her. That coward saved the entire world. If you want to follow in that hero's footsteps, fear isn't something you can give in to. So don't just freeze. The second her resolve returned, R2 charged again. But Talatunia was ready. One of her legs lashed from behind, aimed straight at R2. All she could do was brace and watch it come. The blow landed, sending her entire body flying. Her body slammed hard against the wall behind her, the impact rattling through her bones. From the other side, Talatunia's voice rang out, taunting, "Line up nicely. I'll eat all of you later for dessert." Pain made her tremble, but piece by piece she forced herself to rise again. Her eyelids were heavy, nearly closing, yet one thought pushed through the fog. "I have to stand. Please move." Then a familiar voice called from behind, "Are you all right?" The moment she saw him, her eyes lit up. Eren appeared like a star piercing the darkness. "You did well." Talatunia hadn't even noticed him yet. She laughed as she feasted. "Ha ha, come on, just give up." Then Eren's voice cut through the distance. "Let the girl go." The words barely reached her when Talatunia paused, just for a heartbeat. Then Eren's body began to change. Talatunia eyed him carefully. "A beast transformation? And it's not even a full moon. What are you? Some kind of mutant." Now fully transformed, Eren locked her in a cold stare. "I told you, let the girl go." She clicked her tongue. "I'll warn you. I hate being interrupted in the middle of a meal. Disappear." "Why are there so many annoying beasts today?" She lunged at him, but Eren caught her easily with a single outstretched hand. With a hard pull, he yanked her straight toward him. The next instant, his arm shot out and locked around her throat. She screamed, panic in her voice. What is this strength? Without a blink, Eren slammed her massive body into the ground, and the earth shattered beneath the impact. Even Elsie blinked, a little stunned by the one who had saved her. She asked, almost breathless, "Who are you exactly?" Looking down at her, Eren quickly checked if she was hurt anywhere. Elsie hesitated for a moment, trying to answer, but before she could speak, Talatunia shrieked. Eren immediately set Elsie down and warned firmly, "I'm ending this demon now. Stay back." The next second, he leapt forward. Talatunia howled, Who are you calling a thing to be destroyed?" Her mouth split wide as she screamed like a monster. "You insolent beasts! I'll kill every last one of you." Golden light flared from Eren's arm, and he answered coldly, "I'm not waiting for your magic to finish." Moments later, his power illuminated the entire area. Chunks of glowing rock crashed down toward Talatunia. Aaron simply swept his hand once. That single strike sent her flying across the night sky, leaving a golden trail like a shooting star. Far to the south of Resar, a man sprinted down the road, panicked. Damn it, damn it! The thought of Talatunia terrified him more and more. He had never imagined she was Demonkin, working alongside demons. And thinking about the punishment waiting for him, panic swallowed him whole. If the truth came out, he was finished. Then something flashed past. His hand was severed clean off, and a voice followed. What a strange feeling. For a moment, all he could do was stare at his detached hand in horror. Then his legs gave out. He dropped to his knees, screaming in agony. Leo stood in front of him, speaking casually, taking care of a traitor. The man scrambled to look up, only to hear Leo say coldly that he had dealt with others like him before. His face went pale. "Wait, wait!" he begged frantically. "Spare me. Please, spare my life. I can get you status, power, reputation, anything." But before he could finish, Leo swung his sword and killed him on the spot. Afterward, the boy calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. Looking down at the corpse, Leo said flatly, "If the world gets destroyed, what use is status or reputation?" Outside, debris continued to fall, scattering light across the scene. As soon as the enemy fell, R2 rushed over, grabbed Aaron's hand, and exclaimed, Lord Aaron, I've admired you since I was little." Aaron could only respond, nearly stumbling over his words. "Please, I told you I'm not someone worth admiring." Then, noticing her condition, he quickly told her to tend to her injuries first. Behind them, Elsie spotted Leo and called out cheerfully, "Kyle, you're here!" He looked at her with concern. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Elsie patted herself down and replied brightly, "I'm fine." Then she added proudly that they had even beaten the Spider Princess. Leo let out a small sigh. A monster of that level wouldn't die easily, and he had every reason to say that. This was the very creature that had once destroyed an entire nation. Then someone called out to Leo, snapping his attention away. "Hey, Kyle!" Elsie leaned forward eagerly. "Then why don't we recommend Aaron to the listeners? With strength like that, he'd be a huge help in saving the world." Leo gently brushed her head and nodded. "All right, let's do that." The moment he agreed, a blush spread across Elsie's face. Then, with sudden resolve, she added, "Also, I changed my mind." "Not the listeners, Kyle. I want to make a contract with you." A bright smile lit up Elsie's face. "I really like you." Leo let out a helpless laugh and answered honestly, "I'm honored, but right now, I'm not strong enough to form a contract with you. And I'm not Kyle, either." Elsie immediately started circling him, studying him curiously. "That's strange. Even though he's an all-class, his power still doesn't feel that strong yet." Then she stopped in front of him and said firmly, "Even so, I still want to make a contract with you." She waited for his answer, then spoke with absolute certainty. "If it's you, then you can definitely defeat Erebus. I want to place the future in your hands." Finally, Leo gave in, holding out his hand. "If that's what you want." Immediately, a magic circle opened between them. Without hesitation, Elsie began her solemn chant, "My name is the Dark Spirit, Elsie." As her words rang out, a mark pressed itself into his hand. In the quiet that followed, only her steady voice remained. "For as long as this contract lasts, I swear to be your sword and your shield." Leo looked down at the mark, a little dazed. Normally, a contract ends when a hero's world reaches its end, yet this feeling was completely new to him. Quietly, he said, "I'll be counting on you." Then, out of nowhere, Aaron's voice thundered into Leo's ears. "I told you to step back." He turned to see R2 clinging tightly to Aaron, gushing. "I admire you so much. You're way too cool, Lord Aaron." Then another voice called a name that made him stop. Aaron. Both R2 and Leo turned in shock. In the distance, a man was walking toward them. The The moment Leo saw him, a scene from history flashed in his mind, meeting Aaron in Rysar, saving the sky god, Aegon. As Aaron saw the man, his face lit up. "Master!" The man came closer, and Aegon asked, "You already went to Rysar?" Aaron replied obediently, "Yes." Then the man grabbed Aaron by the collar, barking, "Then you should have come to greet your master first." Aegon's scolding rang through the air. "And you should greet your fellow disciples, too. Where have you been hiding all this time, only showing up now?" Aaron quickly lowered his head. "Master, I know I was wrong." The children recognized Aegon's voice and ran out cheering. "Uncle Aegon!" Aegon froze at the sight. Then he let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness everyone's safe."
Leo's eyes reflected that scene, and he smiled too. If they hadn't stopped this tragedy today, Aegon would never have remained a hero.
Thinking about his own power, Leo realized just how fortunate this was. Witnessing the past change like this was a blessing in itself. Aegon comforted the children first, then walked over to Leo. "If it weren't for you, these kids would have been doomed. Thank you." Suddenly, he noticed something and looked startled. Elsie had already hidden herself. Nearby, R2 grinned mischievously. Lord Aaron already got scolded. Aaron panicked immediately, waving her off. "Back off!" But that only made her lean in closer, grinning wider.
Lord Aaron, watching the exchange, Aegon asked anxiously, "Did that girl hit her head or something? She's still little." Leo could only explain helplessly, "That's just how she is. Please ignore it."
Aegon's expression softened. Then he held out a book. "Here, I want to repay you, but I don't have anything truly valuable. Will you accept this?" Surprised, Leo took it. "What is this?" Aegon answered calmly. "It's my mind technique, the same one Aaron learned." In a quieter voice, Aegon explained, Aaron mastered it and gained the ability to transform into beasts freely whenever he wants. Leo's eyes widened. "Thank you." He opened the book, stunned. Is this the original Breath of the Brave? But the moment he landed on the first page, Leo froze in shock. A moment later, he called out to R2 in the distance. "It's time to go, R2." Then he added calmly, "If you've got something to say, say it now." Realizing it was time to leave, R2 let go of Aaron and shyly said, "Lord Aaron, I—" Gathering her courage, she asked, "Could you pat my head once? Just to cheer me on?" That caught him off guard. He looked over at Leo, who casually told him, "Go ahead." Aaron didn't hesitate. He reached out and gently patted R2 on the head. "I'm not really sure what's going on, but do your best." Then he gave her a soft, encouraging smile. "You'll be fine." At that, R2 cried out with pure joy. "I'm never washing my hair again." Off to the side, Leo drifted into thought. Turn right at the second star, then keep going until dawn. From B612, turn at the second star and keep going until sunrise. Then he spoke aloud. "Aran, there are going to be a lot of hardships ahead." Holding the box with the little sheep inside, Leo said calmly, "There will also be people you won't be able to protect." A trace of sadness passed through him. "And sometimes you'll watch the sunset 44 times. Under the moonlight, Leo seemed to glow as he continued. "You'll fall into despair again and again as the trials keep coming. But deep inside, he quietly left one blessing behind. Still, remember this. Somewhere in that vast universe, your rose is waiting." Here Leo offered that prayer sincerely to his brave friend, even on nights when you're lost and can't find your way. "This is my secret. A simple secret." His voice echoed softly through the stillness. "Even then, you'll keep moving forward." Facing Aaron, Leo said quietly, "Only the heart can truly see clearly. Somewhere, a friend will draw you a sheep, and the paths left behind by all those lives will guide you. What really matters can't be seen with ordinary eyes." He said it like it was obvious, without a hint of doubt. To him, no one in the world could be braver than Aaron. Aaron just stared back, confused, and asked why Leo would ever think something like that. Then, quietly, without a shred of confidence in himself, he admitted what he truly believed. He was nothing but a coward. Leo didn't hesitate. He answered as if it had always been clear to him, because Aaron had saved the entire world. The words hit, and Aaron's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned him. Meanwhile, Leo just smiled quietly to himself. After all, a desert only seems empty. Its beauty comes from the well hidden deep inside. Aaron made a quiet promise to himself. If that's true, then I'll give it a try too. And with all the honesty in his heart, Leo gave his friend one last request. So please don't stop, turn right the second time, and keep going until sunrise. And just like that, the journey reached its end. Aaron's first chapter, his world, had finally been cleared. The rewards followed quickly. Aaron's breath, Agon's book, and the mighty dark spirit Elsie. At last, Leo's voice had reached Aaron on the wind, and from that guiding star, B612 Erebus could finally be erased for good. Back in the courtyard, a black-haired man snapped in frustration, demanding to know if there was any way to break the hero world yet. The orange-haired young man being held could only answer, fear in his voice. No, there isn't any other way. His voice trembled as he explained, this was a hero dungeon. Something like that couldn't be controlled. Then a calm voice cut through, drawing Berga's attention. Calm down, Berga. Berga turned sharply, clearly startled. What are the professors from Lumern doing here? The newcomer replied evenly. Since this involves a hero world, it's better for both schools to share what they know. Ain's expression darkened as he spoke. During our school's first semester, quite a few things happened. His voice grew heavier. There were a lot of unfortunate incidents. Rubbing his head, he admitted with visible regret that even some of their own students had been caught up in it. Berga stiffened, confused. What do you mean? Suddenly, a burst of golden light shot from the table, making Berga jerk back. It was the stone steel. Even Ain could barely believe what he was seeing. Judging by the Hero Record's reaction, there was only one explanation. Someone had conquered the hero world. The light pouring from the steel grew stronger and stronger. Yura watched, unease sinking deeper into her chest. Either the conqueror had succeeded, or the book had closed because they died inside. A few seconds later, two figures appeared, gently lowered back to the ground by the steel's power. Artian and Leo. As soon as Leo realized where they were, he let out a stunned breath. We're back. Beside him, Artian looked just as dazed. This is... Before Artian could finish, Berga rushed forward and wrapped her in a tight hug. He quickly checked her over, asking anxiously if she'd been hurt anywhere. Artian smiled brightly. I'm fine, Father. I conquered Lord Aaron's world. Berga frowned immediately, scolding her. That doesn't matter right now. Do you know how worried I was? At the same time, Leo felt something small resting in his hand. His eyes widened. Sitting in his palm was a tiny version of Elsie. Who are you and why are you here? At that moment, Artian pointed at Leo. Father, without this little black rabbit, I never could have finished the conquest. Berga looked at Leo with genuine gratitude. Oh, Kyle, that's incredible. I never imagined you'd conquer Lord Aaron's page. Leo's voice stayed even. I didn't do it alone. That answer only made Berga smile wider. So you're humble too, huh? No matter how it happened, you and Artian conquered Lord Aaron's world. Then Berga spoke with full seriousness. This is the clearest proof that you belong at the Hero Academy. His voice was full of approval. Azonia should be proud. Just then, Yura hurried over, apologizing for the interruption. But the second she saw him, annoyance flashed across her face, and her tone sharpened. What is that brat representing the guild doing here? Leah, looking confused, asked, Who are you? That set Yura off completely. Who exactly are you trying to get killed? You think you can play both Lumern and Azonia and fool the professors with a little magic. Then a cold warning cut through the air. Good children don't go around pulling rabbits' ears, watching it unfold. Berga looked utterly confused. What on earth is Lumern talking about? A man walked over from a distance and explained. Seems one of our students was a little rude. He folded his arms, embarrassed, admitting he had no idea how the boy had even managed to slip into Azonia's enrollment ceremony. Then Ain stepped forward, serious. Let me introduce him. Leo let out a tired sigh. That's enough already. But Ain continued calmly, This is Leo Plav. The moment that name hit, Artian froze, stunned. Across from them, Leo's disguise faded, revealing his white hair once again. Ain's voice rang out, clear for all to hear. Representing Lumern's first-year UAP, show them your real form. Leo gave a small, gentle smile and greeted them. A few days later, under the shade of a tree, a hand reached over and lifted a cup of tea. Reyna was calmly sipping her tea when a servant arrived to report a guest. She looked up, surprised. A guest? Who is it? The servant respectfully explained that the visitor had introduced herself as the young master's classmate. Reyna paused, then gave her order. I see, let her in first. As she thought it over, Reyna realized if the girl only called herself Leo's classmate and didn't mention her family, they must be close enough to visit casually. Not long after, a pretty young girl stepped inside, greeting her politely. Hello, ma'am. I'm Chelsea, one of Leo's classmates. The moment Reyna saw her, she remembered immediately. The Llewellyn girl who had teamed up with Leo during the entrance exam, she stood and welcomed her warmly. Come in. Sit here. As Chelsea approached the table, she set down a box of pastries. This is a little gift for our first meeting. Reyna's face lit up. Oh my, these are from the Rodran Royal Bakery. I haven't had their pastries in so long. Chelsea sat, looking a little awkward, and began to explain. Well, the thing is, she took a deep breath and tried to continue. But Reyna just smiled. Relax. Just make yourself comfortable. Chelsea gave a wry little smile. Then, I won't be too formal. Reyna added one more thing. My son's been away for several days, so I hope you weren't left waiting. Chelsea relaxed, answering warmly. It's fine. I was planning to stay in Dillard for the summer anyway. Then, out of nowhere, Leo walked in, surprised. When did you get here, Chelsea? Reyna gasped. My son, Chelsea, froze, equally stunned. Leo. A little while later, Leo returned to his room. Then a voice called from outside the door, asking permission to enter. He calmly told them to come in, but she quickly pushed those feelings down and scanned the room, keeping her expression calm. So this is Leo's room. How do I even start? It was surprisingly plain, almost normal, in a way that made her blink. Leo let out a helpless laugh. What exactly were you expecting? He sat on the edge of the bed, his tone soft. Want me to tell you about Azonia's entrance ceremony? Chelsea nodded without hesitation. Of course, tell me everything. And so Leo began, starting with the most shocking part. During the entrance ceremony, Aaron's hero world appeared. Chelsea's eyes widened. The hero record of the great hero Aaron, it activated? From there, Leo walked her through everything that happened that day. In the end, the examinees caught up in Azonia's ceremony actually conquered Aaron's world. After hearing the full story, Chelsea rested her chin in her hand, thinking it over. Then she burst out, astonished. Azonia's students are seriously on another level. They actually conquered a great hero's world. Then she made up her mind, suddenly determined. Today, Leo has to give me special training. Leo didn't even pause. All right. Chelsea pushed further, eyes sparkling. Can I stay the night? Leo let out a resigned sigh. Do whatever you want. That night, Chelsea fell asleep in Leo's room. Leo, however, stayed awake, lost in thought. Up to now, every reward Leo had received from clearing hero worlds had been something that shouldn't even exist, but Elsie, she was different. Holding her in his hands, a quiet unease settled in. A being from the distant past had crossed from a hero world into reality itself. That was something entirely new. Maybe the reason all this happened, Leo turned the thought over silently. Maybe it's because I'm Kyle? But no matter how much he thought, no answer came. So for now, he set the question aside. First, I need to check on Elsie. In the next instant, hazy black light and golden rays spread across the room. A moment later, Elsie's eyes slowly opened. Seeing her unharmed, Leo finally let out a quiet breath. She's awake. Still dazed, Elsie looked around confused. Where am I? Then she noticed something and gasped in surprise. Where did my rabbit ears go? She checked her body, speaking awkwardly. I feel kind of cramped. I can't use my full power. Leo folded his arms, thinking carefully. The Elsie I met in Aaron's world, she really crossed into reality, but she clearly wasn't in perfect condition. She had come from the distant past into the present, linked to him, the one who had formed a pact with her. Even Leo had to admit this was unbelievable. Who would have thought a hero world could do something like this? Elsie didn't seem too troubled, though. Instead, she looked around with wide-eyed curiosity. Then her gaze caught the night sky, and she stopped, marveling. Kyle, the moon isn't red anymore, and there are little lights in the sky. What are those? They look like the stars I've only heard about in stories. Standing beside her, Leo answered patiently. Yeah, those are stars. Elsie stared even harder, awe in her eyes. So they really are. Leo's tone grew serious. Listen, Elsie, this might be hard to believe, but you're in the future now. This is the world 5,000 years after your time. Then he calmly introduced himself again. My name now is Leo Plov. His voice deepened as he continued. But 5,000 years ago, in that age of disaster, I was known as the surviving hero Kyle. At that, tears streamed down Elsie's face. All she could hear was Leo telling her he had destroyed Erebus and been reborn in this era. After a while, Elsie steadied herself, speaking carefully. Seeing all this, I can't deny it anymore. She asked quietly if that meant the current era was finally peaceful. Leo answered calmly, It is, but not completely. His expression turned serious as he explained further. Even though I defeated Erebus, he hasn't been erased completely. And Tartarus is still out there. Elsie lowered her voice. I see. A moment later, Leo spoke with quiet determination. That's why we have to defeat them. Elsie made her choice immediately. If that's the case, I'll help. Her body slowly floated upward. In a solemn voice full of promise, she declared her fate. If this is reality, then my path is to stay by your side. Please take care of me, Kyle. No, it's Leo Plov. The next day, Chelsea's voice rang out from the garden. So you're the queen of Vastara, Israene? Hearing her, Leo's father smiled, happy. Looks like my friend's getting along well with my mother. Leo nodded. Yeah, she really is. Just then, the butler walked over and respectfully announced a guest had arrived. Surprised, Leo's father asked where they were from. The butler replied that they were from Lumern Academy. That made Leo's father even more surprised. From Lumern, Leo suddenly remembered something. Is it today? A little later, a tired voice called out. Kid! The voice made Chelsea jump. When she turned, the teacher looked just as surprised. Why are you here? Chelsea immediately stepped forward. Did you come to visit Leo? Then she added, curious, Professor, what are you doing here? Professor Harlan Edmund pulled out a file. I'm making a home visit for one of my students. Your Mr. Leo is next, so stay put. Chelsea nodded softly. Yes, sir. Then Leo and David stepped outside. Leo greeted politely. It's an honor to see you, Professor. Harlan Edmund smiled warmly. Thank you for having me over. Then his gaze shifted. Ah, and this is... Before he could finish, someone called from the distance. "This is my house, Professor. Long time no see, Harlan Edmund." Then came the teasing. "Looks like you've picked up even more wrinkles, haven't you?" Harlan Edmund scoffed. "If you don't want a penalty, keep quiet." Raina shot back. "How old do you think I am for you to say that? Besides, my name's Raina Plov now." Glancing at the files in his hands, Harlan Edmund decided to get straight to the point. "Your son's talent as a hero candidate is exceptional. To be honest, no one else even comes close." Raina smoothed Leo's hair, puzzled. Why the sudden praise? Did he hit his head somewhere? In response, the professor handed over another file. "See for yourself." Raina started reading, while the professor calmly listed the details. The Knights Department, the Magic Department, the Summoning Department. Leo had placed first in all 3 departments. Even so, he made it clear he was only speaking for himself. Leo had never wavered, not even for a second, when facing danger head on. His father looked at him with concern and asked what he meant by all this. The professor added that even in Lumern's long history, especially among first years, it was almost unheard of for a 15-year-old to show the kind of raw talent Leo had, stacking one incredible feat after another. By now, those feats were already on the level of legendary heroics. His father shrugged, as if the conclusion was obvious. Isn't that a good thing? But Raina's expression was uneasy. You can't really call it all good. Glory comes at a price, risking your life, and for a first year that path is far too dangerous. "That's the part that worries me the most," she admitted quietly. Then she turned to Leo, asking him directly why he pushed himself so hard. He paused, thought for a moment, and answered with steady resolve. "Once you choose to become a hero, you can't shy away from hardship." Watching him, Professor Harlan Edmund came to a quiet realization. Leo Plov wasn't just a student who admired heroes from afar. He remembered Leo's words from before. "My goal is to completely destroy Erebus. There's only one thing I need to accomplish." The scene then shifted to the bustling opening day in the city of Lumeria. Walking through the crowded streets, Leo took in the familiar hustle and bustle of the city. His eyes landed on a shop sign ahead. Ah, so this is the school-run cafe. Time to grab something to eat. But right beside it, an argument had already broken out. "We're Lumern students. Why won't you let us in?" A staff member calmly asked to see their student IDs. The students fumbled, trying to explain they'd forgotten them and wouldn't be staying long. One blonde even insisted he'd been coming all semester, asking if they didn't recognize him. Leo watched quietly and sighed. They were probably hero candidates who'd been warned to drop out after finals. The boy in black kept pleading to see a professor for just a moment, promising to leave immediately. But the staff didn't budge. "If you're not a Lumern student, you can't come in." The black-haired boy's fist clenched until it trembled. "If you won't move, don't blame me for using force." Then a cold voice cut from behind. "You're making too much noise." The sudden tone made him flinch and spin around. The newcomer continued, calm but sharp. "Lumern doesn't give second chances to students who've already been expelled. Just let it go and move on. Lumern isn't the only road to becoming a hero." The black-haired boy spun, snapping back. "Who do you think you are? We haven't even been expelled." The moment the words left his mouth, the world around them flickered into stark black and white. And just like that, both students vanished without a trace. The man turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. What a pain! "I've heard this year's first years are supposed to be talented," he muttered. "But watching expelled troublemakers act like this, it's hard to believe." The stunned staff asked what he had done. He waved it off. "No need to worry. I just sent them somewhere a little farther away." Then, almost to himself, he muttered, "Why did Kelly and Baden call me here?" Leo watched from the side and judged immediately. That power just now, That man is a dragon. Time passed, and soon Leo arrived at the harbor with the other students. Standing with him was Celia Zeringer. She tilted her head up to the sky and smiled. Seeing this, it really feels like opening day. A voice called out from the distance. Leo, Celia, did you two have a good summer break? Celia's face lit up instantly. Chloe. Chloe laughed, saying she'd been buried in family business the whole time. Then she turned to Leo. And you, Leo? Leo let out a quiet sigh. Nothing unusual. Celia immediately called him out. You went to Azonia's opening ceremony, and that's nothing unusual? Chloe froze at the mention. Azonia's opening ceremony? Leo just smiled. I'll tell you all about it later. Not long after, someone arrived carrying a massive bag of luggage. It was Carl Thomas. He waved as he approached and greeted the group. Celia puffed her cheeks teasingly. Honestly, I didn't think you'd make it this far into the second semester, Carl answered confidently. That's because I'm strong, obviously. Then Chelsea came running over, waving, class president. But a low, heavy voice cut through the cheerful energy. What a nice atmosphere. Young, lively, full of spirit. Meanwhile, I can only feel myself aging. Leo saw him and murmured under his breath, That's the dragon from earlier. The man introduced himself. Nice to meet you all. I'm Riven, vice principal of Lumern Academy. Carl's eyes widened. Professor Riven? I heard he left the academy for 5 years. Riven slowly scanned the students, giving his assessment. This year started with 440 freshmen. By the second semester, 346 remain. That's an impressive survival rate. He added that people were calling them the golden generation. But unlike most, he didn't take rumors at face value. He needed to see it himself. He wanted to test their abilities with his own eyes. Then he raised a hand and pointed toward the academy in the distance. No ships will arrive at Lumern today. I'll be waiting at the main gate. As soon as he finished speaking, his body melted into black liquid and disappeared right before their eyes. Then, suddenly, he rose up once more, throwing out one last warning. Oh, and one more thing, he added. Crossing this lake won't be easy. Some of you might not even make it to the other side. The way he vanished left the students frozen in place. Carl's expression twisted immediately. Yeah, looks like Lumern's daily life is starting already. And with that, everyone began making their way across the water. Leo glanced down at the lake below, sizing it up quickly. This was wide enough to be called a sea, and before the Calamity era, this wasn't even a lake, was it? Lumern Academy now stood at the center of the world. But long ago, this place had been dragon territory. It was also the very first location Erebus struck when he appeared. As Leo moved forward, something suddenly shot past him like a flash of lightning. It was Duran Moira. He thrust his hand toward Leo and shouted, All summer I've been training for the day I finally beat you. But just as he lunged, a massive wave surged between them, tearing the two apart. Behind it was Elena. She pointed straight at Leo, yelling that she was settling the unfinished match from before. Leo Plov. Chen Xia watched the chaos unfold, excitement lighting up his face. Now this is getting interesting. Above them, some students hovered just to watch. One grinned. No way we're missing a show like this. Another nodded eagerly. Yeah? Take your time. Right in the middle of it, Elena called out an order, Ruri Ice Strike 3. 3 attacks shot straight ahead at Leo as commanded. But he didn't dodge. If anything, he looked pleased, reaching out. He unleashed a freezing technique. This time, you're not getting away. The moment his attack hit, Elena and Ruri leaped high, slipping past it with ease. Elena smiled, as if she'd anticipated it all along. Then she called to Ruri again. The dolphin opened its mouth wide, firing a massive blast straight at Leo. The surprise attack slammed into him, and pain tore through his body instantly. Elena smirked, clearly pleased, praising Ruri for the hit. Before she could continue, Duran rushed in from behind like a gust of wind. "You're my prey, Elena Herzen." Watching the two of them scramble over him, Leo scratched his head with a sigh. "So who goes first here?" Duran answered seriously. "Obviously him." Elena snapped back immediately, insisting it was her turn instead. Leo casually offered another idea as they argued. "Why don't you two fight each other first, and then I'll take on the winner? Sound fair?" They glared and growled at each other. But eventually it made sense. "Fine. The winner goes first. Duran Moira." "I'm curious to see what Delphinus can do." Elena immediately called another command. "Sea monster, Gorgon." Huge waves slammed down around Duran in the next instant. A satisfied laugh slipped from her. "Now you don't even have time to beg." Elena charged without hesitation, moving at blinding speed. The two forces collided violently. Leo ignored the fight and kept moving. Everyone's fired up for day one. At this rate, they should all make it to the academy safely. No one should fail to cross the lake now. Elsewhere, Carl Thomas and Ileana Layton looked completely relaxed. Carl even said, almost enjoying it, that this was nothing. At their level, even a kraken wouldn't be a problem. But inwardly, he knew better. Everyone had grown stronger. Still, their opponent was a long-lived dragon. This wouldn't end easily. As they moved forward, a thick fog rolled in, swallowing the view. Carl looked around, confused. Where did this fog come from? Ileana explained calmly. Probably just mist from the lake. Happens sometimes. Then black vapors started thickening inside the fog. Ileana stiffened slightly and slowly lowered herself. Her eyes scanned the area, and then suddenly everything went dark. She didn't realize someone had been watching her all along. A few seconds later, she sensed the presence, drew her sword in one motion, spun and shouted, "Who's there?" The moment she saw him, her eyes widened. Standing before her was Professor Harlan Edmund, but something about him felt deeply wrong. Back with Leo, the fog had thickened there too. He watched silently and made a quick judgment. This fog, just like that. He reached out, sensing through it. Is this dragon language magic? The kind the old listeners used? The Dragon Clan had created this curse to counter Tartarus's curse power, the dream enchantment. It dragged someone into battle against the person they least wanted to face among the people they knew. Leo turned to look behind him. What he saw made him pause. In an instant, memories from the past flooded back. So, in his case, on the screens, the students could be seen drifting slowly across the lake's surface, each step measured and careful. Watching through the monitors, the professors could only shake their heads. Even for Lumern's freshmen, resisting Vice Principal Riven's illusion magic was just too much. Professor Sejan let out a long sigh. Really, it's not very elegant. Meanwhile, Professor Harlan Edmund's gaze stayed fixed on one figure moving across the screen. Quietly, he wondered how things would turn out for Leo Plav. Inside the illusion, Luminous called out to Kyle, pointing behind her before stepping forward. Leo's eyes found the distant light, and he began walking toward it slowly, deliberately. He spoke as if he had expected her guidance all along. "I figured you would." "Thanks," he added simply. With that, he moved straight toward the light, each step calm and assured. Luminous watched his back, a soft smile forming. "Do your best." Back in reality, Riven stared at the pillar of light rising from the lake, clearly taken aback. Even the dream enchantment could feel this overwhelming. Before he could even process it, Leo suddenly appeared, sliding past him with a hint of mockery in his voice. Normally, people don't come out to take the test themselves. This was supposed to be impossible, wasn't it? Riven glanced back, puzzled. How did this kid break the spell and get out? Leo just smiled, simple and confident. "I broke it and came out. That's all." Riven walked over to a nearby bench, gesturing for Leo to sit. He spoke of his long tenure as Lumern's vice principal, having watched countless students grow into heroes over the years. Yet, Not one of them had dreamed of anything beyond simply becoming a hero. Because of that, he admitted he had deliberately overlooked Leo's potential, and for that, he apologized. Then he asked Leo directly, "So, what is your dream?" Leo answered without a hint of hesitation. "To completely destroy Erebus."
Riven paused, processing the weight of that reply.
Leo continued, acknowledging that after so many years at Lumern, it was natural for someone to feel disappointed in students. Then he asked Riven in return, "You know that too, don't you?" Riven looked at him, curious. "What do you mean?" Leo explained that the Sage King had saved the world because he never gave up. Despite 1,000 failures, 1,000 disappointments, he refused to quit. If you're the Sage King's descendant, then, no matter what, you can't give up either, right? Riven's hand suddenly shot out, gripping Leo's tightly. His voice shook as he asked Leo to tell him who he truly was. Leo answered politely, "I hope to be in your care from here on, Vice Principal Riven." As Leo's figure disappeared from view, Riven stayed behind, lost in thought. That resolve, it reminded him of the great Sage King, and one question lingered in his mind. What kind of god or saint was this boy connected to? Not long after, Lumern Academy began its opening ceremony for the new term. The campus was packed, every student facing the main stage. In the waiting room, Leo Plove sat with his arms crossed when a familiar voice called his name. It was Emio Luchin, accompanied by Hark. Emio cheerfully asked about his break, and Leo gave a brief reply. A little later, Emio grew more animated, praising Leo for his performance in the faculty tournament. To her, he had commanded the battlefield like a true hero. Then she admitted, flustered, that being surrounded by so many incredible people made her feel a little unlucky. Hark teased her, calling her the maiden monster, claiming she was the strongest among the second years. The nickname made Emio bristle instantly, snapping at Hark for saying something so weird in front of Leo. Hark didn't care. He leaned back on the bed, announcing he'd sleep until the ceremony started. Leo's eyes shifted slightly, caught by something just beyond the surface. Hark wasn't always lazy when he slept. His aura trait, accumulation, let him store energy and release it later in battle, a rare and powerful ability. Noticing Leo's curiosity, Emio quickly explained that Maiden Monster was just a teasing nickname given by some seniors. She insisted her proper title was Master of the Wind Soul. But before she could elaborate, another voice interrupted. "That name's way too plain." It was Elena Giron. She came up from behind, wrapping her arms around Emio, insisting that Maiden Monster suited her much better. After teasing her a bit, Elena turned to Leo, reminding him that he still had a favor to ask. She said cheerfully that she could grant it now, but in exchange, Leo would have to help her with something too. At that, Hark sat up on the bed and called out to Elena. The atmosphere tightened instantly. Hark growled, asking if she was messing with a freshman again. Elena shot back, telling him to mind his own business. Emio panicked, begging them not to start fighting. Then another senior stepped in, telling them to stop arguing in front of the juniors and head outside to prepare for the ceremony. The three of them listened, moving out into the courtyard. Leo quietly watched them leave from behind. Suddenly, someone called out to him, making Leo flinch slightly. Unexpectedly, Hark had turned back. Hark explained that ever since she was little, Elena had this habit of treating people like toys, playing with them however she wanted, with no thought for the consequences. Leo shrugged, saying he already knew Elena could be unpredictable. But Hark cut him off immediately, making it clear this was nothing like a few harmless mood swings. This was serious. He went on to say the real trouble started whenever Elena found someone she genuinely liked, and right now, that person seemed to be Leo. Leo just gave a small smile and thanked Hark for the warning. As he walked away, Hark waved and said he had high hopes for him. Talented juniors were always welcome after all. Soon, the opening ceremony officially began. Standing at the podium, the headmaster thanked the cadets for their courage and said that, thanks to them, the second term could start safely, even after everything that had happened. But to Leo, it all felt staged. After Azonia, he knew Tartarus was watching him. Worse, he suspected a traitor could be hiding right inside Lumen Academy, someone who could try to take him out at any moment. With danger closing in from every angle, Leo reminded himself not to let his guard down for a single second. Once the ceremony ended and classes started, 2 students were already grumbling about the vice principal's curse and the pressure of being back on day 1. Then, without warning, the classroom door slammed open and a bright, energetic voice rang out. It was the Hero Studies professor. She cheerfully announced that today's lesson would cover a major issue that had popped up during the break. The whole room buzzed instantly. Students started throwing out guesses, some even wondering if a brand new hero dungeon had been discovered. Professor Arishin kicked off the lesson by talking about the incident at Azonia's entrance ceremony, where the first page of Hero Aron, a page no one had ever opened, had finally been deciphered. She added that the person who decoded it had mentioned a name, though it wasn't yet clear if that name really belonged to the primal hero. Even so, nothing like this had ever happened before in the history of the world of the great heroes. For the first time, the name Kyle was officially spoken aloud. The professor wrote it on the board with a serious look. Survivor Hero Kyle. At the sound of the name, Leo just gave a faint smile. He remembered that R, the management automaton, had first learned Kyle's name from Agon. The classroom instantly erupted in chatter. Was Kyle really a historical figure? And if he was, why had no records of him ever turned up? The professor had to step in and calm everyone down, reminding them that right now all they had was a name, nothing confirmed. Chloe raised her hand, and the professor looked her way. She asked a simple question. If the primal hero really existed, what would that mean? That question set the room off again. One student said it could shake the foundations of hero studies, while another noted that several discovered hero pages still had no known owners. Then another student guessed that one of those unidentified pages might belong to Kyle. The class lit up with excitement. If that was true, humanity might finally have a great hero of its own. While the room buzzed, Leo stayed quiet in his seat, watching. Even he hadn't expected the truth to surface this quickly. On this continent, 5 races lived together: humans, elves, beastfolk, dwarves, and dragons. Out of all 5, humans were the only ones without a great hero. For 5,000 years, that left humanity with a deep-seated inferiority complex. Leo thought that if the truth ever came out, if people learned Kyle had really existed, humanity could finally hold its head high. Another girl raised her hand and asked whether Kyle might have been omnipotent. The professor replied that it was very likely. Then she added that their school already had one omnipotent student, and instantly every eye in the room turned toward Leo. Leo stayed silent as the class reacted, and Carl gave him a proud thumbs up, basically saying, "That's my friend." Arishin announced that today's main topic would be the primal hero Kyle, and asked the class what they already knew about him. After class and training, Leo walked down the hall with Carl. Suddenly, Carl yelled out, saying this was how he liked to end the day, feeling refreshed. Leo just stared, wondering why his friend had such an old man habit. As they walked, Carl asked why Kyle was called the survivor hero. Leo answered calmly, because he survived. Carl immediately jumped to the obvious conclusion. Kyle must have been insanely strong, fighting through battle after battle, and that's probably why he got the name. Leo didn't deny it, but his eyes drifted into the distance. The truth was far darker. On that broken battlefield, buried under fallen comrades, Kyle had been the only one left standing. That's what surviving really meant. After a long day, Leo finally returned to his room and sat at his desk. He pulled out a magic tool shaped like a pocket watch. Dark energy flowed from it, drifting toward the window and forming a summoning circle. A small girl appeared in the circle with pointed ears and messy black hair. Leo called her Elsie. He told Elsie he was going to introduce her to his other summons. Elsie remembered that meant the phoenix and the sprite he had mentioned before. Before calling them out, Leo warned Elsie not to reveal that he was Kyle. She nodded quietly, understanding. Moments later, the phoenix Fiora and the sprite Kieran appeared. Fiora responded with formal grace, while Kieran zipped straight over to Leo's side, brimming with energy. The second Fiora noticed the unfamiliar face and immediately asked, "Who is she?" Leo explained that this was Elsie, a new sprite he had just formed a contract with. Hearing that, Kieran flew straight to Elsie and introduced himself as her leader. But Fiora instantly cut in, shouting that she was the leader. Kieran demanded to know why Fiora thought she should be in charge. With a smug look, Fiora said it was because she had been the first to contract with Leo. Fiora went on, claiming a true leader had to be dignified and hold the highest rank, just like her. She even told Elsie to think of her as captain and ignore that foolish little sprite over there. And just like that, the fight broke out. Kieran shouted at Fiora, calling her a chicken pig, and Fiora fired back immediately, calling Kieran a flybug. Watching them argue like little kids, Elsie covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. She glanced over at Leo and whispered how energetic they were. Without missing a beat, Leo replied, "Not energetic, immature." The new semester at Lumerne Academy kicked off with a mix of tension and excitement. Professor Wren greeted the students warmly after summer break. Whispers immediately spread across the classroom. Some students buzzed with excitement, while others braced themselves, wondering what tricks the old professor had up his sleeve this time. Wren reminded them that the academy was keeping a closer eye on the freshmen than ever before. Pressure they couldn't just shrug off. Then a sly glint appeared in his eyes as he tossed a question back at the class, right in the middle of the crowd. Carl Thomas flinched when Wren suddenly called his name. Wren continued, saying some might think it was because this class had the most gifted students yet. But the real reason was harsher. The upperclassmen had just returned from Lucidian, disaster had struck, and they hadn't won a single match. Lucidian was the major exchange tournament between Sirun and Lumerne. Leo stood quietly, taking it all in, reading the tension in the room. Professor Wren clenched his fist, making it clear he wouldn't let the academy face that kind of humiliation again. As head of the magic department, he announced that big changes were coming. Then a massive, glowing magic circle bloomed above them, layers of intricate star-shaped patterns spreading across the practice field. The students immediately erupted into chatter, guessing what the professors had prepared for this semester. Among them, a silver-haired girl looked especially tense, carrying the weight of restoring the department's honor on her shoulders. Floating mid-air, Wren formally introduced the new subject, heroic magic. Starting today, freshmen would begin learning techniques once considered legendary. Wren then shared the core idea. Magic begins with believing in yourself, and if that belief was strong enough, no limit could hold you back. In the past, every great hero archmage had a signature magic tied only to their own name. Passing these techniques down had always been nearly impossible. But with modern research methods, that problem had been greatly reduced. Wren swept his gaze across the room and asked if anyone knew what this method was called. Chloe Muller raised her hand confidently and answered, "The heroic skill." Through heroic records, those one-of-a-kind powers could now be inherited as priceless rewards. The professor nodded, clearly pleased. For centuries, mages had tried to systematize these unique abilities for wider use. The goal was simple: make the power of heroes available to more people. And the result of all that work was exactly what stood before them: heroic magic. Wren explained that these ancient secrets had now been arranged into a form anyone could study. Then he burst into laughter as the students groaned, realizing just how difficult it really was. Before diving into the lecture, Wren decided to start with something simple: A real magic duel. A one-on-one fight would quickly show how well the students could wield heroic magic. But the moment he asked who wanted to go first, the entire class went completely silent. Then Ileana Leyden raised her hand instantly, volunteering without a hint of hesitation. Even though some whispered she was a traitor for training with the Knights Department, Ileana walked straight into the arena. If anything, she seemed proud of her strengths from both sides. Ren smiled and announced her opponent, a special instructor he had personally invited. A lone figure stepped out from the dark hallway. His pace was calm, but each step carried a weight across the grass. It was Albie Geron, the combat specialist known for his laid-back style and signature sunglasses. Ileana hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, standing with her usual confidence. Across from her, Albie calmly told the freshman to give him everything she had. The signal rang, officially starting the duel between a rising prodigy and a seasoned master. Ileana moved first. She knew the initial strike mattered, so she surged forward with a rapid barrage of glowing blade attacks. "Radiant blade," she shouted, channeling all her power into a straight strike aimed at Albie. But Albie didn't even flinch. He stood eerily calm, sunglasses lifting just enough to reveal eyes that seemed to see through everything. A blinding flash exploded in the arena, and everyone threw up their arms to shield their eyes. Ileana froze, stunned, as if her attack had slammed into an unbreakable wall. Beside Leo, Carl frowned. "If magic isn't working on him, why is she still attacking like that?" he muttered. He stared at the arena, completely baffled. Leo calmly told him to look closer. The light blades hadn't disappeared when they struck, even shattered. They kept their form. That sharp observation alone was enough to make Albie glance over at him. Ileana pulled back and revealed her real trump card. She began weaving a spell that felt far more dangerous than anything she'd done so far. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a piece of magic she had been refining all through summer break. Professor Ren watched silently, nodding slightly. Ileana's power had clearly grown since last term, even if her style was still a bit reckless. Above them, shimmering particles of mana began to fall like a rain of tiny stars. "Rain of light!" she shouted, unleashing her finisher and blanketing the field with thousands of razor-sharp mana arrows.
"Excellent," Albie murmured under his breath, giving rare praise for her effort.
But a dry crack tore through the air, and Ileana was blasted backward, caught completely off guard. A pair of steady feet landed firmly on the ground, wrapped in deep, mysterious blue mana. Leo narrowed his eyes, watching the scene unfold. Then the figure stepped out of the light. It looked exactly like Ileana, but the pressure radiating from it was heavier, sharper, far more refined. The entire class erupted. "Isn't that Ileana? An illusion?" The copy curled its lips into a mocking smile. Albie explained it was mirror force, an ancient spell once used by the Fairy King. Ileana gritted her teeth. "That fake just mocked me." Anger flashed in her eyes as she drew mana back into her hands. "Sheep illusion tricks won't stop me." She launched herself forward at terrifying speed, charging the clone head-on. But even though it was using the same magic, the copy executed it cleaner, stronger, more precise. Sweat ran down Ileana's face. She could feel the gap between them, and it wasn't one she could easily close. From behind her, Albie reminded her not to lose focus until the very last second. The clone raised a hand, and instantly another rain of light appeared, this one dwarfing Ileana's entirely. The mana at its fingertips was perfectly controlled, not a single wasted motion. Then a thunderous blast shook the arena. Mirror Force didn't just copy appearances, it reproduced the target's own magic at full strength. And just like that, the duel ended. Ileana collapsed, breathing hard, stunned and completely drained. Albie stepped over and offered his hand. "You did well today." Then Ren scanned the room and asked the next question. "So, who's next?" Leo Plov stepped forward. Albie's voice carried across the hall, and every eye turned toward him. Leo walked calmly into the arena, expression unchanged, facing the waiting Mirror Force clone. "You've prepared yourself, I assume?" Albie asked. "Yes," Leo replied, simple and without extra words. Unlike ordinary illusions, Mirror Force could summon the target's peak power. Then Leo's clone appeared, glowing with green-tinted light that radiated outward. "It'll fight using your strongest ability at its absolute limit," Albie warned. Leo only smiled and raised his hand to the sky. Instantly, the heavens above lit up with countless stars and layers of intricate magic circles. Everyone below stared, stunned by the sheer scale of it all. A brilliant glow wrapped around Leo's hand, as if he were reaching into a galaxy hovering above him. The space erupted into a storm of light and constellations as he unleashed an incredibly complex chain of spells. Chloe Muller froze, eyes widening as she watched him cast multiple spells at once. Leo smiled with complete confidence. His control over star spirit magic had reached a level no one in the room had seen before. Spell beams erupted all around him as the duel reached its most intense phase, and right at the center, Leo stood calm and steady, facing the surging magic head-on.
Ren explained that Mirror Force worked by copying the opponent and turning their own strength against them.
Leo stretched one hand forward, ready to respond. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in a glowing blue web of magic. Leo casually remarked that, since the clone was using his own magic, breaking it down would actually be easy. Ren judged that Leo's skill had already reached the level of a true professor. In Ren's eyes, Leo was on track to become one of the most famous hero mages in the Academy's history. Then a massive magical explosion tore through the arena, marking the end of Leo's attack. Even Albie could only stare, unsure how to put this first year's real level into words. Leo's body glowed as star magic surged around him with overwhelming force. Flames flared in his palm as he drew in even more power. He fired a rapid chain of fireballs at his opponent, each backed by multiple layers of magic circles. Even Leo knew these were still just basic spells. From a distance, Albie watched silently, already aware that these attacks wouldn't challenge the clone. Leo gave a faint smile and said, almost to himself, "This isn't just a duel." Albie's eyes shifted subtly. Slowly, he could feel himself being drawn into Leo's rhythm. Leo shot straight through the wall of fire, aiming directly for the spellcaster's position. When you face Mirror Force, the smartest move is to go straight for the mage controlling it. His focus sharpened to a razor edge, scanning the chaos for the tiniest opening. Every move he'd made so far was setting up for this one fleeting moment. Then Leo raised a massive wall of fire, instantly cutting off the enemy's line of sight. Behind the thick curtain of smoke and flames, his silhouette streaked past in a flash. The sudden wall of fire caught the clone completely off guard. Leo pressed the advantage immediately, firing a powerful burst of flames that threw the whole setup off balance. Right after, he unleashed a violent magical vortex without skipping a beat. The clone reeled under the rapid chain of attacks, visibly shaken. As the smoke cleared, Albie stood motionless, eyes locked straight ahead. Leo knew everything had unfolded exactly as planned. The clone shattered, dispersing into glittering fragments of energy as Leo swept past it. With one final motion, he completely extinguished the professor's spell. Leo landed firmly in the arena, unscathed, his test complete. The students below erupted into chatter. No one could believe he had taken the clone down so fast. Albie asked if Leo understood spirit magic, and Leo gave a quiet nod. That was when Albie realized Leo hadn't used the firewall as an attack. It had been a distraction, blocking his sight. That moment gave Leo the perfect opening to close the distance and erase the clone cleanly. Albie admitted that Leo might even surpass him before graduation. Pushing up his glasses, the professor told Leo to return to his seat so they could continue testing the others. As the sun sank behind the Academy's tall tower, the unexpectedly intense lesson finally ended. In the office, Callian Baden focused on his notes while Riven leaned back silently, observing. Riven asked about the condition of the freshman class Kallian had been monitoring. Without hesitation, Kallian Baden replied that this was the best generation he had ever seen at Lumern. His eyes flicked over the stack of clues he had collected during 4 years of travel, all connected to the heroic dungeon. Riven suggested the students might eventually have to face that place for real. The documents in front of them mapped the Saint Sword's journey across the world in meticulous detail. Riven listened quietly, but the concern on his face showed he took the situation seriously. Kallian Baden gave a small nod of thanks. They were preparing for something much bigger. Their conversation grew heavier as they turned to the traitors lurking in Sirun's shadows. Kallian Baden clenched his hands, troubled by how reckless Tartarus had become. He admitted his body wasn't what it once was. The era of the Saint's Sword was nearing its end. Riven watched the elder's back as he walked away, understanding the weight he carried. Then he asked if the next generation would truly be strong enough to face the coming storm. Kallian Baden smiled calmly, saying he was ready to entrust that responsibility to the young. That gentle smile felt like a quiet promise. Hope for the future still remained. Beneath the blazing sunset, the two figures faded into the light as their important conversation concluded. Back in classroom 1 to 5, lessons went on as usual, until a new announcement changed the mood instantly. Standing at the podium, the professor formally announced that live mission training would begin that very day. He reminded them that a true hero had to know how to handle the troubles spreading across the world. This was hands-on training, giving students extra funding and course credit. But he warned them not to get carried away in choosing missions. This wasn't practice anymore. The field was real, and one mistake could cost a life. Tension swept through the room. Nervous whispers and murmurs spread instantly. Soon after, the mission notice went up on the first-floor board, drawing a crowd of students. Chelsea walked over and noticed Leo studying a bandit subjugation mission. She was surprised to see he'd chosen a remote countryside in the southwest, an area almost everyone ignored. Leo's expression stayed calm, but his eyes hinted he saw more in the mission than anyone else. Then Elena suddenly appeared, mocking what she saw as Leo's insignificant choice. She sneered, saying his view was way too narrow. He was focused only on the tiny, worthless details right in front of him. Elena went on, pointing out that the region was so remote it barely appeared in any historical records. And yet, Leo's finger had stopped exactly on the site of an ancient city. 5,000 years ago, this land had been Guardsran, the cradle of the continent and its final line of defense. A strange current of spiritual energy stirred around him, pulling his thoughts back to an age of heroes and legends. This was the place where Kyle and Lycinus first met, the starting point of the fate that would bind them together. Meanwhile, in the academy hallway, a first-year girl came sprinting past, muttering about needing to hurry before all the best internship missions were gone. But in her rush, she suddenly collided with someone standing in the middle of the corridor. Before she could steady herself, a shadow fell over her. An intimidating group of upperclassmen had appeared. One look told the whole story. The third-year student council had marched straight into the freshman area, and the hallway went completely silent. The blue moon crest gleamed on their chests, making one thing clear: these were no ordinary students. At the head of the group was Alina Garian herself, a third-year representative and captain of the elite Blue Moon team. Alina's sharp gaze swept the crowd like a predator searching for prey, and she soon locked onto her target. That target was Leo Plav, and even with the Academy's queen standing right in front of him, he remained completely calm, as if none of it mattered. Alina wasted no time. She directly invited Leo to join her team for a heroic dungeon expedition, a dream offer for anyone watching. But reality wasn't that simple. Leo simply gave a short, blunt, "no thanks," and the entire crowd froze. Alina narrowed her eyes, clearly not believing what she had just heard. But Leo's expression didn't change as he calmly refused again. Students around them buzzed instantly, fearless or just crazy. Who rejects Alina like that in front of everyone? A heavy pressure rolled off Alina. Her pink eyes sharpened, as if she were trying to force him into obedience with sheer will. Leo's answer was simple. He lifted the mission form he had already signed. With a small shrug, he explained he had already taken an internship mission out in the countryside, and a dungeon expedition probably wasn't her kind of priority anyway. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Alina and the stunned crowd behind. Alina's followers bristled, ready to chase him and teach the rude freshman a lesson, but she raised one hand, stopping them. Alina stayed put, staring at Leo's back as he walked away. She had used her ability, but it had done nothing. Leo's image reflected in her calculating eyes. This prey had clearly caught her attention. A faint, suggestive smile curved her lips. For Alina, this had suddenly become far more interesting than she expected. By the next morning, the story had spread across the academy like wildfire. The school paper screamed, "The Queen humiliated after a rookie flatly rejects her." Carl Thomas read the article with a huge grin, thoroughly enjoying the miserable looks on the Blue Moon team's faces. While the rest of the class buzzed about the scandal, Leo just sat quietly at his desk, acting as if none of it concerned him. Carl asked what it felt like to humiliate the Queen, and Leo casually replied that it felt normal. The truth was, Leo's mind was somewhere else entirely. To get into the Forbidden Archive, he needed Alina's permission, and that was going to be a problem. Even so, his top priority remained finding the traitor hiding inside Lumern Academy. His thoughts were interrupted when the professor walked in, asking if everyone had checked yesterday's internship mission requirements. Then the scene shifted to Garin Province, a neutral region in the southwest, surrounded by towering mountains. The moment Leo stepped onto the land, he felt the atmosphere was completely different. Looking around, he realized the place didn't feel as unfamiliar as he first thought. The whole land carried the breath of the past. An old man with white hair and a long beard stepped out of a house, clearly surprised to see a student wearing the Lumern insignia in such a remote place. Leo explained he had come in response to a mission request from Garin Province, and the old man's face lit up immediately. The area had been suffering under severe bandit attacks, so much that ordinary people could barely survive. To them, Leo's arrival felt like a savior had finally come. Inwardly, Leo realized this place was Guardthron, a strategic defensive line he had known long ago. He headed straight for the Lord's Keep to start the mission, but at the gate, 2 guards stopped him, eyeing him suspiciously. Leo showed the bandit subjugation request, but the guards sneered, saying a brat like him would be useless against a gang of savage thieves. Once they looked closer at the insignia and seal on the form, one guard immediately went pale, sweating profusely. Lumern Academy? That name alone rattled them. Leo gave a faint smile and asked if he could enter now. Inside the manor, he was welcomed warmly with plates of pastries and fine tea. The Lord of Garin urged Leo to rest after traveling so far, but he chose to start the mission immediately. Looking the Lord straight in the eye, Leo asked for the exact location of the bandits' hideout so he could finish the mission quickly. He studied the old map carefully, his eyes lingering on the ruined castle marked as the bandits' base. Memories from his past life flooded back. This was the site where the stubborn Guardthron defensive line had once stood. Leo's red eyes narrowed. These ruins were hiding something far bigger than just a simple bandit den. The tense conversation was suddenly cut off by a frantic shout from the guard outside. Lord Garin's frown deepened, ready to scold the intruder, but the guard hurriedly explained that another group of hero candidates had just arrived. That stopped both the Lord and Leo in their tracks. Someone else had really taken on the same bandit subjugation request. Then calm, deliberate footsteps echoed down the hall, each step carrying the weight of someone important. A young elf appeared in the doorway, long black hair, a regal posture, a presence that demanded attention. It was Haddon Dershan, the third-year representative from Saron Academy. Lord Garin quickly rose to greet him, while Leo couldn't help but wonder why upperclassmen from a rival academy would travel all the way out here. Right behind Haddon came a striking red-haired elf. It was Runia El Rundoa, and the moment she spotted Leo, her eyes widened in surprise. As soon as she recognized him, Runia greeted Leo warmly. Since she was someone familiar, he figured he should at least respond politely. Runia chatted in quick, bright bursts, while Leo answered with his usual easygoing grin. She laughed, calling him a pretty, sly little kid. The Saron students with them started whispering, clearly realizing this was Leo Plove of Lumern, the prodigy who had cracked the Founder's magic. Haddon Dershan said nothing. His eyes stayed locked on Leo, sharp and calculating. He wasn't taking this freshman lightly. Runia asked what Leo was doing here, and the moment he showed her the bandit subjugation request, her face lit up completely. Her eyes sparkled like she'd found exactly what she'd been looking for. This was her chance to escape the suffocating oversight of the senior students. Without hesitation, she declared she was coming along to help, catching Leo entirely off guard with her sudden enthusiasm. The Saron seniors tried to stop her, reminding her why they'd come, but Runia brushed them off, insisting she couldn't ignore the villagers' plight. Then, grabbing Leo by the arm, she pulled him out on the spot, leaving everyone else staring after them in shock. Back in the parlor, the air grew heavy as Haddon Dershan slowly sank onto the sofa like he belonged there. He told the others to wait outside, making it clear he alone was enough to speak with the Lord. Haddon began explaining why he'd shown up so suddenly, but his words were stiff, almost rehearsed. According to him, he was simply there to study the local ecosystem, looking at plants, flowers, and wildlife around the area. Lord Garin broke into a cold sweat, wondering if top academy geniuses really had so much free time they could just wander around counting plants. After that, Haddon requested a travel pass, so his research could continue without any issues. Under Haddon's quiet pressure, the poor lord could only nod repeatedly, agreeing to everything. Outside, the Saron students started sneering, mocking Lumern for sending just a freshman to deal with this. They wondered if Lumern had caught wind of a new heroic dungeon nearby, or if Leo being here was just a coincidence. One loud blonde scoffed, saying Leo was probably just an arrogant fraud riding on rumors of his talent. The purple-haired girl next to him joined in, dismissing Lumern's past generations as mediocre and forgettable. But her smile vanished the instant a cold voice spoke behind them. Elena Geron had appeared silently. The Saron students turned pale at the sight of Lumern's queen. Elena smiled and told them they could gossip all they wanted, but she had heard everything. She gave them one chance, one only, to apologize before things got ugly. A surge of magic burst out as Elena unleashed her ultimate, forcing the arrogant students to their knees in blind panic. The tension only worsened when the Saron students shamelessly demanded that the Lumern side kneel and apologize instead. They acted like it was natural for a second year from Lumern to bow, even mocking block representative Lily, saying she had a long way to go. The purple-haired girl pushed further, suggesting that if Lumern refused, they should settle it with actual strength. Then Elena Geron stepped forward again, wearing a faint, dangerous smile far colder than any anger could be. She walked forward casually and reminded them she had already given them a chance to apologize. The pressure from her presence made the whole room feel suffocating. Then she said plainly they had thrown away their last chance, all on their own. Suddenly, a violent crash came from inside the hall, making everyone flinch. The students rushed outside to see what had happened. Dust and smoke rolled through the area. Several people were sprawled unconscious on the ground, leaving the rest visibly shaken. They looked toward the one responsible, and to their shock, it was their own third-year representative. Elena casually pressed her foot onto the defeated student's head, sneering at how useless her underlings were. She told them that talentless people had no right to laugh at other schools, and at the same time sensed a disturbing magical presence nearby. Even with the chaos around her, Elena Giron remained perfectly calm. She looked at Haddon and mockingly asked if his seniors were really so useless that she had to handle the juniors herself. Haddon stayed silent, his expression dark, as if even he had no say in how Elena handled things. Meanwhile, at the ruins, Runia tore through the bandits with furious fire magic. The bandits panicked and scattered, screaming that she was a witch as flames surged around them like a roaring sea. Runia shouted back that she was just an innocent girl, not a witch, and pressed on after the scum who had terrorized the villagers. A towering pillar of fire shot skyward, burning away the last bit of courage the bandit gang had left. From a distance, Leo couldn't help but notice how much Runia reminded him of Luna. With that in mind, leaving the bandits to her didn't feel like a problem at all. He moved carefully through the shattered remains of Garthrin Fortress, wondering how something so massive could vanish so completely over thousands of years. Then, the instant his fingers brushed against a stone wall, something felt off. Leo's eyes narrowed immediately. Dark black streaks clung to his palm, traces of dark magic. He knew them at once. The unmistakable mark of Tartarus. And then it clicked. He had only touched the top layer of the wall. The rest of Garthrin Fortress had collapsed long ago, buried deep beneath the earth. By nightfall, Runia sat beside the campfire, worn out after a full day of battle. As she rested, her thoughts wandered to Leo. Would he head back to the academy once this was over? Or did he have somewhere else in mind? She glanced toward the fortress, now swallowed by darkness, thinking about asking him to explore the heroic dungeon with her. Runia went looking for Leo and found him standing alone. When she asked what he was doing, he said he was just getting a closer look at the ruins. Then Leo started recounting what happened after the disaster. The people abandoned this land, searching for new homes. The fortress remained empty until Tartarus attacked later, burying it completely. Leo told Runia to rest up for tomorrow's journey, and she proudly replied that she had already built a big fire over there. Both of them froze suddenly, sensing other presences nearby. Haddon and Elena had been watching the whole time, casually beckoning them over. Elena teased them, asking if they were planning to sleep together tonight. Runia immediately turned bright red, rushing to deny it. The four of them gathered around the fire, and with the unexpected guests joining in, the mood became a little awkward. Elena Giron introduced herself with calm confidence. Runia returned her real name, though a flicker of unease lingered beneath her composure. Leo asked why Elena's group was here, when they were supposed to be exploring another dungeon. Runia was stunned to learn Elena was Lumern's third-year representative. Leaning close to Leo, Elena bluntly said she had left that dungeon to the others because, to her, he was the priority.
Runia quickly cut in, a tinge of jealousy in her voice, asking where the rest of their seniors were if only these two were present.
Elena gave a smug smile, recalling how their juniors had wasted the one chance to apologize and casually mentioning that a few had already been sent back early because of her. Still pouting slightly, Runia asked what the plan was for tomorrow's exploration. Haddon's answer was short. Everything would proceed as planned. Then Elena leaned over, lifted Haddon's chin with a single finger, and declared that the two of them alone were more than enough to explore the heroic dungeon. She added that Lumern had also received word of an undiscovered heroic dungeon in the area. Turning to Haddon with a smug expression, she said he really needed to keep his juniors under better control. Even after Leo mentioned he still had to finish the bandit subjugation mission, Elena casually ruffled his hair and decided the whole group would head out together tomorrow. To put Leo at ease, Elena produced a monster corpse, explaining that she had already dealt with all the bandits on the way. Before long, the quiet chat around the campfire turned into a subtle clash of geniuses. Runia kept her gaze on Elena, quietly swearing she wouldn't lose when it came to finding the dungeon first. The next day, the group pressed through the ruins under pouring rain. Elena didn't hold back her praise for Leo, noting that his handling of the situation was far beyond what anyone would expect from a freshman. She took the chance to mock the others too, pointing out that most students only learned exploration from books, while Leo already moved like a true magic prodigy. Leo glanced at Elena, remarking that she seemed completely different from how she acted back at the academy. He remembered the proud, queen-like image she always carried there, and it clearly amused Elena more than it should have. Then Leo casually added that, right now, she looked more like a prank-loving fool, even as Elena kept ruffling his hair. Runia, standing just behind them, flushed and snapped, asking what exactly was so funny. Haddon cut through the banter, reminding Runia to stay focused on tracking magical reactions. If she missed one, they could be in serious danger. Runia listened obediently, even though a little sulk still lingered on her face. The group kept moving, and after a thorough check, Elena announced she hadn't found anything unusual. Of course, she still teased Haddon, saying he was just as slow as ever. Haddon shot her a sharp look and explained it wasn't slowness, it was caution. After inspecting the area himself, Haddon confirmed there were no abnormalities. With the rain intensifying, the group pressed deeper into the ruins. Elena leaned toward Leo, whispering that Haddon might seem delicate, but he could endure a lot, which made teasing him so satisfying. Then Leo stepped onto a patch of ground radiating a strong magical aura. The moment he sensed the shift in the space around them, his eyes lit up. Leo came to a stop, stared straight ahead, and said with absolute confidence that he had found it. A massive magic circle suddenly spread across the ruins, beams of purple light cutting through the rain. Leo confirmed this was the teleportation gate leading into the ancient Garthron fortress, and if it was still active, that could only mean one shocking thing. Standing before the gate as violent energy poured out, Leo looked completely unsurprised, as if this had been exactly what he was expecting all along. That settled it. Garthron fortress, buried all this time, hadn't been destroyed at all. It had survived intact through the centuries. Haddon stared at Leo, clearly stunned. How could you even read something as complex as that ancient magic script? Leo shrugged, speaking as if it were nothing. He'd broken down the spell formula and even tried building a temporary gate, just to check if the entrance on the other side was still active. Runia asked where the gate would lead, but Elena just smiled faintly and said they'd find out once they stepped through. Elena was the first to step onto the stone platform, then tilted her head, signaling for Leo to follow. She kept her eyes on the magic gate, silently wondering if Garthron buried beneath them had truly survived exactly as Leo claimed. Then a hand reached out, slowly, and touched the violently quivering energy. Leo and Haddon braced themselves instantly, ready for whatever lay beyond the gate. Runia's eyes widened as the magic circle reacted even more violently to their presence. Then an enormous system message appeared before them. Hero record open. The ancient secret had finally revealed itself. The system confirmed they had entered the world of Hero record. The opening chapter read, Barharlun. This was where their true expedition began. Runia and Elena could only watch as a violent burst of magic erupted right in front of them. Wild streams of magical code twisted together, forming an entirely new world before their eyes. Leo understood immediately. This wasn't a normal dungeon instance. This was a hero instance. The information came through perfectly clear. This was the opening chapter of Barharlun. Leo's eyes tightened as he felt the space around him begin to warp. Then the vortex seized him, pulling him straight into the ancient world of the elves. When he came to, Leo realized he was in a different body, staring down at unfamiliar hands in stunned silence. Sunlight streamed through the windows of a room that was elegant, yet completely unfamiliar. Moments later, he understood he was standing in a massive academy corridor lined with classical architecture. The system panel appeared before him, but the objective field was entirely blank. Leo thought to himself, for a hero instance that actually makes sense, no objectives are normal. Just as he prepared to look for his teammates, he accidentally bumped into someone carrying a towering stack of books. The pile slipped from her arms, scattering across the floor. The girl crouched quickly, apologizing over and over for being so clumsy. Leo froze. The girl in front of him was Luna. In the quiet hallway, the sudden reunion left him speechless for a moment. Younger Luna looked just as shocked. When she recognized him, she nearly choked. She stammered, "Archant." And that was when Leo realized whose identity he had taken on. Luna quickly explained she had skipped class to study magic. Leo realized instantly this was an occupation-type instance where he had possessed a real historical figure. And that figure was Archant Ubesha, one of Luna's mentors. Back then, Archant had been like a father to Luna. Leo handed her the books, then turned as if to leave. Luna blinked in surprise. Normally, her teacher would have scolded her immediately, but Leo just walked off casually, acting like it was nothing. Realizing her teacher wasn't going to punish her, Luna visibly brightened, a sharp contrast to the distant girl Leo remembered. Now excited, Luna quickly led her teacher toward the study area. She politely asked him to set the stack of magic books on the table for her. Sitting down, she thanked Master Archant sincerely. Then a sudden cracking sound cut through the quiet. One of the chair legs snapped, and Luna tumbled backward with it. She let out a cry of pain, while Leo only smiled, quietly closing the door behind him. Stepping outside, Leo thought he might spend more time with Luna later. But for now, something else demanded his attention. He needed to find the other three before things got worse. If the hero record kept spiraling out of control, the entire instance could begin distorting reality itself. And if that happened, monsters could spill into the real world, triggering a disaster on a massive scale. Leo looked around, confirming this truly was Luna's world at 15. Then a voice called from behind him, making him freeze. It was Zera, the elf student, and his expression was completely serious. While pretending to be Professor Archant Ubesha, Leo arrived to find the classroom already in chaos, the students buzzing with complaints about his late arrival. He couldn't help thinking that this world of heroes was far more tangled than anything he had faced before. Zera wasted no time and hurried Leo along, warning that they needed to get back to the academy before things spiraled even further. Varharun spread out before them in all its ancient splendor, an elven city that had endured long before the cataclysm. Leo stepped forward carefully, making his way straight toward the heart of the commotion. This was a massive magic academy, reserved only for the most talented young elves of their generation. He entered as if none of the noise mattered, faced the long rows of seats, and offered a casual apology for being late. The hall buzzed with tension. Every student there was a top contender for the next Elf King. One student stepped forward, openly accusing Leo of being an irresponsible teacher, careless with his duties. It was Herkian Besrun, from one of the most famed heroic bloodlines in history. Leo stayed calm, simply asking flatly what exactly Herkian expected to demand. The students behind him began shouting that Professor Archant Ubesha should be removed immediately. Leo quietly mocked their weak excuse in his head, while Zera's fists clenched so tightly they trembled. Herkian lifted his chin, flaunting his bloodline as if it should intimidate Leo instantly. The moment Leo heard the name, his eyes narrowed. He recognized it immediately from the history records. Herkian Besron had once been a butcher, responsible for slaughtering the elves' great army. He was also the traitor who had betrayed Varharun to Tartarus during the first invasion. Yet Leo's expression remained steady, even in front of someone who was essentially a living fragment of the elves' darkest history. He pressed Herkian to explain the real reason behind wanting the professor removed. Herkian sneered, claiming Archant Ubesha never had the right to teach there anyway. Then he finally admitted the truth. In his eyes, the problem was that Archant Ubesha had chosen to protect Luna Rubinis, the supposed stain on their race. The moment Herkian called Luna a disgrace, Zera snapped, firing back instantly. Burning with anger, he demanded that Herkian retract every insult thrown at Lady Luna. Herkian's face darkened as he stared Zera down, asking if he truly thought he had the right to speak to him that way. Zera didn't flinch, firing back that anyone who spoke of her like that had to be out of their mind. Herkian suddenly grabbed Zera by the collar, spitting that Luna was nothing but a low-born girl, not even worth mentioning. The students around them whispered uneasily, unsettled by Herkian's bizarre and offensive behavior. Leo watched silently, quickly noticing how unnatural the man's words and reactions were. From that alone, he realized the one controlling Herkian was actually the third-year representative from rival Sirun Academy. Then, without warning, Leo declared the duel would take place right there, even though Academy rules forbade it. A faint smile touched his lips as he made up his mind. If the other side wanted a fight that badly, there was no reason to refuse. The decision left Zera stunned. Professor Archant Ubesha was never supposed to be this easygoing. Meanwhile, the Serun representative's smug smile grew the moment the professor gave his approval. Far off at Varharun's edge, a divine tower stretched straight into the clouds. A hand reached out, lightly brushing the floating beam of light as if tracing the haunting beauty of the ancient structure. At the top of the tower stood a young man, remarkably resembling Aaron, silently surveying the city below.